Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 1056 to Chapter 1147. Not long after, Kakashi sat on a clay bird made for him and rushed towards the direction of the water country. At the same time, after the end of the Kage meeting, Itachi immediately sent a communication crow to inform Hyojin about the attack on the Mist Village as well as the rescue plan on the village's side. Itachi patiently waited for Hyojin's instructions. In the practice field next to the Uchiha clan's land, Sasuke, who was being taught by Shinichi on how to use the Manjikyu Sharingan, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Since the last time he took the initiative to challenge his brother Itachi and was defeated by Itachi's Genjutsu, Sasuke slightly restrained his arrogant temperament and followed Jisue and Shinichi to learn how to use the Manjikyu Sharingan. Pointing to the sky, Sasuke asked, "Is that the village's communication hawk?" "Yes." Shinichi glanced at it and nodded. Sasuke was a little curious, what happened these days? Why are the communication hawks coming and going so frequently? Is something big going to happen? In the past, it was rare to see a communication hawk once every 10 days or half a month, but for the past few days, the hawks' cries had been unceasing in the village. Just by raising their heads, they could see a communication hawk flying in the sky above the village. Even Sasuke, who didn't pay much attention to such things, keenly sensed that something was wrong. Shinichi didn't explain much, but urged, "Let's continue practicing, there's not much time left for you." In the practice field on the other side of the village, Haku didn't disturb Naruto, who had created 5 shadow clones and was absorbing natural energy at the same time. Instead, he stood on the top of the tree and looked at the various communication birds flying in the sky above Mai. Whoosh, at this time, Kimimaro landed beside Haku and said, "Something is wrong." Haku said, "Well, Yugo said that Mai suddenly increased the patrols, the number of patrols outside the village and inside the village increased by 3 times, and all kinds of communication birds are flying more than 20 times more than usual. It should be the Akatsuki." After a short pause, Kimimaro looked at Naruto, who was practicing immortal techniques, and said, "He is one of the Akatsuki's targets, you need to be vigilant." Bai nodded and asked, "How's your recovery?" Kimimaro clenched his fist and said, "Don't worry, ordinary battles won't be a problem. Orochimaru-sama asked us to keep an eye on Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, so I can't let anything happen to them, inside the Sky Fortress." Staring at the cell tissue in the petri dish, Hyojin smiled as the corners of his mouth curled up. After experiencing many failures, Kuroto's cell fusion experiment finally had an in-progress result. In an accident, Kuroto discovered that the giant Tenseigan can suppress the first-generation cells and prevent them from going out of control, so he immediately mobilized the giant Tenseigan's chakra to escort the cell fusion all the way, and finally harvested the embryo. The fusion is normal, cell data normal, the activity of the embryo is normal. After recording the embryo's data, Hyojin carefully pushed the petri dish into the petri dish. Phew, after finishing all this, Hyojin carefully left the petri dish and let out a long breath. Although only one case was successful, the embryo's data was perfect, and according to Hyojin's experience, the final survival rate was at least 80%, which was worth looking forward to. Caw-caw, at this time, the crow's cry came from outside the lab. Hyojin, who was used to it, let the crow in and took off the communication scroll on the crow's leg. After a quick glance, he was shocked, 10,000 white Zetsu clones. He naturally knew that the Akatsuki organization, or more accurately, Obsidian and Zetsu had an army of about 100,000 white Zetsu, but that was during the 4th Shinobi War in the original world, which was about 3 to 4 years later. At this stage, the Obsidian and Zetsu definitely had less than 100,000 white Zetsu soldiers, but the Akatsuki organization actually sent out 10,000 white Zetsu soldiers at once, which was obviously beyond Hyojin's expectation. "I haven't done anything recently, what happened to the Akatsuki organization?" At first, Hyojin was very sure that the Akatsuki organization's target must be the 9 tails and 7 tails in Mai, and the attack on the daimyo was just a cover, but now he wasn't so sure. Thinking of this, Hyojin sighed and immediately changed into the black cloak of Amatsuki organization and put on the water pattern mask. Even if the Akatsuki organization's attack on the Mist Village was just a feint, he still has to go to the Mist Village, because he can't contact Yugura right now, and once Yugura learns about the Mist Village's current predicament, he will definitely rush back to the Mist Village to take charge of the situation. In order to prevent Yugura from behaving strangely, Shursui didn't change Yugura's personality or other sensitive things when he used Koto Amatsukami on Yugura. He only implanted a false memory of Yugura secretly joining Amatsukami, so in Yugura's personality, he was both a member of Amatsukami and the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village. And with Yugura's personality, once he learns that the Mist Village is in danger, he will definitely not sit idly by. Hyojin even suspects that Yugura has already rushed back to the Mist Village. After leaving the laboratory and recalling all the shadow clones in the practice field, Suijin called Xianlin and Gaara to his side and said, "I'm going out for a while. Do you still remember what I told you before? Once I send a signal, you must immediately carry out my instructions, understand?" "Yes." Xianlin and Gaara nodded in unison. After saying that, Hyojin didn't say anything else and directly went outside the fortress and jumped into the sea. Immediately afterward, his body turned into a transparent ice mirror in midair, and then the ice mirrors flew forward one after another, like a gorgeous brilliance flying in the direction of the Mist Village. On the battlefield outside the Mist Village. Whoosh, with a shrill sound, a bija came from afar, cut through the thick mist, and smashed into the white Zetsu's camp. Boom. Boom. Boom, in an instant, a huge explosion was heard, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Then a figure fell from the sky and landed on the battlefield. This figure was none other than 4 generations Mizukage Yugura. It's Mizukage-sama. 4 generations Yugura is back. Mizukage-sama didn't give up on us. He didn't give up on the village. After seeing the Mizukage figure appear on the battlefield, the morale of the Mist Ninjas immediately burst into cheers. In the distance. Listening to the cheers in his ears, Obsidian, who was in the state of nothingness, said with a playful expression, "The guy who hid here and there finally came out." Today's first chapter. Seeking recommendation votes, monthly votes. The appearance of Yugura immediately reversed the situation of the Mist Village, and the destructive power of Jinchuriki on a large battlefield was fully displayed at this moment. Without much effort, the tail beast Yugura stabilized the Mist Village's frontline and began to push the frontline back. Boom boom boom, the continuous explosions and the flickering flames added a smell of gunpowder to the misty battlefield. Listening to the continuous explosions and the shouts of the Mist Ninjas, Obsidian slightly raised the corner of his mouth and ordered the Mist Squad standing on the side, "Let's do it." Bipajuzo nodded with a complicated expression on his face, then leaped into the battlefield. Dry Persimmon Ghost Mermaid with a double-bladed flounder, Lotus Flower of the Kagaya clan, and Musashi with the red Ikekii limit also followed and joined the distant battlefield. In a foggy environment like the Country of Water, the combat power of the Mist Squad, as the original Mist Shinobi, who are proficient in the mist assassination technique, will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Moreover, the 4 Mist Shinobi in the Mist Squad are either the Kekkei Genkai of the Mist Village or the former 7 swordsmen of the Mist Village. So, there is no doubt that they are the top ninjas in the Mist Village. If no one else intervened, the Mist Squad's strength was enough to capture the Mizukage. At this time, Zetsu leaned out from the ground and said, "There is no trace of Amatsukami's members nearby, but the 2 guards who have been following the Mizukage are hiding in the dark." Obsidian sneered, "Keep looking. Amatsukami must be nearby, this is their old trick, I won't fall for it again." Zetsu nodded. His judgment was the same as Obsidian's. He also felt that there must be a member of Amatsukami around the Mizukage, but for the time being, he couldn't determine who it was. Above the sea. Hyojin, who was flying all the way, finally saw the coastline of the Country of Water in the distance, so he shook his body, removed the magic mirror ice crystal, and landed on the foggy coast. What a heavy smell of blood. Smelling the blood in the mist, Hyojin frowned slightly. Although he had not found any corpses, there was no doubt that a great battle had broken out nearby. However, this was normal. 10,000 white jades had landed in the Country of Water, so there must have been a lot of killings along the way. Suddenly, a group of Baiju's doppelgangers emerged from the ground. God's organization? Luckily, it's the River Lord. So it's that River Lord. When they saw the Black God's organization cloak on Hyojin's body, White Jew's doppelgangers panicked. However, when they noticed the water mask on Hyojin's face, they immediately relaxed. "What do you mean by fortunately, it's the master?" Hyojin raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He really didn't expect that his water escape doppelganger was so weak that it couldn't even deter a dozen of Baiju's doppelgangers. However, on second thought, the identity of River Lord didn't seem to have any solid achievements. The most eye-catching battle was when he barely resisted the Three Generations Naruto and successfully escaped from the Three Generations Naruto's pursuit with Balrog. As for the other battles with the Akatsuki members, such as Kakuzu and Scorpion, there was no clear winner. No wonder the village's analysis report from God's organization didn't have a high evaluation of River Lord. He still has no achievements. Hyojin shook his head as he walked toward Baiju's doppelgangers. The reason why he chose to use the water escape clone to rescue Hidden Mist this time was firstly to test the effects of the Ghost Lantern clan's secret technique and the boiling escape blood limit boundary that he had just cultivated. Secondly, it was because the environment of the country of water was more suitable for the water escape clone. After all, at this moment, his fire clone no longer has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so its combat effectiveness is greatly reduced, and the wind clone is suffering from the blood disease, so it can't withstand the destruction of the battle. The lightning clone is still recovering in the large nutrition tank, so the only clones that can fight are the Een body, the earth clone, and the water clone. Since he isn't sure where the Akatsuki's target is, he can't use the Een release, and the earth clone's combat power is limited by the amount of explosive clay, so it's not suitable for a protracted battle. Therefore, the water clone is his best choice. Soon, Hyojin ignored Baiju's doppelgangers and walked past them toward the interior of the country of water. Seeing that they were completely ignored by Hyojin, a dozen of Baiju's doppelgangers suddenly roared, "Damn it, you're just a mere Suijin, how dare you ignore us?" With that, the dozen of Baiju's doppelgangers were about to pounce on Hyojin. But just as they were about to exert force on their feet, they were surprised to find that their bodies couldn't exert any force. Then, they were even more horrified to find that their bodies began to melt. What's wrong with this fog? Boiling. Boiling release? When did he use ninjutsu? Isn't Suijin a ice release Kekai ninja? Looking at the back of Hyojin's figure as he left, the Baiju's doppelgangers fell to the ground one by one, lost consciousness in shock and horror, and finally turned into a puddle of mud in the fog. On the other side, sitting on the clay bird, Kakashi quickly crossed the sea and arrived at the country of water. Because of the fog, he couldn't judge the situation along the way, but from time to time, there were explosions on the ground, showing that the country of water is in a mess. After understanding the seriousness of the situation, he didn't get entangled in these local battlefields, but went straight to the Mist Village. Finally, before the clay bird's chakra was exhausted, Kuroto arrived about 30 kilometers away from the Mist Village. At this time, he could faintly hear the explosions and shouts on the battlefield in the distance. After sensing for a while, his face darkened. Although he is not an orthodox perceptual ninja, he can still use some superficial perceptual ninjutsu, and through perception, he can confirm that there are at least tens of thousands of chakra sources on the battlefield in the distance. In other words, there are at least tens of thousands of chakra sources on the battlefield in the distance. This is a real shinobi war. Even after experiencing the Third Shinobi War, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. Even in the Third Shinobi War, there were only a few battles with tens of thousands of shinobi between the two sides. More often than not, small groups of shinobi infiltration operations and multi-line surprise attacks. After knowing that his strength may not play any role in a shinobi war of this scale, Kakashi quickly adjusted his thinking and decided to follow the instructions of the 3 generations to ensure the safety of the 4 generations Mizukage. After making up his mind, he no longer hesitated, his figure flashed, and rushed to the battlefield in the distance. Yesterday's second chapter. Home in Wuhan, emotional stability, if there are no accidents, will continue to update during the Spring Festival. Everyone, pay attention to protection and keep warm, health is always the first priority. On the battlefield. Water release, water blast wave. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the ghost shark stepped on a monstrous wave and attacked the 4 generations Mizukage Yugura. Seeing the huge wave coming towards the Mist Ninja Army, Yugura immediately withdrew from his tailed beast form and leaped in front of the Mist Ninja Army, making a hand seal with both hands and shouted, "Water release, water wall." In an instant, a huge water wall with a width of hundreds of meters rose from the ground, like a city wall, protecting the Mist Ninja Army. Boom, the wave and the water wall collided with each other, and a roar broke out. The raging water flowed around like a broken dam, and in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield turned into a sparkling lake, and no land could be found. At this time, Bipajuzo waved his sword through the mist, stepped on the water, and slashed at Yugura. At the same time, Lotus jumped out of the water and shouted to Yugura, 10 finger-piercing bullets. Whoosh, amidst the whistling sound, 10 inconspicuous bone bullets shot towards Yugura's back. Seeing that the ones who attacked him were real Akatsuki members, and not White Zetsu's doppelganger, Yugura didn't dare to neglect, and immediately entered the tailed beast form. Raising his arm, he used his tailed beast coat to resist Bipajuzo's attack, and at the same time, he used his chakra tail to deflect the bone bullets. Seeing that Yugura was besieged by the 4 members of the Mist Squad, Mei and Aojirai, who were hiding in the dark, couldn't hold back anymore, and immediately rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the 4 members of the Mist Squad were fighting with Yugura, Mei, and Aojirai. Among them, Bipajuzo and Lotus joined hands to deal with Mei. They wanted to quickly get rid of the Mizukage guard, and then work together to deal with the Mizukage. The Mizukage, who was the most difficult to deal with, was temporarily handed over to the ghost mermaid who was proficient in physical arts, ninjutsu, and sword arts. The Mist team originally intended to quickly deal with the 2 guards of the Mizukage, and then combine the strength of 4 people to deal with the 4 generations Mizukage, but as soon as they fought, they found that the 2 guards of the Mizukage were surprisingly difficult to deal with. Aojirai is the oldest elite jonin in the village, and Sasuke didn't think that he could defeat Aojirai so quickly. Bipajuzo and Lotus Flower thought that they could quickly get rid of Mei Ming, but they didn't expect that not only would they fail, but they would also be suppressed by Mei Ming alone. Glancing at his companions who were all fighting hard, Ghost Shark carelessly smiled, then turned to Yugura and said, "For generations, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time." Yugura looked at the double-bladed flounder in Ghost Mermaid's hand and said coldly, "Humph, today I can get a ninja blade for the village." Ghost Shark grinned and said, "I heard that the shark skin is still in the village, maybe I can get another ninja blade today." Yugura, who was in the tailed beast transformation, didn't say anything. He directly opened his mouth and condensed a bijutsu. Seeing the bijutsu continuously condensing in Yugura's mouth, the smile on Ghost Shark's face immediately disappeared. He gathered all of his chakra power and quickly made a hand gesture, then yelled, "Water release, shark bullet technique." Yugura finished condensing his bijutsu as well, and suddenly shot it out of his mouth. The enormous shark created by the shark bullet magic broke out of the water and darted towards Yugura while splashing water all over the sky. At the same time, Yugura's tail beast Jade shot out of his mouth towards the ghost mermaid and mermaid along with a shrill roar. Boom, the 2 sides clashed, and a huge explosion occurred. On one side was the shark bullet technique performed by Ghost Shark, who was known as the tailless beast. On the other side was the truth-seeking ball, performed by Yugura, who had the perfect Jinchuriki. Both were extremely powerful techniques. Ghost Shark's shark bullet technique could absorb the enemy's chakra power, while bijutsu wasn't only the combination of chakra, it was also the ultimate form of chakra. The 4 generations Naruto used bijutsu as a reference to develop the Rasengan. Therefore, Ghost Mermaid and Mermaid's shark bullet magic couldn't absorb Yugura's tail beast Jade completely, and the power of Yugura's tail beast Jade was absorbed by Ghost Mermaid's shark bullet magic, but it couldn't break the seal of Ghost Mermaid's shark bullet magic. Although they cancelled each other out, the impact they caused didn't disappear. Along with the deafening explosion, the shockwave swept in all directions along with the waves, blowing away the other members of the Mist Squad, as well as Mei, Aojirai, and other Mist ninjas who were fighting fiercely not far away. As the shockwave spread out, the water receded, and the wet ground was exposed again. Standing on the wet ground, Yugura and Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark looked at each other, gasping for breath. Yugura now realized that Ghost Shark, who was originally unremarkable in the village and was always suppressed by Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, was actually so strong that he could take a bijutsu attack from Yugura's tailed beast form. Therefore, he regretfully shook his head and said, "Ghost Shark, I shouldn't have betrayed you." Ghost Shark sneered, "In that precarious village, you were either assassinated by your companions, or you had to assassinate your companions. Isn't betrayal the only way to escape other than death?" Yugura's face darkened. "Hey, I'm responsible for your betrayal, but as the Mizukage, I won't be merciful to you traitors. Ghost Shark laughed, for generations doesn't have the upper hand. Yugura frowned, even if you're called a tailless beast, you have no chance of winning against me, who is the real Jinchuriki. Is that so? Ghost Shark sneered. As soon as the Ghost Shark's voice faded, white spores burst out from Yugura's body and wrapped around his skinny body. In just a few breaths, Yugura's tailed beast form was absorbed by these spores, and he was forced out of the tailed beast form. Feeling the chakra on his body being quickly extracted, Yugura was shocked. When did you do this? Ghost Shark, who was replenishing his chakra with spores, smiled. At the same time, Obito, who was in the distance, noticed the battle situation, and his figure flickered as he walked toward Yugura. Along the way, many mist ninjas noticed Obsidian's intention and rushed forward fearlessly, trying to stop Obsidian and buy time for Yugura to get rid of the spores. However, these mist ninjas were no match for Obsidian. Not to mention stopping Obsidian, they couldn't even slow down Obsidian. As Obsidian walked forward, he only left a path of incomplete corpses. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Kacha. After breaking the neck of the last mist ninja, Obsidian threw the body in his hand aside. Suddenly appearing and disappearing, his figure was like a ghost. As soon as he attacked, he showed a terrifying strength that was difficult to contend with. Along the way, he easily killed dozens of mist ninjas who tried to stop him, leaving behind a ground full of corpses behind him. Is he a devil? Damn it. There is no chance of winning at all, I don't want to die in vain. The remaining mist ninjas in the vicinity no longer had the fearless spirit they had just now. When they discovered that they were no match for the enemy at all, and they couldn't even delay the enemy, the fear in their hearts took control of their bodies, causing them to tremble in place. The retreat happened in an instant, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon the entire front was in turmoil. The ones who fled at first were the mist ninjas who were facing the Obito. They were completely frightened by the tragic death of their comrades, coupled with the mist's policy of blood mist for many years. Their sense of belonging to the village has always been at an all-time low, so in the face of a strong enemy that they can't contend with, their desire to survive surpassed everything else. And with the spread of panic, some mist ninjas who didn't know what happened also began to flee subconsciously. Seeing the entire front of the mist was in turmoil, Obsidian didn't stop, and the corners of his mouth under the vortex mask rose slightly. After years of fighting against Amatsukami, he has now reached a very high level of attainment in taijutsu, pupil techniques, and ninjutsu. Previously, many of the mist ninjas whose average strength reached the level of Chunin couldn't even resist a single blow from him. Yugura, who was temporarily trapped by the spore technique, was shocked and furious as he looked at the approaching Obito who was coming at him with a destructive force. In particular, Masadu's unparalleled ferocity made him, who had been controlled by Masadu for a long time, instinctively feel a deep sense of dread and even a trace of fear. In just a few breaths, Obsidian crossed a large battlefield and came to Yugura. Your fate has been decided, resistance is meaningless. You damn bastard. The combination of old and new hatred caused Yugura to lose control of his emotions, and a huge amount of tailed beast chakra was released from his body. However, the white spores that entangled him didn't disappear because of this. On the contrary, as the tailed beast chakra skyrocketed, these white spores also expanded and accelerated the absorption of chakra. Be my chess piece obediently. Obsidian contemptuously looked at Yugura who was trying to break free from the shackles of the spore technique, and the Manjikyu Sharingan under the vortex mask shone with a strange brilliance. In an instant, a twisting vortex appeared on Yugura's body. Feeling the feeling of his body being torn apart, Yugura was shocked. He struggled even more intensely, and the tailed beast chakra on his body expanded at a visible speed. In the distance, seeing Yugura in danger, Mei, who was shocked by the shockwave just now, was also shocked. She immediately rushed to help Yugura, but at this time, Bipajuzo and Lotus stopped her from the left and right. Bipajuzo said lightly, "Give up." Mei gritted her teeth, "You are all sinners of the Mist Village." On the other side, Aojirai was also in the same situation. She was entangled by Kurigaku and couldn't quickly get close to Yugura. Whoosh, at this moment, a kunai broke through the wind and nailed the ground at Yugura's feet. Then, a silhouette appeared and landed beside Kuwubian. This person was none other than Kakashi, who received the news and came to support. After flashing over, Kakashi immediately reached out and grabbed Yagura, and once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to help Yagura get rid of Obsidian's divine power. Kakashi, seeing that it was Kakashi who saved Yagura, Obsidian was a little surprised. On the other hand, Kakashi immediately used the Chidori and attacked the spores that were binding Yagura. Sizzle, under the attack of the Chidori, the spores that were binding Yagura quickly fell off, and then quietly sneaked into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Huff, huff, Yagura, who was freed, immediately squatted on the ground and gasped for breath. Kakashi quickly asked, "Mizukage, are you okay?" Yagura said with an embarrassed expression, "I was careless. Just now, in order to break free from the shackles of the spore technique, not only did Kuroto explode his chakra, but also the three-tailed chakra in his body. He thought that so many chakra would be enough to burst those spores and get rid of the shackles. But he didn't expect that not only did he not get rid of the shackles, but all the chakra in his body was absorbed by the spores. Although he got rid of the shackles, he was weak and almost lost the ability to fight." Whoosh, at this time, Mei, Aojirai, and a dozen mist ninjas scattered around all used the body flicker technique and gathered around Yagura. However, at this moment, the entire battle line has collapsed, and the other mist ninjas on the battlefield have fled. In the blink of an eye, only Yagura, Kakashi, Mei, Aojirai, and more than a dozen mist ninjas around him were left on the huge battlefield. Looking at the thousands of white Zetsu clones around him, the illusory Obito, Bipajuzo who was carrying a giant sword, Dried Ogre who was standing or squatting, and the other Akatsuki members who were standing or squatting, Kakashi had a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, they are already surrounded, and the mist ninjas have just collapsed, and the reinforcements of the other 4 villages are still far away. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi doesn't have the ability to rescue all the mist ninjas. Mei, who was very clear about the situation, said resolutely, "Kakashi, I and the others will hold the Akatsuki, you take Mizukage-sama to break out." Aojirai nodded and agreed, "If only Mizukage-sama, we may be able to break out of the encirclement." Yagura said, "I am Mizukage-sama, how can I abandon you and run away?" The other mist ninjas tried to persuade him, "Mizukage-sama, you can only avenge us if you are alive." Kakashi said solemnly, "Mizukage-sama, you must not fall into the hands of the Akatsuki, this is related to the safety of the entire shinobi world." Listening to the conversation of several people in the encirclement, Obsidian sneered coldly, "Kakashi, you can't change anything." Kakashi turned his head and looked at Obsidian with a complicated expression. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the distance, everyone looked towards the direction of the noise and saw a figure slowly walking out of the fog, and all the white Zetsu clones that rushed towards the figure were cut in half by a fat black shadow. Yesterday's second chapter. Asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. I wish everyone a happy year of the rat, a harmonious and beautiful year of reunion. During this special period of time, everyone must pay attention to the protection of themselves and their families. Try not to go out if you can. Moreover, this time of the year is a test of one's immune system, so pay attention to keeping warm. Don't let yourself catch a cold, and don't let yourself be too tired, which will cause your immune system to decline. Here, I wish everyone good health and no illnesses or disasters. In addition, I would like to thank those who are still on the front line on New Year's Eve. I firmly believe that everything will get better. Come on, China. Come on, Wuhan, the updates will not stop during the new year. It's just that due to the impact, my mood is a little unstable, and my train of thought is not smooth. I hope everyone can understand. Finally, I beg for monthly votes, I beg for recommendation votes, I beg for rewards, thank you, everyone. The world of Naruto in the eyes of reincarnation wishes everyone a happy Lunar New Year. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't imagine who would dare to step into the battlefield alone and face thousands of enemies at a time when everyone was fleeing in all directions and trying their best to get away from the battlefield. The mist ninjas around Yagura were also shocked to see this scene. Not to mention the ordinary mist ninjas, even Mei's beautiful face was full of surprise. Only Yugura remained indifferent because he firmly believed that the organization would not sit idly by and do nothing about the fall of the Mist Village. Compared to the others, Qing, who had a white eye, was paying attention to the fat figure that was flying around in the air with an agility that did not match its body size at all. She said in astonishment, That's the water and oil clone of second-generation secret technique, danger vaporization explosion. In an instant, the eyes of all the mist ninjas focused on the fat figure. Before this, everyone had already sensed that the fat figure flying around in the air and killing White Zetsu's doppelgangers was exactly the same as chakra on the figure walking out of the mist. Some of the more experienced mist ninjas judged that the fat figure should be something similar to a shadow clone, but no one expected that it turned out to be a water and oil clone created by Second Sama's secret technique, steam explosion might, on the Akatsuki's side. Bipajuzo, who was carrying a large beheading knife, frowned. At this time, there are still people coming to die. Ghost Shark laughed. There shouldn't be such an idiot in the mist, right? After seeing the figure gradually walking out of the mist, the red-eyed Musashi's expression froze. Not good, it's a member of Amatsukami. It seems to be Amatsukami. Lotus grinned. Sakami? Just him alone? Then there's nothing to be afraid of. On the other side, Zetsu poked his body out of the ground and said to Obsidian, It's Sakami of Amatsukami. Humph, finally. After a light snort, Obsidian said mockingly, But why did Amatsukami send Sakami? Is he a bait? According to the evaluation of the Akatsuki, the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, is the strongest person in the shinobi world, and the two members of Amatsukami, Kazakage, Xidagarba, and Kirin are also strong enough to fight on their own. Only Suijin is evaluated as an elite jonin, which means that he can be captured. Zetsu shook his head. I've already confirmed that there are no other members of Amatsukami in the area except for Tsukage. As for the special clone besides Tsukage, it seems to be the water clone of the Mist Village's second Mizukage's famous technique, steaming danger explosion. The masked man looked away and said lightly, I'm not interested in the river master, just kill him. Without saying anything else, he immediately gave the order to the doppelgangers of Amatsukami. In an instant, groups of white Zetsu doppelgangers walked out of the formation surrounding Yugura. There were thousands of them, and they roared as they pounced towards the figure in the fog. In the mist. That's all. In the face of thousands of doppelgangers of Amatsukami, Hyojin chuckled. Not only did he not retreat, but he also increased his speed to meet them. After giving the order to kill Sakami, Obsidian didn't pay any more attention to Amatsukami. After all, it's just Sakami, it's not worth his energy. So, he locked his eyes on Kakashi and Yugura and said mockingly, Mizukage-sama, aren't you going to escape this time? Oh, by the way, the Mist Village is right behind you, you have nowhere to escape. Damn it. Being provoked by Obsidian, Yugura suddenly became angry. Kakashi quickly said, Mizukage-sama, don't fall into his trap, he is worried that we will break out of the encirclement, so he deliberately said that. Obsidian shrugged, is that so? At this time, Kakashi's face suddenly stiffened. Using the corner of his eye, he glanced at the sword of fetters that he had placed in advance, only to find that the sword of fetters was wrapped by a group of white spores gushing out of the ground, and as it was completely wrapped by the white spores, the spatial coordinates on the sword of fetters also disappeared from his perception. Not only that one, but almost all the swords of fetters that he had placed in the vicinity in advance also disappeared at this moment. Obsidian smiled, have you noticed? Not only the 5 great shinobi villages have been studying how to deal with Obsidian's Kamui, but Obsidian has also been studying how to deal with Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique. And the key to dealing with the Flying Thunder God technique is undoubtedly to eliminate the Flying Thunder God technique. Therefore, Obsidian used a special kind of spores to swallow and seal all the Flying Thunder God technique engraved with Flying Thunder God technique within a few dozen miles around the battlefield, so as to greatly weaken Kakashi's mobility. And the chakra consumption of Flying Thunder God technique is related to the distance and the amount of chakra carried. Long-distance teleportation was already a huge burden for Kakashi, not to mention bringing along Yugura, who was the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, for such a long-distance teleportation. Last time, if it weren't for Hyojin temporarily replenishing a large amount of high-intensity Tenseigan chakra for Kakashi, it would have been impossible for Kakashi to rescue Naruto who was kidnapped. by the Akatsuki organization and brought to the land of grass through long-distance space shuttle. Realizing this, Kakashi's face became more and more solemn, and while thinking about the tactics to break out of the encirclement, he tried his best to perceive the flying thunder god technique that is farther away. Suddenly, Kakashi unexpectedly found that there was a strange coordinate that responded to his perception. What is that place? I have never placed a flying thunder god technique in that place. The strange coordinate was far and near, giving Kakashi a feeling that it was far away, but also close in front of him, making him a little confused. Obsidian said, Kakashi, either get out of here, or die here. As soon as Obsidian's voice fell, the 4 people of the Mist team were eager to try, waiting for Obsidian's order to launch the final attack on Yagura and the others in the encirclement. Boom, at this moment, a huge explosion came from not far away. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the battlefield over there was already a mess. After the smoke dissipated, the ground was densely covered with broken arms and legs of the White Zetsu's doppelgangers. In the gradually dissipating smoke, Suijin killed all the White Zetsu's doppelgangers along the way, and all the White Zetsu's doppelgangers that pounced on him along the way were quickly dealt with by him like cutting melons and vegetables. The degree of ferocity was even more than the scene of Obsidian killing the Mist Ninja before. In just the blink of an eye, there were not many White Zetsu's doppelgangers that besieged him. Not to mention Obsidian and the Mist team, even Kakashi, Yagura, and the others who were trapped in the encirclement were stunned when they saw this scene of one person fighting against an entire army. First update, I wish everyone a happy New Year's Day. Looking not far away, Obsidian slightly narrowed his eyes. The combat prowess displayed by Suijin at this time was much stronger than what he had expected. Even if the battlefield was foggy and watery, the environment was extremely suitable for a ninja like Suijin who possessed the ice release Kekkei Genkai, but the performance of Suijin was still a bit too exaggerated. Gradually, a solemn expression appeared on Obsidian's face. Whether it is taijutsu or ninjutsu, Suijin is able to use them with ease. His every move revealed a decisive sharpness, and the more he observed, the more he felt that Suijin was becoming more and more lively on the battlefield. Yes, it's lively, it's a kind of wanton display of strength, as if this is not a battlefield of life and death, but a large training ground for Suijin to hone his skills and test his ninjutsu. Instantly, a wave of anger surged in Obsidian's heart, and he snorted, "Humph, these guys from Amatsukami are really arrogant. Well, today I will personally kill a member of Amatsukami, and let them know the price of looking down on us." Zetsu, who was standing on the side, said, "Be careful, it might be a trap." The corner of Obsidian's mouth twitched, "Do you think I won't be prepared?" On the other side, Bipajuzo, who had fought with Suijin before, was puzzled, "Huh? How did this guy become so strong?" The ghost shark asked, "Is there something wrong?" Bipajuzo nodded with a solemn expression, "I fought with him before, at that time he wasn't this strong, at most he was at the level of an elite jonin. If it wasn't for Orochimaru's betrayal, he would have been killed by us." At that time Akatsuki mobilized Kakuzu's group, Bipajuzo, and Shinichi's group, and Sasori and Orochimaru's group, a total of 3 groups of 6 members to encircle Suijin. As a result, because Orochimaru suddenly attacked Shinichi in an attempt to seize Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan, the entire encirclement failed. Not only did Suijin escape from the encirclement, but he also lost Kakuzu's partner, becoming the first Akatsuki member to die in the hands of Amatsukami. Lotus sneered, "It's just taking care of some of Baiju's doppelgangers. What's so great about that?" Unlike Lotus Flower, who was born in the Radiance Knight clan, which was a berserk clan, Bai asked cautiously, "Shirzong, are you sure that he is really the River Lord? I heard that the people from God's organization are all very cunning. Is it possible that someone else is impersonating them?" Bipajuzo shook his head, "Ice release cannot be faked. With the annihilation of the Snow Clan by the Mist Village, the only ice release experts left in the shinobi world are the Suijin of Amatsukami and a boy named Haku from the Sound Village." In just a short period of time, the 1,000 Baiju clones had been completely taken care of by the River Lord. The River Lord even seemed to be unsatisfied. Then, the River Lord walked all the way over. Being intimidated by the River Lord's power, coupled with the fact that the River Lord took the initiative to step into the encirclement of the army, not only did the Baiju clones not come forward to stop him, but they even made way for him. And so, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Suijin casually strolled to Yagura's side. Observing Yagura with the Byakugan, he found that Yagura only had serious chakra consumption and wasn't injured, so he took out a scroll from the ninja bag on his waist and threw it to Kakashi. Kakashi, who did not understand, took the scroll. After opening it, he suddenly understood. The scroll that Hyojin threw to Kakashi briefly described his analysis of Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan technique Kamui as well as the Sword of Fetters that he secretly left in the Kamui space. Therefore, after reading the scroll, Kakashi immediately understood where the strange coordinates he sensed just now came from, and his eyes unconsciously looked at Obsidian. There is no doubt that Obsidian himself is the anchor point of the overlap between the Kamui space and the shinobi world. At this moment, because Obsidian is in the state of nihility, it belongs to the superposition state of the Kamui space and the shinobi world at the same time, so the Kamui space and the shinobi world are connected at this moment. Other people can't feel this connection, even Hyojin is no exception, but Kakashi who has the Sword of Fetters in the Kamui space is different. With the help of the Sword of Fetters, not only can Kakashi feel the existence of the Kamui space, but he can also use the Flying Thunder God technique to secretly sneak into Obsidian's Kamui space when Obsidian is in the state of nihility or when he uses the Kamui space. At this time, Hyojin said, "I'll go outside, you go inside." Kakashi looked at Hyojin meaningfully and nodded. From this scroll, Kakashi also obtained another piece of information, that is, the Kirin sent by the Mist to participate in the Chunin exam is not a Mist ninja, but a member of Amatsukami. In other words, there is some kind of cooperation between the Mist and Amatsukami that the other 4 villages don't know about. What is written in that scroll? What the hell is Amatsukami doing? Seeing Kakashi looking at him inexplicably after reading the scroll thrown by Suijin, Obsidian instinctively felt that something was wrong. At this time, Zetsu confirmed again, "My clone has confirmed that there is no trace of other members of Amatsukami in the vicinity of the battlefield, at least not within 20 kilometers. Obsidian nodded, then no longer hesitated, and immediately ordered, "Attack, except for the 4 generations Mizukage, kill everyone else." Following Obsidian's order, the Mist Squad and thousands of white Zetsu troops on the battlefield immediately launched an attack. Mei, Aojirai, and a dozen other Mist ninjas covered Yagura to break out of the encirclement, while Hyojin and Kakashi tacitly rushed towards Obsidian. "Hey!" Obsidian grinned, and immediately aimed at Hyojin's left arm with the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. In an instant, a twisting vortex appeared on Hyojin's left arm. This vortex did not spread to Hyojin's whole body as usual, but quickly twisted at a fixed size. Obsidian, who has learned from his mistakes, did not intend to throw Suijin's entire body into the Kamui space, but to use the Kamui's ability to distort space to instantly tear off Suijin's arm and disintegrate the opponent's ability to form hand seals. The activation speed of the Kamui was related to the size of the object distorted by the Kamui. If it was only a palm-sized area, with Obsidian's current eyesight, he could almost complete it in an instant. So, before Kakashi on the side could react, Hyojin's entire left arm had been completely distorted. In the next moment, Suijin's entire arm disappeared in the twisting vortex. The whole process took less than a second, but the wound on his shoulder was not bloody as everyone expected. Instead, it was dripping with pure water droplets. Swoosh! At the same time, Kakashi, who was rushing to Obsidian with Hyojin, flashed and disappeared into thin air. Here's the second update. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes on the first day of the new year. Also, thank you to the students who have tipped in the past 2 days. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. The Ghost Lantern Clan's water transformation technique? But isn't this guy from the Snow Clan? Seeing that what was splattering out from the wound on Hyojin's left arm wasn't blood, but clear water droplets, the Obsidian was slightly puzzled. As the mastermind who had secretly manipulated the Mizukage, his understanding of the Mist Village's various bloodline limits, forbidden techniques, and secret techniques was even deeper than Hyojin's. Therefore, he was able to recognize the signature secret technique of the Ghost Lantern Clan, the water transformation technique, at a glance. Because of this, he was puzzled about the identity of the Suijin. Because he was very clear that the water transformation technique, the signature secret technique of the Ghost Lantern Clan, was slightly different from the vaporization explosion technique that the second Mizukage had personally developed. Vaporization explosion technique had extremely high requirements for the caster, and apart from the second Mizukage, no one else in the Mist Village had mastered it. However, it was still doubtful whether this forbidden technique required the bloodline of the Ghost Lantern clan, because the younger generation of the Ghost Lantern clan also couldn't learn this technique. But water transformation technique was different. Without the bloodline of the Ghost Lantern clan, it was impossible to master this secret technique. At the same time, the Obsidian's gaze unconsciously shifted to the place where Kakashi disappeared. There was no doubt that Kakashi had used the Flying Thunder God technique while he was activating Holy Might. However, he was very sure that all the Flying Thunder God technique left by Kakashi within a few dozen miles had been sealed by Juice Spores. Therefore, he was a little puzzled as to where exactly did Kakashi go after using the Flying Thunder God technique. Hyojin, who was pouncing towards the Obsidian, had a solemn expression on his face. When Obsidian started to use Shinwei cautiously, Obsidian's threat skyrocketed. For example, just now, Obsidian was like Kakashi in the original dimension. He directly used Shinwei to tear his target apart from a distance. In almost an instant, he tore off Hyojin's left arm. One must know that Kakashi, who only had one Manjikyu Sharingan in the original spacetime, could already use the power of space to tear apart all targets within his sight, including the Outer Path Demon image. Moreover, Kamui was undoubtedly faster and sharper in the hands of the original Obsidian. With this kind of casting speed, not to mention ordinary ninjas, even Hyojin would not be able to dodge. If it wasn't for Hyojin's water transformation technique, which allowed him to liquefy his left arm in time, his left arm would have been torn apart by the Obsidian's divinity's might. Looking back again, Hyojin confirmed the situation of Yugura. On the other side, Mei, Aojirai, and more than a dozen Mist ninjas were covering Yugura to break out of the Mist Village. The 4 members of the Mist Squad of the Akatsuki organization have already rushed forward and fought with Mei and Aojirai. A large number of White Zetsu's doppelgangers also besieged the Mist ninjas from all directions. As the strongest Mist ninjas of 4 generations, Mizukage Yugura, because of Zetsu's Spore Jutsu, chakra was almost exhausted, so he didn't have any combat power for a while. Seeing the Mist ninjas around him falling one by one under the siege of the White Zetsu's doppelgangers, Yugura's situation became more and more dangerous. At this moment, a team of Mist ninjas came from the Mist Village, led by Genzan and Choshiro. As the new generation of the Mist Village, they were full of spirit, leading a large number of Umbu to rescue Yugura, who was in danger. Seeing this scene, Hyojin immediately retracted his gaze and said, "Mizukage is finally reliable for once." Although it is not clear whether Mizukage wanted to rescue the Mizukage, or whether he was eyeing the 2 katanas in the hands of the Mist Squad, Juzo and Kirigakure, but his timely appearance undoubtedly relieved Kuroto of his worries and allowed him to concentrate on dealing with the Ibito. Retracting his scattered thoughts, Hyojin focused all his attention on Obsidian. Just now, while Obsidian was using Kamui, Kakashi used Flying Thunder God technique. If there is no accident, at this moment, Kakashi should have quietly sneaked into Obsidian's Kamui space. Therefore, Hyojin doesn't need to do too much now, as long as he forces Obsidian to use Kamui again, so that the Kamui space can be connected with the shinobi world, he can cooperate with Kakashi to deal with Obsidian. With this thought in mind, he waved his hand and summoned the water and oil doppelganger that was harvesting White Zetsu's doppelganger in the distance. After this battle, the temperature of his water and oil doppelganger has risen again, and it can carry out a new round of explosion. After receiving Hyojin's instructions, the water and oil doppelganger with the ability to fly swelled, and then flew from a distance like a cannonball, quickly approaching Obsidian's side. Hyojin didn't hesitate in the slightest and decisively launched the explosion. Boom, in an instant, the expanded water and oil doppelganger exploded with a loud bang, and almost at the same time as Hyojin's water and oil doppelganger exploded, a cyan phantom was projected from Obsidian's body, and then quickly enveloped Obsidian. There is no doubt that Obsidian launched Susanoo. Although the explosive power of the water and oil doppelganger is very strong, it can't shake the defense of Susanoo, not to mention that Obsidian has been implanted with the first-generation cells, and his Susanoo is far stronger than the ordinary kaleidoscope Uchiha. As a result, after the smoke and dust in the sky dissipated, Obsidian's cyan Susanoo was motionless, and Obsidian, who was under the protection of Susanoo, watched Hyojin, who was pouncing on him, as if he was laughing silently. Hyojin, who was pouncing on Obsidian, did not stop. After releasing the water transformation technique, he formed a seal with his hands, and then quickly flashed to the front of Obsidian's Susanoo. He thrust out his right arm, and a huge sharp ice thorn instantly condensed on his right arm, under the Susanoo. The corners of Obsidian's mouth raised slightly. Even a forbidden technique like vaporizing danger explosion can't do it. Do you still expect ice escape to break my Susanoo? Gotcha. Before Obsidian's voice fell, the ice thorn in Hyojin's right hand hit Obsidian's Susanoo, and a shattering sound came out. This is impossible. The face of Obsidian, who was full of ridicule, changed because he was shocked to find that it was not the opponent's ice thorn that broke, but his Susanoo, and Hyojin, who broke through the Susanoo, did not lose momentum, and went straight to Obsidian under the Susanoo. In horror, as Hyojin expected, Obsidian subconsciously used Holy Might. In an instant, the two passed through each other. At the moment of crossing each other, Hyojin smiled. He had forced Obsidian to use Holy Might and moved part of his body into the Holy Might space. With Kakashi's reaction speed, Obsidian was either dead or injured. After passing through, Hyojin immediately looked back and immediately frowned, because Obsidian did not seem to be attacked from the Holy Might space. And Obsidian jumped back, slightly distancing himself from Hyojin, and said, "What do you seem to be looking forward to?" "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Kakashi actually dropped the ball? Was it because he didn't have time to react just now, or did he not enter the godly might space at all? Hyojin's face darkened as he thought about all kinds of possibilities. Logically speaking, with Kakashi's reflexes and the fact that he had explained the secret of Obsidian's godly might space to Kakashi through the scroll, there was no reason for him to fail just now. However, Kakashi did not cooperate with him in the godly might space as promised, which made him a little puzzled. Obsidian, who had reactivated Susanoo, was looking at the fog around him. When he looked carefully, he quickly found that the fog around him was quietly corroding his Susanoo, so he came to a sudden realization. So it's boil release. Obviously, Suijin didn't just rely on ice release to break through his Susanoo just now. He first used the explosion of the water and oil clone of vaporizing explosion might to create steam to block my vision, and then used the steam to quietly cast boil release. Then, he used himself as bait and used ice release to attract my attention, making me ignore the boiling release that was corroding my Susanoo, so I couldn't notice the decline of the Susanoo's defense in time. In just an instant, Suijin's tactic was completely seen through by Obsidian. Suijin had used vaporizing explosion might, boil release, ice release, which was a forbidden technique, and 2 blood limit boundaries to break through his Susanoo in one fell swoop. These guys from Amatsukami are really annoying as expected. After a pause, Obsidian frowned again. But he should know that even if he can break through my Susanoo, ordinary ice release can't hurt me, right? Almost subconsciously, Obsidian thought of a possibility. At this moment, Hyojin ignored the exhaustion caused by the explosion of the water and oil clone, and once again cooperated with the water and oil clone, fiercely pouncing on Obsidian. He wanted to verify whether Kakashi just didn't react, or if there was some other accident. If it was just that he didn't react, then everything would be fine, but if there was something else, then things would be troublesome. Boom, the water and oil doppelganger with a comical appearance collided with the earthy Susanoo from the front. At the same time, a loud noise burst out. It also collided with the earthy Susanoo, causing it to stagger. Taking this opportunity, Hyojin's figure flashed and went behind Obsidian's Susanoo, and then he pressed his hands to the ground and activated the ice release ninjutsu. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, ice spikes protruded from the ground of the Susanoo without warning. The diameter of these ice spikes was as thick as a normal person's arm. Not only was the tip emitting cold air, but it was also glowing with a chilling light that made one's heart palpitate. However, Obsidian, who was prepared, immediately jumped, avoiding the protruding icicles on the ground, and then in midair, he stretched out his right arm toward Hyojin. Clatter, wooden stakes quickly stretched out from Obsidian's right arm, penetrating the Susanoo without any hindrance, and then entangling Hyojin's hands on the ground like a spirit snake. Almost at the same time, Obsidian's Susanoo also threw a shuriken at Hyojin. Because every time the water and oil clone self-destructed, Hyojin, as the main body, would fall into a short period of fatigue, so he could not avoid Obsidian's would release in time. He had to temporarily use the water transformation technique to completely turn himself into a stream of water and break free from the shackles of the wood release. But Hyojin did not expect that Obsidian would also shoot a shuriken at the same time. One must know that the shuriken had the ability to transfer a large range of space. If he was hit, even if he was in a liquid state, it was likely that he would be transferred to the shuriken space. And in a liquid state, his mobility was greatly reduced, so he could not completely dodge the attack of Obsidian's shuriken. So, he, who could not avoid it, made up his mind, and instead of retreating, he invaded the inside of Obsidian's Susanoo in the form of a stream of water from the ground. In Hyojin's view, the inside of Obsidian's Susanoo was precisely the blind spot that Obsidian's shuriken could not attack. So as soon as he sneaked into the Susanoo, he immediately removed the liquid state of his upper body and stretched out 2 fingers toward Obsidian, who was supported in midair by the wood release, and launched the secret technique Water Iron Cannon technique. Seeing that Hyojin used the water transformation technique to invade the inside of his Susanoo, Obsidian also made up his mind and immediately urged his Susanoo to shoot a shuriken at himself. Damn it! Oh no! Hyojin's water iron cannon technique and Obsidian's shuriken were launched almost at the same time. Both sides only noticed each other's killer move after launching their own killer move. For a while, they had no time to respond, and their faces showed a look of surprise. Xiao. Soon, one of the 2 water iron cannon technique launched by Hyojin shot through Obsidian's shoulder blade, while the other grazed Obsidian's cheek, and with a crack, it cut the whirlpool mask on Obsidian's face. At the same time, the entire Susanoo, as well as Obsidian and Hyojin inside, were transferred into the shuriken space by the shuriken. Clang clang clang. Before Hyojin could recover from the inappropriate space-time stripping, he heard a rapid and sharp sound of metal clashing in his ears. Then he looked up and found that Kakashi was fighting with Hiriko's human puppet not far away. Sasori stood on the side of the battlefield, looking at him with a faint smile. At this moment, Hyojin finally understood why Kakashi did not cooperate with him. It turned out that Obsidian had arranged for Sasori to stay in the shuriken space, specifically to deal with enemies who sneak into the shuriken space. Clang! At this time, the broken mask on Obsidian's face fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Kakashi, who noticed the strangeness here, quickly looked over, and when he saw Obsidian's face full of whirlpool-shaped scars, and the familiar pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, he exclaimed, "Obsidian!" Obsidian said coldly, "TCH, why are you acting so surprised, didn't you notice it a long time ago?" Kakashi's figure flickered, got rid of the entanglement of Hiriko's human puppet, flashed in front of Obsidian, and confirmed with a complicated look, "Really? Is it really you?" Here's the second update. Thank you to all the students who donated today. Thank you everyone. It's almost Monday, and the list will be updated. Please recommend and support it. It's no trouble at all, thank you. As Obsidian said, Kakashi had already detected Obsidian's identity from various information and details, but he couldn't believe it, or rather, he didn't want to believe that Obsidian, the hero of the village, was the one who provoked the Nine Tails Rebellion, killed 4 generations of Naruto, and countless Mai ninjas, and controlled the Akatsuki organization to threaten the entire shinobi world. But as the mask on Obsidian's face shattered, all the hope in Kakashi's heart was shattered at this moment. Why? Even though there were thousands of words in his heart, after opening his mouth, Kakashi could only spit out 3 words in pain. The indifferent face of Obsidian instantly became distorted after hearing these words. Why? You clearly promised me that you would protect Rin, why did she die? Like Kakashi, Obsidian also had a why in his heart all these years, a question that he couldn't let go of no matter what. Hearing Obsidian mention Rin, in an instant, the scene of Rin's death rushed to Kakashi like a tidal wave. It's my fault, I didn't protect her well. He seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his whole body staggered back 2 steps, his face was lost. At this time, Hyojin on the side removed the water transformation technique and returned to his normal form. He didn't expect the current situation, he didn't expect Obsidian to make so many targeted arrangements, he didn't hesitate to reveal the secret of his own Kamui, and placed Sasori in the Kamui space in advance. In this way, the situation became complicated. Thus, he quietly observed Kakashi and Obito while secretly trying to adapt to the discomfort caused by the shuriken spacetime stripping and the weakness caused by the water and oil clone's self-destruction. Sasori also led the Haruha puppet and slowly walked over from a distance. He was also very interested in the reunion between Obsidian and Kakashi, so he did not rush to interrupt them. Instead, he stopped at the side and watched with great interest. At this time, Obsidian said coldly, "It's you. It's you who didn't abide by our agreement and didn't protect Lin." Kakashi looked like he was in pain. I am indeed an incompetent loser, but this is not a reason for you to control 9 tails to attack the village, hurt the teacher, and hurt the innocent villagers. The Obsidian fell silent. Kakashi continued, "If you want to take revenge and vent, you can come to me. Even if you kill me, I won't have any complaints. But don't make the same mistake again. Turn back, Obsidian." Obsidian shook his head and muttered to himself, "I don't care about this hellish ninja world anymore. You don't care anymore?" Kakashi's face was full of surprise. Obsidian suddenly smiled, "Kakashi, I want to create a world with Lin. In that world, there will be no war, no killing, and no pain." Kakashi said, "Lin is already dead, Obsidian, don't be stupid, accept the reality. You are the stupid one." After a pause, Obsidian opened his arms, "You are small and incompetent, you don't understand the truth of this ninja world at all. I am the one who can really bring peace to the ninja world." Kakashi clenched the kunai in his hand, "In my heart, you will always be that kind person. I don't understand why you became like this today, but I will stop you no matter what." "Stop me?" With a light snort, Obsidian glanced at the half-sleeve of Naruto on Kakashi's left shoulder and said contemptuously, "You can't even compete with that idiot Kuroto, and you can't even be Naruto. What makes you think you can stop me?" Hyojin, who was secretly thinking about countermeasures, had a black face and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "Kuroto is better than me, he is more suitable to be Naruto than me. As you said, I am just a failure who can't even protect my companions." Obsidian was a little surprised, "You arrogant fool, you actually admit that you are not as good as that guy." Hyojin also glanced at Kakashi and immediately said with certainty, "Well, this must be Kakashi's true words, it must be." Kakashi said, "Obsidian, Kuroto and I are working hard for peace. You may not know how much effort Kuroto has made in bridging the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. If it weren't for him, the Uchiha clan would probably have been destroyed. Come back, we are all your partners, we can work together." Obsidian sneered carelessly, "I don't care about the life and death of the Uchiha clan in the village at all. Maybe someday, I will kill those guys myself. And, if I tell you that idiot Kuroto is my spy in the village, how would you feel?" "What did you say?" Kakashi's eyes were cold. Obsidian smiled playfully and said, "Why do you think I know so much information about the village? How can I accurately attack any target I want to attack?" Looking at Kakashi's surprised face, Obsidian enjoyed it very much. Naturally, Hyojin did not provide him with any effective information, but this did not prevent him from casually driving a wedge between Kakashi, the representative of Naruto, and Hyojin, the 5th Naruto. After a short surprise, Kakashi shook his head and said calmly, "Even if Kuroto really cooperates with you, his purpose should be to inquire about your Akatsuki organization." Obsidian frowned and said, "You trust him so much?" Kakashi nodded gently, "He is different from me. I am a waste who does not know how to cherish my companions, can't fulfill the promise, and can't protect Lin. And he is like you before, a person who really knows how to cherish his companions and loves the village, so I trust him unconditionally." On the side, Hyojin was a little startled when he heard this. He did not expect that Obsidian would reveal their private contact so casually, nor did he expect that Kakashi would trust him to this extent. "Hey, it seems that I, Naruto, am more competent than I thought." There is no doubt that even Hyojin himself did not realize that his performance in dealing with the Uchiha clan's rebellion has made many people look at him in a new light. It can be said that it is his series of actions that allowed the village to retain the Uchiha clan and get out of the quagmire of civil strife. Now, the Uchiha clan alone has 3 Manjikyu Sharingan level combat power, coupled with the strength of Naruto's faction, making Mai the strongest village among the 5 great shinobi villages. Hearing Kakashi say that he unconditionally trusts Hyojin, Obsidian was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "Kakashi, you have changed. Here is the first update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank Aoli Give Classmates Alliance Master for tipping, thank you. Staring at Kakashi, Obsidian said, you've changed. In the past, you only believed in yourself and adhered to the rules of the ninja, but now you know how to trust others. That's because I understand what you said at the beginning. Those who don't cherish their companions are worse than trash. After a pause, Kakashi also stared at Obsidian and said, Obsidian, I know you haven't changed. You are still the gentle, kind, and longing for Naruto Obsidian. Obsidian snorted coldly and said, this is just your wishful thinking. Kakashi immediately asked, then why didn't you do it when you clearly had several opportunities to kill me before? After a moment of silence, Obsidian replied, don't misunderstand, I just want you, trash, to witness the new world without war and sorrow that I've built. Then, without waiting for Kakashi to answer, Obsidian said, since you are in the way, then I can only kill you. Sigh. After a faint sigh, Kakashi raised the kunai in his hand and said, Obsidian, for the village, for the shinobi world, I must stop you. Obsidian took out his chain and said, if you can do it, then come. And try. Seeing that Obsidian and Kakashi were about to make a move, Sasori, who had been silent all this time, grinned at Hyojin and said, Suijin, it's time to settle our previous accounts. Sasori can be said to be the member of the entire Akatsuki organization who has fought with Hyojin's water release the most. Although he did not suffer any losses from the Suijin, he was defeated by the Suijin several times. Even because the Suijin framed him at the door of the gold exchange, he was chased by the 3 generations Naruto for no reason. So when he saw the Suijin, he was angry. Tisk, bad luck. Hyojin snorted and immediately glanced at the Hirako puppet standing next to Sasori. Unlike the 3 generations Kazekage puppet made by Sasori, the Hirako puppet looks more lifelike, and the mechanical parts on the puppet are obviously a lot less. It can be seen that Sasori's puppet-making technology has made earth-shaking progress in the Akatsuki organization. And what is even more noteworthy is that the Hirako puppet's face, limbs, and various joints are inlaid with conspicuous black sticks. At first glance, it looks like Nagato's 6 paths of pain. At this time, Obsidian reminded Sasori, don't be careless, this Suijin is just as despicable and cunning as the other members of Amatsukami. Not only does he have the ice release bloodline limit, but he also has the boiling release bloodline limit, as well as the various water release secret techniques of the Hidden Fog Ghost Lantern clan. If we can't kill him here, it's almost impossible to kill him in a damned place like the country of water. After listening to Obsidian's words, let alone Sasori, even Kakashi couldn't help but glance at Hyojin. A ice release bloodline limit is already very rare nowadays. If combined with the boiling release bloodline limit and the various secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan, then the Suijin is almost immortal in the misty and watery environment of the country of water. Having all his trump cards pointed out by Obsidian, Hyojin said to Kakashi in annoyance, what are you looking at? Take care of yourself first. Don't be soft-hearted just because he's an old acquaintance, or else we'll all die here. Kakashi didn't say anything and locked his gaze back onto Obsidian. In a split second, the 4 people in the Divine Might space, Kakashi and Obsidian, Hyojin and Sasori, stared at each other. Swish, after a brief confrontation, the 4 of them moved almost at the same time. Kakashi and Obsidian were fighting, while Hyojin was entangled by Sasori's Haruhu puppet, in the country of fire. Amai's patrol team was patrolling the forest. Suddenly, the leader stopped in his tracks and leaped onto the crown of a big tree. He activated his Byakugan and looked into the distance. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the other members of the patrol team also jumped onto the crown of the tree one by one and looked into the sky. After observing for a while, a member of the patrol team asked in confusion, Captain, what are you looking at? Isn't there only a dark cloud in the sky over there? Another member echoed, yes, there's not even a bird. The patrol captain of the Hyuga clan did not explain anything, but the expression on his face became more and more solemn, and the bulging veins on both sides of his temples also bulged, as if he was trying his best to activate the Byakugan, trying to see something clearly. One of the team members who noticed that something was wrong asked in a low voice, Captain, what's wrong? At this time, the captain of the Hyuga clan's patrol team replied, there's something wrong with that dark cloud. What's wrong with it? The team members were all puzzled, because in their opinion, although the dark cloud in the distant sky covered the sky and was huge, there was nothing wrong with it. The captain explained, inside and outside that dark cloud, it's filled with intense chakra. It's simply, halfway through his words, the captain was speechless because he could not find a word to accurately describe the terrifying scene he saw in his Byakugan. Such a huge dark cloud is filled with chakra. How terrifying is that ninjutsu? The members of the patrol team were all dumbfounded. At this moment, the Hyuga clan's patrol captain finally saw the true situation of the dark cloud clearly and said in horror, "Detonation talismans. All of them are detonation talismans." After saying that, the captain did not have time to explain to the team members and directly released the communication eagle. Not long after, 3 generations Naruto, as the consulting elder, received the information from the patrol team in the Naruto building and urgently summoned Itachi disguised as Hyojin, Xianxia, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and several other consulting elders. After reading the information from the patrol team, Xianxia frowned and said, "A cloud made of detonation talismans is floating towards the village? Could it be that the information is wrong?" Tsunade also felt very strange. How many detonation talismans would it take to form a cloud? A detonation talisman is about the size of a banknote. Even if it costs 100 million, it would only take a few boxes to fill it up. Wouldn't it take 10 billion or even 100 billion detonation talismans to form a cloud? How is this possible? 3 generations replied, "The captain of the patrol team who sent back the information is a Hyuga with Byakugan, so the information may be a little exaggerated, but it should be based on evidence." Jiraiya asked, "Sensei, do you suspect that it is Akatsuki?" 3 generations nodded, then looked out of the window with his hands behind his back. "Akatsuki first attacked Daimyo, then besieged the mist, and now I am afraid that they are officially making a move on our Mai." Itachi gently nodded. He very much agreed with the judgment of 3 generations. At this time, Xianxia asked Itachi, "Kuroto, have you contacted Akatsuki yet?" As the fire demon of Akatsuki, Itachi shook his head awkwardly. Here is the second update. It's the end of the month. Students who still have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today. Thank you everyone. From the moment the Akatsuki organization attacked the daimyos, many of the 5 great shinobi villages were aware of the Akatsuki organization's motive, so since then, Mai has been trying to contact Amatsukami. In everyone's opinion, only the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, can match the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato. As for the other ninjas, even the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages, who once stood at the peak of the shinobi world, can't resist Nagato, who has the Rinnegan. Therefore, whether or not Amatsukami can support Mai is the key to whether or not he can resist the Akatsuki organization's attack. Seeing Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, shook his head, the elder's expression became solemn. Everyone in the room is very clear that without the support of Amatsukami, it will be very difficult for the 5 great shinobi villages to resist the Akatsuki organization's attack. At this time, Anumbu rushed into Naruto's office and reported, 3 generations, 5 generations, elders, the intelligence team has confirmed that the information sent back by the patrol team is true. And Tsunade immediately said, "Don't hesitate." The Umbu could only bite the bullet and said, "And the actual situation is even worse than what the patrol team reported." After learning the information sent back by the patrol team, Kaiichi Yamanaka immediately used the mind reversal technique to control a communication eagle to fly to the scene of the incident and confirm with his own eyes that the information sent back by the patrol team is true. Not only that, he also found that the information sent back by the patrol team is not only not exaggerated but also incomplete. The cloud of detonation talismans that is coming towards my village is not just a single cloud, but a whole cloud that covers the sky and covers the earth. The scope and scale of the explosion is so large that if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to imagine it. 3 generations murmured, "Is the Akatsuki organization going to launch a decisive battle?" Xianxia, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were also worried. At first, they thought that the information sent back by the patrol team was exaggerated, but now they found out that it is exactly the opposite. Everyone shuddered at the thought of a huge cloud of detonation talismans approaching the village. Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, made a prompt decision and suggested, arrange for the villagers to be relocated. The three generations pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, this time, regardless of whether the Akatsuki wants to fight with us or not, we will treat it as a final battle. The advisory elders nodded in unison, agreeing with Itachi's proposal and the policy of three generations. Then, three generations looked at Itachi. Itachi said consciously, "You have more experience than me, so you should be the one to deploy." Time is pressing, and the three generations didn't delay and immediately began to deploy. Kuroto, the village has already assembled the ninja army, now you have full authority to command. Tsunade, you are in charge of evacuating the villagers. Xiao-chun, go and inform the other Kage that the war is coming. N. Itachi, Tsunade, and Xiao-chun nodded one after another and left Naruto's office. After the others left, Jiraiya asked, "Sensei, what about me?" The Akatsuki's target is Naruto and Fu. After a pause, three generations looked at Jiraiya and said, "From now on, their safety is in your hands." Jiraiya nodded heavily, "I understand." Three generations Naruto stopped Jiraiya who was about to leave. "Don't worry, before that, I need you to do something else." Jiraiya looked at three generations in confusion. Walking to the window, three generations looked at the bustling street outside and said, "It will take a lot of time to evacuate the villagers, so we must think of a way to delay the Akatsuki's attack." Frowning, Jiraiya thought of something. "Sensei, you want to carry out the plan proposed by Kakashi?" Three generations nodded lightly, "Yes." Jiraiya was a little hesitant, but Amatsuki, three generations said, "Don't worry, if Amatsuki wants to pursue the matter, this old man will bear all the consequences. Don't think too much, just carry out the plan." Jiraiya said no more and immediately left Naruto's office. On Itachi's side, after leaving Naruto's office, he didn't immediately take over Mai's army. Instead, he sent out several crows to inform Hyojin about the situation in the village in detail and asked Hyojin for advice. Tsunade immediately rushed to my hospital and mobilized all the medical ninjas to evacuate the villagers in an orderly manner according to the previously set plan. Jiraiya caught up with Xiao-chun and rushed to the Umbu base to inform three generations Tsuchikage, 4 generations Liang, and 4 generations Kazekage about the Akatsuki's upcoming attack in Mai. For a moment, the peaceful village was plunged into chaos. A series of urgent and sharp alarms echoed in the sky above the village. In the practice field next to the Uchiha clan's land, Jishui and Shinichi, the two Uchiha clan's Manjikyu, are guiding Sasuke to use the Manjikyu Sharingan. Sasuke may have some shortcomings in terms of personality, but his ability to learn and absorb skills is unquestionable. After a week or two of targeted practice, he has gradually become proficient in the use of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the use of some small skills has also become more and more handy. At this moment, the loud alarm stopped Sasuke's practice. He looked around blankly and asked, "Hey, what's going on with this alarm?" Jishui and Shinichi looked at each other with a dignified expression on their faces. As the captain of the police force, they are very clear about the requirements of the village's alarm. This level of alarm is only sounded when the village encounters a major crisis and the villagers need to be evacuated immediately. Swish, suddenly, a figure landed on the practice field. It's none other than Jiraiya, who just came from the Umbu's base. He glanced at Jishui, Shinichi, and Sasuke and said, "You are all here." Jishui quickly asked, "Jiraiya-sama, what happened?" Jiraiya told the three Uchiha in detail about the Akatsuki's upcoming attack, and then said, "The current situation is very urgent, the Akatsuki may launch an attack on the village at any time." Sasuke was a little eager. "Sensei, what do you need me to do?" Jishui also said, "Jiraiya-sama, what do you need me to do?" Jiraiya looked at Jishui and Shinichi and said, "The village does have a mission, and I need your help." Jishui asked, "What mission?" At this time, Jiraiya took out 2 cloaks that are very similar to Amatsukumi's standard black cloaks and 2 flame patterns. "It will take some time to move the villagers, so we must delay the Akatsuki's attack, so the village needs the 2 of you to pretend to be Amatsukumi's fire demon to stop the Akatsuki." Taking the cloak and mask that are obviously rough made from Jiraiya's hands, Jishui had a thought in her mind, "Can I use my own?" First update, please recommend, monthly votes. At this time, Shinichi shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I have other things to deal with." Jiraiya frowned and immediately said with a serious face, "Shinichi, this task is related to the safety of hundreds of thousands of villagers in the village. Please do not refuse. Konoha has the largest population among the 5 great shinobi villages, with a resident population of more than 100,000. After all, Konoha is the #1 shinobi village in the shinobi world that can mobilize more than 10,000 shinobi. And the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of villagers was not something that could be done in a short time, which was why 3 generations resolutely carried out Kakashi's original plan without discussing with Amatsukami. Shinichi still shook his head and said, "I'm really sorry, but I need to deal with something more important than this." Jishui, who knew what Shinichi wanted to do, quickly explained, "Jiraiya-sama, Shinichi really needs to deal with a very important matter. Why don't you let me carry out this task alone?" Jiraiya said, "Everyone knows that there are 2 Homosubi in Amatsukami, if it's just you alone." Without waiting for Jiraiya to finish, Sasuke muttered, "Sensei Jiraiya, have you forgotten that you still have me? I have also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and pretending to be Homosubi of Amatsukami is a piece of cake." Jiraiya was a little hesitant. Although Sasuke's strength was not bad, he was still a little too young. Sasuke took the cloak and the mask from Jiraiya's hand and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Besides, I still have a score to settle with Akatsuki." Sasuke did not forget the debt of Akatsuki kidnapping him. Since time was tight, and Shinichi was not willing to let go, Jiraiya could only agree with Sasuke and said, "Jishui, Sasuke, you two come with me." Not long after, Jiraiya led Jishui and Sasuke to a small forest outside the village, where 3 figures were already waiting. Sasuke looked carefully and found that he knew the 3 people in the forest. They were Deadale of Rock Village, Kimimaro, and Haku of Sound Village. Jiraiya didn't waste any time and immediately handed 3 black cloaks and 3 masks with rock patterns, wind patterns, and water patterns to Deadale, Kimimaro, and Haku. He said, "From now on, you will disguise yourselves as Xidagarba, Winchim, and Suijin from Amatsukami." Taking the cloaks and masks, Deadale looked unhappy and asked, "Why do we have to disguise ourselves as members of Amatsukami?" Jiraiya explained, "Amatsukami is very powerful. If you attack as members of Amatsukami, even if you don't fight, the Akatsuki will be afraid and delay their offensive." Tisk. Deadale, who had been warned by the 3 generations of Tsuchikage, reluctantly put on the cloak and mask of Xidagarba. Kimimaro and Bayamo didn't say anything as they put on their own masks and cloaks. Shursui looked at Deadale, Kimimaro, Haku, and Sasuke, who were all wearing Amatsukami's uniform, and Homosuke, who was also changing his clothes. As a true member of Amatsukami, Shursui felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. But soon, he noticed that the people chosen by the village did indeed fit the characteristics of Xidagarba, Wind Chimes, and River Master, his 3 colleagues. Maybe the village's plan can be delayed until Senpai comes back. Thinking of this, Jishui also put on the inferior cloak and mask of Amatsukami. After the 5 of them finished changing their equipment, Jiraiya carefully looked around and his gaze finally fell on Sasuke. He frowned and shook his head. Sasuke was currently less than 13 years old, and his physique was relatively small, so the cloak and mask that were originally prepared for Shinichi undoubtedly didn't fit him very well. Seeing Jiraiya shake his head, Sasuke quickly said, "I can use the transformation technique." Saying this, he made a hand seal and used the transformation technique, turning himself into a 17 or 18 years old youth. Kimimaro said with an expressionless face, "It is said that one of the 2 members of Amatsukami is a woman." As soon as Kimimaro said this, everyone's eyes focused on Sasuke. Jishui said awkwardly, "Sasuke, since you already used the transformation technique, then." Sasuke didn't expect such a situation. His face turned red and he wanted to argue, but when he saw everyone looking at him, he could only grit his teeth and use the transformation technique again. This time, he turned into a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Kimimaro said calmly, "Imitating others is one of the ninja's skills. You don't need to be so nervous." Sasuke's muscles tightened and he denied, "Who said I was nervous?" Haku said in a friendly tone, "Sasuke-san, it's okay. You don't need to feel embarrassed in front of us." Deadale nodded seriously, "Yes, we will keep it a secret for you." Assistant Swa immediately became hysterical. "Hey, you guys, don't say any more. This kind of thing is not a problem for me. I don't feel nervous or embarrassed." After smiling, Jiraiya quickly restored his serious face and said, you five have a very serious mission. It is very likely that you will be attacked by the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, so you must be extra careful. The five people nodded. Jiraiya continued, Jishui, this special squad is under your command. Your mission is to attract the attention of Akatsuki, delay their attack on the village, and buy time for the villagers to evacuate. Remember, you are not real members of Amatsukami, so you must avoid direct confrontation with the members of Akatsuki as much as possible to avoid danger or exposing your identity. Jishui pondered for a moment and confirmed, how long do we need to delay? Jiraiya said, according to the estimation of the intelligence team, the detonator cloud will reach the village in about 3 hours, and it will take at least 5 hours to evacuate all the villagers, so you have to delay as much as possible for 2 hours. At this time, Deadale patted the ninja bag on his waist and said with a smile, don't worry, even if the skin of Amatsukami can't deter those madmen of Akatsuki, I have other ways to delay for a while. Please. Jiraiya also bowed to the few of them. Deadale, Kimimaro, and Haku didn't dodge and accepted Jiraiya's salute. Since they aren't my ninjas, they don't need to take such a risk. Jishui stepped aside, while Sasuke stepped forward to support Jiraiya. Sensei, we will definitely complete the mission. Jiraiya patted Sasuke's shoulder with a complicated expression, be careful. The corner of Sasuke's mouth rose, Sensei, your worry is unnecessary, I have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, even if I encounter the leader of Akatsuki, I have a chance of winning. Bang, in a burst of white smoke, 2 clay birds appeared. Deadale jumped on one of them and said with a smile, hey, we are now part of Amatsukami, don't be so slow, let's go. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I want to thank the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. Under Deadale's urging, Kimimaro and Haku jumped on his clay bird, while Jishui and Sasuke jumped on the other. Soon, the 2 white clay birds flapped their wings and flew into the sky. In the forest, Jiraiya watched the 2 clay birds disappear from his field of vision before letting out a faint sigh and disappearing in a flash. Although he was worried about his disciple Sasuke's safety, he had to focus on making arrangements to protect Naruto and Fumu, the 2 Jinchuriki. In the sky, a group of 5 people disguised as members of Amatsukami were sitting or standing on 2 clay birds. Their black cloaks with golden edges fluttered in the wind. At first glance, they looked quite powerful. In fact, due to the lack of time, the cloaks and masks prepared by the village were obviously inferior to the authentic ones made by Hyojin. This wasn't just the difference in craftsmanship, but also the difference in technique. The real Amatsukami's cloaks and masks were engraved with the sealing techniques of Hyojin, an expert in sealing techniques, which could block the probing of dojutsu and perceptual ninjutsu to a certain extent. Especially the mask, which required a high level of skill. The angle of the opening of the eyes on the mask, the arrangement of the internal seals, and so on are the results of Suijin's rigorous experiments. It can conceal the pupils of the wearer very cleverly. Even in close combat with the enemy, it is difficult for the enemy to directly observe the true appearance of the pupils under the mask through their eyes. However, the temporary masks made by the village didn't have this effect. It could be said that apart from the appearance and the pattern on the surface, the craftsmanship and technique were very different from the authentic ones. However, it was enough to bluff people. Apart from Jishui, who had used the real Amatsukami's cloaks and masks, it would be difficult for others to notice the difference in the details. After fiddling with the cloak and mask, Jishui said to Sasuke, Sasuke, this isn't a practice, so don't act on your own. Sasuke nodded, I understand. Then, Jishui raised his voice and said to the others, everyone, our mission this time is to slow down the Akatsuki's offensive, not to fight them head-on, so we should avoid fighting as much as possible. Deadale, who was sitting cross-legged on the clay bird, muttered, I hope that the skin of Amatsukami is as useful as you think. Kimimaro asked, if fighting is unavoidable, what should we do? Shursui answered without hesitation, if it really comes to that, we will temporarily avoid it. In short, this operation is mainly to restrain them and avoid any unnecessary battles. Sasuke curled his lips and said, Brother Jishui, your tactics are too conservative. Jishui said sternly, Sasuke, our enemy this time is likely to be the leader of Akatsuki. Even if you and I have the Manjikyu Sharingan, we are far from being his opponent. In the entire shinobi world, only the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, can be a match for him, so don't underestimate him. But, before Sasuke could finish his words, Jishui interrupted him, no buts, I am the captain of this operation, so you must listen to my orders. Sasuke nodded and said, yes. If Yama knows that Sasuke is pretending to be her, I don't know if she will get angry or not. After thinking for a while, Shisui said to Sasuke, remember, the Amatsukami Homasubi that you are currently disguised as has never been defeated by the Akatsuki members, so don't ruin her reputation. Sasuke said confidently, brother Jishui, just watch my performance. The flying speed of the clay birds was very fast. Shisui only had time to make a simple tactical deployment. In the distance, the cloud made of detonation talismans, which was mentioned in the intelligence report, appeared faintly in the horizon. Looking at the cloud of detonation talismans, Deadale, who was sitting cross-legged, couldn't help but stand up and murmur in shock, This is simply art. Kimimara's indifferent face showed a rare expression. Haku was also surprised, this is incredible. On the other clay bird, Jishui's expression was very serious. Because he had the Manjikyu Sharingan, he could see more information than others. In his Manjikyu Sharingan's field of vision, the cloud was emitting an indescribable chakra fluctuation. He had never seen or heard of something like this before. He couldn't imagine what kind of damage such a cloud of detonation talismans would cause if it reached the village. In the distance, almost at the same time when Jishui and the others discovered the cloud of detonation talismans, Nagato, Konan, and White Zetsu's doppelganger also discovered them. Konan frowned and said, it's Amatsukami. Nagato nodded indifferently. Especially made by Ju Clone, who was being carried by Little Nan's paper escape technique, observed the Gods Organization's members on the two clay birds in the distance and said in slight astonishment, how strange. Gods Organization usually has 2 members working together. I can't believe they actually sent 5 people at once this time. Konan was a little worried, it seems that Amatsukami is prepared. Almost subconsciously, Konan stopped the advancement of the detonation talismans. This detonation talisman cloud was made up of more than 400 billion detonation talismans. Konan originally planned to use it to deal with Obsidian, but as Nagato's strength increased, Obsidian's threat to them was getting smaller and smaller, so she used all the detonation talismans in this final battle. The special doppelganger ordered the doppelganger on the ground to search around, and after confirming that there were no other members of Amatsukami, he introduced to Nagato and Konan, the 5 members of Amatsukami on the other side are Balrog, Winchim, Xidagarba, and Suijin. Among them, the male Balrog, Winchim, and Xidagarba need special attention. Nagato and Konan listened quietly, and they didn't interrupt the doppelganger's introduction. On the other side, seeing that the detonation talisman cloud stopped, the 5 people on the clay birds secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, their disguise as Amatsukami had worked, even if they just showed their faces from afar. Akatsuki immediately responded. Deadale said with a guilty conscience, hey, if it's just a confrontation, I'm afraid it won't last long. Jishui braced herself and said while thinking of a countermeasure, let's drag it out as long as we can. First update, it's the end of the month, students who still have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. The male Homasubi wields a divine artifact called the Sword of 10 Fists. It is a sealing sword that even Izanagi could not break. Once you are sealed by it, you will fall into a befuddled illusion and be unable to free yourself. The bone vein of Kaze is different from the normal Kagaya clansman. It is extremely destructive, and even Susanoo could not defend against it. Moreover, it can suppress Hirako in terms of physical arts, and it has mastered the magnetic release Kekkei Genkai limit, which makes it very dangerous. The Xidagarba has mastered the dust release Kekkei Genkai limit, so he is also very dangerous. Although the female Homasubi is strong, according to the information we have collected so far, she does not seem to have any skills that are too dangerous. As for the ice release Kekkei Genkai, Suijin is weaker than the other members of Amatsukami. While the doppelganger on the ground was scouting around, the special doppelganger in the detonation talisman cloud introduced the situation of the members of Amatsukami to Nagato and Konan. After all, Nagato and Konan had been fighting with the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, while the Obsidian had more contact with the other members of Amatsukami. Nagato listened quietly, and his eyes were extremely cold. In his eyes, the other members of Amatsukami were not worth mentioning. From the beginning to the end, the only person he really cared about was the leader of Amatsukami, Otsutsuki Samurai. Meanwhile, Konan looked around vigilantly. She knew very well that although the 5 members of Amatsukami were difficult to deal with, the one who could really decide the outcome of this battle was the leader of Amatsukami, on the ground. The patrol team of Mai, who had been watching the detonation talisman cloud from afar, was quite surprised to see the cloud suddenly stop. At this time, a member of the patrol team pointed at the sky on the other side. "Captain, is that Amatsukami?" The captain of the patrol team quickly looked over and saw that on the other side of the sky, there were 2 white birds, and there were 5 mysterious people wearing black cloaks and various patterns on their faces. "Amatsukami. It is Amatsukami." The captain of the patrol team nodded repeatedly, and there was a hint of joy in his voice. At this time, the members of the patrol team asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" At one end of the sky was a cloud formed by detonation talismans that blotted out the sun. Just looking at it from afar would make one lose the will to resist. On the other side, there were 5 members of Amatsukami, each of whom was a living legend in the shinobi world. Sandwiched between these 2 forces, the members of Amatsukami felt instinctively uneasy. "This is not a battle we can interfere in." After a pause, the patrol leader immediately corrected him, "No, this is no longer a battle that we can monitor." Amatsukami. Almost all the Amatsukami, Rei, Retreat, and Amatsukami, and ninjas, Amatsukami, and San, and the Ninja King, the tribe, King, and of the King, and the ninjas Amur, Homage, and the King, and the of King, and San, who, the is, the of is. The confrontation in the sky is still ongoing. Feeling the huge pressure coming from the totem, the 5 people on the clay bird felt very uncomfortable. Even Dead Ale, who has always been fearless, had a solemn expression under his mask. At this time, Haku quietly entered sage mode, using nature energy to perceive the forest on the ground, and said, "The patrols monitoring the totem are retreating, and the other party is also sending people to search the ground. It seems that they want to check if there is an ambush on our side." Jishui understands that the other party is not worried about an ambush, but is looking for the traces of the leader of Amatsukami, but only he knows that Hyojin is not in the land of fire at the moment, so he asked with a guilty conscience, "How fast is the other party investigating?" Haku replied, "Very fast. The other party has a lot of chakra on the ground, the number is about 200 to 300, and with their current speed, it will take them at most 15 minutes to thoroughly investigate the entire forest." Deadale glanced at Haku and said, "What, 15 minutes?" As soon as he heard that there is only 15 minutes left, Sasuke's body faintly trembled. It is unknown whether it is because of excitement or fear, or both. Compared to the other 4 members of the team, he has the least combat experience, and now he is facing one of the 2 strongest shinobi in the world, the leader of Akatsuki. Noticing the ups and downs of Sasuke's emotions, Jishui comforted him, "Don't be nervous, we are now pretending to be Amatsukami, even if the other party finishes investigating, they may not immediately launch an attack." Kimimaro glanced at Sasuke and said, "I won't let you die." Sasuke's face suddenly turned red. "Humph, take care of yourself, our Uchiha is never afraid of fighting." Time passed, and in this calm and suffocating confrontation, 15 minutes passed in a flash. Counting the time, Deadale put his hands into the ninja bag on his waist and slightly narrowed his eyes. Kimimaro took out a pill, put it in his mouth and chewed it gently. This is a pill specially made for him by Tsunade. After taking it, the effect will barely last for 20 minutes, and during these 20 minutes, his blood disease will be temporarily suppressed. Haku, who has been absorbing nature's chakra with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the detonation runes in front of him. At this moment, the 3 Sharingan in Jishui's eye sockets also changed into the form of a 4-edged shuriken, and she whispered to Sasuke, "Remember, don't use Susanoo unless it is a critical moment, it will expose our identity." Sasuke nodded and asked, "What about Amaterasu?" Whoosh, whoosh, without waiting for Jishui to answer, an ear-piercing whistling sound was heard, and 2 tail beast jades shot out from the forest on the ground, shooting towards the 2 clay birds in the air at lightning speed. The attention of the 5 people on the clay bird was currently focused on the detonation cloud, so when faced with this sudden attack, everyone, including Dead Ale, was caught off guard. They simply didn't have time to urge the clay bird to evade, so they could only jump off the clay bird one after another. Rumble. In an instant, the two clay birds that were hit by the tail beast jades exploded in the air like fireworks. While falling, Jishui immediately stabilized his body and shouted to his companions, "Our task is to slow down the enemy's attack, remember, don't fight recklessly." The others who were also falling didn't have time to respond, and under the impact of the explosion, they scattered in the lush forest. Whoosh, using the dense canopy as a buffer, Sasuke barely landed on the ground, looked around, and didn't find any of his companions. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Rumble, the continuous explosions in the distance and the faint trembling of the ground under his feet all told Sasuke that at this moment, his companions had already started fighting with the enemy. Excitement, and a trace of panic hidden in the bottom of his heart made Sasuke restless. At this moment, a surging chakra came from afar and quickly came towards Sasuke's direction. Even if Sasuke wasn't a perceptual ninja, he could easily detect the aggressive enemy because the enemy didn't have the slightest intention to hide his intentions. Not only did he not restrain his chakra, but he also didn't even avoid the trees and bushes along the way, it was simply a rampage, leaving a whole path of smoke. Is it coming? The three Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets quickly changed into a six-pointed star pattern. Then he took out a kunai from the ninja bag on his waist and placed it in front of him. Staring at the rising smoke in the distance, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. "No matter who you are, looking for me is your biggest mistake. Whether it's Amatsukami or Akatsuki, I will let you guys understand how stupid it is to be an enemy of Uchiha." In his excitement, he had forgotten Jishui's words just now, and only thought about how to prove himself. He didn't have the slightest intention to meet up with his lost companions. In just a few breaths of time, the approaching figure hit several trees in a row, accompanied by a rumbling sound, and arrived in front of Sasuke. After seeing the approaching person, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Although the person was wearing the Akatsuki's signature red cloud clothes, Sasuke knew the person's appearance. He frowned slightly. "Hey, aren't you Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki? How did you join the Akatsuki?" Chi Labai, who had been made into the hungry ghost realm, had long lost his own consciousness. Under Nagato's control, he did not utter a single word of nonsense and fiercely pounced towards Sasuke. Sasuke, who was observing the strange black rods inlaid on Chilabai's face, said with some regret, "Since you have betrayed Kumo, then I can only treat you as a traitorous ninja and kill you." After saying that, Sasuke went forward, on the other side. Two silhouettes shuttled through the forest like ghosts. Their movements were so swift that they even left behind two long afterimages in broad daylight. It was a dazzling sight. The figures in the battle were none other than Jishui and the six-tailed human pillar Li Gao, who had been made into the Tao of the human realm. Jishui, who had the title of teleportation, was undeniably fast. Yu Gao, who had transformed into a tailed beast, was also the fastest among the few human Jinchuriki that were made into the six paths of pain. As a result, there was this scene in front of them. Two afterimages constantly shuttled through the forest, sometimes colliding, sometimes chasing. Every time their figures crossed paths, there would be a sharp and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, accompanied by splattering sparks, clang. After another confrontation, Jishui's figure swayed, and he pulled some distance from Yu Gao. Just like Sasuke, when he found out that the attacker was the six-tailed human pillar Li Gao of the Mist Village, he was also quite surprised. However, when he noticed the black rods on Yu Gao's face, he immediately guessed what happened to Yu Gao, so he did not waste his breath. At this time, he glanced at the kunai in his hand out of the corner of his eye, and his expression slightly froze. The kunai in his hand, which was forged from fine steel, was rusty at the moment. Not only that, but the traces of corrosion seemed to be spreading, making a poochie-poochie sound of burning. Throwing away the kunai in his hand, Jishui realized that after transforming into a tailed beast, Yu Gao's claws were not only as hard and sharp as metal, but the tailed beast coat was also extremely corrosive. Oh no, if the other human Jinchuriki that were captured by the Akatsuki organization were all made into the six paths of pain, then Sasuke will be in danger. With this thought, Jishui suddenly did not want to entangle with Yu Gao anymore. When Sasuke and Jishui were attacked by the eight-tailed human pillar Chilabai, who was made into the hungry ghost path, and the six-tailed human pillar Li Gao was made into the mortal path. When Yu Gao attacked, the four-tailed human pillar Old Purple was made into the Naraka path, and the five-tailed human pillar Han was made into the Azura path. On the other side, the two-tailed human pillar Limudo, who was made into the animal path, quickly made a seal and shouted in an ethereal tone, "Psychic technique." Bang, 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 in an instant, several clouds of white smoke surged in the surroundings. After the white smoke dissipated, a huge chameleon, a three-headed hellhound, a strange bird with a sharp beak, and 3 giant centipedes appeared in front of Dead Ale. Then, the Mudo stepped on the chameleon's tongue and entered the chameleon's mouth. Then, her figure gradually disappeared from Dead Ale's sight. Surrounded by many huge psychic beasts, Dead Ale smiled, "Everyone, the time to witness art has come." Yeah. In the cloud of exploding talismans in the air, Nagato looked at the forest that was exploding from time to time with an indifferent expression. The special white Zetsu clone said, "Yugao's speed is the fastest, so it's the safest for him to entangle the male Balrog. Han is a body technique type ninja, so his speed isn't slow either, so he should be able to entangle Windchime in a short time. The Mudo's psychic beast is the most suitable to consume Xidagarba's chakra. Even if Xidagarba uses dust release, it won't cause any substantial damage to us." Little South gently nodded and asked, "What about the other two?" The white Zetsu clone explained, "The female Balrog and the weakest Suijin are our breakthrough points. The strongest Chilabai should have no problem defeating the female Balrog. Then, he can cooperate with Yugao to attack the male Balrog. As for Suijin, Old Purple should be able to finish the battle quickly. Then, he can cooperate with Han to attack Windchime. As for Xidagarba, we can leave him for the last." Yeah. Little South expressed his agreement with the white Zetsu clone's suggestion. "Let's continue forward," Nagato said lightly at this time, as if the fierce battle on the ground was nothing to him. Little South didn't waste any more words and once again activated the exploding talisman cloud that covered the sky, advancing towards the direction of my village. In the forest, White, who was fighting with Old Purple, noticed that the exploding talisman cloud in the sky was floating again. His heart shivered, and he immediately didn't care much. He quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Water release, great waterfall technique." Whoosh, in an instant, a huge wave rushed towards Old Purple. Before Old Purple could break free from the huge wave, White put his palms together, immortal technique, frozen coffin. In an instant, the huge wave condensed into a cold frost, and Old Purple, who was trapped in the huge wave, was also completely frozen. From afar, he looked like a huge ice coffin. After instantly killing Old Purple, White's body swayed and disappeared on the spot. Then, countless ice mirrors appeared in the sky, and these ice mirrors combined to become a huge ice mirror that cut off the sky and earth, blocking the path of the exploding talisman cloud. The second update is here. It's the last day. Please support me with your monthly votes. If you don't vote now, it'll be a waste. A huge ice mirror composed of countless ice mirrors appeared in front of the detonation talisman cloud, blocking the path of Nagato, Conan, and the others. At this time, the sun shone on the mirror. In an instant, under the illumination of the sun, the sparkling and translucent surface of the mirror reflected a brilliant brilliance, reflected in the air, and finally transformed into a gorgeous rainbow. This rainbow stretched between the ice mirror and the detonation talisman cloud, and under the lingering cold mist emitted from the ice mirror, it seemed like a dream. Looking at this unreal scene, Conan frowned and asked the special white Zetsu clone next to him, "Are you sure that Suijin is the weakest one among them?" The special white Zetsu clone was also stunned at this moment. This is impossible. Zetsu has been collecting information about Amatsukami, and he is very familiar with the achievements of each member of Amatsukami. According to the information, the most outstanding achievement of Suijin was escaping the pursuit of 3 generations Naruto together with Homosubi. Other than that, Suijin had no other achievements, so Zetsu thought that Suijin was at most at the level of a Jonin. Who would have thought that Suijin was so strong that he was able to instantly trap the Four-Tails Jinchuriki that was made into the Naruto realm and displayed such an exaggerated ice release ninjutsu, showing a terrifying strength beyond the normal Kage level. Looking at the huge mirror in front of him that seemed to have no end, a strange light flashed in Nagato's eyes, but soon he restored his usual indifference and slowly raised his arm. Conan hurriedly stopped Nagato. "Let me do it, your opponent is Otsutsuki Samurai, don't waste chakra on others." Nagato nodded and slowly put down his arm. At this time, Conan slowly turned her head and looked at the huge ice mirror blocking the way. Her eyes gradually became cold. As a paper-release ninja, surrounded by 400 billion detonation talismans, she was a god of destruction that could destroy all the targets in her sight. As she slowly formed a hand seal, the detonation talismans floating in the cloud of detonation talismans quickly moved. Among them, the outermost layer of detonation talismans automatically folded like paper, and instantly folded into the shape of a shuriken. Then, accompanied by a whistling sound, the shurikens shot towards the huge ice mirror not far away. At the same time, the cold mist surrounding the ice mirror condensed into 1,000 sharp icicles that shot towards the explosive cloud, causing a sharp whistling sound that pierced through the air. On the ground, looking at the huge ice mirror in the sky, Jishui was touched and lamented, "Sigh, I still lack experience." He did not expect that Haku, as a ninja of sound, would go to such lengths to help me evacuate the villagers. However, as a ninja who had really fought with Nagato, he was very clear that their team could not defeat Nagato. Their mission was to move around and restrain Nagato. If they wanted to win in the end, the only way was to delay until Hyojin rushed back to the village. However, apart from him, the members of the team had no real experience of fighting with Nagato. In addition, they were all the best of the younger generation, so it was easy for them to misjudge the strength of both sides, causing unnecessary casualties. Although Haku was very outstanding among his peers, it was far from enough to fight with Nagato. As the leader of this team, Jishui had to ensure the safety of every member of the team. He could not let these ninjas who fought for me die here. Rumble. At this time, a series of dense explosions came from the sky. The detonation talisman shurikens that shot out from the detonation talisman cloud were like raindrops, shooting at the huge ice mirror layer by layer. Bing Chanben, who was on the ice mirror, did not show any weakness and met the detonation talisman shurikens in an overwhelming manner. Both sides had a shocking number of shurikens, so a simple collision caused a continuous explosion like the end of the world, causing the whole sky to flicker. Seeing this, Jishui thought to himself, fortunately, Nagato did not attack. As long as Nagato doesn't make a move, then Haku is safe for the time being. Although it is a very uneconomical exchange to use his own chakra against the detonation talisman, at least Haku temporarily stopped the detonation talisman cloud from advancing. After confirming that Haku was not in danger for the time being, Jishui continued to fight with Yugao while looking for traces of Sasuke in the forest. On Sasuke's side, clang clang clang, the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing constantly sounded in the forest, and every time it sounded, there would be dazzling sparks. In the fierce battle, Sasuke's face was filled with a strong sense of disbelief. He did not expect that his opponent's physical skills would be even more powerful than his own Manjikyu Sharingan. The 7 long swords in his opponent's hands were even more tricky, strange, and unpredictable. Even the Manjikyu Sharingan could not completely see through them. After another round of confrontation, Sasuke reluctantly retreated, gasping for breath. Drip, drip. At this time, drops of blood dripped from Sasuke's body to the ground. At this moment, his black cloak with golden edges was covered with knife marks of different sizes. His face, neck, arms, and waist were all covered with wounds of different depths, dripping with blood. Damn it! Sasuke was a little angry. Kuroto never thought that he would lose to this inexplicable guy in front of him in terms of taijutsu, even though he has mastered the lightning release stimulation technique and has the Manjikyu Sharingan. Because of the explosion in the air, smoke and dust were everywhere, and at this time the light in the forest became dim. Sasuke glanced at the sky and found that Haku had already fought with the real Akatsuki members, and he was tied down by a Kumo traitor, so he said to Chalabi in front of him, "Idiot, you asked for this." Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and a black flame shot out from his pupils, and in the blink of an eye, it burned Chalabi's body. Looking at Chalabi who was burned by the black flame, Sasuke ignored the blood and tears flowing from his eyes, and the corner of his mouth raised. "Humph, in my pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, you are nothing." After saying that, Sasuke shifted his gaze and looked around, remembering to confirm the situation of his other companions. Whoosh! At this moment, Chalabi, who was burned by Sasuke's Amaterasu, suddenly flashed and rushed towards Sasuke. "You!" Hearing the movement, Sasuke looked at Chalabi in surprise. At this moment, he instinctively felt the danger, and subconsciously activated Susanoo. Almost at the moment when Sasuke activated Susanoo, Chalabi, who used Thunder Plow Hot Blade, rushed in front of him. Gotcha, Susanoo that had just been projected from Sasuke's body was broken. The first update, the last 6 hours for monthly votes. Fortunately, my family and friends haven't been infected yet, which is quite a relief for me. I thought that I could write peacefully like this, but in reality, I couldn't calm down at all. After a while, I would want to check the news, check the situation of the epidemic, or confirm the situation of my family and friends. Although I'm not panicking, I'm very anxious. I don't know if everyone is the same as me. Coupled with the pressure of not being able to go out, my writing condition is very bad, which resulted in not many updates. I would like to apologize to everyone here, I'm really sorry. Sigh, I was originally prepared to continuously release more chapters at the climax, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. I can only beg for everyone's understanding. I will also do my best to adjust my condition, and do my best to satisfy everyone. There are only 6 hours left of this month, and the top 5 monthly votes will be rewarded. I'm currently ranked 6th, so I'm asking for monthly votes, and I hope everyone can support me. At that moment, Sasuke felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train. A huge force poured onto his body, causing him to be unable to stabilize his body. His whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, boom boom boom. With a loud bang, he knocked down 7 or 8 trees in a row, stirring up a long trail of smoke before he finally stopped. What happened? Lying in the ruins, Sasuke was still in a daze. He was sure that his Amaterasu had hit his opponent, so he let his guard down a little. He did not expect his opponent to be able to burst out with such a fierce counterattack. Puff, soon, Sasuke's chest tightened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he realize that if he had not instinctively activated Susanoo just now and paid the price of Susanoo instantly breaking to offset most of the opponent's strength, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Thinking of this, he staggered to his feet and glared fiercely at the opposite side. At this moment, Chilabai's body was still burning with the black flame of Amaterasu. His eye-catching red cloud robe had already been burned into a mess. Even his 7 sabers were gradually twisted and deformed under the burning of the black flame. As he coughed, Sasuke sneered and said, "Ahem. This is not an ordinary fire release. Just wait for your death." In private, Sasuke had done several experiments, so he was very clear that the power of Amaterasu was far more than the ordinary fire release. Once it touched his body, unless he took the initiative to extinguish it, the black flame of Amaterasu would burn endlessly until it was completely burned. However, as soon as Sasuke's voice fell, the black flame that was burning all over Chalabi's body silently extinguished in front of him. This? Sasuke's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, Chalabi, who was burned to the point that smoke was rising from his body, slowly opened his mouth and said in an inexplicable indifferent tone, "Your Susanoo is not golden, and you're not a Balrog. Who are you?" Sasuke did not reply, as he was still immersed in the shock of his Amaterasu being extinguished by his opponent. There is no doubt that he doesn't know that in addition to being sealed, the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu can also restrain the black flames of Amaterasu, and the Karabi in front of him happens to be one of the 6 paths of pains that has the ability to absorb ninjutsu. You don't want to tell me? At this time, Hungry Ghost Realm Chilabai's figure flashed, and he once again activated Thunder Plow Hot Blade. However, this time was different from before. Before he used it, he put on the coat of a tailed beast, and his speed and strength had a qualitative leap. Sasuke quickly activated Susanoo and stretched out his arms in front of him to protect himself. Boom, with another loud explosion, Sasuke and his Susanoo were knocked back more than 10 meters, and a large part of the forest was blown away. Puff, after barely blocking this blow, Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood again. The stinging pain from the excessive consumption of his pupil power, and the suffocation in his chest made his consciousness a little dazed. He shook his head to concentrate, but found that the enemy in his eyes had a double image. His eyesight was declining due to excessive consumption of the pupil power, and it was revealed at this moment, which made him unable to adapt for a while. Hungry Ghost Realm Chilabai walked slowly towards Sasuke, and said lightly, "Sure enough, you are not a real fire demon, you are so weak." Listening to Chilabai's words, Sasuke, who was covering his Manjikyu Sharingan, immediately twisted his expression. Damn, you bastard, how dare you look down on me? After roaring, regardless of the decline of his eyesight, he forcibly activated Susanoo again. Not only that, but he also activated Amaterasu and Earth Life. At the same time as 2 lines of blood tears flowed from his eyes, his purple Susanoo assumed the posture of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. At the same time, the black flame of Amaterasu, which had been changed by Earth Life, covered the whole body of the arrow. Go to hell, you damn traitorous ninja. Swish, accompanied by Sasuke's hysterical roar, his Susanoo also shot the arrow covered with the black flame of Amaterasu. With a whistling sound, the arrow instantly hit Chillabai on the opposite side, causing a huge explosion, and Chillabai's location was completely engulfed by the explosion. Looking at the thick smoke rising in front of him, Sasuke coughed up blood and said to himself, I didn't bring shame to the Uchiha clan. While speaking, the Susanoo that covered his whole body quickly shed its weapons and armor, and then its figure became blurred, leaving only a skeleton, and finally, even the skeleton gradually faded, annihilating in front of Sasuke. At this time, a gust of wind blew, blowing away the smoke in the opposite sky. Sasuke looked over with his blurred vision and found a figure standing quietly in the smoke that was blown away. He frowned and carefully identified it, then his face stiffened, and he exclaimed, how is this possible? Hungry Ghost Realm. Chillabai didn't say a word, and once again slowly walked towards Sasuke, whose pupil power was almost exhausted. You, don't come over. Sasuke wanted to retreat, but just as he was about to exert force, his feet softened, and he half knelt down. Not only did the thunderly hot knife at the very beginning consume a large amount of his ocular power, but it also caused his chest to suffer a serious injury. His breathing was slightly hurried, and his lungs were in excruciating pain, causing him to be unable to exert any strength in his entire body. Chillabai didn't stop, and looked at Sasuke with disdain. Sasuke, who was retreating awkwardly, hit a big tree at this time, and there was no way to retreat. He was in a desperate situation, and now he remembered that Jishui told him before he set off, telling him not to fight the enemy head-on. At this moment, his mind subconsciously reviewed his tactical mistakes, but in the face of the enemy that was getting closer and closer, such a review seemed meaningless. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at this moment, shurikens shot out from the forest and nailed in front of Chillabai, causing him to stop. Then, a figure landed in front of Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, are you okay? Sasuke was immediately overjoyed and said, Brother Jishui. Obviously, the person who arrived in time was Jishui, who had been looking for Sasuke. Because the movement here was too big, he quickly locked onto this place and arrived in time. Glancing at Sasuke, who was in a mess, Jishui was quite surprised. How did you get hurt so badly in such a short time? Sasuke pointed at Chillabai not far away and said with hatred, that traitorous ninja can absorb ninjutsu. Jishui shook his head. He is not a traitorous ninja, he is just one of the 6 paths of pain of the Akatsuki leader. I have already told you that the Akatsuki leader is not someone we can deal with. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Looking at Sasuke's wounded and miserable appearance, Jishui swallowed the scolding that was about to come out of his mouth and only sighed in his heart, sigh, I really shouldn't have let Sasuke participate in such a dangerous mission. He knew that Sasuke had been holding back his anger because of his failure in the Chunin exam and wanted to find an opportunity to prove himself. But this mission was too rushed. From the assembly to the encounter, the whole process only took a few minutes, and the time left for him to deploy tactics on the road was only a short 10 minutes, so he didn't have time to introduce the details of the Akatsuki members to Sasuke. Not to mention, even he didn't expect that the Akatsuki would use the Jinchuriki of the villages to make the 6 paths of pain. Soon, Shursui shifted his gaze to Chillabai on the opposite side. From Sasuke's description just now, he knew that Chalabi of Cloud Village should have been made into the 6 paths of pain by the Akatsuki organization, the Hungry Ghost Path, which has the ability to absorb ninjutsu. And thinking of this, the expression on his face under the mask was extremely solemn. In terms of physical skills alone, Chalabi of Cloud Village can be said to be the strongest of the Jinchuriki. Even looking at the entire shinobi world, there are only a few people who can beat him in physical skills. Now he has the ability to absorb ninjutsu in the Hungry Ghost Path. This ability can absorb almost all ninjutsu including the Kekkei Genkai, and even some immortal arts that don't have a high concentration of chakra can be absorbed to a certain extent. In the original time and space, Jiraiya and the two Toad Masters joined forces to cast the 5 Right Guard Gate. Immortal art was once absorbed by the Hungry Ghost path. In addition, with Nagato's current pupil power, it is very difficult for the pupil technique illusion to work on the 6 paths of pain, so Chalabi of Hungry Ghost path in front of him has no shortcomings at all. Meeting such an opponent, I really can't blame Sasuke, it's my dereliction of duty. Without a doubt, Sasuke's crushing defeat was due to his underestimation of his opponent and his tactical mistakes, as well as the fact that his opponent was too strong. Faced with Jishui's sudden appearance, Hungry Ghost Realm's Chi Labai was not surprised at all. This was because at almost the same time Jishui appeared, Mortal Realm's Yugao arrived and leaped onto the trunk of a nearby tree. The vision of the 6 paths of pain was shared, so Jishui's movements were always under the surveillance of the 6 paths of pain. At this moment, the Hungry Ghost Realm's Chilabai, whose body was still emitting green smoke, strode forward again. He slowly walked toward Jishui and Sasuke while asking coldly, "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be the Balrog from God's organization?" Hearing this, Jishui immediately realized that Sasuke's identity had been exposed. The reason why they could attract the attention of Akatsuki and make Nagato worry about not making a move himself was because they were pretending to be members of God's organization. Because only when the real members of God's organization appeared here, Nagato would think that the leader of God's organization was also paying attention to them and might join the battle at any time. So, Nagato didn't dare to make a move rashly and was on guard against the arrival of the leader of God's organization. Once Nagato confirmed that the one who stopped them wasn't the real God's organization, it would mean that the leader of God's organization wasn't paying attention to them. Then, it would be hard to predict what Nagato would do next. No, if our identities are exposed and they know that Senpai isn't in the country of fire and isn't paying attention to us, then we won't even be able to protect ourselves, let alone hold back the Akatsuki's attack. Knowing that the only thing Nagato was worried about was Hyojin, Jishui understood that if he didn't use Hyojin's name, it would be hard for them to get out of here alive. So, he immediately thought of a countermeasure. Then, he forced himself to be alert and said to Chilabai of the Hungry Ghost Realm who was walking towards him, pretending to be Balrog from God's organization? Who said that there are only 2 Homasubi in God's organization? He really isn't Uchiha, no, he's just an intern in God's organization, and the test the leader gave him is this battle. Pausing for a moment, Jishui chuckled and said, "Oh, it seems that his probation period will be extended." Intern? Uchiha no? Chilabai and Sasuke were attracted by Jishui's words at the same time. Nagato was surprised that there were more than 2 Homasubi in God's organization, while Sasuke was attracted by the name Uchiha no Homasubi. He realized that this was probably the name of the female Homasubi in God's organization, but he didn't know why Jishui knew the secret information of God's organization. Shursui frowned when he saw that Hungry Ghost Realm's Chilabai did not stop and was still approaching. He quickly formed a seal and pressed his palms on the ground. Walala, in the blink of an eye, wooden stakes extended out from the ground and wrapped around the Hungry Ghost Realm's Chilabai, temporarily restraining him in place. Wood Release, which contained the characteristics of the divine tree, had a certain resistance to the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu, and the wooden stakes created by Wood Release were the same as the soil, sand, and stones. They were all real substances, so once the activation was completed, Chilabai could only absorb the chakra left on it, not the wooden stakes. Wood Release? Chilabai of the Hungry Ghost Realm, who was restrained by Wood Escape, was slightly stunned. The injured Sasuke was also surprised. He didn't expect Jishui to be able to use the first-generation Naruto's ultimate skill, Would Release Blood Limit Boundary. Shursui, who had temporarily trapped Hungry Ghost Realm Chilabai, suppressed the anxiety in his heart and pretended to say casually, "The leader said that this is a game, and he wants to play with you slowly." After saying that, without waiting for Chilabai to reply, Jishui turned around and hurriedly ran away with the injured Sasuke. A game? Humph, Otsutsuki Samurai, I will let you understand that this is not a game. Looking at Shursui and Sasuke who were leaving in a hurry, Hungry Ghost Path, Chilabai broke free from the wooden stake that didn't have the chakra blessing of Wood Release and chased after them with Human Path Yugao. While running, Sasuke asked softly, "Brother Jishui, what you said just now, is it true? Is that Uchiha Homasubi the real Homasubi?" Also, how do you know would release? Feeling the approaching Chillabai and human realm Jishui said, now is not the time to talk about this, if I get entangled by them later, you have to take care of yourself. Sasuke said with a little guilt, sorry, I'm dragging you down. Jishui shook his head and didn't say anything else. He jumped on top of the tree and observed the situation of the other battlefields. In the sky, the battle between the detonation talisman and Bing Qianben was still continuing. However, in this kind of exchange, Bai was clearly at a disadvantage, so it was hard to predict how long Bai could last. On the other side, Dedale seemed to be in a state of ecstasy. The spiritual beast created by Animal Realm Yugao had become his best explosion target. Looking at the explosions in the distance, Jishui wasn't even sure if he still remembered this mission. Whoosh! At this time, Kimimaro suddenly rushed to Jishui's side and Sasuke's side. Seeing the injured Sasuke, Kimimaro said in an unsurprised tone, it's good that you're not dead. First update, the dialogue at the end of yesterday's chapter has been corrected. The dialogue between Jishui and Sasuke shouldn't have added names. I didn't notice it when I checked, and only realized it after uploading it. I'm so stupid. It's a new month, I beg for everyone's guaranteed monthly tickets, thank you everyone. Hearing Kimimaro's calm words, Sasuke was embarrassed. Fortunately, he was wearing the mask of Fire Demon. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to show his face. Rumble! At this time, another violent explosion came from the sky. In the deafening sound of the explosion, the three people on the tree subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the sky. They looked at the battlefield that was filled with smoke. At this time, there was no rainbow in the sky anymore. The sun was completely obscured by a large patch of gray clouds that resembled dark clouds and smoke, causing the entire sky to appear incomparably gloomy, as if doomsday had arrived. In the sky filled with the pungent smoke, Minami, who had turned into an angel, stood in the air. Under the protection of countless detonation talismans, the explosions that flickered, and the dark clouds that covered the sky, she looked like an angel of death who was going to destroy the world. Compared to Minami, who had an inexhaustible supply of detonation talismans, even if Haku could absorb natural energy, Chakra's amount couldn't keep up with it for a long time. Therefore, as the explosions continued, the shurikens of the detonation talismans gradually suppressed Bing Qianben and pushed the explosions to the front of the huge ice mirror. At the same time, some of the shurikens of the detonation talismans changed their direction and used the continuous explosions to break the ice layer that imprisoned Old Purple, releasing Naraka. As soon as Naraka was free, he immediately turned into a tailed beast and appeared on the top of a big tree. He raised his head and shot a jade-tailed beast at the huge ice mirror. Whoosh! Along with the ear-piercing screech that couldn't even be covered by the rumbling explosion, the jade-tailed beast struck on the ice mirror. Crack! Along with a cracking sound that attracted everyone's attention, the huge ice mirror that was blocking the detonation talismans was hit by the jade-tailed beast, leaving a hole that was about 100 meters in diameter. The cracks on the hole quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the huge ice mirror was full of cracks. On the ground, Kimimaro said calmly, Haku's chakra is almost used up, and the ice mirror can't be maintained for much longer. Sasuke hurriedly asked, then what should we do now? Jishui looked at the time and said, from the beginning of the battle, we only persisted for 11 minutes. Including the 15 minutes of confrontation before, we have delayed for less than half an hour. This is far from enough. Kimimaro thought for a moment and said, I can delay for a while. Shaking her head, Jishui emphasized, there's no need to fight recklessly. Our existence itself is a form of restraint. Whether it was Sasuke, Haku, or Kimimaro, they couldn't understand Amatsukumi's power over the Akatsuki. Only Jishui, who was a true member of Amatsukumi, understood this point. At this moment, the ice mirror in the sky began to shatter on a large scale. Countless ice shards fell along with the cold mist, as if there was a violent hailstorm in the sky. Bathed in the falling ice shards, Dedale recovered from the fierce battle with the animal path and curled his lips. Ice release kid, can't it be done already? Immediately after, he looked at Konan, who was spreading her wings like an angel, with an infatuated look on his face, muttering to himself, what an intoxicating art, it seems that the Akatsuki isn't useless after all. While talking, he put his hand into the ninja bag on his waist and took out a large ball of explosive clay and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he spat out the explosive clay in his mouth onto the ground. Panting, he grinned. But now, let me show you my art. This is a C5 firework that I've specially prepared to deal with Amatsukumi's Balrog. After being cleaned up by Hyojin's fire clone, Deadale has been thinking about ways to restrain the Homosubi of Amatsukumi and the Homosubi of Amatsukumi. Therefore, he combined the C3 number 18 with the C4 Garuda that he developed not long ago, and developed the C5 firework that not only has a large area of effect, but also contains a small bomb that can penetrate the Susanoo. In the air. The special white Zetsu clone said, I didn't expect the Suijin of Amatsukumi to be so difficult to deal with. It seems that any member of Amatsukumi must pay enough attention to him. Conan nodded slowly, also recognizing the strength of the Suijin. For her, who has mastered the paper release, as long as she has the explosive talismans, she can launch endless attacks. But the other party has only relied on his chakra to entangle her for so long, his strength is already very strong. Nagato said, let's continue forward. Okay. After responding, Conan waved her hands, and the explosive talisman cloud once again advanced in Mai's direction. But just as the explosive talisman cloud started moving, a huge Xidagarba swelled up from the ground and blocked in front of the explosive talisman cloud like a giant. At this time, Deadale, who was standing on a clay bird, flew to the sky and shouted towards Nagato inside the explosive talisman cloud, don't blink. At this moment, whether it was Nagato and Conan inside the explosive talisman cloud, or Jisue, Sasuke, Haku, Kimimaro, and the others on the ground, they all felt their hearts palpitate for no reason. What does that madman want to do? Looking at the huge Xidagarba that was more than 100 meters tall, Sasuke said in a daze. Quickly run. Jisue didn't say anything superfluous. She pulled the injured Sasuke and activated the body flicker technique, fleeing in panic. Kimimaro and Haku on the other side also didn't hesitate and fled for their lives. At this moment, the huge Xidagarba that was 100 meters tall swelled up again. In the end, it swelled into a comical ball and then suddenly exploded. Rumble, in an instant, the huge explosion engulfed everything, in my village. Countless villagers dragged their families and rushed to the streets, evacuating under the command of the Mai ninjas. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the surrounding houses began to sway visibly. The electric poles and lights along the street began to sway. What happened? Is it an earthquake? The villagers of Mai who fell to the ground were at a loss. On the other side of the village, Jiraiya, who was instructing Naruto and Fu about various things, looked towards the direction of the tremor and suddenly realized something. On the roof of the Naruto building. 3 generations of Naruto, 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Lei Ying, 4 generations of Kazekage, and other high-level ninja villages all looked towards the direction of the tremor. Like the villagers who were at a loss, the Kages were also full of doubts. They didn't know what was happening in the distance. After a long while, the sudden violent tremors gradually slowed down, and the uneasiness of the villagers completely exploded at this moment. Hoarse shouts, fearful discussions, and the ignorant cries of the children filled the streets and alleys, causing the entire village to fall into great chaos. On the roof of the Naruto building, the Kage looked at each other. They knew that the direction of the tremor was the direction of the Akatsuki organization, but they didn't know what happened there. It must be known that this kind of movement is not something an ordinary ninja can make. Even the Kage present would find it difficult to make such a huge movement with their own strength. Whoosh! At this time, a Mai Umbu arrived on the roof of the Naruto building and reported to 3 generations of Naruto. The intelligence team has confirmed that the earthquake was caused by the battle between Amatsukumi and Akatsuki. As for further information, they are still confirming it. Listening to the Umbu's report, 3 generations of Tsuchikage's face became strange. Is it C5? Konoha sent a team disguised as Amatsukumi to slow down Akatsuki's offensive. Kuroto naturally knew about it. If he didn't agree, Deadale wouldn't have joined the team, so he knew that the Amatsukumi in the Umbu's report wasn't the real Amatsukumi, but Deadale's team. 4 generations of Kazekage heard the whisper of 3 generations of Tsuchikage and asked, what is C5? 3 generations of Tsuchikage solemnly explained, C5 fireworks is a ninjutsu recently developed by Deadale. It is still in the experimental stage. According to Deadale, it is very powerful. It can destroy a city in one go. It is an art that even the Manjikyu Sharingan Susanoo can't resist. 3 generations of Tsuchikage paused and said, but C5 is Dedale's strongest technique. He won't use it easily unless he is in a desperate situation. 3 generations of Naruto looked into the distance and said, it seems that Akatsuki is really going to fight this time. In the forest, the huge airwave generated by the explosion was like a torrent bursting through a dam, and the emerald green on the ground was quickly engulfed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost every second, every breath, a large area of the forest would completely vanish, turning into ravines and ruins in a mess. Cough, cough, in the smoke that covered the sky, Sasuke climbed out of the mud pit while coughing violently. Kuroto felt as if his body was falling apart. There was not a single part of his body that didn't hurt. Coupled with the faint tingling pain coming from the Manjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto couldn't even concentrate on thinking. At this time, Jishui reached out and pulled Sasuke. Are you alright? Sasuke looked at Shisui with his blurry vision and found that Shisui's current situation was not much better. The black cloak on his body was in a mess, and he was in an extremely sorry state. There were obvious injuries on his shoulders and legs, and the blood was very eye-catching. Sasuke, who was still a little confused, murmured, What? What happened? Kimimaro, who also crawled out of the mud pit, replied coldly, It's Dedale. Sasuke immediately recalled the scene just now and said angrily, Damn, that madman Dedale didn't warn us at all. Does he want to kill us? Jishui looked tired. Dedale's C5 firework was a combination of a direct explosion and a miniature bomb. At the moment of detonation, the miniature bomb contained in it quickly spread under the impact of the shock wave. It could be said that in that instant, all living things within a 10-mile radius of the detonation area were annihilated by the miniature bombs. Shisui even saw with his own eyes an elk that was fleeing with him turn into ashes in front of him. If he hadn't reacted fast enough and escaped a distance before Dedale detonated the C5 firework, then he decisively used the Susanoo to protect himself, Sasuke, and Kimimaro. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have been annihilated by the miniature bomb like the elk. In fact, in the explosion just now, Jishui's Susanoo almost couldn't resist it. Thanks to the artifact Yada no Kagami, he barely escaped this disaster. On the other side, Dedale, who had fallen into a pile of mud, was groaning. At this time, a figure walked out of the smoke and dust and arrived next to Dedale. This person was none other than Haku, who was holding his shoulder and staggering. Because he had also mastered the magic mirror ice crystal ability to fly in the air, he was able to escape some distance in time. Moreover, with the support of the immortal technique chakra, he hid in the ice mirror and escaped this disaster at the cost of serious injuries. He thought that Dedale, as the caster, wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. He didn't expect that Dedale, who was in the mud, would have a large area of burns and almost lose his human appearance. Seeing Dedale's large area of burns and almost lose his human appearance, he was shocked. He didn't expect that Dedale, as the caster, would end up like this. He quickly squatted down and bandaged Dedale's wounds. How did you get so badly injured? Dedale weakly said, How did the explosion just now become so powerful? Haku's forehead was full of black lines. Shouldn't I be asking you? Dedale embarrassedly said, Maybe I was too excited just now and didn't pay attention to the amount of chakra's amount. If I had known, I would have stayed further away before detonating it. Haku looked at Dedale in disbelief. You didn't even know the power of the explosion and directly detonated it? Dedale smiled. How is it? Were you shocked by my art? Haku was speechless. Why didn't you inform us in advance? Such an explosion, we might have died inside. Dedale didn't seem to care. Aren't you fine? Haku looked at Dedale in a daze and didn't know what to say for a while. Fortunately, Haku was here. If Kimimaro was here, then Dedale would already be a dead man. In the air. Little Nan's expression was a bit unsightly. In order to resist the explosion just now, she had used up 1/3 of the detonation runes in the cloud to barely block Dedale's C5. On the side, White Jew's clone was horrified. The scene just now was really hard for him to imagine. At this time, Nagato said indifferently, Let's continue moving forward. Little Nan nodded vigorously. Before Otsutsuki Samurai appears, I will clear all the obstacles for you. In an instant, the cloud of detonation, Runes that covered the sky moved again and advanced in the direction of my village. At the same time, on the ground, apart from Hungry Ghost Path Chilabai and Animal Path Yujito Ni, who was hiding in the body of the psychic beast, the other paths that were seriously injured in the explosion entered the mouth of the King of Hell summoned by the Naraka path. After a while, they walked out with a brand new look. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Because Dadail's C5 fireworks had wiped out almost all of the White Zetsu's doppelgangers on the ground, and Conan was worried that Amatsukami might have other ambushes, so the speed of the detonation talisman cloud in the air slowed down a lot. When the detonation talisman cloud appeared outside of my village, it was already more than 4 hours later. Logically speaking, such a long time should be enough for me to evacuate hundreds of thousands of villagers, but because of the previous earthquake, the evacuation work was not smooth, so when the Akatsuki organization arrived, tens of thousands of villagers were forced to stay in the village. As a last resort, Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, had to lead the My Ninja army to the front line. How can we resist this? Damn it. Damn Akatsuki. Facing the detonation talisman cloud in front of them, the My Ninjas were shocked and angry. Ordinary ninjas had no way to deal with such a situation, let alone ordinary ninjas. Even the Jonin ninjas felt a deep sense of helplessness in the face of such a situation. At this time, Shikaku said to Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, "Go dame, there is news from the communication team, the evacuation of the villagers still needs an hour." Itachi's expression was solemn. An hour? Shikaku looked at the detonation talisman cloud in the distance and analyzed, we must consume the enemy's detonation talisman as much as possible to create an opportunity for 3 generations and the other Kage to launch a surprise attack. Itachi looked at the My Ninjas around him, but, without waiting for Itachi to finish his words, Shikaku said, "Kuroto, this is a ninja war, casualties are inevitable." At this moment, Itachi found that he was a little shaken. He looked at the detonation talisman cloud in the distance and said, "Senpai, can I really bear the burden of Naruto? When will you come back?" In the detonation talisman cloud. Seeing the dense number of My Ninjas on the ground in the distance, Conan raised his hands. In an instant, countless detonation talismans flew out from the cloud of detonation talismans like fluttering butterflies, and then spun in the air above the battlefield, forming a vortex that gradually evolved into a dark tornado. 1, 2, 3. After a while, 3 completely formed by the detonation talismans raged on the battlefield. Almost at the same time, on the side of the Konoha shinobi, hundreds of Konoha fire release ninjas jumped out of the crowd, and at the same time, they used hand seals, fire release, fire bullet. Then, dozens of My Ninjas shouted at the same time, wind release, great breakthrough. Rumble. In an instant, 3 tornadoes composed of detonation talismans fiercely collided with the large-scale fire and wind compound ninjutsu of the Konoha shinobi. The thunderous explosion spread in all directions, and the whole sky was illuminated by the explosion and the fire of ninjutsu. On the roof of the Naruto building. Under the red sky, 3 generations Naruto said to the other Kage, "Everyone, this battle is about the survival of the shinobi world, we can't retreat, we can only fight to the death." 4 generations Laying said in a muffled voice, "Well, if we lose this battle, our 5 great shinobi villages will be finished." 3 generations Tsuchikage asked 3 generations Naruto, "Has your Mai not contacted Amatsukami yet?" 3 generations Naruto shook his head helplessly. In fact, he also felt very strange. In the past, Amatsukami would take action whenever Akatsuki made a move, but this time, Amatsukami didn't respond at all. Inside Obito's godly might space. Clang clang, on the 2 battlefields not far from each other, the harsh sound of metal colliding was frequently heard. Among them, Obsidian and Kakashi were engaged in a very simple battle of taijutsu. Neither of them used ninjutsu, but just fought with taijutsu. In contrast, the battle between Hyojin and Sasori on the other side was much more intense. After Hirako was turned into a human puppet by Sasori, his Kekkei Genkai was also preserved. Now, he has 5 Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, Steel Release, Nether Release, and Mist Release, all of which are Sharingan. And because the controller is Sasori, who has an extremely rich combat experience, it makes up for the shortcoming of Hirako, a researcher who is not good at actual combat. Therefore, although Hirako's hard power is slightly reduced compared to the living Hirako, but in terms of actual combat skills, tactical application, and other soft power, he has improved. Whether it is the Sharingan, Rapid Release, Steel Release, or Nether Release, all of these are Kekkei Genkai that have a strong effect on taijutsu. As soon as the fight began, Hyojin, who was controlling the water clone, felt a huge pressure. Because of the steel release, Hiriko's puppet doesn't need any ninjutsu, and with just its bare hands, it can easily break his steel-forged kunai, and the existence of the hell release greatly reduces the effect of his ice release and boiling release ninjutsu. Coupled with the high mobility of the rapid release, Hiriko's puppet was able to suppress him on the battlefield. While dealing with Hiriko's puppet, Hyojin secretly cursed, "Humph, this game experience is completely different." When he was controlling the wind clone, Suijin easily suppressed Hiriko. Hiriko's steel release was like a piece of paper in front of the wind clone's bone blades, and even Hiriko, who had the rapid release, couldn't match the wind clone in terms of speed. This time, after changing to the water clone, the gap immediately became apparent. Compared with the wind clone, the water clone is obviously weaker in terms of destructive power and basic physique. The only commendable thing is that the water clone's ability to survive is the strongest of all his clones. As long as he doesn't want to die, ordinary people really can't do anything to him. Seeing that Hiriko's puppet couldn't take down Hyojin, Sasori coldly snorted and took out 2 more scrolls and held them in his hand. "Suijin, no matter how you struggle, you can't change the fact that you will soon become my collection." After saying that, the 2 scrolls in Sasori's hand shook slightly. Bang! Bang! In the 2 puffs of white smoke, 2 more puppets appeared. Like Hiriko's puppet, these 2 puppets have also been modified, and their bodies are covered with black sticks that can transmit chakra remotely. Sasori smiled at this time and said, "These 2 are also my favorite collection. They are the Patriarch of the Snow Clan and the Patriarch of the Kagaya Clan, you should also know them." The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. It's going to be a new week soon, and the list will be updated. Please recommend and support it. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Seeing Sasori take out the ice puppet and bone puppet, Hyojin wasn't surprised at all. After all, he was once chased by Sasori's ice puppet. After Sasori lost Sandaime Kazakage's puppet, he took advantage of the rebellion of the Mist Village Bloodline clan and sneaked into the Mist Village with Orochimaru, who was his partner at that time. At that time, Sasori, who was obsessed with puppet techniques, obtained the corpses of the Snow Clan's patriarch and the Kagaya Clan's patriarch, 2 powerful Kekkei Genkai ninjas, while Orochimaru obtained Kimimaro and Haku, 2 loyal subordinates. In comparison, Orochimaru, who accompanied Sasori to the Mist Village to collect puppet materials, gained more. At this time, the corner of Sasori's mouth curled up as he urged the ice puppet and bone puppet to join the battle and besiege Suijin while saying in a mocking tone, "Don't worry, you are just the first person from Amatsukami to become part of my collection. In the future, your colleagues will accompany you and become part of my collection one by one." Facing the siege of 3 puppets, Hyojin's pressure increased greatly, but that's all. With ice release, boil release, and the secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan, he has an unparalleled ability to resist pressure. Coupled with his rich combat experience and superb taijutsu skills, although he was at a disadvantage on the battlefield, the situation wasn't critical. And in such a high-intensity battle, the various secret techniques of the Ghost Lantern clan and the boil release, Kekkei Genkai, Kekkei were put to great use. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he was in the Kamui space, Hyojin really wanted to make good use of Sasori's excellent sparring partner to test the limits of the water release clone. In the battle, Hyojin glanced at the confrontation between Kakashi and Obsidian from the corner of his eye. When Obsidian's identity was revealed, the battle between them seemed to be a predestined confrontation. At this moment, both of them only had eyes for each other. But now, Obsidian had 2 Kamui. Not only could he use Susanoo, but he could also use various would-release ninjutsu and Manjikyu Sharingan's genjutsu. Although Kakashi had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Purple Lightning, and so on, if it was a battle of strength, unless Obsidian went easy on him, Kakashi had a low chance of winning. And Kakashi was the key to breaking this situation. Once Kakashi lost, Hyojin might be trapped in the Kamui space. Withdrawing his gaze, Kuroto looked at the opposite Sasori and thought to himself, "What a pity, such a good sparring partner, but now I really can't care about this." With this thought in mind, Hyojin thought of a way to break this situation. Sasori's puppets were definitely more than the three in front of him. If he really fought them head-on, even if Hyojin could win, he would have to spend a lot of energy, and this is undoubtedly a bad plan for Hyojin, who needs to break this situation quickly. What should I do? Huh. Suddenly, a light flashed in Hyojin's mind. In fact, when he first discovered that Obsidian arranged Sasori to stay in the Kamui space, Hyojin was instinctively surprised, and now that he thought about it, that strong surprise in his subconscious at that time was not without reason. No one knows better than Hyojin that the current Akatsuki organization is actually divided into two factions. In this world, because of the butterfly effect of Amatsukami created by Hyojin, there are some differences between the members of Akatsuki and the original world, but the Akatsuki organization is divided into two factions. Among them, Konan, Hirako, Sasori, and Kakuzu are hardcore Nagato faction. Zetsu, Shinichi, and the Mist Squad's Ghost Shark and others are Obsidian faction. Because of this, in order to weaken the strength of Nagato's faction, Obsidian did not rescue Hirako in time, causing Hirako to be seriously injured by Hyojin, who controlled the wind release clone, and eventually lost control and died. But as Nagato's strength becomes stronger and stronger, and Shinichi, who was personally recruited by Obsidian, defected from the Akatsuki organization, Obsidian faction's influence in the Akatsuki organization will inevitably become weaker and weaker. This is a conclusion that can be reached without thinking about it. And Hyojin is very sure that Obsidian will never be willing to submit to Nagato, because Obsidian is not even willing to obey Uchiha Madara, who saved his life, and only wants to launch the Eye of the Moon project in his own way. Then there is a very obvious contradiction, that is, how can Obsidian let Sasori, who was obviously sent by Nagato to monitor him, understand the secret of his Kogami space? Wasn't this the same as handing over his trump card to someone else? Unless he didn't plan to let Sasori leave here alive. As long as it is done cleanly enough, the dead can't reveal the secret, and if Sasori is killed here, Obsidian can not only weaken the power of Nagato's faction, but also ensure that the secret of Kogami space will not be leaked. And at the same time as realizing this, Hyojin couldn't help but think, has the contradiction between Obsidian and Nagato reached such an irreconcilable point? Is it because Nagato's strength is too strong and out of control? Not to mention what happened between Obsidian and Nagato, at least now Hyojin has found a way to break the stalemate. He jumped out of the battle temporarily, and then said to Sasori, "Interesting, you don't think I'm the only prey, do you?" Sasori tilted his head and smiled evilly, "Isn't it?" Hyojin smiled and said, "How did Hirako die, so you don't know?" Sasori asked, "What do you mean?" Hyojin glanced at Obsidian not far away and said in a mocking tone, "Because of that guy's existence, Wind Chime didn't expect to cut off Hirako's head with one blow, but I didn't expect that guy to deliberately leave him to die." Wind Chime was also very surprised at the time. Sasori's face sank. "Isn't this kind of sowing discord a bit too low?" "Sowing discord?" Smiling, Hyojin said, "Aren't you sent by Nagato to monitor him? I don't know what kind of confidence you have that made you take the initiative to come here, but I am sure of one thing, you can't leave, he will never let you leave with the secret of this place." Sasori fell silent when he heard this. With Sasori's IQ, he naturally noticed that Obsidian and Nagato were on good terms, and this time he came to help Obsidian. Conan did indeed tell him to keep an eye on Obsidian's every move. It's just that he felt that Obsidian didn't have the guts to resist Nagato, so he cooperated and entered the Shinwei space. Now that Hyojin said this, especially when Obsidian left Hirako to die, Sasori faintly had a trace of doubt in his heart. Does he really dare to resist Nagato? Here's the first update. Please vote for me on Monday. It's just a small effort. Please support me. Thank you. In fact, after just learning the true identity of Obsidian, Sasori was both surprised and despised him. Although he did not really believe in the identity of Madara Uchiha that Obsidian claimed to be, because of the mystery of Obsidian and the weirdness of Kamui, he was somewhat afraid of Obsidian. When Obsidian's identity of Madara Uchiha was exposed by Hyojin, this fear naturally disappeared. But even so, Hyojin's words just now were like a thorn, piercing into his heart, making him doubt the intentions of Obsidian's action. The flash of hesitation in Sasori's eyes could not be hidden from Hyojin. Hyojin smiled slightly, and immediately his figure flickered and rushed to the battlefield between Kakashi and Obsidian. He did not forget to continue to shout, "If you don't believe me, we can leave here first, and then fight to the death." He didn't expect that. His few words could make Sasori completely change sides. What he needed was a short period of time to get rid of Sasori's entanglement. And just as he expected, Sasori did not stop him from pouncing on Obito at the first moment. Instead, after weighing the situation for a while, he controlled the 3 human puppets around him to follow behind him. It seemed like he was going to watch the fight from the sidelines. After confirming Sasori's actions, the corners of Hyojin's mouth under the mask rose slightly, and then he quickly converged his thoughts and focused his attention on Obsidian not far away. He knew very well that Sasori's hesitation would not last long. If he could not solve Obsidian quickly, then Sasori was likely to entangle him again, so there was not much time left for him to break the situation. Swish, after a few ups and downs, Hyojin flashed to the giant stone platform where Kakashi and Obsidian were fighting, and his approach was naturally noticed by Kakashi and Obsidian who were fighting. At this time, Hyojin did not hesitate at all. Without stopping, he rushed out directly from behind Kakashi, passed by Kakashi, and rushed to Obsidian. "You're courting death." Seeing Hyojin coming to disturb the situation, Obsidian's face was ferocious. In an instant, a cyan phantom was projected from his body, and then in an instant, from the most basic skeleton state, it changed into a nearly complete state with heavy armor. And after Obsidian's cyan Susanoo appeared, he did not hesitate at all, and punched fiercely at Hyojin. Crash, under the blow, Hyojin, who did not dodge, was instantly smashed and turned into a pool of water. Seeing this, Obsidian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously felt a bad feeling, and his hands quickly formed a seal. On the other side, Hyojin, who had turned into a pool of water, easily drilled into the Obsidian's Susanoo from the gap in the ground, and then suddenly flashed and rushed to Obsidian. At this time, Obsidian had completed the seal, and seeing Hyojin in the state of liquid rushing to him, he immediately puffed up his mouth and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Boom, a huge fireball with a high temperature shot towards Hyojin in the state of liquid. In an instant, Hyojin's liquid body quickly froze and turned into a piece of ice, resisting Obsidian's great fireball technique, and then liquefied again, jumped and wrapped around Obsidian's body, wrapping Obsidian up. "You!" Obsidian panicked. As long as it is not a complete Susanoo, the defense is not absolute. Not to mention Obsidian, when Madara Uchiha fought against the 5 Kage in the original Space and Time, he also suffered a big loss because of this. If he hadn't been in the impure earth body at that time, he would have been defeated. And Obsidian's experience in using Susanoo is obviously not as good as Uchiha Madara, and he did not expect Hyojin to be so determined. However, Hyojin's side is not good either. It is actually very stupid to resist the fire release ninjutsu in the form of liquid. Even if he temporarily used ice release, it only slightly reduced the consumption of chakra. Soon, Obsidian, who was wrapped by Hyojin in the state of liquid, suppressed the panic in his heart, and put his hands together and grinned. "Do you think you can win by sneaking into Susanoo?" Swoosh, in an instant, Obsidian launched the wood release cutting technique on himself, and countless branches pierced out of his body and into the body of Hyojin in the state of liquid. The branches of this cutting technique can absorb the chakra of the target, and then grow wildly, so once hit by this technique, the internal organs of the target will be quickly twisted. On the surface, it looks like he was just stabbed by a wooden stake, and it doesn't seem serious, but in fact, the internal organs have been completely destroyed. In the original Time and Space, Xianxia died under the seemingly ordinary ninjutsu. Although Hyojin in the state of liquid has no physical body, he still has chakra, so after being pierced by these branches, the chakra in his body quickly disappeared. And Hyojin was not idle, he directly used ice release in his body, and accurately pierced the 2-3 Tomo Sharingan transplanted on the back of Obsidian. In this way, if Obsidian has already used Izanagi, then he will inevitably lose one of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, but if he hasn't used it yet, then the 2-3 Tomo Sharingan on his back will be completely destroyed. If he wants to use Izanagi again, then he must consume the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket. The confrontation between the two sides was completed in an instant. Obsidian didn't expect that Hyojin's target was the 2-3 Tomo Sharingan on his back, because he didn't instinctively feel the danger, so he didn't use Izanagi in advance, and when he reacted, the 2-3 Tomo Sharingan used to use Izanagi on his back had been completely destroyed by Hyojin. Hyojin also didn't expect that Obsidian's reaction would be so fast, and instantly used the cutting technique that can restrain him the most. The chakra in his body has been lost a lot, and he can't even maintain his liquid form. At this time, Obsidian, who sensed Hyojin's weakness, smiled coldly. Damn guy, go to hell. After saying that, Obsidian once again made a hand seal, ready to use fire release ninjutsu to give Hyojin the final blow, and completely evaporate the liquid state of Hyojin. Whoosh, suddenly, Kakashi flashed into Susanoo, and the Chidori in his hand instantly penetrated Hyojin, who was wrapped around Obsidian, and then stabbed Obsidian. Obsidian was stunned for a moment, and then with a puff sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and wondered, how did you come in? As soon as the words came out, Obsidian recalled the scene when Hyojin and Kakashi first rushed over, and suddenly realized that at that moment, Kakashi left a Flying Thunder God Jutsu on Hyojin's body, and then used this Flying Thunder God Jutsu to smoothly sneak into his Susanoo. The second chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. The second chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Kakashi's dazzling purple electric thousand birds pierced through Hyojin's liquefied body and pierced into Obsidian's chest. Then, his arm pierced through the chest and pierced through the entangled Obsidian and Hyojin. Whether it was the movement or the technique, it was as if the scene where he killed Noera Lin was replayed. In an instant, the purple electric thousand birds spread to Obsidian and Hyojin's bodies. Under such a blow, even a ninja at the level of Hyojin and Obsidian couldn't bear it. Moreover, the lightning release was the bane of the Ghost Lantern clan's water transformation technique, not to mention the fact that Kakashi was using the purple electric thousand birds that had undergone a change in nature. Therefore, in an instant, the liquefied Hyojin's whole body was paralyzed. He was separated from Obsidian's body and fell to the ground, passively withdrawing from the liquefied state. Puff, at the same time, Obsidian spat out a mouthful of blood and pain. However, there wasn't much anger on his face. He even curled his lips and said, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. Panting heavily, Kakashi pulled out the arm that pierced through Obsidian's chest and staggered 2 steps back with a dull expression on his face. The masked man squatted down and looked at his pierced chest. He said in an indescribable tone, as if he was relieved, but also as if he was determined, the bond between us is finally broken. Kakashi first looked at his blood-stained arm and then slowly shifted his gaze to Obsidian's chest that was pierced by his purple electric thousand birds. He was lost in thought. Cough cough, accompanied by a violent coughing of blood, the green Susanoo that enveloped the three of them gradually dissipated. However, Obsidian didn't care at all. He pointed at his bleeding chest and said, Do you see it? Kakashi, this is my heart. When Lin died, it no longer existed. Hyojin, who was paralyzed on the ground, was also slightly distracted. When they were in the ninja school, Lin's relationship with him was actually quite good. In other words, Lin didn't mind being friends with him, who was one of the weakest ninjas. The absent-minded Kakashi shook his head. Lin doesn't want to see you like this. Is that so? Pausing for a moment, Obsidian clutched his chest and said with difficulty, Thank you, Kakashi. You've helped me cut off the last shackles between me and this world. After saying this, Obsidian's temperament changed again. It was a kind of loneliness from the inside out. Almost at the same time, Hyojin's eyes turned cold. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Obsidian's eye powers had become much stronger. It was even resonating with the lonely godly might dimension. The law that the more extreme the thoughts of the Uchiha people are, the stronger the eye powers are, was once again reflected. Kakashi also seemed to feel something. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Hyojin was speechless and said, Hey, didn't I already tell you to aim at the head? In the scroll given to Kakashi before, Hyojin has already mentioned the forbidden technique Izanagi that can distort fate, so he especially emphasized that the Manjikyu Sharingan itself is the biggest weakness of Obsidian. If he aimed at the head, even if he can't kill Obsidian in one shot, he can at least force Obsidian to use Izanagi to save his life. Without waiting for Kakashi to answer, Obsidian smiled and said, Yes, Kakashi, you should have aimed at the head. As he spoke, his figure began to distort. Hyojin was shocked and said, Not good, he's going to escape. Once Obsidian leaves the godly might dimension and cut off the connection between the godly might dimension and the shinobi world, then Hyojin and Kakashi are equivalent to being locked here. Kakashi, who was also aware of this, came to Hyojin's side and then took advantage of the time when Obsidian used godly might to activate Flying Thunder God technique and escape from Obsidian's godly might dimension together with Hyojin. Whoosh! After flashing to the muddy battlefield on the side of the shinobi world, Hyojin and Kakashi immediately became alert and searched for Obsidian's figure. However, on the empty battlefield, there are only corpses everywhere and a pungent smell of blood. There is no sign of Obsidian at all. Humph! Kuroto spat lightly, and then sat cross-legged on the ground to recover. His water and oil clone, which had just been left on the battlefield, also came to his side in a few leaps and stood up. There is no doubt that Obsidian used godly might not to escape from the godly might dimension, but to deliberately make Kakashi and Hyojin make a mistake and take the initiative to withdraw from the godly might dimension. And this trick is basically impossible for Kakashi and Hyojin to break out of the godly might dimension. Because if the two of them don't fall for the trick and take the initiative to come out, Obsidian can really leave the godly might dimension and lock them in the godly might dimension. At this time, Hyojin glanced at Kakashi and asked, "Why didn't you aim at the head?" He didn't think that he could successfully kill Obsidian in one shot, but as long as Kakashi fully cooperates with him, then Obsidian will lose at least one Manjikyu Sharingan this time. Because he had already destroyed the 2-3 Tomo Sharingan on Obsidian's back at the cost of his own heavy injuries. As long as Kakashi aimed at the head, Obsidian would have to use Izanagi to protect himself, and at that time Obsidian only had 2 Manjikyu Sharingan left. Whether it is the long-range godly might that destroyed the left eye or the close-range godly might of the right eye, both greatly weakened Obsidian, and it is unknown whether Obsidian can still use Susanoo with only 1 Manjikyu Sharingan left. In the face of Hyojin's questioning, Kakashi was silent for a while and said, "I can be sure that my Chidori hit his heart. In this case, if he doesn't use Izanagi, he will never survive." Hyojin shook his head. Chidori pierced the heart, and it is still the purple lightning Chidori that has changed its nature. If it is an ordinary person, they will naturally die, but Obsidian is different. Hyojin remembers that after Obsidian's chest was pierced by Kakashi in the original Space and Time, he was severely cut by Yondaime Naruto, which made his injury worse. But even so, Obsidian broke free from the control of Uchiha Madara and forcibly took the Jubi into his body, and became a Jubi's Jinchuriki with a seriously injured body. It can be seen how terrible Obsidian's resistance is. Just a purple lightning Chidori may not be able to force Obsidian to consume a Manjikyu Sharingan to use as Izanagi. But Hyojin didn't say anything more, because he knew that in the final analysis, Kakashi couldn't kill his best friend. In the godly might space, Obsidian was lying in a pool of blood, and he seemed to be dead. Sasori walked over at this time and grinned. "I thought it was a difficult character. I didn't expect him to be killed so easily, it's ridiculous." With that, Sasori squatted beside Obsidian and reached out to the Obsidian's eye socket. "Is this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan the key to freely enter and exit this different space? The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." Sasori was indeed very surprised by Obsidian's instant defeat. He never expected that Obsidian would be defeated so quickly and so miserably in the face of the joint forces of Amatsukami and Kakashi, but because everything happened in front of his eyes, he didn't doubt anything after witnessing the whole process. Because as a master of human puppet transformation, he knows better than anyone that once a normal person's heart is injured, even if there is timely treatment, it may not be able to be saved, not to mention Obsidian's entire chest was completely penetrated by ninjutsu. And compared to Obsidian's life and death, at this time, he is undoubtedly more interested in Obsidian's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan that can connect the shinobi world and the Kamui space. In recent decades, although there have been many Manjikyu Sharingan in the shinobi world, but there are not many people who really have the opportunity to study Manjikyu Sharingan, such as Orochimaru, Hirako, and Shino. All of them are extremely obsessed with Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan, but they can't get their hands on it. Sasori and Orochimaru are the same kind of people. When a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, moreover, it is Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan that is extremely magical even in the eyes of all Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasori's curiosity surpassed everything. So, driven by curiosity, Sasori didn't check Obsidian's body too much, he reached out and touched Obsidian's eye sockets. After wiping Obsidian's eyelids, Sasori looked at the scarlet Manjikyu Sharingan and muttered to himself, "Is this the Manjikyu Sharingan?" Before his voice fell, Sasori was shocked to find that Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan was spinning. In an instant, he felt his consciousness become sluggish, and everything around him became blurry. Genjutsu? He's not dead. When the last thought flashed through his mind, Sasori's consciousness fell into the abyss. Cough. Obsidian coughed violently as he propped himself up. He knew very well that with his current physical state, he was not Scorpion's opponent at all, so he faked his death to make Scorpion careless, and then subdued Scorpion with an illusion. Obsidian lowered his head and glanced at the wound on his chest. He sneered, "It's all thanks to Kakashi." If it were not for the frightening wound on his chest, Sasori would not have fallen for it with his experience. Moreover, this wound not only helped Obsidian deceive Sasori, but also helped Obsidian remove a literal, hidden danger. Uchiha Madara's trust in Obsidian is actually limited. Therefore, Uchiha Madara secretly left a curse mark on Obsidian's heart as the last trump card to restrain Obsidian. Obsidian was also aware of this, but he could not remove the curse mark on his heart by himself, so he had been planning to use the enemy's hand to remove the curse mark left on his heart before the final implementation of the backup plan. It's just that even he didn't expect that Kakashi would fulfill his wish. So he said that Kakashi cut off all the fetters for him, not only referring to the fetters between him and Kakashi, but also implying the fetters between him and Uchiha Madara. Bang! At this moment, a white Zetsu clone popped out of the ground and threw the sword of fetters that Hyojin had hidden in Obsidian's Kamui space in front of Obsidian and said, "I finally found it. It should have been left here by Kirin before." It seems that this attack was prepared for a long time. What a terrible opponent. Looking at Kakashi's sword of fetters on the ground, the already weak Obsidian's face became paler. The strength of Amatsukami and the cunning of the members of Amatsukami made him feel very uneasy. White Zetsu clone glanced at Sasori, who had been controlled by Genjutsu, and the three puppets standing beside Sasori, and said, "It seems that everything went well." Obsidian nodded. As Hyojin had speculated before, when he put Sasori in the Kamui space, he had already made up his mind to deal with Sasori. Of course, he did this not simply to kill Sasori and weaken the strength of Nagato's party, but to use Sasori to complete the most critical part of his backup plan. In other words, using Genjutsu to control Sasori was part of his whole plan. Seeing that the wound on Obsidian's chest was still bleeding, White Zetsu clone said, "Let's begin." "Okay." Obsidian responded and then reached out to grab White Zetsu clone in front of him. White Zetsu clone, who was grabbed by Obsidian, seemed to melt and flow into Obsidian's body, filling the wound on Obsidian's chest little by little. In an instant, Obsidian's painful howl echoed in the lonely Kamui space. Although this kind of fusion of flesh and blood can quickly recover from injuries, because the cells of the whole body are constantly torn and divided, the pain is also unimaginable. And just when Obsidian almost lost consciousness from the pain, an inconspicuous black attached to White Zetsu clone also flowed into Obsidian's body along with White Zetsu clone, in the ninja world. After a short rest, Hyojin recovered from the numbness. This battle made him realize how terrifying his water-release clone's ability to survive was. Whether it was the attack of Susanoo, or the attack of fire release, or wood release, it basically couldn't kill him. Even if he was hit by the most restrained thunder release, he would only be paralyzed all over and couldn't really deal a fatal blow to him. It's just that at the same time, the lack of attack power of the water-release clone was also revealed in this battle. It's fine against ordinary ninjas, but once it faces a powerful ninja, it must be unconventional to find a chance to win. At this time, Kakashi glanced in the direction of the mist village in the distance and wondered, "Hey, the battle over there seems to have stopped. Did the mist fall, or did the Akatsuki organization retreat?" Gaga, just as Hyojin was about to rush to the mist village to have a look, a ninja crow passed through the fog and landed on his shoulder. Seeing this, Kakashi's eyes flashed. As Mai's Naruto agent, he naturally knows that ninjas who raise ninja crows are extremely rare in the ninja world, and the most famous one is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan in the village. Hyojin didn't care about Kakashi's reaction, but quickly took off the communication scroll on the ninja crow's leg, opened it, and suddenly frowned. Mai was attacked by the Akatsuki organization. What? Kakashi was taken aback. Hyojin didn't panic too much. The Akatsuki organization's attack on Mai has always been in his plan. He didn't use the In release because he was guarding against this move of the Akatsuki organization. After pondering for a moment, he said, first go to confirm the situation in the Mist Village, and then go to rescue Mai. Kakashi nodded. Because he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, it doesn't take too much time for Kakashi to return to Mai. Therefore, it's very necessary to confirm the situation in the Mist Village that is close at hand. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you so much. Outside the Mai village. Because of the huge cloud of detonation talismans, thousands of Mai ninjas were forced to line up in a long line, and the battlefield was stretched almost infinitely to both sides. In this long and narrow battlefield, the air was filled with a strong pungent smell of gunpowder, and the ground was full of potholes caused by explosions, as well as the Mai ninjas scattered all over the place. The sound of explosions, shouts, and the groans of the wounded on the ground intertwined, making the battlefield extremely noisy. Under the desperate resistance of thousands of Mai ninjas, the advancement of the detonation talismans was stopped. The cloud of detonation talismans that covered the sky before, and almost endless, was consumed by the Mai ninja army to only 1/10 of its original size. The battle has entered the climax, and Itachi, disguised as Hyojin, led the elite ninjas of the Mai ninja army to fight against Konan, who was controlling the detonation talismans. Even if the hundreds of billions of detonation talismans in the air are ignored, Konan's strength is still at the Kage level, and coupled with her rare flying ability, she is one of the most difficult to deal with among all the Kage level strong people. If you count the detonation talismans in the sky, Konan can almost sweep the majority of the Kage level strong people in a one-on-one fight. In the original timeline, Obsidian used the two techniques of Kamui and Izanagi one after another to barely survive the attack of Konan's detonation talismans, and finally killed Konan at the cost of serious injuries. If it was any other Kage-level strong people who don't understand space-time ninjutsu, it is difficult to imagine who could withstand the wave of detonation talismans that Konan launched. However, after the previous obstruction of the Jishui squad, and the resistance of the Mai ninja army led by Itachi, Konan was almost at the end of her flight and was unable to move forward anymore. At this time, Nagato and the detonation talismans did not entangle with the Mai ninja army led by Itachi, but directly crossed the narrow battlefield and went straight in the direction of the Mai village. Swish swish swish, in a burst of wind, the 3 generations of Naruto holding the Vitra wishful staff, the 4 generations of Laying wearing the metal arm guard, the 3 generations of Tsuchikage floating in the air, the 4 generations of Kazekage surrounded by golden sand, and Tsunade Hime, one of the Sannin, blocked Nagato's way. Slamming the Vitra wishful staff in his hand on the ground, 3 generations Naruto said, "Nagato, I will never let you destroy Mai again." Glancing at the 5 people in front of him, Nagato said indifferently, "As long as you hand over the 9 tails human Jinchuriki and the 7 tails human Jinchuriki, I can spare you." 4 generations of Lei. Ing suddenly became furious, "Hand over Chilabai and Yujito ni." Tsunade said, "Nagato, if it weren't for us saving you back then, I'm afraid that you orphans would have died in the war. Is this how you repay our kindness?" Nagato shifted his gaze to Tsunade, and his tone gradually became cold. "You 5 great ninja villages are the real root cause of the war. It is you who started one war after another, destroying our lives. You are the initiator of all this. Kindness? In the midst of monstrous crimes, just because of your occasional mercy, we, who have been destroyed by you, should be grateful?" Tsunade's face sank. "War is not our wish." 3 generations of Tsuchikage in the air said, "As long as your Akatsuki organization stops committing crimes, peace will come immediately. This kind of fragile peace is meaningless." After a pause, Nagato still said indifferently, "Only when I become a true kami, ban all villages, and bring the fear of war to all countries, can the world of shinobi obtain true peace." 3 generations of Naruto shook his head. "Fear cannot be exchanged for peace." Nagato said faintly, "That's just because there is a lack of pain and fear. When I decorate fear with pain and let you, the initiators of the war, taste the pain of losing your family, being homeless, and starving, you will understand how precious peace is." 3 generations of Naruto sighed with emotion. "Our 5 great ninja villages have indeed done a lot of stupid things, but by doing this, aren't you repeating our previous path? Of course it's different. I am a kami, I will not fail like you." With that said, Nagato raised his hands. In an instant, the 6 paths of pain, headed by Tendo, jumped out from behind Kuroto, crossed the battlefield in just a few leaps, and rushed into my village not far away. Chillabai. Yujito ni. Seeing Nagato's new 6 paths of pain, 4 generations of Lei was surprised and subconsciously shouted. Like 4 generations of Lei, 3 generations of Tsuchikage also recognized the 4-tailed Jinchuriki Laozi and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki Han wearing the Akatsuki red cloud suit. 3 generations of Naruto could only watch as the 6 paths of pain rushed into the village, because Nagato was in front of them. The 5 of them had a hard time dealing with Nagato, so they couldn't spare any manpower to intercept the 6 paths of pain. After controlling the 6 paths of pain to attack my village, Nagato said coldly, "You are not my opponent, let Otsutsuki Samurai come out, the future of the world of shinobi is between us." The leader of Amatsukami is really Otsutsuki Samurai. For a time, this thought flashed in the minds of several Kages at the same time. My village. With the strong attack of the 6 paths of pain, a war suddenly broke out in the village where the villagers were still being evacuated. Near the guest house, the animal path Yujito ni pressed her hands on the ground and shouted, "Psychic Jutsu!" Bang bang bang, in a burst of white smoke, 4 or 5 large psychic beasts, including the previous chameleon and hellhound, suddenly appeared on the street of my village. In the guest house, Cloud Village's Darui, Semi, Shi, Rock Village's Kuroto, Akatsuki, Sand Crypsis's Teiju, Kankuro, Zirua, Sound Village's Yugo and other ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam formed their own formation and fought with the animal path Yujito ni and her psychic beasts. On the field of the ninja school, the Azura Han asked Amai Umbu in his hand, "Tell me, where are the 9 tails Jinchuriki and the 7 tails Jinchuriki?" The Umbu who was strangled said, "I'm a Amai ninja, don't even think about getting any information from me." With a crack sound, the Azura Han crushed the Umbu's neck and threw the Umbu's body to the side. Swoosh swoosh, at this time, Guy led his team to the field. Seeing the Mai Umbu corpses around the Azura Han, Guy immediately ordered Ningxi, Xiaoli, and Tian, "I'll be the main attacker, you guys cover me." "Yes." Ningxi, Xiaoli, and Tian answered in unison, then followed Guy and pounced on the Azura Han. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." On the main road leading to the Naruto building, Asuma, Earthworm, Kurenai, Uchiha Police Force's Uchiha Shinji, and a large number of Umbu surrounded Old Purple, who was slowly walking towards them. Asuma smiled and said, "Earthworm, I didn't expect that we would fight side by side one day. Fate is really unpredictable." Earthworm nodded. Earthworm, who was also one of the 12 guardians like Asuma, rushed to support my village on behalf of the hidden daimyo of the Land of Fire when Mai entered a state of readiness for war. At this time Uchiha Shinji, who was in the police force, shouted at Old Purple, "If you don't stop, I won't be polite to you." Asuma, who knew more inside information, said to the crowd, "Do it, he has probably been made into 6 paths of pain by the Akatsuki organization, he is no longer the Rock Village's Jinchuriki." After listening to Asuma's words, everyone was no longer polite and immediately launched an attack, inside the Hyuga clan. Looking at the clansman in a hurry in front of him, as the patriarch, Hayashi's face sank and asked the attendant beside him, "Is there any news from the 5th Sama?" The attendant shook his head and said, "The 5th Sama is still fighting with the Akatsuki organization outside the village, there is no news yet." Ah, at this moment, a mournful cry came from not far away. Hayashi's eyes turned cold, and immediately activated Byakugan to look over, and found that Yugao of the human realm was killing the Hyuga clansmen who were guarding the gate of the clan, so he rushed over. Halfway, Hayashi met up with Richa, who was also rushing to the gate of the clan, and asked, "How many enemies have sneaked into the village?" Richa shook his head and said, "There is no definite news from the intelligence team, but from the movements, there should be a lot of infiltrators, or they are very strong." Hayashi sighed. "I'm afraid this is going to be a tough battle. As a member of the Naruto clan, the Hyuga clan can't evacuate first like the other clans, just like the Senju clan in the past, they can only resist." Rumble, as Tendo raised his hand, more than a dozen Mai ninjas, along with an entire block, were sent flying. At this time, Jiraiya, who had entered the sage mode with Fukasaku and Shima, hurried over and landed on the ruins. Casting a glance at Jiraiya, the will of the heavens said, "Give up on your meaningless resistance." Jiraiya did not waste his breath to persuade Nagato as he did in the past because he knew that it was meaningless to argue now. Therefore, he said with a firm gaze while forming a seal, even if I have to pay with my life, I will correct the mistake I have made. After saying that, Jiraiya's figure sank. Immortal art, 1,000 hairy needles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, Jiraiya's hair, which was activated by the energy of nature, became as hard as steel and shot towards Tendo in the distance like a real 1,000 hairy needles. Tendo gently raised his hand. Shimmer Tensei. Boom, all the hairy needles, together with Jiraiya, were repelled by the repulsive force of Shimmer Tensei. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Tendo said to Jiraiya who fell in the ruins, Jiraiya-sensei, hand over the 9 tails as Jinchuriki and the 7 tails as Jinchuriki. As soon as Tendo's voice fell, Jiraiya, who fell in the ruins, turned into white smoke. At the same time, the ground under Tendo's feet cracked, and Jiraiya sprang out of the crack. Immortal art, Rasengan. Tendo was instantly hit by Jiraiya's Rasengan and flew out. But soon, Tendo slowly got up and said in a calm tone, it's meaningless to rebel against God. Jiraiya shook his head. Nagato, we are just mortals. In my hospital. Who's going to save me? I'm bleeding. Mom, it hurts. With the influx of a large number of injured people, my hospital immediately became the busiest and most chaotic area in the whole village. Voices of urging, wailing, and cursing came one after another, making everyone's emotions on the verge of collapse. As a medical ninja, Kuroto still stood on the front line. After finishing the treatment of a villager, she wiped the fine sweat on her forehead and shouted, next. Xian, who was guarding on the side, came up at this time. Ing-sama, we can't delay any longer. Naruto-sama said that you must move immediately. Yui shook her head. I can't go. She didn't want to disobey Hyojin's order, but looking at the scene of the hospital in front of her, even the corridor was full of injured people, it was really difficult for her to make up her mind to escape. Boom, suddenly, there was an explosion outside, and the glass in the hospital was shattered by the explosion. Xian immediately pulled out her sword and was on guard. As Hyojin's shadow guard, she only had one task, and that was to protect Kuroto's safety at all costs. Gale, who was guarding outside my hospital, rushed in and said, members of the Akatsuki are coming here, and they are very strong. They killed 3 or 4 Umbu outside in one move. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Before Yui could answer, there was a loud rumble, and the whole hospital shook. Then, a figure fell from the sky, destroyed the roof of the hospital, and landed steadily in the hospital hall. In the hospital, Mute led Sakura, Ino, Ziyuan, and Yui, Xian, and Gale rushed to the hall in a hurry. They found that the uninvited guest who fell from the sky was none other than the original Cloud Yakuza's Hachibi's Jinchuriki, wearing the Akatsuki's red cloud suit. Looking at the black stick embedded in Kyalabai's face, Mute and Yui, who were Tsunade's disciples, realized something. Because he had collected half of the black stick on the battlefield, Mai was not ignorant of the black stick. He knew that this black stick was the product of the Rinnegan, and it could be used as a terminal to transmit and receive chakra. At this time, Kyalabai said coldly, hand over the 9 tails as Jinchuriki and the 7 tails as Jinchuriki, or all of you will die. Whoosh, almost as soon as Chillabai from the Hungry Ghost Dao opened his mouth, Xian and Gale launched a sneak attack from both sides. However, the Hungry Ghost Realm Chillabai did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his octopus-like tails and whipped them fiercely, sending Xian and Gale flying. Mute and Yui hurriedly blocked in front of Kyalabai and shouted at Sakura, Ino, Ziyuan, and the others behind them, you guys leave here quickly. Hungry Ghost Realm Chillabai looked at Mute and Bell. He didn't waste any time and stretched out his octopus tail. Just as the Hungry Ghost Realm's Chillabai's octopus tail was about to wrap around Mute and Bell, a dark green Susanoo descended from the sky and abruptly cut off the octopus tail that was about to wrap around Mute and Bell. There is no doubt that the person who came was none other than Uchiha Shinichi. Seeing that it was Uchiha Shinichi, Kyalabai said lightly, Shinichi, are you going to stop me? I can let bygones be bygones for your previous betrayal, but this opportunity only comes once. Hearing that Kyalabai actually recruited Uchiha Shinichi, Mute, Yui, and even Xian who fell to the ground and was seriously injured, Gale became nervous. Shinichi, who was shrouded by the Susanoo, hurriedly turned around and looked at Yui. Seeing that Yui was safe and sound, he immediately breathed a long sigh of relief and said to Kyalabai, "Idiot, the shinobi world was almost destroyed by you." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to all the students who tipped today. When the Hungry Ghost Realm's Chillabai defeated the guards around the hospital in a sweeping manner and instantly defeated Shien and Gale, who were members of the Shadow Guard, Xiaoying and Ino had a horrified expression on their faces. They fell to the ground powerlessly and their hearts were filled with despair. The strength of the other party is far beyond their imagination, making them lose the courage to resist. On the side, Ziyuan was also shocked and scared, tightly holding the transparent bell in her hand. Her mother has repeatedly told her not to remove the seal on the bell before she can fully control the power of the Miko, because once the power of the Miko goes out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. So she was at a loss and didn't know what to do. And just when everyone fell into fear and despair, no one expected that the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan would appear in time. Immediately afterward, the recruitment of Uchiha Shinichi made everyone who just had a glimmer of hope fall into uneasiness. Whether it was the medical ninjas such as Mute, or the patients, all of them turned their eyes to Uchiha Shinichi, nervously waiting for Uchiha Shinichi's decision. At this moment, the lives of everyone in the hospital are in the hands of Uchiha Shinichi. However, the reaction of Uchiha Shinichi was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did he not care about the Akatsuki's recruitment, but he also showed a look of uneasiness and fear. Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai's face sank and said coldly, "Uchiha Shinichi, you should know the consequences of disobeying me." The reason why Nagato was willing to forgive Shinichi is because of the betrayal of Orochimaru, Shino, and Shinichi, as well as the death of Hirako. The Akatsuki organization suffered a serious loss of manpower, and the manpower available to him has become very scarce. Moreover, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan was suppressed by Amatsukami, and even the patriarch of the clan, Uchiha Fuyue, had his Manjikyu Sharingan dug out by Amatsukami, so Nagato felt that he could try to recruit the Uchiha clan, which has a grudge against Amatsukami. After all, both Uchiha Jishue and Uchiha Shinichi of the Uchiha clan have awakened their Manjikyu Sharingan and can play a big role in the fight against Amatsukami. Shinichi still ignored Nagato's ultimatum and hurriedly said to Yui behind him, "This Kumo's Jinchuriki has been made into the 6 Paths of Pain by Nagato. Not only does it have the strength of the Jinchuriki, but it also has the strange abilities of the 6 Paths of Pain. Even I may not be able to deal with it, let's hurry up and leave." Mute looked at Yui suspiciously. She didn't expect that the Manjikyu of the Uchiha clan would come to protect Yui. This kind of treatment is not something that can be enjoyed by just Naruto's fiancé. Yui herself was also taken aback, but she immediately reacted, knowing that this must be the arrangement of Hyojin, so she no longer hesitated and immediately ordered everyone in the hospital to evacuate. Soon, the hospital became noisy, and everyone panicked and began to evacuate. Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai didn't care about the people who fled in panic, but looked at Shinichi and asked lightly, "Why do you want to protect a Hyuga clansman? Is there something special about her?" Shinichi curled his lips and said, "You don't understand at all, I am protecting the shinobi world." He refused Jiraiya before because he wanted to stay in the village to protect Yui, because he is very clear that Hyojin seems to be indifferent, but if someone really touches something that Hyojin cares about, then the consequences will be unimaginable. He wasn't here just now because of the chaos in the village, so he temporarily went out to investigate, and when he found that the My Hospital was also attacked, he was scared out of his wits and hurriedly rushed over and activated Susanoo. Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai frowned slightly, protect the shinobi world? Shinichi no longer talked nonsense and directly urged his Susanoo to attack Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai. In his eyes, even a guy like Nagato can bring such a catastrophe to the shinobi world when he goes crazy. If something really happens to Yui and causes Hyojin to go crazy, then the shinobi world will be finished. Boom, the battle between Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai and Shinichi quickly destroyed most of the buildings in the My Hospital. In the face of Shinichi's Susanoo, Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai chose to completely liberate the tailed beast form and instantly turned into the huge body of an 8-tailed ox demon. But the circles of Rinnegan in his eye sockets show the fact that he is still under the control of Nagato. Shio, After completely transforming into a tailed beast form, Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai shot a huge tailed beast jade at Shinichi's Susanoo without any scruples. Looking at the shining tailed beast jade attack, Shinichi's face turned cold, and immediately launched his Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique Heavenly Guard without hesitation, temporarily locking his own state, and then urged Susanoo to meet the opponent's tailed beast jade. He skillfully tilted the angle, and the tailed beast jade flew out diagonally. Rumble. Soon, the tailed beast jade that was bounced out of the village exploded in the woods outside the village, making a loud noise that shook the earth and mountains. With Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai completely transforming into a tailed beast form, Mortal Path Yugao, Naruto Path Laozi, Animal Path Yujito Mu, Azura Path Han also transformed into tailed beasts one after another. In an instant, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails, these 5-tailed beasts with Rinnegan lines in their eye sockets raged in my village. In fact, for the Jinchuriki, the complete liberation of the tailed beast form is a very risky behavior. Only the perfect Jinchuriki that has reached an understanding with the tailed beast can do this. Otherwise, the Jinchuriki is likely to lose control of the tailed beast after the complete liberation and become a puppet of the tailed beast. Among the 5 Jinchuriki of the new 6 Paths of Pain, only the Nibi's Jinchuriki, Yuni's Jinchuriki, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Chillabai's Jinchuriki, could do this. The other 3 wouldn't dare to do it. However, after being made into 6 Paths of Pain, these 5-tailed beasts were all suppressed by Nagato's Rinnegan and became chakra batteries for Nagato. Therefore, under the control of Nagato, the 6 Paths of Pain can tap the power of the Jinchuriki to the limit. These Jinchuriki that are completely liberated and have no scruples are not something that ordinary ninjas can resist. Except for Shinichi, all the other battlefields have been defeated, and some of the battlefields have even completely collapsed. Even Shinichi couldn't help but think in his heart, who would have thought that I, Uchiha Shinichi, would one day be the savior of the shinobi world, who would have thought that I, Uchiha Shinichi, would one day save the shinobi world. The first chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In less than 10 minutes, nearly half of the village was reduced to ruins under the raging power of the 5-tailed beasts. Outside the village, the Kage who were confronting Nagato listened to the continuous explosions and roars of the tailed beasts in the village, and all of them were shocked and angry, especially the 3 generations Naruto and Tsunade. Nagato said indifferently, when the things they care about are destroyed, people will feel pain. 3 generations Naruto was full of killing intent. Nagato, you have completely fallen into the evil path. Tsunade shouted loudly, killing innocent people like this, is this what you call peace? Although the vast majority of the villagers have been evacuated, there are still a small number of villagers staying in the village, and under the raging power of the tailed beasts, the deaths and injuries of the villagers are inevitable. Nagato shook his head, only by deeply experiencing this pain, people will yearn for peace from the heart. This is the suffering that everyone must experience. 3 generations Tsuchikage fell behind 3 generations Naruto and 4 generations Laying at this time, stretched out his palm and pressed on the back of the 2 while saying, we can only fight. 3 generations Naruto and 4 generations Laying nodded in unison. 3 generations Tsuchikage shouted, earth release, heavy and heavy rock technique. 3 generations Naruto and 4 generations Laying, who were blessed by 3 generations Tsuchikage with the heavy and heavy rock technique, looked at each other, and then their figures flashed and attacked Nagato, in the village. Asuma, who was wounded all over, and Chiriku supported each other and hid in a ruin. The Jonin and Umbu accompanying them were all scattered, and the entire team that stopped the Naruto Old Purple almost lost their combat effectiveness. Hyuga clan. Hayashi and Richa couldn't resist the mortal Yugao even if they joined forces. Most of the Hyuga clan's land was flattened. Fortunately, mortal Yugao didn't target the Hyuga clan, or rather, he didn't put the Hyuga clan in his eyes at all. After destroying the resistance of the Hyuga clan, he moved to other places. In the ruins of the clan grounds, Hayashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression extremely ugly. Damn it, I can't even deal with a single puppet. The other party's contempt for the Hyuga clan not only made Hayashi feel relieved, but also made him feel ashamed as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Near the inn. Ziluo, Yugo, cover me. After Druid shouted, he pounced on Yuki-ni who had transformed into a tailed beast. Among the elites of the various villages in the inn, only Cloud Village's druid, as well as Sand Crypsis's Shurchin technique to the extreme and Yugo's berserk ninja Yugo, can really cause damage to the tailed beast Yujito ni. As for the others, including the granddaughter of the 3 generations Tsuchikage, Kuroto, they can only use ninjutsu on the periphery to provide support. Fortunately, there were Druid, Yugo, and Zoro, these 3 ninjas who could fight head-on, and they were barely able to resist the tailed beast Yujito ni. In the ninja school. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Guy, who was retreating in defeat, resolutely opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. At the same time, Ningxi didn't care about destroying the ninja school and directly summoned the big wild boar. Under the joint efforts of Guy and Big Wild Boar, the tailed beast Yujito ni was quickly suppressed and firmly confined in the playground of the ninja school. Outside the village, Jishui's team of 5 people, who were all seriously injured, finally came back, and looking at the scene in front of them, the 5 people were shocked. The battle was almost everywhere in the village, and everywhere outside the village, the rising smoke covered the sky, and the flames of the explosions made the sky as red as blood. Sasuke murmured, This is war. Deadale, who was covered in bandages, said, It seems that Mai has fallen, yeah. Haku asked Jishui on the side, What else can we do? Jishui didn't respond to Haku, but prayed in his heart, Senpai, please come back quickly. On the other side, Itachi, who was still leading the Mai ninja army to stop Konan from entering the village, was panting while looking back at the burning village. He was very anxious. Senpai, why haven't you come back yet? I can't bear the burden of Naruto. Inside the village. Before the duration of the Heavenly Guard ended, Shinichi launched a round of fierce attacks on the hungry ghost sect Chillabai, and then took the opportunity to remove the Susanoo and led Kuroto and the others to hide in the ruins. Mute asked, Are we just going to hide here? Shoo. Shinichi quickly made a silent gesture, and then whispered, That guy is currently the strongest Jinchuriki in the shinobi world, and I just tried it. He seems to have been made into a hungry ghost sect by Nagato. All ninjutsu is ineffective against him. Kuroto lowered her voice, Even you can't deal with him? Shinichi smiled bitterly and said, Madam, the main reason why the Uchiha clan can suppress the tailed beast is because of Jinjutsu. That guy is now being controlled by Nagato's Rinnegan, so my Jutsu Jinjutsu is ineffective against him, plus you are nearby, I can't use it at all. Boss? Mute was stunned for a moment, wondering why Shinichi called Kuroto boss. Don't worry about it. Waving his hand, Shinichi glanced at Sakura, Ino, Ziyuan, and the injured Shien and Gale, and thought to himself, with so many people, it's impossible to escape, it seems that I can only abandon some people. Kuroto looked at the hungry ghost sect Chillabai who was wreaking havoc outside, and said with a worried face, The opponent is so powerful. Then the mirror, Shinichi smiled, Don't worry, as long as the boss comes back, the problem will be solved. Swish, at this time a figure landed on the 5th generation Naruto Hyugin's Naruto Rock. Without a doubt, this figure was not a bystander, but Hyugen who had just returned from the country of water. Because Kakashi's chakra was limited, he could not use the Flying Thunder God technique to directly bring him back to Mai, so he could only bring him from the country of water to the country of fire. Taking advantage of Kakashi's recovery time, Suijin directly left Kakashi behind, and then switched back to his in-release form on the way back to Konoha at full speed, and finally rushed back to the village. You have made the captured Jinchuriki into the 6 paths of pain? Humph, what a great idea. Nagato, is this where your confidence comes from? With Hyugin's current state, if he wanted to defeat Nagato who had 5-tailed beasts and the outer path demon statue, he would probably have to use up all the chakra stored in the In seal on his forehead over the years, as well as the chakra that had been emptied of the giant Tenseigan. But once these chakra were used up, his bloodline net plan would have to be delayed for 2 to 3 years, and this was obviously a price he was not willing to pay. Even so, he was not completely helpless against Nagato, so he slowly raised his hands and began to form a seal. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. The strong wind blew the robe on Suijin's body, and in the midst of the smoke, he stood on the Hokage rock and slowly raised his arms, the chakra in his body also surged. The current Nagato is infinitely close to the 6th path level, and except for the fact that he hasn't mastered Senjutsu like Hyugen, He doesn't have any shortcomings. In the face of such a strong Nagato, no matter how many ninjas there are, even a Kage level can barely pose a threat to him, so even Hyojin doesn't dare to say that he can win. Because he knows this, Hyojin is not unprepared for the current situation. It's you. While making hand seals, Hyojin's eyes swept around the village, and finally fell on Tendo, who was fighting with Jiraiya, and the corner of his mouth rose. Immediately after completing the hand seals, he immediately used the Tenseigan soul descent technique. His spirit body instantly left his yin body, and like a stream of light, he shot towards the distant heavenly path, far away. Shimmer Tensei. Accompanied by the cold rebuke of the will of the heavens, Jiraiya, who was in the immortal mode, was once again sent flying and fell heavily into a collapsed house. Tendo walked towards Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, did you feel it? This is the power that I can bring peace to the shinobi world." In the ruins, Fukasaku, who was on Jiraiya's shoulder, coughed for a while and said, "Little Jiraiya, his pupil power is much stronger than the last time we fought, what's going on?" Jiraiya said, "I don't know, maybe he got the power of the 5 Jinchuriki captured by the Akatsuki organization." Shima-sensei said helplessly, "Let's try Jinjutsu." Different from Uchiha's pupil technique Jinjutsu, Shima and Fukasaku can join hands to cast a sound Jinjutsu that contains the energy of nature, toad singing. Hearing Shima Immortal's suggestion, Fukasaku Immortal shook his head. Tiandao's Shimmer Tensei had almost raised the surroundings to the ground, causing the surrounding terrain to be too open. The effect of the toad singing would be greatly reduced. Along the way, heavens will continue to speak, hand over the 9 tails human Jinchuriki and 7 tails human Jinchuriki. Jiraiya, who was in a daze from the fall, struggled to stand up. He looked around at the messy surroundings and said sadly, "All of this was caused by me. I really regret it." Will of the Heavens didn't stop and asked coldly, "Are you regretting not killing us back then?" Jiraiya shook his head and said, "I regret leaving you back then." Tiandao was stunned for a moment, and his footsteps slowed down slightly. Then, he took another step forward. "Teacher Jiraiya, regret can't change anything. Accept your fate." After Jiraiya sighed dejectedly, he once again roused his whole body's chakra. Facing Nagato, anyone could retreat, but he, the teacher who taught Nagato ninjutsu, couldn't. Even if he died here, he wouldn't hesitate. Soon, Will of the Heavens stopped and raised his right arm to point at Jiraiya. "Since you're not willing to hand over the 9 tails human Jinchuriki and 7 tails human Jinchuriki, then die." Jiraiya's face immediately darkened, and he prepared himself to bear the impact of Shimmer Tensei. However, the expected Shimmer Tensei did not appear. Not only that, Will of the Heavens slowly lowered his arm, and the 2 Rinnegan in his eye sockets began to move chaotically, as if he had lost his mind. Shima Immortal asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Both Jiraiya and Fukasaku Immortal shook their heads, and their faces were filled with confusion. There was no doubt that just now, Hyojin, who had cast the soul descend technique, forcefully threw his spirit into Tiandao's body, and fought with Nagato for control of Tiandao. That was why such an abnormal scene had occurred. Outside of my village, Nagato, who was about to cast Shimmer Tensei to repel 4 generations Liang, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. His body swayed, and he chose to dodge 4 generations Liang's attack. Boom! Under the double amplification of Thunder Release Chakra Mode and Rock Weight Technique, 4 generations Liang, who was as fast as lightning, smashed into the place where Nagato had been, creating a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. 3 generations Naruto cast the ninjutsu just in time, Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Nagato, who had just dodged 4 generations Liang's attack, suddenly felt the ground under his feet turn into a muddy swamp, entangling his legs firmly in the swamp. At the same time, 4 generations Kazakage's golden sand gathered from all directions, tightly wrapping around Nagato's body. 3 generations Tsuchikage, who was flying in the air, aimed at Nagato without hesitation, and pushed with both hands, Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. Swoosh, a shining beam of light instantly attacked Nagato on the ground. The joint attack of the 4 Kage was almost completed in an instant. From Nagato dodging to being trapped in the swamp, the whole process only took 1 or 2 breaths. However, in the face of such a clever attack, Nagato's face did not have the slightest panic, and directly reached out to meet the incoming beam of light. In an instant, the dust release of 3 generations Tsuchikage was directly absorbed by Nagato in front of everyone. Tsunade's face sank when she saw this. Even the dust release that was eliminated as a blood inheritance can't do anything to him? For generations laying cursed, damn it, this damn guy. 3 generations. Naruto shook his head. I can only try the sealing technique. Shinra Tensei. After shaking off all the shackles, Nagato did not pay attention to the Kage near him, but looked at the direction of the heavens well in the distance, and said to himself, who are you? The Kage looked at each other and did not understand what was going on. Nagato then said, Aunt, you are offending God. After that, Nagato used the black stick to put more of the pupil power of the Rinnegan into the body of the heaven's will, and Hyojin entered the body of the heaven to compete for the control of the heaven's will. Hyojin, who entered the heaven's will, smiled slightly, did not respond to Nagato's question, nor did he reveal his identity, but unreservedly released the pupil power of the Tenseigan. In an instant, the 2 powerful pupil powers fought in the body of the heaven's will, and because Hyojin's spirit body descended, he had a certain advantage, so after a battle, he temporarily gained control of the heaven's will. So, Jiraiya was surprised to find that the heaven's will in front of him with a distorted expression slowly raised his arms, and put his hands together. Boom, in an instant, a strange and incomparably huge chakra, as if it had some inexplicable resonance, fell from the sky from a very far distance, and fell on the body of the heaven, on the moon. Otsutsuki Samurai, who was sitting quietly in front of the giant Tenseigan, suddenly opened his eyes. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. After failing to track down the giant Tenseigan last time, Otsutsuki Samurai did not continue to wander in the shinobi world but quietly returned to the moon. First, because the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan has not reacted except for the first time when it was activated by Hyuga Aoki and had an instinctive resonance with it. Secondly, after fighting with Hyojin, who controlled the Earth Release clone, Kuroto found that there are many hidden ninjas in the shinobi world that can threaten him, and at the same time, he also discovered many shortcomings of his own. Based on these 2 points, Kuroto, who returned to the moon, silently paid attention to the shinobi world while working harder to improve himself. As the direct bloodline of Otsutsuki Himura left on the moon, Otsutsuki Samurai can be said to be the closest person to the Otsutsuki clan in the shinobi world today. This can be seen from the attitude of Otsutsuki Samurai towards Otsutsuki Samurai when Otsutsuki Himura crossed the void from the original spacetime. Therefore, with the advantage of his own bloodline and the rich inheritance on the moon, Otsutsuki Samurai's strength has improved very rapidly during this period, and with the growth of age, he is 2 or 3 years older than Naruto and Hinata, his physical development is almost complete, and the growth of his pupil power has also entered a period of rapid explosive growth. In addition to honing himself, Otsutsuki Samurai has also been constantly resonating with the giant Tenseigan on the moon during this period to improve the compatibility between himself and the giant Tenseigan. And because Kuroto himself is the first authority holder of this giant Tenseigan, the countless Byakugan that make up this giant Tenseigan are all his blood relatives without exception, so the soul resonance went very smoothly, and the compatibility between him and the giant Tenseigan is also increasing day by day. Because of this, Kuroto, who is resonating with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, immediately noticed the abnormal movement of the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan in the shinobi world. Almost at the moment of opening his eyes, Kuroto put his pupil power into the giant Tenseigan in front of him, and with the insight of the giant Tenseigan, he directly crossed the barrier between the earth and the moon, and accurately locked his eyes on the Mai village. The giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan is actually in his hands? Without a careful search, Otsutsuki Samurai's eyes fell on Tendo that exudes a huge amount of Tenseigan chakra, and noticed the Rinnegan lines in Tendo's eye sockets. You shameless thief, how dare you touch the Tenseigan? In the blink of an eye, Otsutsuki Samurai's expression became incomparably gloomy, and murderous intent surged from his body. He knew very well that only the Eye of Reincarnation could steal the outer Tao demon statue sealed in the moon. Therefore, the heavenly Tao in my village with the Eye of Reincarnation was most likely the thief. He had yet to settle the score with the heretic Tao demon statue. This is absolutely intolerable for Otsutsuki Tonari, because in his opinion, even the Hyuga clan, as a relative of the Hyuga clan, doesn't have the qualifications to control the giant Tenseigan, let alone an outsider. Soon, Otsutsuki Samurai's eyes narrowed, and he suppressed the anger in his heart, but with calm thinking, the killing intent on his body not only did not weaken in the slightest, but also became stronger. He already has the outer Tao demon statue. If I let him completely master the giant Tenseigan, then, if things develop in this direction, Otsutsuki Samurai feels that not only will his ancestors' last wish to reshape the shinobi world be unable to be completed, even the pure land of the moon will probably be threatened by the other party in the future. At this thought, Otsutsuki Samurai no longer hesitated, and completely made up his mind. In my village. Hyojin, who temporarily seized the body of Tendo, activated the resonance with the giant Tenseigan in the air fortress, and after chakra transmission, a message was transmitted into Nagato's mind. This message was none other than the exact location of Hyojin's air fortress. Because at the time of the resonance, Nagato's will also exist in the body of Tendo, so Nagato also sensed the giant Tenseigan far above the sea through the resonance and chakra transmission. What's that? For a moment, Nagato subconsciously looked in the direction of the sea. In the air fortress. After noticing the movement of the giant Tenseigan, Xianlin and Gaara rushed to the power room together. After looking at each other, Xianlin said, Sama said that once he sends a long-range signal, we have to act according to the previous plan. Gaara nodded and said, I'll be responsible for the movement of the fortress, the outside matters will be left to you. Okay. After responding, Xianlin and the 3 generations Kazekage puppets immediately left the air fortress. Not long after, Gaara controlled the air fortress in the power room to dive into the clouds according to the original plan and began the emergency transfer, while Xianlin and the 3 generations Kazekage puppets came to the outside of the air fortress according to Hyojin's instructions, using 10,000 mammoth Tenseigan and magnet release to clean up all the birds encountered along the way, to ensure that no creature will reveal the location of the air fortress. Because whether it is Nagato or Otsutsuki Samurai, they both have the ability to read the memories of living beings. If their luck is bad enough, an inconspicuous bird can expose the location of the air fortress. On Hyojin's side, with the help of the huge amount of Tenseigan chakra transmitted by the giant Tenseigan, he quickly and completely suppressed Nagato's control of Tendo. Then, with the help of the black stick inlaid on the other paths and using Nagato's own chakra transmission system, he launched the precise rain pull, instantly sucking the tailed beast transformed hungry ghost path Chilabai, animal path Yujito, human path Yugao, Naruto path Laozi, and Azura path Han to the front of Tendo. Rumble, accompanied by huge smoke and deafening roars, Jiraiya and the 2 Toad Masters were stunned as they looked at the 5-tailed beast transformed human Jinchuriki scattered in the village, as if they were being dragged by an invisible force, like livestock being dragged all the way. What? What happened? Are they having internal strife? The 2 Toad Masters looked at each other. Jiraiya was even more sluggish, he did not expect such a sudden change at all. After dragging the 5 human Jinchuriki over, Hyojin used the body of Tendo and once again used the black stick, the internal transmission system of 6 paths of pain, and shouted, for symbol seal. In an instant, a series of black sealing techniques flowed out of Suijin's palms as if they had a mind of their own, and through the black stick, they were transmitted to the 5-tailed beast Jinchuriki around him. Bang bang bang, as the sealing technique took effect, in bursts of white smoke, the 5 fully liberated human Jinchuriki returned to their human form. What happened? The ninjas who were fighting with the 6 paths of pain scattered all over the village had this question in their hearts. Near the inn. After the Cloud Village's druid stopped using the thunder escape stimulation technique, he gasped for breath while staring blankly at the deep gully left on the ground when the animal Dao Yuni who had completely transformed into a tailed beast was dragged away. Hope landed beside Druid and said, the tailed beast transformation of Yujito ni seems to have been forcibly sealed by someone, I can't sense second last chakra anymore. Sammy, the blonde beauty of the Cloud Village also rushed to Druid's side and asked, what should we do now? Along the obvious gully on the ground, Druid looked in the direction where Yujito ni was dragged away and said, this may be an opportunity, we can try to rescue Yujito ni. At this time, the Sand Crypsis, Rock Village, and Yugo of the Sound Ninjas also gathered. Because of the previous cooperation, everyone has a tacit understanding with each other, so when Daruji made a request, the ninjas of the villages agreed without much hesitation, and together with the Cloud Ninjas, they chased in the direction where Yujito ni was being dragged. Near the My Hospital. The corner of Shinichi's mouth trembled when he saw Chilabai, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, being dragged away without any resistance. Mute was puzzled. What happened? Kuroto, who had the Byakugan activated, said, I don't know. It seems that a very strong chakra suddenly appeared and dragged him away with the black stick. You hit a little bit, because she could feel that the sudden appearance of the chakra was very familiar. Don't worry, we are fine now. Shinichi heaved a sigh of relief, because he knows very well that the only person in the current shinobi world who can deal with the 6 paths of pain so easily is Kuroto. Inside the ninja school. After the Shura Dao man who had completely transformed into a tailed beast was dragged away, Guy, who was drenched in sweat, fell to the ground and panted heavily. His chest heaved up and down violently like a bellows. Ningxi jumped down from the wild boar and asked, Teacher Akai, are you alright? Guy shook his head. Don't worry about me. Go and confirm what happened. Ningxi, who had activated the whites of his eyes, listened while observing Guy. He saw that Guy had multiple fractures on his body, and his muscles were torn and pulled. Although they weren't fatal, it was enough to make one tremble in fear. Is this the side effect of the 8 inner hidden gates? Shocked, Ningxi had an epiphany. Although Guy had completely suppressed the Azura with the help of the big wild boar and beat up the 5-tailed Jinchuriki to the point that he couldn't even retaliate, such a burst of power was obviously not without a price. Hashiman Tonku can indeed allow an ordinary ninja to possess a destructive power that can threaten a 6-path shinobi, but this threat only exists in theory. In the original time and space, Guy was able to kick Guy, to a large extent, because Madara wanted to test the power of Guy after opening the 8th death gate. Even so, without the assistance of 4 generations Naruto using the Flying Thunder God technique to remove Madara's truth-seeking ball, and Kakashi using Kamui to break Madara's truth-seeking ball, Guy wouldn't have been able to complete that kick. And even with so many assistants, if Madara wanted to dodge, it's not impossible. Not to mention Madara's Rinnegan Eye technique Luin Tomb-Edge Prison, Madara's own speed will not be much slower than Guy who opened the death gate. As long as Madara does not want to fight, there are ways to delay time. Kai-sensei, you can rest assured, leave the rest to me. Ningxi nodded, then jumped on the head of the big wild boar and rushed in the direction where Azura was dragged away. Almost at the same time, several other ninjas who were fighting with 6 paths of pain also rushed in the direction where 6 paths of pain was forcibly dragged away. On Hyojin's side. Under the surprised eyes of Jiraiya and the 2 toads, Hyojin instantly completed the seal of the 5 Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, Yutaka, Old Purple, and Han. Hyojin directly threw them who were imprisoned by the 4-symbol seal in the same place, and then quickly flew out of the village. Although the sealing effect of the 4-symbol seal on targets with chakra volume is limited and can't be maintained for too long, but Suijin believes that Jiraiya, as well as the other Konoha ninjas, will be able to properly deal with the 5 Jinchuriki sealed by him. And now he must leave the village as soon as possible and move the battlefield to an area far away from the village, because he can faintly feel that something is above his head, approaching quickly. On the other side of the village. Sensing that the demon path, human path, Azura path, hell path, and animal path of the 6 paths of pain were sealed almost at the same time, and the Tendo controlled by the mysterious person was flying out of Konoha village. Nagato finally changed the indifference on his face, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. Humph. After a light snort, Nagato completely ignored the few Kage in front of him and directly stomped on the ground with both legs. With a bang, he flew out like a cannonball and chased after the Tendo. Looking at the ground in front of them that shattered dozens of meters because of Nagato's stomp, the few Kage looked at each other and were speechless. Not long after, Nagato intercepted the Tendo controlled by Hyojin in a forest dozens of miles away from my village and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Because he had stopped resonating with the giant Tenseigan and lost the support of the giant Tenseigan's chakra, plus Nagato was in front of him, Hyojin's control of the Tendo was very weak at this time, and he could only barely control the Tendo and said, "Ma. You will know who I am soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Nagato looked up and his pupils constricted. This was because the rumbling sound that cut through the clouds was none other than a meteorite wrapped in the Tenseigan's chakra and falling rapidly, just as Nagato was observing the meteorite, the Tendo in front of him suddenly lost control and fell to the ground weakly. Nagato, who came back to his senses, was stunned. Otsutsuki Samurai, it really is you. Boom boom boom, in the blink of an eye, the falling meteorite stirred up a mushroom-shaped cloud, and huge flames and shockwaves spread out in all directions. Even my village, which was dozens of miles away, felt the earth shaking. On Naruto Rock, Hyojin spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I almost didn't run away. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. I wish everyone a happy lantern festival. Forcibly invading the body of Tendo with a fragile spirit body is actually a very risky behavior. That's why Hyojin caught Nagato off guard. If he does this again, he will definitely die. Even so, he doesn't feel good. In the final analysis, 6 Paths of Pain is just a puppet of Nagato's Rinnegan. Kuroto used the power of the Tenseigan carried by his own spirit body to fight against the power of Nagato's Rinnegan. Not to mention the outcome of the battle, just the price paid is enough to show that the two sides are not on the same level. In the battle, Nagato only consumed the power of the reincarnation eyes, but Hyojin not only consumed the power of his Tenseigan, but his spirit body was also damaged. This is why he suddenly vomited blood after returning to the in-release body. The damage to the spirit body, even if it's only a little, takes a long time to gradually recover, and this time, if it wasn't for the support of the Tenseigan's soul descent technique, he may not have been able to successfully withdraw from Tendo. Because when Nagato intercepted him, he had already used the power of the Eyes of Samsara to try to imprison his spirit body in the heavenly Tao. He almost got away with it. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Hyojin slowly stood up. Although the operation just now was a bit risky, it did have a miraculous effect as he expected. Not only did he successfully attract the attention of Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon, but also through the black stick transmission system inside 6 Paths of Pain, he easily solved the 5 Jinchuriki that Nagato made into 6 Paths of Pain. Otherwise, even if it was him, it would not be easy to deal with 5 Jinchuriki controlled by Nagato's Rinnegan eyes. And this tactic is not something he thought of on the spot. In order to deal with the Akatsuki's attack, Kuroto made a lot of plans, one of which was to deal with the 6 Paths of Pain. Thanks to his Rinnegan, he can study the black rod produced by the Rinnegan's in young release, so he was able to come up with a set of tactics that, although the risk is huge, the reward is equally huge. It can be said that in the current shinobi world, only he who has mastered the soul descending technique and is extremely familiar with the black rod can accomplish this. Hoo-hoo, at this moment, the huge shockwave produced by the falling meteor swept through the entire village, plunging the village into darkness. In the darkness, on Naruto Rock, Hyojin's expression darkened. He did not expect Nagato to catch up so quickly, nor did he expect that Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon would act so hastily, so he did not move their battlefield far enough. I hope they don't come here. Muttering to himself, Hyojin's figure flashed and rushed toward the distant battlefield. The meteor fell to the ground. As the mushroom-shaped smoke and dust rose high into the sky, it continued to spread in all directions. In just a short while, the entire sky had turned gray. Floating in the sky, Otsutsuki Samurai looked at the ground with the whites of his eyes. Boom, at this moment, with a roar, the smoke in the surroundings was suddenly repelled by an invisible repulsive force, and in an instant, the smoke covering the earth was blown away. In the huge crater, Nagato coldly looked at Otsutsuki Samurai in the air. Their gazes met at this moment, and a formless killing intent surged from their bodies at the same time. Otsutsuki Samurai, you are finally willing to show yourself. Nagato sneered, the killing intent and fighting intent on his body intertwined like gunpowder being detonated. Otsutsuki Samurai in the air became more gloomy when he heard this. He thought that Nagato was referring to the fact that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon did not dare to intervene directly after the Outer Path demon statue was stolen, and only used the giant Tenseigan to investigate the shinobi world. For a moment, he was ashamed and angry. How dare you say that I am hiding my head and showing my tail? Our Otsutsuki clan is not something that an ant like you can offend. At this time, Nagato ordered Tendo, who had returned to normal, to escape, and flew into the air. Did you admit it? Sure enough, you are the one behind all this. Otsutsuki Samurai did not understand what the behind all this referred to by Nagato meant, but since Nagato had pointed out his name, he naturally would not take the initiative to deny it. Nagato then said, there can only be one shinobi in the shinobi world, and the ultimate battle between us is now. Staring at Nagato's rinnegan that was flashing with a strange brilliance, Otsutsuki Samurai said coldly, "You are just a ninja who survived in the fallen shinobi world, you simply do not understand the true power of our Otsutsuki clan." Whoosh, just as Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai were confronting each other in the air, 3 generations Naruto and the others arrived after Nagato. Looking at the huge crater in front of them and the 2 people who were confronting each other in the air, Tsunade said with a shocked expression, "The earthquake just now should have been caused by this meteorite, right? Is the person who is confronting Nagato in the air the leader of Amatsukami, Otsutsuki Samurai?" 3 generations Naruto nodded, "Well, it's most likely him." 3 generations Tsuchikage also echoed, "Isn't controlling meteorites a trick used by the leader of Amatsukami? In today's shinobi world, there is no one who can do this except him." Looking at the sky, for generations Kazekage muttered to himself, "The Otsutsuki clan doesn't seem to be anything special." For generations Lei Ying was keenly aware of the Byakugan in Otsutsuki Samurai's eye sockets, and wondered, the eyes of the leader of Amatsukami, why do they look exactly the same as the Byakugan of Naruto? 3 generations Naruto had actually noticed this long ago, and his heart was full of doubts. Tsunade said, "I didn't expect the leader of Amatsukami to have a pair of Byakugan. In the shinobi world, the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Uzumaki clan, and even the Hyuga clan are actually the descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths. Now that Kuroto has seen the real Otsutsuki clan, whether the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki clan are the descendants of Otsutsuki clan or not is still uncertain, but the Hyuga clan, which has the same Byakugan like Otsutsuki Tonari, is definitely a descendant of Otsutsuki clan." Just when the Kage saw the true face of Otsutsuki Samurai and Nagato, who were confronting each other in the air, attacked at the same time. Bang! Amidst the loud explosion, Nagato did not hold back and directly communicated with the heretic demon statue. Seeing the outer Dao demon statue, Otsutsuki Samurai naturally thought that Nagato deliberately humiliated the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, so he immediately formed a seal with both hands and channeled the spirit of the ancestor stone statue that has been worshipped on the moon. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to all the students who have tipped today, thank you everyone. In the blink of an eye, the 2 behemoths, the outer path demon statue and the ancestral stone statue filled the entire vision of Sandaime Hokage and the others. This? Are they going to fight? Damn it, this level of chakra is unimaginable. This most direct and most primitive display of power made the Kage fall into a deep shock. In Sandaime's mind, he even recalled the scene of the battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. At that time, just like now, it was a life-and-death battle between 2 strong people who stood at the peak of the shinobi world, roar. At this time, the outer Tao golem roared to the sky and let out a soul-shaking roar. Nagato, who was standing on the head of the heresy demon statue, quickly formed a seal, then clasped his hands together. While cooperating with the heresy demon statue, he released his reincarnation eye's power and shouted, "Earth-shattering heavenly star! In my village!" Whoosh! With the sound of wind breaking, the ninjas scattered all over the village rushed to the side of the Jinchuriki who were imprisoned by Hyojin's 4-symbol seal. Chilibai-sama, Yujito-ni-sama. Seeing the 5 Jinchuriki who were made into the 6 paths of pain were in a sealed state and fell into a coma, the most excited people were Cloud Village's druids. Because once they successfully rescue the 2 perfect Jinchuriki, Hachibi's Jinchuriki and Nibi's Jinchuriki, who were captured by the Akatsuki organization, Kumo's strength will instantly recover and become the strongest shinobi village, second only to Konoha. Just as druids were about to step forward to rescue Chilibai and Yujito-ni, Jiraiya stopped him and shook his head. "Now is not the time. If we rashly release the seal, it is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Let's wait until we completely defeat Nagato, and then find a way to rescue them." As he spoke, Jiraiya called out to the sealing squad that had rushed over, "Reinforce the seals on them immediately." After calming down, Darui also understood that if he acted rashly at this time, it could easily lead to unpredictable changes, so he nodded and took the initiative to step aside. Hei-tu and Chi-tu of Hidden Rock Village were the same. They weren't in a hurry to rescue their 4-tailed human pillar Old Purple and 5-tailed human pillar Han. However, just as the sealing team rushed to the human pillar strength and was about to reinforce the seal, the soul-shaking roar of the heretic demon statue came from afar. As soon as the outer Dao demon statue spoke, the 5 human Jinchuriki that were imprisoned by Hyojin's 4-symbol seal woke up and let out heart-wrenching howls. Seeing this scene, the ninjas gathered around were all taken aback and at a loss. Jiraiya was the first to react. He hurriedly shouted to the sealing squad, "What are you waiting for? Reinforce the seal." However, before the sealing squad could reinforce the seal, the 5 human Jinchuriki that were howling in pain floated up one after another. Not only that, but the gravel, bricks, and even some of the ninjas nearby seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and floated into the air, slowly sticking to the 5 human Jinchuriki that were rising into the sky. Darui was shocked. "What's going on?" Heitu was also shocked. What kind of ninjutsu is this?" The members of the sealing squad also exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't control my body." Also pulled by an invisible force, Jiraiya, who was slowly floating up, immediately realized what had happened, so he hurriedly shouted to the 2 toads on his shoulders, "Not good, this is Nagato's Eye of Samsara technique, Earth exploding heavenly stars. We must escape immediately, otherwise we will all be sealed." Fukasaku Immortal nodded, "Understood." In an instant, Fukasaku Immortal and Shima Immortal each stretched out their tongues, firmly entangling a protruding boulder in the distance, while Jiraiya quickly made hand seals and launched lion hair technique. His white hair spread out and entangled all the ninjas floating in the air around him. Then, with the pulling force of the 2 toads' tongues, all the ninjas were dangerously pulled out of the range of the gravitational field. After a large group of people were dragged out of the gravitational field by Jiraiya and fell to the ground, all of them ignored the embarrassment on their bodies and looked into the distance together. They saw the 5 human Jinchuriki that were still howling in pain slowly floating into the air, then were buried by countless bricks, tiles, and gravel little by little, and finally turned into 5 huge spheres floating above the village. Then, the huge tailed beast chakra leaked out of the spheres, then gathered together, and was thrown into the distance with a terrifying momentum. Looking at the scene above his head, Jiraiya's face was solemn. "This is the tailed beast chakra that Nagato is extracting from the human Jinchuriki." Shinichi, who was also nearby, muttered, "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed all 5 of them before Nagato could react. That would have saved me a lot of trouble." As soon as his voice fell, the ninjas of Cloud and Rock Village all looked at Shinichi angrily. Shinichi immediately smiled, I'm just joking. In fact, as long as Nagato uses a sealing technique at the level of Chibaku Tensei, then no other sealing technique can compete with Chibaku Tensei, so the real way to solve the problem once and for all is to kill the 5 human Jinchuriki that were made into 6 paths of pain, as Shinichi said, and let the tailed beasts and the human Jinchuriki die at the same time. But this also involves the vital interests of the 3 great ninja villages of Cloud, Rock, and Mist. Obviously, it is not a decision that can be made by me alone. On the battlefield, as a huge number of tailed beast chakra gathered from the direction of my village, the chakra on Nagato's body skyrocketed again, and the Rinnegan in his eye sockets also became more mysterious. Facing such a Nagato, Otsutsuki Samurai instinctively felt afraid, and then he made up his mind and desperately resonated with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Boom! In an instant, a surging Tenseigan chakra was dropped from the air and poured into Otsutsuki Samurai's body. There was no unnecessary nonsense, no boring probing. Both sides broke out with their full strength as soon as they came up. One side forcibly extracted the tailed beast chakra in the human Jinchuriki's body regardless of the life and death of the human Jinchuriki, and the other side fully mobilized the giant Tenseigan on the moon. The 2 huge amounts of chakra were so rich that they were visible to the naked eye, like 2 suns in the air. When their respective momentum rose to the limit, Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai rushed at each other at the same time, and the Outer Path Demon statue and the Ancestral Stone statue also collided fiercely. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the earth was shaking, sand and stones were flying, and the whole earth was trembling. Here's the first one, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Boom! Shursui and the others, who were rushing towards the battlefield, encountered this huge shockwave that was wrapped in monstrous smoke and dust. Shursui had no choice but to activate Susanoo and use the artifact Yada no Kagami to resist the monstrous shockwave that was coming towards him. Sasuke's face was full of disbelief. Is this the strength of the leaders of Amatsukami and Akatsuki? Are they still ninjas? Ever since he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke had an inexplicable sense of superiority in his heart. The other ninjas were not even worth mentioning in his eyes. This was why he was always brooding over the fact that he was defeated by Kirin. He couldn't accept that he, who had the Manjikyu Sharingan, would lose to an ordinary ninja with the mist release Kekkei Genkai. But today's continuous setbacks and shocks made him realize that the ninja world he lived in was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Kimimaro raised his hand to cover his face with a solemn expression. Just the aftermath of the two people fighting in the distance was enough to cause such destruction. This cruel scene shook the pride in his heart that had always been there. Haku, who was using nature's chakra to sense the battlefield, said incoherently, This is too exaggerated, the entire battlefield is filled with chakra, even nature's chakra was repelled. Jishui was shocked when he heard this, and immediately said to the others, It's too dangerous, you stay here, I'll go and see. Because he didn't know Hyojin's tactics, Jishui thought that the one fighting Nagato was Hyojin himself, so he wanted to go and see if there was anything he could do to help. Sasuke shook his head and said firmly, No, I want to go too. Kimimaro and Haku also said, Well, let's go together. There is no doubt that whether it is Sasuke, Kimimaro, or Haku, these rising stars of the shinobi world don't want to miss this rare battle between the strongest of the century. Then, their gazes shifted towards Dead Ale, who was the most heavily injured. Dead Ale, who was covered in bandages, curled his lips. Hey, what do you mean by this? Do you think I will miss such a wonderful battle? Jishui didn't say anything else and said, Everyone, follow me. Just as Jishui's team was cautiously approaching the battlefield, Jiraiya and the others in the Mai village also rushed towards the battlefield. Not only that, but even Konan, who was fighting with the Mai ninja, also abandoned her opponent and rushed towards the battlefield. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Itachi, who was disguised as Hyojin, got rid of all the Mai ninjas around him and changed into Homo Itachi's Homo and rushed towards the battlefield. Everyone was very clear that the outcome of the other battles didn't matter anymore. The battle between the leader of Amatsukami and the leader of Akatsuki will determine the future of the shinobi world. On the crown of a big tree not far from the battlefield, Hyojin looked back at the direction of the Mai village and muttered to himself, He can actually do such a thing? He thought that by luring Nagato so far away, Nagato shouldn't be able to interfere with the 5 Jinchuriki of Mai village that were imprisoned by his 4-symbol seal, but he didn't expect that Nagato could use Earthburster Tensei from such a distance and instantly break his 4-symbol seal and regain control of the 5 Jinchuriki. Although there was the help of the Outer Path Demon statue, this alone is enough to show that Nagato's current pupil power is not inferior to Sasuke, who had the 6 Tomo Rinnegan during the last battle in the Valley of the End. Sigh, I was too lenient. After a soft sigh, Hyojin retracted his gaze. When he subdued the 5 Jinchuriki in an instant, the thought of killing them once and for all flashed through his mind, but because of his benevolence, coupled with the lack of time, he didn't do it in the end. Rumble, suddenly, another violent storm swept across the battlefield. This was the second head-on collision between Nagato's Shinra Tensei and Otsutsuki Samurai's Rain Wheel Pull. 2 huge invisible repulsive forces collided with each other, compressing the air to produce strange distortions that could be seen with the naked eye. The entire world seemed to be torn apart. In the center of the collision, the ground was torn open into a bottomless abyss. The shock wave caused by the compression was like a raging flood, wrapping around everything that could be touched along the way and pouring out in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, whether it was the trees or the rocks, they were all erased without any resistance, as if they were drawn by an eraser. Seeing the shockwave coming towards him, Hyojin slowly raised his right arm. Rain Will Pull. In an instant, an invisible repulsive force, like a barrier, protected Hyojin and the big tree under Hyojin's feet, and everything around it was washed away in the blink of an eye, making the big tree under Hyojin's feet look like a solid reef in a raging torrent. Not paying too much attention to the raging shock wave, standing quietly on the crown of the big tree, Hyojin opened the star-like Tenseigan, through the smoke and dust in the sky, carefully observing the battle situation in the distance. This time, Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai seemed to be evenly matched. However, the giant stone statue that Otsutsuki Samurai used to communicate with was obviously not a match for the Outer Path Demon statue with the 5-tailed beast Chakra's blessing. In just 2 or 3 moves, it was torn apart by the Outer Path Demon statue. Fortunately, the giant stone statue could repair itself infinitely. Even if its arm was torn off, it could recover in the blink of an eye. Even if its head was twisted off, it could quickly recover in a few breaths, so it was able to hold off the outer path demon statue for a while. After observing for a while, seeing that Nagato and Otsutsuki samurai were actually fighting physical techniques again, Hyojin frowned slightly and thought to himself, why didn't Nagato use Shibarigami or Earth Shatter Tensei? He wasn't like this when he fought with me, was he? Obviously, Hyojin didn't know how much of a shadow he had left in Nagato's heart, so when Nagato saw that Otsutsuki samurai didn't enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, he also stubbornly didn't use the powerful pupil technique of the Rinnegan. In Nagato's opinion, using the powerful pupil technique first is undoubtedly a sign of weakness, and this is the ultimate battle that concerns the future of the shinobi world, so he wants to defeat the leader of Amatsukami with his own strength and clear the biggest and last obstacle on the road to godhood. However, he didn't know that Otsutsuki samurai actually couldn't activate the Tenseigan chakra mode at all. The second update is here. The new week will update the list. Please recommend and support it. It's nothing, please everyone. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. This shameless thief is so strong? In just 2 rounds of confrontation, Otsutsuki samurai, who has consumed a lot of chakra, was shocked. Although he had already expected a fierce battle when he decided to make a move, the strength of Nagato was still far beyond his previous expectations. At this moment, he deeply understood why the elders of the clan turned a blind eye to the thief who stole the Outer Path demon statue. Damn it, is this his real strength? Like Otsutsuki samurai, Nagato is not having a good time. Even with the help of the Outer Path demon statue, even with the support of the five-tailed beast chakra, he did not gain the slightest advantage in these 2 rounds of pupil confrontation with Otsutsuki samurai. In terms of chakra's amount alone, Nagato, with the combination of the Uzumaki, Senju, and the Outer Path demon statue and the five-tailed beast, can completely dominate the shinobi world. Not to mention ordinary ninjas, even Hyojin is not as good as Nagato in this regard. But Otsutsuki samurai is different. The giant Tenseigan on the moon is almost the crystallization of the pupil power of all the Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon. It is the chakra of the entire clan. Although because Otsutsuki samurai does not have the Tenseigan, which leads to him not being able to reach the highest level of compatibility with the giant Tenseigan, and unable to mobilize 100% of the giant Tenseigan's power, but with his bloodline origin, mobilizing 60% to 70% of the giant Tenseigan's power is not a problem for him. Therefore, Nagato is not facing Otsutsuki samurai alone. But the entire clan, the descendants of all the Otsutsuki Himura on the moon, therefore, even if Nagato's chakra amount can dominate the shinobi world, but in the face of Otsutsuki samurai who has the giant Tenseigan, it is still difficult for him to play the advantage of chakra amount. After recognizing each other's strength once again, the 2 of them did not hesitate to launch a 3rd round of battle. Rumble. Very quickly, the 2 seemingly substantial repulsive forces collided once more, and a thunderous bang resounded. Before the previous shockwave had completely subsided, a new shockwave was suddenly generated and violently spread in all directions, causing the sky to darken and the earth to darken. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was naturally the 3 generations Naruto and the others who were closest to the battlefield. In order to grasp the situation of the battle between the leaders of Amatsukami and Akatsuki, they didn't hastily retreat from the battlefield. Instead, they retreated to the periphery of the battlefield and paid close attention to the situation. But the fight between Nagato and Otsutsuki samurai is completely beyond the concept of a normal ninja fight. The surrounding area of more than 10 miles is affected, and there is no safe zone for spectators at all, so even the few Kage suffered in the first 2 rounds of shock waves. Seeing another shock wave coming towards them, the 3 generations Tsuchikage had no choice but to press his hands on the ground and shouted, "Earth Release, Earth Core." As the 3 generations Tsuchikage launched the Earth Release ninjutsu, the ground where the Kage were standing quickly sank, forming a pit with a depth of 7 or 8 meters. Hiding in the deep pit, none of the Kage spoke, all of them looked up with a gloomy face and silently looked at the shock wave raging above their heads. The silence in the deep pit formed a strong contrast with the roar on the ground above their heads. This strong sense of powerlessness made them, who once stood at the peak of the shinobi world, lose the interest to communicate. On the other side, Sasuke, who had just climbed out of the mud, saw the shockwave rolling in the distance and said, "Oh no, it's coming again." Jishui quickly shouted, "Everyone hide behind me." After saying that, Jishui once again launched the Susanoo and placed the artifact Yata no Kagami in front of him. Sasuke, Kimimaro, Haku, and Deidale didn't say any nonsense and tacitly hid under Jishui's Susanoo. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave came and the gravel, trees, and so on that were carried by the shockwave hit Shirsui's Susanoo, making a series of crackling sounds. Bang! At this time, Sasuke, who was hiding behind Jishui, heavily punched the ground and said with a face full of unwillingness, "Damn, we just got close to the battlefield, and it's so difficult." Hey! Kimimaro sighed. He could understand Sasuke's mood at the moment. Not to mention Sasuke and Kimimaro, even Deidale, who was always immersed in the art of explosion, fell into an abnormal silence. His face was full of solemnity. On my village's side, Jiraiya and the other ninjas also rushed to the battlefield, hoping to help in the battle between Amatsukumi's leader and Nagato. But the shockwaves caused a large number of them to be injured before they even got close to the battlefield. Some of the weaker ninjas were directly blown into the sky by the shockwaves. "Jonin, follow me, the others don't come close." Faced with this unexpected situation, Jiraiya had to make adjustments and let the weaker ninjas lead the team on their own. Shinichi left the team and directly rushed to the battlefield against the shockwaves. Just like Jishui, he also thought that the one fighting with Nagato was Hyojin, so he rushed to see. On the other side of the sky, Xiaonan, who had rushed to the battlefield with the detonation talisman cloud, was also attacked by the shockwave. After barely withstanding another round of shockwave, Xiaonan's eyes were filled with even more worry. Just from the shockwaves, she could feel how fierce the battle was in the distance, which made her even more worried about Nagato. "Nagato, you must win." Thinking until here, Conan once again rushed to the battlefield without caring about the consumption of chakra. Below Little South, a series of clanking sounds rang out as sturdy wooden stakes slowly fell to the ground, revealing Itachi, who was dressed in Amatsukumi's Balrog attire. After using wood release to block the shock waves, Itachi's face showed a trace of doubt. Just like Jishui and Shinichi, he also thought that the one fighting with Nagato was Hyojin, so he rushed over. However, as the shock waves spread, he instinctively felt that it was a little strange. With Senpai's superb wisdom, he shouldn't be so passive as to compete with Nagato in chakra. Senpai must have some other deeper meaning. Yes, that must be it. After suppressing his scattered thoughts, Itachi's figure flashed and disappeared. Unlike the others, Itachi had the divine artifact Tenseigan, which could deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment. Therefore, he did not swagger to the battlefield like the others. Instead, he used the smoke and dust in the sky and all kinds of obstacles on the ground to carefully approach the battlefield. The first update is here. I beg for recommendation tickets on Monday. It's nothing. Please, everyone. Boom, the two repulsive forces that had been squeezed to the limit let out a series of loud explosions, as if igniting the air and tearing the space apart. Then a dazzling light flashed, illuminating everything. In an instant, Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai were blown far away by an irresistible repulsive force at the same time. Not only that, even the powerful outer Tao demon statue and the ancestor stone statue were blown away by this repulsive force. In the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield seemed to have been cleared. The blue sky became spotless. Not to mention smoke, not even a single cloud could be seen. The ground had also become a flat wasteland. Although it was a mess, there were no ups and downs. It was as if a pair of large hands had flattened everything. Cough, cough, half squatting on the ground, Nagato coughed up blood rapidly. It was a big burden for him to continuously use Shimmer Tensei with all his strength, not to mention that he would suffer a violent recoil after each round of confrontation. After calming his breath, Nagato looked at Otsutsuki Samurai in the distance. Like him, Otsutsuki Samurai also fell hard on the ground. His gorgeous robe was full of stains, his chest was heaving up and down, and his mouth was gasping for breath. Seeing that his opponent was pale but didn't cough up blood like him, Nagato's face darkened. He realized that it would be difficult for him to win if he continued to compete with chakra, so he stood up slowly. "You're really unimaginably powerful, but this time I won't be defeated by you like before." After saying that, Nagato closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them, launching the strongest pupil technique of his Samsara eyes, Samsara border prison. "Defeated by me?" Otsutsuki Samurai, who floated up from the ground, was startled and confused. Bang, but before he could sort out his thoughts, a muffled sound rang out, and his abdomen suffered a heavy blow. Soon after, his entire body curled up like a prawn, and he was fiercely sent flying. Oh, what's going on? Otsutsuki Samurai, who was sent flying, vomited blood and was in a daze. He almost threw up his breakfast. Obviously, without the reincarnation eye, the Tenseigan eye, and the immortal arts, he couldn't detect the traces of Nagato's tomb clone at all, so he was confused after being hit. Nagato's expression turned cold as he roared, "Are you still not going to use your ocular sorcery? Otsutsuki Samurai, there's a limit to looking down on me." After roaring, he once again urged the 4 Luan tomb clones to charge at Otsutsuki Samurai. At the same time, he stretched out his hand towards the ancestral stone statue that Otsutsuki Samurai had summoned, would dragon technique. Walala, in an instant, countless vines and tree stumps rose from the ground and converged into a thick wooden dragon, firmly entangling the ancestor stone statue that the Otsutsuki clan's sacrificed spirit channeling had created. The outer path demon statue took the opportunity to take a step forward. As the earth shook, it punched the ancestral stone statue that was entangled by the wooden dragon. After the outer path demon statue punched, the head of the ancestral stone statue was hit and flew out, like a stone ball, drawing an arc in the air and then smashing into the distant forest. Looking at the crazy Nagato, Otsutsuki Samurai, who had climbed up from the ground, was dumbfounded, outside the battlefield. Boom, looking at the stone statue's head that was falling from the sky and almost hitting his head, Sasuke subconsciously raised his arms to block the flying stone fragments. He secretly swallowed his saliva. Soon, he retracted his gaze and turned his attention to the battlefield. He looked at Otsutsuki Samurai, who was dressed in luxurious clothes. Is he the leader of Amatsukami, Yama? Is that the Byakugan? Why is it the Byakugan? Like Sasuke, the rest of the team, including Ji Shuei, were also staring at the battlefield attentively. Due to the repulsive force, the smoke and dust on the battlefield were almost swept away. Therefore, the center of the battlefield was extremely open and unobstructed. On the other side, after the shockwave subsided, the Kages and Tsunade immediately came out of the deep pit. After glancing at the situation on the battlefield, the 3 generations Tsuchikage frowned and said softly, "Huh? Why does the leader of Amatsukami seem to be at a disadvantage?" The other Kages and Tsunade also noticed this, and their faces showed a surprised expression. In the past, although the leader of Amatsukami had never completely defeated Nagato, almost every time they fought, the leader of Amatsukami had the upper hand. Therefore, when the leader of Amatsukami made a move, they instinctively felt that the situation was under control and that things would not develop in a bad direction. However, the situation on the battlefield was not like that. So, their hearts that had just calmed down became anxious again. Under the leadership of Jiraiya, the group of elite ninjas who came from the direction of Konoha village also arrived at the edge of the battlefield one after another and consciously stopped to observe the situation. Is that white-haired boy the leader of Amatsukami? He's younger than I thought. I heard that he is from the same clan as the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. For a while, the ninjas who were looking at the battlefield discussed among themselves. Everyone had heard about the leader of Amatsukami many times, but they had never seen him in person. This time, they were both excited and surprised to see the leader of Amatsukami in person. This was because Otsutsuki Samurai looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old, which was much younger than they thought. However, considering that he was from the Otsutsuki clan, perhaps he only looked young, but in fact, he was not that young. Fukasaku Sage, who was on Jiraiya's shoulder, was puzzled and said, "The situation is not good." Shima Sage also frowned and said, "Yes, why is Otsutsuki Samurai at a disadvantage? Can it be that even he can't defeat Nagato?" Jiraiya said with a worried look, "Oh no, maybe Nagato's strength has increased, and the leader of Amatsukami can't suppress him anymore." Shinichi, who had arrived first, had a strange expression on his face when he heard the conversation between Jiraiya and the 2-toed sages. He knew better than anyone who the leader of Amatsukami was, so when he arrived at the edge of the battlefield and saw that the person who was fighting with Nagato was Otsutsuki Samurai, who was mistaken by the public as the leader of Amatsukami, he immediately understood that this was a trap set up by Hyojin. Boss is getting more and more cunning. Halfway through his whisper, Shinichi quickly looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He breathed a sigh of relief and then said to himself, I can't believe I was worried about the safety of such a cunning boss. I'm really too kind. Due to the epidemic, my control is getting stricter and stricter. I'm in a bad mood, and my mind is a little messed up. Plus, it's the climax recently, so I don't want to be half-hearted. So, I only had one watch yesterday. I hope everyone can understand. Today, I'll try to return to the normal 2 watches. Konan, who was in the air, was also paying attention to the battle at this moment. When she found that Nagato had the upper hand, she was overjoyed and said to herself, as long as I defeat Otsutsuki Samurai, I won't have to worry about anything. For a long time, Amatsukami has been the biggest worry in her heart. She used hundreds of billions of detonation talismans to deal with Obsidian in this decisive battle. She wanted to exhaust Amatsukami's strength as much as possible and provide help to Nagato in this decisive battle. Now that Nagato has the upper hand, everything seems to be settled. On the other side, Itachi, who was hiding in the shadows, quietly watched the battlefield. His face under the mask was calm. He vaguely felt that something was wrong before, but when he found out that the one fighting with Nagato was not Hyojin, but Otsutsuki Samurai, who was mistakenly known as the leader of Amatsukami, he immediately realized. Senpai should be nearby. Having understood everything, he suppressed the urge to attack and became even more cautious. Because from the current situation, it seems that Otsutsuki Samurai, who is said to be from the same clan as Sage of 6 Paths, is not a match for Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki. On the battlefield. Although Otsutsuki Samurai couldn't use Byakugan to see through Nagato's reincarnation clone, he was not stupid. He immediately realized that Nagato used some kind of pupil technique to avoid his insight. So, he immediately drew the Tenseigan chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon and poured it on his arms, making his arms almost in the Tenseigan chakra mode state. Then, he quickly adjusted his body and stretched out his palms toward Nagato. In an instant, 2 light blue Tenseigan chakra arms quickly stretched out and hit Nagato. Not only that, when the Tenseigan chakra arms hit Nagato, the palms of the arms also shot Tenseigan chakra light at Nagato. Shio shio shio, amidst the ear-piercing whistling sound, Tenseigan chakra light clusters flashed and hit Nagato in an instant. Nagato raised his arms and used Shinra Tensei to block or repel the oncoming Tenseigan chakra orbs while shouting, "Are you finally getting serious?" Soon, 2 pale green Tenseigan chakra arms chased Nagato like a shadow, and finally reached into Nagato's body. Otsutsuki Samurai's eyes turned cold at this time, and he immediately urged the giant Tenseigan on the moon to extract chakra from Nagato. Almost instantly, the 2 pale green Tenseigan chakra arms that stretched into Nagato's body pulled a large mass of chakra visible to the naked eye out of Nagato's body. This. Nagato was also taken aback because in the past few battles with Hyojin had never used this ability, so he was completely unprepared for it. But soon he recovered and launched the Rinnegan's ability to absorb chakra. Under the effect of the Rinnegan's pupil power, the 2 huge masses of chakra that had just been pulled out of Nagato's body were absorbed back by an invisible force. So, both sides launched the ability to absorb chakra at the same time and launched a strange tug-of-war. Periphery. Looking at this strange scene in the field, the 4 generations of Kazekage asked with some confusion, "What are they doing? Are they devouring each other's chakra?" Tsunade gently nodded and said, "It looks a bit like nether release." The 3 generations Naruto, as a ninjutsu doctor, shook his head. "This is not nether release. Nether release has a limit to the absorption of chakra. It is impossible to extract such a huge amount of chakra at once." The 3 generations Tsuchikage echoed, "Well, this should be their respective special ability. Isn't there one of Nagato's 6 paths of pain that can absorb chakra?" The 4 generations Lei Ying's face was a little gloomy. Is this the way ninjas of their level fight? In the face of the 4 generations Lei Ying's question, although the people present were all experienced and knowledgeable, no one could give an answer. On the other side, seeing that Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai were in a stalemate, Sasuke was suddenly moved and said, "This is a good opportunity for us to take action." Jisue shook her head, "Don't act recklessly. Yes, maybe we can kill the leaders of Amatsukami and Akatsuki at once." Deadale rubbed his chin and grinned, but it seems that he has no intention of doing it himself. And listening to Didale's words, Sasuke was even more moved. If he can play a decisive role in the decisive battle between the leaders of Amatsukami and Akatsuki, then he will inevitably become famous in the shinobi world, and for Sasuke, who is eager to be recognized by his family, this is an irresistible temptation. Swish! Sasuke activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and rushed towards the field. Not expecting Sasuke to be so impulsive, Jisue quickly chased after him and said, "Come back quickly." Sasuke said confidently, "Don't worry, I won't get close to them." As soon as his voice fell, Kuroto stopped in a position with a good field of vision and activated Susanoo. Disregarding his limited Manjikyu Sharingan, he simultaneously activated Amaterasu and Earth Life Enhancement. In the blink of an eye, a purple Susanoo was projected from Sasuke's body and aimed at Nagato in the distance. Sasuke's action this time is not entirely impulsive. Because he is very clear that if his Susanoo is combined with Amaterasu and Earth Life Enhancement, he can release a very powerful long-range attack. From a distance, he could take a gamble and ensure his own safety at the same time. In his opinion, it was very cost-effective and worth a try. Sasuke's action quickly attracted everyone's attention, especially his Homosubi outfit of Amatsukami, which attracted everyone's attention. Konan, who was in the air, was taken aback when she saw this, and without thinking, she waved her arms and controlled countless detonation talismans to rush towards Sasuke on the ground. Oh no! At the same time, Itachi, who was hiding in another place, saw Sasuke rushing out, and a trace of panic flashed on his originally calm face, and his heart seemed to be gripped by something. In the field, Nagato and Otsutsuki Tonari, who were absorbing chakra from each other, also noticed Sasuke, who was wearing Amatsukami's Homosubi costume, and their faces sank. Swish! At this moment, Sasuke's Susanoo completed its aim and immediately shot an arrow wrapped in the black flame of Amaterasu. With a whistling momentum, it went straight towards Nagato. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. The Susanoo arrow wrapped in the black flames of Amaterasu flew straight towards the battlefield like a black hole, instantly attracting the attention of everyone inside and outside the battlefield. In fact, after seeing Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai in a stalemate, Sasuke was not the only one who had the idea of making a move, including several Kage on the sidelines. Many strong ninjas also had the idea of taking this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Because Otsutsuki Samurai is obviously at a disadvantage, and once Otsutsuki Samurai is defeated, then no one in the entire shinobi world can compete with Nagato. It's just that, except for Sasuke's team, almost all the other ninjas who can get close to this battlefield are experienced and seasoned ninjas. Even if they have some kind of idea, they will carefully weigh it first. In addition, other people don't have a powerful long-range attack ability like Sasuke, so they can't launch a sneak attack from a safe distance, so no one dares to act rashly. Therefore, although it is a bit reckless, but it does need someone to act boldly to test the waters, and Sasuke, who has long-range attack ability, happens to be the best candidate on the sidelines. 3 generations Naruto secretly thought, with the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he should be able to intervene in the battle. For generations Lei Ying's eyes turned cold. Is it the inextinguishable black flames of the Uchiha clan? Tsunade frowned slightly. The purple Susanoo, is it Sasuke? 3 generations Tsuchikage floated in the air, adjusted his position, and secretly condensed chakra. As long as Sasuke's long-range sneak attack works this time, he will immediately increase the attack and activate dust release to ensure that Nagato, the biggest threat in the shinobi world, is eliminated. Of course, if possible, it is best to accidentally injure the leader of Amatsukami, Otsutsuki Samurai, and let this strong person who can rival Nagato disappear together with Nagato. Because of these reasons, when Sasuke jumped out of the crowd and displayed a powerful long-range attack, all the people who had the idea of attacking showed a look of expectation. Whoosh! In the harsh whistling sound, Sasuke's Susanoo arrow shot at an incredible speed towards Nagato, who was in a stalemate with Otsutsuki Samurai. And when he saw Nagato didn't respond and seemed to be helpless in the face of his arrow, Sasuke's mouth under the mask quickly curled up. No matter who you are, you can't ignore our powerful Uchiha clan. Today, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will end your legend. Boom! At this moment, the arrow that flew towards Nagato seemed to hit something and exploded inexplicably halfway. The black flame of Amaterasu wrapped around the arrow also drifted around and splashed all over the ground. Sasuke's expression suddenly froze, and he said in surprise, "What's going on?" He clearly aimed at Nagato, but the arrow did not hit the target. It exploded out of nowhere in the open space hundreds of meters away from Nagato, as if it had hit something solid. On the sidelines, Shinichi's face darkened. Jiraiya, who was frowning at the side, said doubtfully, "I always feel that there is something there." On Jiraiya's shoulder, the two immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, echoed, "Well, there really seems to be something there." Because of the distance, even in immortal mode, Jiraiya could not clearly perceive the 4 samurai clones of Nagato wandering in the field. He could only vaguely perceive their existence. On the other side, "For generations," Laying said, "sure enough." The 3 generations of Tsuchikage floating in the air also slowly descended, dismissing the idea of continuing to attack. In the last fight, several Kages had seen Nagato's samurai prison, and because it was the first time they encountered it, they had no experience in dealing with it, so they were quickly defeated. Only the 3 generations of Tsuchikage escaped vigilantly, which was why they, as Kages, did not take the initiative to launch a sneak attack. Kacha, just as Sasuke was considering whether to release another arrow, his Susanoo was smashed by the samurai clones, and his whole body, together with the Susanoo, was hit by a huge force and flew out. Boom boom boom, at the same time, the detonation talismans in the air, like raindrops, fell on Sasuke, who was flying in the air, making a series of explosions. Fortunately, with the protection of the broken Susanoo, Sasuke barely blocked the attack of this round of detonation talismans, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The Susanoo protecting his body also degenerated from the previous armor state to the most basic skeleton state. "What's going on?" Sasuke crawled up from the ground with a look of horror on his face. His pair of Manjikyu Sharingan darted around in his eye sockets, looking for the enemy he couldn't see. He couldn't imagine that his Manjikyu Sharingan couldn't see through an enemy. Bang! Before Sasuke could stabilize his mind, Nagato's samurai clones once again punched his Susanoo, and he flew out together with the Susanoo. The power of samurai clones, even a tailed beast with rough skin and thick flesh could not resist, so after being hit for the second time, Sasuke's Susanoo was broken, and Sasuke's body was also hit and flew out. At this time, Jishui arrived in time, opened her Susanoo to cover Sasuke, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood, and with her rich experience, predicted the attack path of Nagato's samurai clones, and blocked the attack with the artifact Yada no Kagami in front of her. Boom! In a split second, Nagato's Luanmu doppelganger struck Jishui's divine artifact, Yada no Kagami mirror, causing a loud explosion. After that, both sides were sent flying by the huge shock, and Jishui took advantage of the counterforce to carry Sasuke, who was vomiting blood, back to the sidelines. What happened just now? Could it be a ghost? Damn it! If even a powerhouse like Fire Demon from God's organization can't interfere, then what's the point of us staying here? From the moment Sasuke launched a sneak attack to the point where he vomited blood and was rescued by Jishui, the entire process only took a few breaths. But it was also this small episode that shocked the ninjas on the sidelines. They didn't laugh at Sasuke, who was sent flying in an instant, but they were shocked that a strong ninja with Manjikyu Sharingan couldn't even intervene in the fight. At the same time, because Jishui used the artifact Yada no Kagami mirror to resist the attack of Nagato's Luanmu doppelganger, in the huge counterforce, an illusory shadow was faintly reflected in the distorted air, making everyone clearly aware of the existence of a terrifying existence in the field that can't be seen by the naked eye, but can blow away Susanoo with a punch. And Sasuke, who was rescued by Jishui and brought back to the sidelines, vomited blood and asked, "Why did this happen?" The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Looking at Sasuke's unwillingness in his eyes, Jishui shook his head and didn't answer Sasuke's doubts, or rather, he couldn't answer Sasuke's doubts. Damn it! At this time, Sasuke struggled to get up from the ground and covered his head with his hands. In the previous battle, Kuroto had consumed a lot of his pupil power, and his eyesight has begun to deteriorate seriously, and just now, regardless of the consumption of his pupil power, he used Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Earth Life in succession, these 3 Manjikyu Sharingan level jutsu, so the blurriness of his vision has become even more serious. At this time, Kimimaro and Haku looked at each other and saw surprise and shock in each other's eyes. For Sasuke's attack just now, Although they felt that it was a bit reckless, they also thought that the success rate of Sasuke's sneak attack was quite high, and it was a long-range sneak attack, so there shouldn't be any risk. However, they didn't think that Sasuke's sneak attack not only didn't achieve any effect, but he also almost lost his life. If it wasn't for Jishui's timely action, Sasuke would have been hammered into meat paste. Deadale, who had been laughing and encouraging Sasuke to attack, also restrained his smile and looked at Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai with a complex expression. He has always believed that the art of explosion is worthy of his life's pursuit. But the Akatsuki leader and Amatsukami leader fighting in front of him made him feel that the art he was so proud of was not even worth mentioning in front of the other party. This kind of disparity made him very depressed. In the field. The small interlude just now not only made the ninjas on the sidelines aware of the existence of Nagato's chakra clone, but it also made Otsutsuki Samurai, who was competing with Nagato, aware of the existence of the chakra clone. Under the shock, Otsutsuki Samurai, who originally had a slight advantage in this chakra battle, suddenly lost his footing, and the chakra that was pulled out of Nagato's body was snatched back by Nagato. And in the continuous battle, both of them found it difficult to continue. One's expression was getting more and more distorted, and the veins on his face were bulging as if he was trying his best, while the other was gasping for breath. But no matter how difficult it seemed for the two in the field, with the lesson of Sasuke just now, the ninjas on the sidelines didn't act rashly. And in a shadow on the sidelines, Hyojin, who was also watching the battle, frowned slightly. As the initiator of the battle between Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai, Hyojin has always been calm, but as the battle heated up, he faintly felt that something was wrong. At first, he couldn't tell where this feeling came from, but gradually, this feeling became stronger and stronger, making him suddenly realize why he had this feeling. They can't bear it so soon? Unlike other ninjas who only pay attention to the direction of the battle, Hyojin pays more attention to the information. It must be known that whether it is Nagato or Otsutsuki Samurai, both of them can be regarded as the strongest people standing at the peak of the shinobi world, and if measured by chakra's amount, the two of them should be the two people with the most chakra amount in the current shinobi world, except for Sage of Six Paths, who is in a strange state. But after fighting for such a short while, both of them showed obvious signs of fatigue. Even though the two of them had fought with all their might in the clash just now, almost razing the surrounding dozens of miles to the ground, such a performance still made Hyojin, who had higher aspirations, instinctively feel that something was wrong. After all, the Otsutsuki Yuki and Himura brothers had fought against Kaguya for several months. Although this battle that lasted for several months is likely because both sides lack combat skills and can only rely on their instincts to fight, but it is also because of the clumsiness of the fighting skills of the mother and son that intuitively shows the chakra of the Kekii net level and the Kekii net close to the Kekii net level of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net and the Kekii net of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net of the Kekii net level of the Kekii net of the Kekii net. And if one compared the battle between Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai with the battle between the Samsara brothers and Kaguya 1,000 years ago, one can clearly see the gap between those below the Samsara realm and those at the peak of the bloodline catcher. I'm afraid the chakra amount needed to break through the bloodline catcher is more than I expected. Hyojin's thoughts gradually scattered. The battle that could be used for reference was the last battle between Naruto and Sasuke in the original time and space. At that time, because of the gift from Sage of Six Paths, the two of them had just entered the threshold of the Six Paths level. One of them had the ability to temporarily condense the truth-seeking ball, and the other had the ability to touch the truth-seeking ball. And they also fought from day to dusk, and after fighting for almost a day, they were exhausted. From the rough estimation of these two battles, one conclusion could be drawn, and that was that the chakra amount of the bloodline catcher level was likely to be at the peak of the Six Paths level, which was twice the amount of the Six Paths level like Otsutsuki Yuki and Otsutsuki Himura. It was 10 times the amount of the Six Paths level like Naruto and Sasuke in the final battle. As for how many times it was compared to Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai in front of him, Hyojin could not accurately estimate for a moment, but it was at least 10 times or more. Just as Hyojin was secretly estimating the chakra amount of the bloodline catcher level, the situation in the field changed again. After stabilizing himself from being dragged out by the arm of Otsutsuki Samurai's Tenseigan chakra, Nagato saw an opportunity and suddenly put his palms together. In an instant, the outer path demon statue that was dismantling the ancestor stone statue stopped and instilled chakra into Nagato's body. And with the support of the outer path demon statue's chakra, Nagato's expression was distorted as he shouted, "Earth-shatter heavenly star." Rumble. At this moment, the entire ground began to tremble. Otsutsuki Samurai looked around blankly. What happened? The cracking sound of the ground quickly drowned out Otsutsuki Samurai's questions. At the same time, Otsutsuki Samurai himself was also sucked into the air by a strong traction force, and the broken stones on the ground swarmed towards Otsutsuki Samurai, burying Otsutsuki Samurai in an instant. Looking at Otsutsuki Samurai, who was trapped by the Earth-shatter heavenly star without any resistance, the crowd of ninjas on the sidelines all looked at each other with panic on their faces. Even the two elders of the ninja world, 3 generations Naruto and 3 generations Tsuchikage, who had always been calm, had a trace of panic in their eyes. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Am I seeing this right? The leader of Amatsukami was defeated? How is this possible? As the strongest person in the ninja world, how could he be defeated? Damn it, isn't he from the same clan as the Sage of Six Paths? When Otsutsuki Samurai's figure gradually disappeared among the gravel and floated up to the sky, the ninjas on the sidelines suddenly burst into an uproar. No one expected that Otsutsuki Samurai would be defeated so suddenly, as if he was completely unprepared for Nagato's Kabaku Tensei. Only Hyojin, who was hiding in the shadows, looked up to the sky, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. In the field, Nagato, who had succeeded in the surprise attack, didn't show much joy, and his face was still full of solemnity. Because last time when he fought with the leader of Amatsukami, the leader of Amatsukami used the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion to forcibly cut open his Kabaku Tensei, and easily escaped from the seal of the Kabaku Tensei. Therefore, he was a little worried that the scene would repeat itself. So this time, not only did he not relax his vigilance, but he also paid close attention to the seal of the Kabaku Tensei in the sky, and continued to send chakra into the Kabaku Tensei. And as Nagato continued to instill chakra, more and more gravel and soil floated up from the ground, and rushed to the Kabaku Tensei in the sky, making the Kabaku Tensei that sealed Otsutsuki Samurai bigger and bigger, and soon it exceeded the size of all the Kabaku Tensei that Nagato had made in the past. Whoosh! At this moment, a meteorite wrapped in the Tenseigan chakra fell from the sky with a whistling sound. Meteorite. Nagato's eyes were cold. He knew that Otsutsuki Samurai would not be easily sealed by him, but he didn't expect that the way the other party broke his seal was not the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion that successfully cut open the Kabaku Tensei last time, but to summon a meteorite. Boom! Under the control of the Tenseigan chakra, the meteorite accurately hit the Chibaku Tensei that sealed Otsutsuki Samurai in the air, making a loud explosion. The impact created a huge cloud of dust that instantly covered the sky. Great! There's still hope, as expected of the leader of Amatsukami. He won't be defeated so easily. Although the smoke and dust obscured the vision, so that the ninjas watching the battle could not see the result of the collision, but the appearance of the meteorite still made everyone excited, and hope was restored in their hearts. In next to no time, the dust in the sky was blown away to reveal the enormous earth-shattering heavenly star. Not only the people on the sidelines, but even Nagato on the field looked over with rapt attention. He found that although the meteorite had smashed a clear hole in the earth-shattering heavenly star, the overall structure was still stable. Nagato heaved a sigh of relief. I've won this time. Swish, swish, swish. Before the joy on Nagato's face had completely disappeared, another meteor appeared in the sky, followed by a second, and a third. This. Nagato's expression froze. All the ninjas on the sidelines were also horrified, because the meteorites were still appearing one after another. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th, meteorites appeared one after another, and in just a moment, they filled everyone's vision. The whole sky seemed to be wrapped in the Tenseigan chakra, and the meteorites were shining brilliantly. Should we hide further away? Finally, someone reacted, but in the face of the meteorite rain, it was too late to hide at this time. Rumble, In an instant, in the continuous loud noise, flying gravel, rolling smoke, and raging air waves, the battlefield fell into darkness, as if the end of the world had come. On the sidelines, Jishui had to activate his Susanoo again, and used the artifact Yada no Kagami to protect Sasuke, Kimimaro, Haku, and Dead Ale. The loud noise in their ears, and the vibration of the Yada no Kagami from time to time, made the people hiding in Jishui's Susanoo feel anxious. They didn't dare to imagine what would have happened without Jishui. All of a sudden, the shaking and the loud noise lessened a lot. It seemed that there were no more meteorites hitting the Susanoo that stopped the water, and even the splashing gravel had disappeared. The surprised Sasuke suddenly looked up, and in his blurred vision, he saw a figure slowly walking out of the smoke in the sky, and there seemed to be an invisible shield around this figure, and it was this shield that helped them block all the flying gravel. However, because of the excessive consumption of the pupil power, Sasuke couldn't see the appearance of the other person for a while, and he could only vaguely see that the other person was wearing the black cloak of Amatsukami. Obviously, Sasuke wasn't the only one who noticed that someone was approaching. Jishui, who had the Manjikyu Sharingan, and Haku, who could use nature's energy to perceive the surroundings, noticed it earlier than Sasuke, and then Kimimaro and Dead Ale also noticed it. The leader of Amatsukami? After seeing that the person was wearing the mask of the leader of Amatsukami, except for Jishui, everyone was shocked, and then they felt uneasy. After all, they were all disguised as members of Amatsukami. They were all fakes, so it was natural for them to feel a little nervous when they met the real deal. What made them even more confused was that Otsutsuki Tonari was still sealed in the earth-shattering heavenly star in the sky, and he wasn't wearing the black and gold-edged cloak of Amatsukami. So, they couldn't figure out the identity of this mysterious person who was dressed like Amatsukami's Yama. Obviously, the person who came was none other than Hyojin. After entering Jishui's Susanoo, Hyojin glanced at Sasuke, Haku, Kimimaro, and Dead Ale beside Jishui, and a strange expression flashed on his face. As Naruto, he naturally heard that the village wanted to arrange people to pretend to be members of Amatsukami, but at that time, his mind was focused on developing the lightning release clone, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't know whether it was a coincidence or God's will, but the ninjas chosen by the village to pretend to be members of Amatsukami, except for Sasuke, were all targets that he had collected cells from. Among them, the cells of the water release clone came from Haku, the cells of the fire release clone came from Jishui, the cells of the wind release clone came from Kimimaro, and the cells of the earth release clone came from Dead Ale. Ah, what a coincidence, Hyojin smiled and shook his head. Jishui naturally knew Hyojin's identity, so he hurriedly asked, "Do you have any instructions?" After Jishui spoke, Sasuke, Haku, Kimimaro, and Dead Ale all looked at Hyojin nervously. Hyojin smiled and asked Haku, "Can you still enter Sage Mode?" "Yes." Haku nodded and didn't say anything else. He immediately entered Sage Mode. Hyojin reached into Haku's body and instantly absorbed the immortal technique chakra in Haku's body. Then, he shifted his gaze to the center of the battlefield. "I'm sorry, there's only one chapter today." Since he didn't have any immortal technique, nature energy was harmful to Hyojin. Once he absorbed a large amount of it, even his body would start to show signs of petrification. However, if it was the nature energy that had fused with chakra, which was the immortal technique chakra, he could absorb it and use it. In the original spacetime, Uchiha Madara, who didn't have any immortal technique, had absorbed the immortal technique chakra from the first generation and used it. Of course, since the immortal technique chakra that Hyojin absorbed wasn't made from his own chakra, its compatibility and efficiency couldn't be compared to his Tenseigan chakra. "Stop." Seeing Hyojin casually take Haku's chakra, Kimimaro was about to make a move. Jishui quickly stopped Kimimaro and shook his head. Since he trusted Jishui, Kimimaro suppressed the thought of making a move and stared at Hyojin. Sasuke and Dead Ale, who were seriously injured, also looked nervous. They subconsciously retreated a bit and were on high alert. Not to mention Hyojin's attire as the leader of Amatsukami, just the fact that he could casually take Haku's chakra made Sasuke and Dead Ale instinctively tremble in fear. Haku, who was being absorbed by Hyojin's immortal technique chakra, suddenly froze. He looked at Hyojin with a bewildered expression and said, "You are." Because he was once possessed by Suijin using the Soul Descend technique, coupled with the connection of chakra at this moment, Haku immediately recognized the mysterious person wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a ghost mask in front of him as Sui Jin. Okay. Hyojin, who was still looking at the battlefield in the distance, did not turn around. He only responded indifferently. After confirming Hyojin's true identity, the fear in Bai's heart immediately dissipated. Then, he gathered even more immortal art chakra with all his might. However, because he had used up too much of his chakra to stop Lil Nan's detonation talisman cloud, he quickly fainted. After withdrawing his hand from Haku, Hyojin instructed Jishui, "Take care of him." "Yes." Jishui nodded. Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Deidale were inexplicably horrified, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Ignoring Sasuke and the others, Hyojin clenched his fists and muttered, "Is this the immortal art chakra?" It was not that Hyojin had never dealt with natural energy. His dragon vein contained a large amount of natural energy, but it was his first time using the immortal art chakra. Therefore, while he was feeling curious, he instinctively analyzed the difference between the immortal art chakra and ordinary chakra. In terms of chakra attributes, the immortal art chakra was a lot more vague. It felt as if the natural energy had diluted the attributes of chakra, causing the attributes of the immortal art chakra to be more vague after the fusion. What is the best ratio for the fusion of chakra and natural energy? Which attribute of chakra has the highest tolerance and utilization of natural energy? After fusing with natural energy, what changes will happen to chakra? For a moment, out of his scientific research instinct, countless questions flashed through his mind. There was no doubt that the immortal art was a huge system that was not inferior to the chakra system. It was not something that could be figured out in a short time. Therefore, he instantly put away his scattered thoughts and focused on the battlefield again. The battlefield was still dark and gloomy. The meteorites that kept falling from the sky let out a series of whistling and exploding sounds, causing the entire ground to undulate endlessly. The airwaves that carried the gravel were also wreaking havoc on the battlefield. It was a completely doomsday scene. In such a complicated situation, even Hyojin, who had the Tenseigan, could not completely understand everything on the battlefield, let alone an ordinary ocular technique ninja. This was because not only were the smoke, airwaves, and gravel interfering with his vision, but there were also a large number of Rinnegan chakra, Tenseigan chakra, and violent-tailed beast chakra on the battlefield. So much so that in Suijin's field of vision, all he could see was chakra, almost filling the whole world. Tisk, after a careful observation for a moment, Hyojin spat lightly. Although he could not completely understand everything on the battlefield, with his rich experience and sensitivity to Tenseigan chakra, he still faintly noticed that Otsutsuki samurai got rid of Nagato's seal with the help of the meteorites and fled in panic. There is no doubt that Nagato's earthly explosion heavenly star really scared Otsutsuki samurai. And with the escape of Otsutsuki samurai, the meteorite rain in the sky also stopped, and the smoke and dust that covered the sky gradually dissipated, revealing a messy battlefield. In the sky in the center of the battlefield, the earthly explosion heavenly star created by Nagato was still suspended there. But compared to before, the earthly explosion heavenly star hanging high in the air had been broken, and there was no longer a spherical shape, and gravel was constantly falling from it. It seemed that it was difficult to maintain. Hyojin frowned slightly. He did not expect that after being hit by so many meteorites, Nagato's earthly explosion heavenly star had not been completely destroyed, which was really beyond his expectations. Immediately afterward, Hyojin moved his vision down and looked at the ground. The huge outer path demon statue supported the ground with both hands, protecting Nagato under its body. But despite the protection of the outer path demon statue, there was still an obvious wound on Nagato's forehead, and bright red blood flowed out of the wound, dyeing most of his cheeks red. Not only that, he was half squatting on the ground, gasping for breath, showing his exhaustion. Obviously, in order to maintain the earthly explosion heavenly star, Nagato has been consuming his own Rinnegan chakra to fight against the meteorite rain summoned by Otsutsuki samurai using the giant Tenseigan. It must be known that Otsutsuki Tonari's summoning of the meteorite rain consumes the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, and it is mainly consumed to push the meteorite and correct the direction of the meteorite's fall. The real power of the meteorite actually comes from the mass of the meteorite itself and the gravity of nature. From a certain point of view, Otsutsuki Samurai used the giant Tenseigan on the moon to summon the meteorite, which is similar to the Kirinjutsu, which uses the lightning release ninjutsu to draw the natural thunder and lightning from the clouds. Both are beyond the scope of normal ninjutsu and belong to a clever use of natural energy. In this case, Nagato was undoubtedly at a disadvantage when he used his own chakra to resist. At this time, the outer path demon statue, which was as huge as a hill, propped up its body and moved to the side. Nagato, who was panting heavily, slowly raised his head and looked at the broken earthly explosion heavenly star in the sky, and his face was extremely gloomy. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. As the creator of Chibaku Tensei, Nagato naturally noticed that Otsutsuki Samurai had successfully escaped. If it was against an ordinary enemy, Chibaku Tensei would indeed be a one-hit kill. After all, even Kagaya, who was a Kekii net, was defeated by this technique. But Otsutsuki Samurai was slightly different. Because just sealing Otsutsuki Samurai himself could not completely destroy his resistance. He just needed to take advantage of the time when he was sealed to send a message to the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Then even if he was completely sealed and chakra was completely frozen, the giant Tenseigan on the moon would still execute the order he left. Therefore, Nagato's failure this time had nothing to do with the tactics he executed. It was all because of the lack of information. Damn it, I let him escape. In addition to the annoyance, Nagato gradually had some doubts in his heart. Until the battle just now, he firmly believed that the leader of Amatsukami was Otsutsuki Samurai, but as Otsutsuki Samurai fled, he gradually realized that the Otsutsuki Samurai who just fought with him was very different from the leader of Amatsukami who he had fought with several times before. Although the chakra used by the two was very similar, and both had summoned meteorites, the fighting styles of the two were completely different. And just now, Otsutsuki Samurai obviously could not use the fierce pupil techniques that the leader of Amatsukami had used, nor could he use the black sphere that could nail his chakra clone. Is that guy just now not the real Otsutsuki Samurai? Or Otsutsuki Samurai is not the real leader of Amatsukami? For a moment, this thought flashed in Nagato's mind. The reason why he firmly believes that Otsutsuki Samurai is the leader of Amatsukami is not only because of the information provided by Hyuga Aoki, but also because he believes that only the legendary Otsutsuki clan is worthy of the identity of the leader of Amatsukami. As for the others, they were not qualified to go against him since he possessed the celestial eye. It was this confidence in his own strength, or perhaps arrogance, that made him ignore many obvious details. Now that he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but notice that not only his fighting style, but even his behavior, the Otsutsuki Tonari Otsutsuki just now was completely different from the leader of Amatsukami in his impression. On the sidelines. I didn't expect Otsutsuki Samurai to escape so easily. Just as Nagato was in a state of confusion, Hyojin silently evaluated Nagato's current state. Frankly speaking, the timing of Nagato's attack this time made Hyojin very unhappy. He had to abandon the young release clone that was at a critical moment in the laboratory and rush to fight. Moreover, he was close to breaking through the bloodline fusion ritual, so he couldn't fight with all his strength. That was why he had no choice but to target Otsutsuki Samurai. In fact, he didn't want to do this. The reason was very simple. Otsutsuki Samurai was also one of his prey. If Otsutsuki Samurai was killed by Nagato, everything would be fine. Hyojin could use the resonance between him and the giant Tenseigan on the moon to slowly search for the way to the moon. Then, he could easily receive all the Otsutsuki clan's inheritance on the moon, including the giant Tenseigan. After all, Otsutsuki Samurai should be the only descendant of the Otsutsuki clan left on the moon now. But now that Otsutsuki Samurai had successfully escaped, things would be troublesome. Otsutsuki Samurai was not an idiot. This was obviously a trap, and it was impossible for him not to notice it. So, it was basically impossible for Hyojin to use his giant Tenseigan to set up a trap for him in the future. And once Otsutsuki Samurai was alerted, no one could predict what he would do in the future. Hyojin laughed at himself in his heart. Fortunately, he consumed a lot of Nagato's chakra, so my efforts were not in vain. His current plan was to repel Nagato and buy some time for himself to break through the Kekii net. It would be best if he could seriously injure Nagato. As for killing Nagato, he didn't consider it for the time being. Because the outer path demon statue was guarding the side, it would be difficult for him to kill Nagato without risking his life. Besides, he was the same as Otsutsuki Samurai, he couldn't withstand Nagato's Earthblow Tensei. And as long as he successfully advanced to the Kekei net, killing Nagato would be easy, and there would be no risk at all. My village. Otsutsuki Samurai, who was wounded all over, and his left arm was still dripping blood, glanced at the 5 Earthblow Tensei sealed with Jinchuriki over my village, and his face was extremely gloomy. Obviously, he didn't directly escape back to the moon, but took advantage of the chaos of the meteor shower to escape from the battlefield and sneak into my village. He was not ignorant about the Earthblow Tensei. He knew that the moon where his clan lived was created by the 2 Otsutsuki ancestors using the Earthblow Tensei, but it was the first time that he personally experienced the feeling of being sealed by the Earthblow Tensei. After the initial panic, he immediately realized that he was not Nagato's opponent. Because he lived on the moon, he knew the true horror of the Earthblow Tensei more than Nagato, so in order to complete the last wish of his ancestors, he must improve himself by any means necessary. As for the method of improvement, the elder of the clan has already told him before his death, that is to select a pair of high-purity Byakugan from the Hyuga clan and transplant it. By combining his own body with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, he can make up for all the genes and awaken the power hidden in the bloodline. Otsutsuki Samurai knows that the Hyuga clan in the shinobi world implements a system of clan and branch families. Except for a very small number of clan members, all the other clansmen are engraved with the cage bird curse seal, so he can't easily take away the Byakugan, so he has been spying on the members of the Hyuga clan through the giant Tenseigan on the moon for many years. However, the aptitude of the members of the Hyuga clan disappointed him very much. Even the Byakugan of the patriarch Hyuga Hayashi, who was in the prime of his life, didn't attract his attention, let alone the Byakugan of the other elders of the Hyuga clan. It wasn't until the appearance of Huahua that his eyes lit up and he had a goal. It's just that Huahua is still young, although the purity of the Byakugan is extremely high, it is still in the development stage, so he restrained his temper and waited for Huahua to grow up. He even planned to take away Huahua's pair of high-purity Byakugan, and then take Hinata back to the moon as his wife. After purifying the shinobi world according to the last wish of his ancestors, he will recreate the Otsutsuki clan with Hinata in the purified shinobi world. Yes, Otsutsuki Samurai has a kind of confidence in himself, he feels that he can create a clan. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes, and thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you everyone. Galloping all the way through the ruined streets, the injured Otsutsuki Samurai avoided all the Mai ninjas and quietly arrived outside the Hyuga clan's territory. Because of the previous rampage of the human path, the Hyuga clan's territory has been severely damaged, and most of the houses on both sides of the clan's territory have been destroyed. The 2 brothers, Hayashi and Richa, are now commanding the clansmen to treat the wounded and clean up the clan's territory. Seeing the sudden appearance of Otsutsuki Samurai, Richa was startled for a moment, and then immediately said in surprise, "It's you." Noticing the white eyes in Otsutsuki Samurai's eye sockets and the smooth forehead without the cage bird curse mark, Hayashi's expression became solemn as he thought of something, and quickly asked Richa, "Could it be?" "Yeah." Richa nodded. Last time, he represented the Hyuga clan and had a secret meeting with Otsutsuki Samurai, so he recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. As Richa nodded, Hayashi's face suddenly became serious, and he stepped forward and asked, "Your Excellency is Otsutsuki Samurai, right?" The news that Otsutsuki Samurai is the leader of Amatsukami has long been spread throughout the upper echelons of the shinobi world. Although the Hyuga clan did not get the exact news, as a member of the Mai clan, the Naruto family, they still heard some relevant rumors, so when facing Otsutsuki Samurai, although Hayashi is very vigilant, his tone is very respectful, as if the previous conflict did not exist. Covering his injured arm, Otsutsuki Samurai did not say a word, just looked at Hayashi indifferently, or to be precise, looked at the white eyes in Hayashi's eye sockets, showing a touch of imperceptible disgust on his face. Otsutsuki Samurai's silence made Hayashi, Richa, and all the surrounding Hyuga clansmen feel an inexplicable uneasiness. After a while, Otsutsuki Samurai used the Byakugan again and swept around the Hyuga clan, and did not find any trace of Hinata and Spark. He locked his eyes on Hayashi with a look of regret. "It seems that I can only make do." Obviously feeling the hostility of Otsutsuki Samurai, Richa immediately stood in front of Hayashi to protect him, and put on a soft fist posture. This is my village, and the fifth Dame-sama Naruto Hyojin is also a member of our Hyuga clan, you'd better not act recklessly. Whether the rumors are true or not, Otsutsuki Samurai is not someone the Hyuga clan can offend, so Richa had to bring up Hyojin, hoping to borrow the name of Hyojin Naruto to make Otsutsuki Samurai have some scruples. Otsutsuki Samurai walked slowly towards Hayashi and Richa while asking casually, Naruto should be the strongest ninja in your village, right? Richa nodded without hesitation, yes. Hayashi stared at Otsutsuki Samurai who was walking slowly, and he was a little uncertain about what the other party was going to do. Otsutsuki Samurai, however, said to himself, so, the Hyuga clansman named Hyojin is the one with the purest Byakugan in the Hyuga clan. It's a pity that he is not a member of the Hyuga clan, otherwise, the probability of awakening the Tenseigan might be higher if I transplant his Byakugan. As soon as they heard that Otsutsuki Samurai wanted to transplant the Byakugan, Hayashi and Richa both changed their expressions. Immediately, Richa used his soft fist and pounced on Otsutsuki Samurai while shouting, brother, you go. Otsutsuki Samurai waved his hand and launched Rain Will Pull, throwing Richa, who was pouncing on him, into the ruins on the street, and then slightly waved at Hayashi, pulling Hayashi in front of him. This? Hayashi's face turned red, and he wanted to launch a soft fist to fight back, but he found that he seemed to be wrapped by an invisible force. Not to mention using a soft fist, he couldn't even stretch his limbs. Otsutsuki Samurai observed the Byakugan in Hayashi's eye sockets at a close distance, and then slowly reached out. You. What are you doing? Seeing Otsutsuki Samurai reach out to his eyes, Hayashi was extremely shocked. He never thought that as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, there would be a day when the Byakugan in his eye sockets would be dug out without any resistance in the Hyuga clan's land. Richa, who fell in the ruins, struggled to support his body and roared, aren't you afraid of the revenge of the Hyuga clan for doing such evil things? Revenge? Otsutsuki Samurai was stunned, and then a blank look appeared on his face. How can the Hyuga clan retaliate against me? Richa, who originally just wanted to say some harsh words to stop Otsutsuki Samurai from digging out his eyes, was suddenly stunned and speechless. Otsutsuki Samurai turned his head and stared at Hayashi at this time, and snorted coldly, you obviously have the same noble ancestral bloodline, but you can't do this. You really make me feel disgusted. You. Hayashi was ashamed and angry, but he couldn't refute it. Without saying anything more, Otsutsuki Samurai directly took action and accurately dug out the Byakugan in Hayashi's eye sockets. Ah! Hayashi, who had his eyes dug out, suddenly wailed. Seeing this, the Hyuga clansmen on the side no longer cared about the identity of Otsutsuki Samurai, and rushed at him from all directions. Otsutsuki Samurai waved his hand fiercely, and a huge repulsive force sprayed out from his hand, and instantly sent all the Hyuga clansmen who rushed at him flying. Then, Otsutsuki Samurai threw away Hayashi, who had lost his eyes like garbage, and muttered to himself, the ancestor was right, the ninja world has completely fallen, and it needs to be thoroughly purified. Hayashi, who fell to the ground, said painfully, Otsutsuki Samurai, Kuroto will not let you go. Hyojin? He may be a little stronger than you, but in my eyes, he's just an ant that's not worth mentioning. Otsutsuki Samurai said as he put away Hayashi's Byakugan. At this moment, a soft shout came from the distant street, psychic summoning technique. Bang, with a burst of white smoke, a huge wild boar appeared in everyone's sight, and Hyuga Ningxi stood on the head of the wild boar, staring coldly at Otsutsuki Samurai, don't insult my sensei. Seeing Ningxi, Richa shouted, be careful, he is Otsutsuki Samurai. Otsutsuki Samurai casually glanced at the big wild boar, as well as Ningxi on the head of the big wild boar. His gaze stopped on Ningxi's Byakugan for a moment, and he said calmly, not bad Byakugan. Seeing his injured father and his uncle whose eyes had been dug out, Ningxi was shocked. He hurriedly urged the big wild boar to pounce on Otsutsuki Samurai, return the Byakugan. Otsutsuki Samurai, who had already received the Byakugan, floated into the air while using rain pull on the big wild boar that was pouncing on him. To him, such a huge psychic beast was no threat at all. If he wanted to, he could easily crush the other party into meat paste. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In an instant, a huge repulsive force was emitted from Otsutsuki Samurai's palm, like an invisible big hand slapping towards the big wild boar. Rumble, with a roar, the huge wild boar was slapped by the repulsive force, and suddenly staggered and fell heavily to the ground. Otsutsuki Samurai calmly retracted his gaze, and then continued to float to the sky. He didn't care too much about the big wild boar that pounced on him, because his mind at the moment was all about rushing back to the moon as soon as possible and transplanting the Byakugan to awaken the Tenseigan. At this moment, Otsutsuki Samurai, who was floating high in the sky, suddenly stopped, and then his whole body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and he fell sharply. Bang! Otsutsuki Samurai, who fell hard to the ground, had a blank look in his eyes. Then, he looked at the big wild boar that he had just slapped away, and was surprised to find that the big wild boar had a complex chakra similar to the Tenseigan chakra. Soft fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Without waiting for Otsutsuki Samurai to take a closer look, Ningxi used soft fist and appeared in front of him. Pa pa pa, Otsutsuki Samurai, who was a little distracted, was instantly hit by Ningxi's soft fist, and the raindrop-like palm technique hit him, making a low and rhythmic muffled sound. After finishing a set of soft punches, Ningxi immediately retreated far away and carefully observed the fight. Did you succeed? Ningxi did a good job. I finally killed this guy. Richa, who fell to the side, and the other Hyuga clansmen did not expect that Ningxi could really hit Otsutsuki Samurai. They were surprised and happy. Cough. At this time, Otsutsuki Samurai coughed up blood and stood up shakily, his face a little gloomy. Ningxi shouted, "Hand over the Byakugan, you have been hit by my soft fist, your meridians are blocked, and you can't use chakra." Humph. Otsutsuki Samurai snorted and stretched out his palms. In an instant, a huge repulsive force spread out in all directions with Kuroto as the center, and for a time, the entire Hyuga clan was covered in sand and stones, and the sky was dark. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Ningxi, who climbed out of the ruins with difficulty, glanced around and saw that Otsutsuki Samurai had disappeared. His face was full of confusion. My soft fist has obviously sealed his meridians, how can he still use ninjutsu? On the battlefield outside the village. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, several Kage on the sidelines quickly discovered that Otsutsuki Samurai, who was fighting with Nagato, seemed to have escaped. They looked at each other in dismay. The leader of Amatsukami escaped. The scene in front of them was really difficult for them to accept. They couldn't imagine that the strongest ninja in the shinobi world would run away in such a panic. After a while, 3 generations of Naruto slammed the golden staff in his hand on the ground and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, as Kage, we can't retreat." 4 generations of Lei Ing nodded immediately, "Yes, even if Amatsukami was defeated, we can't just give up." 4 generations of Kazakage's face flashed with hesitation, "Do we have a chance of winning?" While observing Nagato, 3 generations of Tsuchikage said, "Although the leader of Amatsukami was defeated, Nagato seems to have consumed a lot of energy, maybe we still have a chance." On the other side, Jiraiya looked around, and his face was a little pale. After the previous round of meteor shower, the ninjas who followed him here suffered a lot of casualties, and this was the result after Otsutsuki Samurai corrected the falling position of the meteors and concentrated all the firepower on the Tensei. Otherwise, not to mention the surrounding ninjas, even Jiraiya may not have been able to escape. Pfft. Shinichi on the side spat out the dust in his mouth, then looked at the battlefield, and then let out a light sound of surprise. Following Shinichi's light sound, the surrounding survivors all looked at the battlefield, and then they were shocked to find that only Nagato and the huge outer path demon statue were left on the battlefield. As for Otsutsuki Samurai and the ancestral stone statue that Otsutsuki Samurai used to summon spirit, they were all gone. Where is the leader of Amatsukami? The Tensei in the sky is obviously broken, and that Otsutsuki Samurai should have escaped. Could it be that he has been killed? The surprised ninjas immediately began to discuss. Shinichi said casually, "Could it be that he escaped?" When Jiraiya heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. "No. It can't be, the enemy is the leader of Amatsukami." Under the perception and observation of the crowd, it was soon confirmed that Otsutsuki Samurai was indeed not in the battlefield. What should we do now? It's over, it's all over. The leader of Akatsuki is so strong that even the leader of Amatsukami is no match for him. What's the point of resisting? The moment when it was confirmed that Otsutsuki Samurai had escaped, despair enveloped everyone. Not to mention the ninjas, even the two immortals on Jiraiya's shoulder, Fukasaku and Shima, felt uneasy in the face of this completely hopeless situation. At this time, Jiraiya waved his hand. If you want to leave, now is the time to do so. A Jonin stepped forward and asked, what about you? Jiraiya shook his head, I won't leave, and I can't leave. Swish, almost at the same time, the Kages, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others jumped from different directions and appeared in front of Nagato. Looking at the Kages, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others, Nagato returned to his usual indifference, hand over the 9 tails as Jinchuriki and the 7 tails as Jinchuriki, you have lost. The Kages, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes, so they didn't say any unnecessary nonsense and acted together. Jiraiya quickly printed, and then pressed on the ground, psychic art. Bang! In a burst of white smoke, Monta jumped out and sprayed a large mouthful of toad oil at Nagato. Standing on top of Monta's head, Jiraiya didn't stay idle, again printed, and together with the two immortals on his shoulder, they launched the immortal art 5 right guard gate. In an instant, a monstrous sea of fire seemed to fall from the sky towards Nagato. At the same time, after applying the heavy rock technique on 3 generations Naruto and 4 generations Liang, the 3 generations Tsuchikage, who was floating in the air, went behind Nagato and found an extremely tricky angle to launch the dust release. And with the help of the heavy rock technique, 3 generations Naruto and 4 generations Liang, with the help of the golden sand that was constantly rolling forward under their feet, they went around to both sides and pounced towards Nagato with incomparable agility. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. On the front, Jiraiya cooperated with the 2 sage toads, as well as the toad bunta, and used the fire oil compound ninjutsu of the 5 right guard gate and the toad oil flame bomb. The oil in bunta the toad's mouth was not the usual ordinary oil, but the toad oil from the toad pond of Mount Miyaboku that was rich in natural energy. After being ignited by Jiraiya's fire oil compound ninjutsu, the fire oil compound ninjutsu had also become a kind of immortal technique rich in natural energy. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage that went behind Nagato aimed at Nagato's back and launched a large-scale boundary stripping technique. The range of the technique even included the outer path demon statue that was not far from Nagato. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage and 4 generations of Liang that went to the sides were extremely fast. With the help of the 3 generations of Tsuchikage's heavy rock technique and the 4 generations of Kazakage's golden sand, they were as dexterous as ghosts. In broad daylight, they left a long shadow and attacked Nagato. Facing the attack from all directions, Nagato showed disdain. This kind of attack might be a disaster for other ninjas, but it was nothing for him. He directly changed his position with a Luan-Mu doppelganger in the distance and easily avoided the immortal technique attack that Jiraiya had carefully planned. Then, he stretched out his hand towards the 3 generations of Tsuchikage that had launched the dust release and said, 10,000 mammoth summoning. Swish, in an instant, the fluorescent light in his hand had just expanded. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage that had not been completely released was pulled by a suction force, and its body was uncontrollably thrown towards Nagato. At this time, a golden sand rose from the ground and suddenly wrapped around the 3 generations of Tsuchikage, fighting against Nagato's 10,000 mammoth summoning. Tsunade, who had not made a move, leaped up and punched at Nagato. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. His other hand reached out to Tsunade, who was pouncing on him. Have a taste of the wood release. In an instant, a sharp wooden stake pierced out from the ground, directly impaling Tsunade, who was leaping in midair. Tsunade, whose body was pierced, did not cry out in pain. Instead, she gritted her teeth and activated the Een seal. Then, she used her monstrous strength to forcibly break the wooden stake and fell to the ground. Once again, she flew towards Nagato. Nagato's face turned serious. He gave up the 10,000 mammoths and put his palms together. Would release, tree world descends. Rumble, in the roar, countless branches rose from the ground and grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, a lush forest was formed and entangled everyone. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Tsunade. Although she had a monstrous strength, in the face of the ever-growing sea of trees that could absorb chakra, after struggling for a while, she was finally wrapped inside and outside by the branches. For generations of Lei Ying, who was also trapped in the sea of trees, relied on the fierceness of the thunder release chakra mode and rushed all the way to Nagato like a violent thunderbolt. 3 generations of Naruto was as agile as a monkey in the forest. He moved up and down in the sea of trees that were growing crazily. The speed at which he rushed towards Nagato was not much slower than 4 generations of Lei Ying. Taking advantage of the gap when Nagato's attention was attracted by Tsunade, 4 generations of Lei Ying and 3 generations of Naruto quickly arrived in front of him. Under the new and old hatred, 4 generations of Lei Ying did not intend to be stingy with chakra. He activated the thunder release chakra mode to the extreme and shouted angrily, thunder abusing water and leveling Chio dance. 3 generations of Naruto swept the Vajra wishful rod in his hand and destroyed all the trees in front of 4 generations of Lei Ying, clearing the obstacles for 4 generations of Lei Ying attack. Boom, amidst the loud noise, 4 generations of Lei Ying completed the all-out attack, and the entire sea of trees trembled. 3 generations of Naruto immediately looked over, but found that Nagato had disappeared into the distance. 4 generations of Lei Ying seemed to have only hit a mass of solid air, or simply hit the trees that were growing wildly. 3 generations of Naruto's face darkened, and he immediately looked around. Ah! Before 3 generations of Naruto could lock onto Nagato's trace again, a scream from 4 generations of Kazekage came from outside the tree. 3 generations of Naruto immediately slammed the Vajra wishful rod in his hand against the tree in front of him. With the reaction force and the ability of the Vajra wishful rod, he quickly jumped out of the sea of trees and came in front of 4 generations of Kazekage, asking, "Are you okay?" 4 generations of Kazekage, who was covering his shoulder, said, "I can still hold on." Just now, Nagato suddenly appeared behind him, and while he was unprepared, he directly pierced his left shoulder with the black rod. Fortunately, Nagato did not continue to pursue, so he barely escaped. On the opposite side, Nagato, who was holding the black rod that was dripping with blood, said in a flat tone, "No matter how you resist, the end is doomed." At this moment, in the sand pile on the side, 3 generations of Earth's shadow suddenly jumped out and used dust release on Nagato without saying a word. A shining beam of light instantly attacked Nagato. Nagato did not dodge, and reached out to absorb the incoming dust release. Swoosh, just as Nagato absorbed the dust release, Jiraiya in Sage mode also jumped out from the ground and punched at Nagato. Because dust release was after all a fusion of 3 kinds of chakra's blood elimination, it was much more difficult to absorb than ordinary ninjutsu, and Jiraiya in Sage mode's physical attack could not be underestimated, so after feeling a trace of threat, Nagato did not choose to entangle, but his eyes were cold, and once again changed position with a Luanmu doppelganger in the distance. However, just after Nagato completed the change and appeared in the distance, a figure suddenly jumped out from the ground at his feet. "You!" Nagato was taken aback. The figure that suddenly jumped out was not a bystander, it was 3 generations of Naruto. The 3 generations of Naruto who had been cooperating with everyone was actually a shadow doppelganger, and the real 3 generations of Naruto had long hidden near one of Nagato's Luanmu doppelganger under Jiraiya's hint. Because Jiraiya did not show the ability to perceive the Luanmu doppelganger, so Nagato was not prepared in this aspect. Just when Nagato was a little stunned, 3 generations of Naruto had already completed the hand seal, Ghoul seal. With 3 generations of Naruto's roar, the shadow of the Grim Reaper with a short knife in its mouth appeared behind 3 generations of Naruto. "Nagato, it's over." 3 generations of Naruto said with a determined face. Seeing the appearance of the Grim Reaper's shadow, Nagato sneered, "You want to use our Maelstrom clan sealing technique to seal me?" 3 generations of Naruto's face froze when he heard that, and a bad premonition surged from the bottom of his heart. Nagato's eyes turned cold at this moment, and the reincarnation eyes in his eye sockets shone brightly, instantly suppressing the Grim Reaper's shadow behind 3 generations of Naruto. It's going to be a new week soon, and the ranking list will be updated. So, I'm begging for recommendation votes, it's just a small effort, I hope everyone can support me. Also, I'd like to thank the students who have tipped today, thank you everyone. As one of the few surviving descendants of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato is no stranger to the Uzumaki sealing technique developed by the Uzumaki clan. This is not only because he is a member of the Uzumaki clan, but also because in order to find Amatsukami, he did a lot of investigation and exploration in the shinobi world. In the process of investigation, he found a lot of relics and ancient books of the Uzumaki clan, from which he learned a lot about the history of the Uzumaki clan and many secret techniques passed down from generation to generation. And undead ghost sealing technique is one of them. Among all the sealing techniques developed by the Uzumaki clan, undead ghost sealing technique can be regarded as the most powerful, and at the same time, it is also the most costly forbidden technique. Even someone as strong as Nine-Tailed was unable to resist this forbidden technique. On the night of the Nine-Tails Rebellion, the 4 generations Naruto used this forbidden technique to split the Nine-Tails into 2 halves. One half was sealed in the body of his son, Naruto, and the other half was sealed in the body of the Shinigami. It can be said that under normal circumstances, once this technique is used, it can at least complete a one-for-one exchange. In the original story, the 3 generations Naruto used undead ghost sealing technique to seal the souls of the first Naruto and the second Naruto using undead ghost sealing technique to crack Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, and tried to seal Orochimaru's hands, using his own life to seal the 2.5 enemies. And now, the 3 generations Naruto is also ready to use his own life as the price to complete the seal on Nagato. However, the 3 generations Naruto obviously overestimated the undead ghost sealing technique and underestimated Nagato, who has the Rinnegan. When he saw the shadow of the Shinigami behind him gradually dispersing under the power of Nagato's Rinnegan, his wrinkled face was full of shock. Nagato said coldly, "This technique is meaningless to me." The hypostasis of the ghoul seal, which was also the hypostasis of the god of death that was summoned, was actually not as high as the 3 generations Naruto imagined. As long as the right method was used, it was possible to fool the god of death and release the soul that was sealed in the stomach of the god of death. In other words, there was a way to break the ghoul seal, and the Maelstrom family had found it a long time ago. However, because the Maelstrom kingdom was destroyed, many ancient books and secret techniques of the Maelstrom family were lost, and the method was lost. With Nagato's current strength that was nearing the 6th Daos level, the demon statue of the heretic path, and the huge chakra provided by the 5-tailed beasts, even if he didn't use any method to break it, the ghoul seal would not be able to seal him. At least, it would not be able to seal him when he was in perfect condition. After the shadow of the god of death was dispelled, the 3 generations Naruto took 2 steps back with a disappointed look on his face. Nagato used the power of the eyes of Samsara to dispel the shadow of the god of death. In fact, he also saved the life of the 3 generations Naruto, so that he would not be buried in the stomach of the god of death. However, the 3 generations Naruto did not feel happy because of this. On the contrary, his heart was filled with powerlessness and despair, because the ghoul seal was already the most powerful sealing technique that he could use. If even this sealing technique could not deal with Nagato, then he would have no way to deal with Nagato at all. The 3 generations Naruto was not the only one who felt despair. The other Kage that cooperated with the 3 generations Naruto, as well as Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others also felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness when they saw this scene. The Kage of 3 generations seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden. Is it still not enough? The eyes of the injured 3 generations of Kazekage flickered, and the idea of retreating faintly appeared in his mind. Damn it! Tsunade, who was rescued from the sea of trees by the 3 generations Liang, punched the ground with a face full of unwillingness. Jiraiya had a look of disbelief on his face. This. How is this possible? Even the ghoul seal can't stop him? Master Fukasaku shook his head. He is no longer on the same level as us. At this time, Nagato spread his arms and said to everyone, "Hand over the 9 tails Jinchuriki and the 7 tails Jinchuriki, and accept the reality. I am the real god who can bring eternal peace to the shinobi world." 3 generations Naruto waved his hand and took the golden staff from the hands of the shadow clone, shook his head and said, "As long as I am alive, I will never hand over the Jinchuriki to you." Nagato glanced at the 3 generations Naruto impatiently, and immediately shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" Boom, a huge repulsive force instantly swept in all directions, including the 3 generations Naruto, several Kages, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Bunta Toad were all repelled and sent flying. At this time, a black staff slipped out of Nagato's sleeve, and he held it in his hand, and said emotionlessly, "The shinobi world doesn't need you so-called Kages, since you are so stubborn, then go to hell." Feeling the cold killing intent of Nagato, everyone knew that their lives were coming to an end, because with the defeat of the leader of Amatsukami, no one in the shinobi world can stop Nagato from doing anything. Huh? Suddenly, Tsunade let out a soft cry. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure slowly walking toward them from the other side of the arena. The figure was wearing the symbol of Amatsukami, a black cloak with golden edges, and a grimacing mask that symbolized the leader of Amatsukami. 3 generations Tsuchikage froze for a moment, then turned to look at 3 generations Naruto, and asked, "Did you arrange someone to pretend to be the leader of Amatsukami?" 3 generations Naruto shook his head blankly. Jiraiya was also a little confused, then secretly sighed, "Is it Jisue and the others pretending to be the leader of Amatsukami? Hey, the real leader of Amatsukami has been defeated, what's the use of pretending to be the leader of Amatsukami? Hey, who is that? Why is there another leader of Amatsukami? Isn't the leader of Amatsukami Otsutsuki Samurai just now?" The ninjas who still stayed on the field were confused by the scene in front of them. Some of them couldn't tell whether Otsutsuki Samurai was the leader of Amatsukami or this guy in front of them was the leader of Amatsukami. In the field, Nagato looked at the figure that was slowly walking towards him, and his expression immediately became solemn. "Who are you?" The person who was slowly walking towards him was naturally Hyojin. After the last attempt of the Kage failed, he could only do it himself. Facing Nagato's question, he said, "Not bad, compared to before, you finally look more decent." Nagato's eyes were cold as he exclaimed, "You are the real leader of Amatsukami." Hyojin's playful tone immediately evoked Nagato's memories, making him suddenly realize that the person in front of him was probably the real leader of Amatsukami. Following Nagato's exclamation, everyone's eyes focused on Hyojin. First update, please recommend, monthly votes. He is the real leader of Amatsukami. The Kages including 3 generations Naruto, as well as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and other ninjas were taken aback. After confirming that Otsutsuki Samurai is the leader of Amatsukami, the appearance of another leader of Amatsukami has undoubtedly confused everyone. The reason why people accepted the fact that Otsutsuki Samurai is the leader of Amatsukami is that only Otsutsuki Samurai, who is from the same clan as Sage of 6 Paths, is qualified to be the leader of Amatsukami. But now listening to Nagato's tone, it seems that Otsutsuki Samurai isn't the real leader of Amatsukami, and the mysterious man wearing a black cloak and a devil mask is the real leader. Who is he? In an instant, such a doubt emerged in everyone's mind, and Nagato was no exception. Obviously, the identity of the real leader of Amatsukami was more mysterious than Otsutsuki Tonari, who had just fled in a panic, and was even more unfathomable. Hyojin didn't stop walking as if he didn't care about Nagato's deterrence at all. He said leisurely, "Although Otsutsuki Samurai is mediocre, but you can defeat him, which means that you are really obedient and diligent in training." Nagato's expression twisted, and he roared, "This is not a game, and I am not a pawn in your hands." Listening to Nagato's angry roar, the Kages around him, as well as Jiraiya and Tsunade, all felt a chill in their hearts. Nagato's reaction was far beyond their expectations, because they can feel a faint trace of timidity from Nagato, which was not there at all. "Pawn? Heh, do you even deserve it?" Hyojin, who was trying to provoke Nagato, chuckled while carefully observing Nagato's state. The Tenseigan under the devil mask bloomed with magnificent brilliance on the sidelines. Looking at Hyojin, who was strolling forward, Sasuke was full of doubts. He muttered to himself, "Who is he?" On the side, Deadale rubbed his chin and said, "This guy doesn't seem to put Nagato in his eyes." Kimimaro pondered over Haku's strange reaction before he fainted. He felt that Haku seemed to have recognized him. Jisue heaved a long sigh of relief, a calm smile on his face under the mask. When he saw Hyojin appear, he was completely relieved. In his opinion, there was nothing Hyojin couldn't handle. The other side. Itachi was still calmly observing the battlefield. Because he couldn't see through Nagato's Luanmu doppelganger, he didn't act hastily just now. And with the appearance of Hyojin, he was even less flustered. In the sky, Little South frowned. She thought that everything was over, but she didn't expect that the leader of Amatsukami would appear, and looking at his posture, it seems that he is the real leader of Amatsukami. Not to mention the reactions of the people on the sidelines, Nagato was only provoked by Hyojin's words, and he was furious. All his attention was focused on Hyojin, and he roared, "This time, I will prove to you that I am the strongest." After roaring, Nagato urged all the Luanmu doppelganger to rush towards Hyojin. Not only that, but he also used would-release ninjutsu on Hyojin. Seeing the excited Nagato used all the Luanmu doppelganger at once, Hyojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately activated Tenseigan chakra mode. Whoosh, in an instant, the light blue Tenseigan chakra wrapped Hyojin's whole body, and then, black truth-seeking balls flashed out from between his eyebrows, and surrounded him. Then, Hyojin's Tenseigan swept, and instantly determined the exact location of the 4 Luanmu doppelganger of Nagato. Because he didn't have the Rinnegan system, his Tenseigan couldn't actually see the 4 Luanmu doppelganger of Nagato like the Rinnegan, and could only see a vague outline of the Luanmu doppelganger. But because he had absorbed Bai's spirit art chakra, he temporarily had the spirit art perception ability, so with the cooperation of the two, he could easily locate the 4 Luanmu doppelganger of Nagato. And almost at the same time, he immediately shot out 4 truth-seeking balls. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, the 4 truth-seeking balls transformed into 4 sharp spears, instantly piercing the 4 Luanmu doppelganger that pounced on Nagato, nailing the 4 Luanmu doppelganger that could change positions at will to the ground. The reason why Hyojin angered Nagato was that he hoped that Nagato would lose his mind and take the lead in activating the Luanmu doppelganger to attack. Because only by restricting Nagato's Luanmu doppelganger could he effectively cause damage to Nagato. Otherwise, Nagato could use the Luanmu doppelganger to constantly change positions, and play around with Hyojin. And the limit of Hyojin's control of the truth-seeking balls was only a mere 70 meters. Once it exceeded 70 meters, he wouldn't be able to effectively control the truth-seeking balls, so he could only let Nagato send the Luanmu doppelganger to him. Rumble, just as Hyojin used the 4 truth-seeking balls to pin the 4 Luanmu doppelganger of Nagato, a huge wooden dragon rose from the ground and fiercely pounced on him. Looking at the incoming wooden dragon, Hyojin's expression didn't change. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 5 truth-seeking balls flew into his hand, and he muttered softly, "Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion." In an instant, the 5 ink-colored truth-seeking balls fused together and turned into a dazzling golden sword. Looking at the golden sword that was as dazzling as the sun, everyone's doubts disappeared. They were now completely convinced that this mysterious man dressed as Yama from God's organization was the real leader of God's organization. At this time, Hyojin wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he activated the 8 inner hidden gates and opened the Gate of Opening, Gate of Healing, Gate of Life, Gate of Pain, and the 5th Gate of Limit. Swoosh, after opening the 5th Gate of Limit, Hyojin's entire body was like a stream of light, and he faced the wooden dragon head-on. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, both sides collided, and a loud explosion erupted. If it didn't involve any immortal techniques, the current Nagato's would release was not inferior to first generation's. Therefore, the power of the wooden dragon he activated was almost the same as first generation's wooden dragon. They were both powerful would-release ninjutsu that could subdue 9 tails. However, under the dazzling golden sword in Hyojin's hand, the wooden dragon couldn't resist at all, and was instantly cut into pieces from head to tail. Amidst the flying sawdust, Hyojin had already arrived in front of Nagato, and the Golden Will Reincarnation explosion in his hand slashed down without hesitation. The second update, I'm begging for recommendation tickets on Monday. It's just a small effort, and I hope that everyone will support me. Also, I'd like to thank all the students who donated today. Thank you everyone. Looking at Suijin, who was holding a golden sword that shone like the sun, slashing all the wood dragons, Nagato's eyes were full of shock, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? Amidst the bewilderment, a trace of fear quietly spread from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even realize that after his previous defeats, he had subconsciously developed a slight fear of this masked leader of God's organization. At this moment, the brilliant golden light sprinkled down. In this blinding golden light, Nagato, who was in a daze, immediately regained his senses. He subconsciously wanted to switch places with his tomb clones to avoid the attack. However, as soon as he activated the power of the Eye of Samsara, he found that the 4 tomb clones were all affected by the truth-seeking ball and couldn't respond to him normally. Oh no! Nagato panicked. In mid-air, Hyojin, who was slashing down with his sword, saw the panic on Nagato's face and was slightly puzzled. From the battle between Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai, as well as the battles with the Kage, he found that Nagato's combat skills had improved significantly. His various adaptations were also remarkable. Therefore, he was a little puzzled as to why Nagato showed inexplicable panic when they were fighting. However, it was obviously not the time to look into this. Hyojin suppressed the doubts in his heart and slashed down with the Golden Will reincarnation explosion without the slightest hesitation. Roar! At this moment, the heretic demon statue beside Nagato let out a soul-shaking roar. At the same time, it stretched out its thick arm in front of Nagato to protect him. Clang! Amidst the sound of metal, the Golden Will reincarnation explosion ruthlessly slashed the arm of the heretic demon statue, in just a breath's time. The brilliant golden sword cut through the rough skin of the heretic demon statue and penetrated the muscles of the heretic demon statue's arm. However, the heretic demon statue's body was as sturdy as ever. When the golden sword reached about a quarter of the heretic demon statue's arm, a sharp friction sound that made one's teeth ache rang out, and the momentum of the golden sword gradually stopped. Looking up at the dazzling golden sword hovering not far above his head, Nagato's pupils shrank suddenly, then slowly returned to normal, and he let out a long sigh of relief. The opponent's momentum was so terrifying that he was at a loss for a moment. However, when the heretic demon statue blocked the opponent's attack, he immediately got rid of his previous state of panic. In the distance, the Kage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all had expressions of regret on their faces. However, Hyojin, who was in the midst of the slash, did not give up easily. The Golden Will reincarnation explosion condensed by only 5 truth-seeking balls was unable to cut through the heretic demon statue. This was something he had already expected. Therefore, when the Golden Will reincarnation explosion was stuck in the arm of the heretic demon statue, he immediately infused the immortal technique chakra that he had absorbed from Bai into the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Creak! In an instant, the golden sword that had stopped was infused with the immortal technique chakra. With a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache, it moved forward again. What? Seeing this, Nagato's expression froze. Then, he suddenly leaped back. The Golden Will reincarnation explosion that had been infused with the immortal technique chakra was advancing faster and faster in the arm of the heretic demon statue. Almost at the same time that Nagato leaped back, the dazzling golden sword cut off the arm of the heretic demon statue that was blocking in front of Nagato. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion and flying dust, the heretic demon statue's arm that had been cut off fell to the ground. Seeing that even the heretic demon statue had been cut off by Hyojin's golden sword, Nagato's face was full of shock and embarrassment. Then, without thinking, he raised both his arms toward Hyojin and mustered all his strength. Shinra Tensei. After continuously breaking through Nagato's samsara clone, would release, and the heretic demon statue, Hyojin had already used up a lot of chakra. One must know that before completing the bloodline fusion ritual and becoming a true bloodline network, it was a huge burden for him to maintain 9 truth-seeking balls for someone who was not at the 6th Daos realm. The chakra that was originally abundant in his body was being consumed at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. However, he did not show the slightest bit of anxiety. His expression and behavior were extremely calm, as if everything was under control. When he saw Nagato raise both of his arms, he also raised his right arm. Silver Will reincarnation explosion. In an instant, the brilliant golden sword in his hand disappeared into thin air and was replaced by a fierce storm in his palm. Rumble! Hyojin's Silver Will reincarnation explosion, which was powered by 5 truth-seeking balls and a part of the immortal technique chakra, collided with Nagato's Shinra Tensei in a flash and produced a deafening roar. At this moment, the entire earth seemed to be trembling because of the power of the two people. Not to mention the ordinary ninjas, even the extraordinarily powerful Kage, Jiraiya in immortal mode, and the huge bunt of the toad were like a small boat in the sea in the quaking and the storm. They were unable to resist and could only drift along with the waves. Roar! Although the huge outer path demon statue kept roaring and struggling, in the end, it was inevitably overturned and drowned in the violent storm. After a while, the smoke and dust that filled the air gradually dissipated. The people who were blown away by the storm and fell to the ground coughed and crawled out of the pile of dirt. Ignoring the embarrassment on their bodies, they all looked at the battlefield. In the middle of the battlefield, Hyojin, who was wrapped in the light blue Tenseigan chakra, quietly floated in the air. It seemed that the collapse of the sky and the earth didn't affect him at all. On the other side of the battlefield, the outer path demon statue was on the ground, and Nagato was pushed back dozens of meters from his previous position. The red cloud suit on his body was in a mess, and there were many wounds on his face and body. Not to mention the state of both sides, just the fact that the leader of Amatsukami didn't move at all while Nagato was pushed back dozens of meters during the confrontation made everyone realize that Nagato was obviously at a disadvantage in the confrontation just now. The leader of Amatsukami is so strong? After releasing the Yin seal and activating the Hyakuho technique, Tsunade, who had fully recovered from her injuries, was shocked. From the short confrontation just now, she had a deep understanding of Nagato's strength. It was a kind of strength that was impossible to resist. It was not something that ordinary ninjas could fight against. No, it should be said that even Kage-class ninjas couldn't fight against him. However, such a powerful Nagato seemed so powerless in front of the real leader of Amatsukami. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Obviously, Tsunade wasn't the only one who had this thought. The exhausted Sandaime Hokage was also surprised at this time. He always thought that even if the leader of Amatsukami was stronger than Nagato, he shouldn't be much stronger. Both sides were roughly at the same level. Otherwise, Nagato wouldn't have been able to escape from the previous confrontation. But judging from the scene in front of him, the leader of Amatsukami seems to have an overwhelming advantage. Who the hell is he? At this moment, 3 generations Naruto's heart was filled with a strong desire to find out more. He is very clear that the mysterious Amatsukami and the legendary Otsutsuki samurai who is related to the Sage of the Six Paths are all related to the leader of Amatsukami in front of him. As long as the identity of the leader of Amatsukami is clear, then all the truth will be revealed. On the other side, under the protection of Jisue Susanoo, Sasuke and the others once again safely survived the storm. Looking at the leader of Amatsukami who easily suppressed Nagato in the field, Sasuke, who had just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan not long ago, felt that something was surging in his heart. It was a mixture of shock, envy, unwillingness, and a little annoyance. Damn it, I have clearly awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and become the strongest in the clan, why am I still not a match for these people? Why? In the Uchiha clan, which can be regarded as the elite of the shinobi world, Sasuke felt that he, who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, should be special. Kuroto felt that he was destined to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Uchiha clan and bringing the Uchiha clan to the peak of the shinobi world with such power and glory. But what he saw and heard today was like a blow to his head. It made him realize that the strength he was so proud of, in front of the true strongest of the shinobi world, not to mention controlling the situation, he didn't even have the room to intervene. Perceiving Sasuke's mental fluctuations, Jisue patted his shoulder and said, "You are still young." As he spoke, Shisui turned his head and looked at the light blue figure floating in midair with a look of admiration. Sasuke clenched his fists and stared at the light blue figure in the air. On the field, Hyojin slightly tilted his head and looked at Nagato with interest. In the confrontation just now, the Silver Will reincarnation explosion condensed by the 5 truth-seeking balls and the Sage Chakra obviously suppressed Nagato's Shinra Tensei, not only giving Hyojin the upper hand, but also injuring Nagato. As a result, only half of Nagato's Akatsuki red cloud suit was hanging on his body, and the exposed half of his body was steaming. Many wounds were quickly recovering in the steam. Tsk tisk. Such a powerful regenerative ability made Hyojin very envious. It could be said that Nagato's physique was no different from Hashirama's, and he had almost completely absorbed Hashirama's cells. And in terms of strength, Nagato had the Rinnegan, and Hashirama had the powerful Sage technique. Both of them were close to the 6th path level. Panting heavily, Nagato looked at Hyojin floating in the air, and his face darkened. He thought to himself, he is so much stronger than that Otsutsuki samurai. When he was fighting against Otsutsuki samurai, they were almost evenly matched. But when he used Shinra Tensei to fight Hyojin, he was clearly at a disadvantage. So based on his experience, he judged that Hyojin's chakra was stronger than his and Otsutsuki samurai's. And after coming to this conclusion, he was even more afraid of Hyojin. Naturally, Hyojin didn't know what Nagato was thinking. He remained calm and slowly descended from the air while analyzing the battle just now. The Sage technique is better than I thought. After the battle just now, Hyojin found that the Sage technique chakra had a very significant effect on his various ocular techniques. It could obviously increase the power and endurance of the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. It was just that the Sage Technique chakra absorbed from Haku was limited, and after the 2 rounds of consumption, he had almost used up all of it. And it wasn't just the Sage Technique chakra. In the case of maintaining the 9 truth-seeking balls, he used the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. His Tenseigan chakra was also seriously consumed. If he continued to fight, he would either have to release the Een seal and consume the accumulated chakra over the years, or he could only resonate with the giant Tenseigan that belonged to him on the sea and draw chakra from it. After all, the dragon vein is still in Itachi's body, and his chakra can't be compared to Nagato, who has the Uzumaki, the sage body of the 1,000 hands, and the outer path demon statue and the 5-tailed beast. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to consume the accumulated chakra in the Een seal. Otsutsuki Samurai's whereabouts were unknown now, and he didn't want to resonate with his giant Tenseigan, because he wasn't sure if Otsutsuki Samurai could use the giant Tenseigan on the moon to track his giant Tenseigan. Despite all the inconveniences, Hyojin didn't show it on his face. He walked towards Nagato at a steady pace, looking like he was going to win. He asked casually, "Is that all? I'm not interested in you anymore. Hand over the Rinnegan." Nagato suddenly looked serious, then put his hands together and shouted, "Would release, Flower Tree World descend." Rumble, in an instant, the ground shook violently once again. Then, thick trees were uprooted from the ground, growing wildly amidst the deafening noise. "Hey," Hyojin smiled gently and raised his arm again, "Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion." Boom, a huge storm swept out and instantly raised the sea of trees that grew from the ground to the ground. The chakra that was about to be exhausted did not affect Hyojin's judgment. Although the chakra consumed a lot of energy, it instantly solved Nagato's would release. Swish, then, Hyojin's figure flashed and rushed in front of Nagato. The storm in his hand once again turned into a dazzling golden sword, stabbing at Nagato's chest. Nagato was caught off guard, and he only had time to move his body slightly. In an instant, the golden sword in Hyojin's hand passed through and pierced Nagato's left shoulder. Drip, drip, soon, blood flowed out of the wound and dripped on the ground. Nagato looked at Hyojin and shouted angrily, Why did you stop me? Only I can bring eternal peace to the ninja world." The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you. When Nagato roared in anger, a powerful repulsive force came out along with the roar and instantly attacked Hyojin, pushing him back more than 10 meters. After stabilizing his body, Hyojin's right hand slowly fell and calmly removed the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion in his hand. With the removal of the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, the 5 truth-seeking balls that condensed the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion were also quietly dispersed by him, leaving only the 4 truth-seeking balls that pinned Nagato's 4 tomb incarnations. With the burden removed, Hyojin's body suddenly relaxed. For him who is not a 6-path incarnation, the truth-seeking ball is both a sharp weapon and a burden. Maintaining 3 or 4 at a time is not a big deal for him, but maintaining 9 at a time is a bit difficult for him. Then, Hyojin looked at the wound on Nagato's shoulder and said with a smile, "Am I stopping you?" Nagato didn't seem to care about the wound on his shoulder and shouted excitedly, "If it weren't for you, things would have progressed in the direction I expected, and the shinobi world would have achieved true peace." Staring at the wound on Nagato's shoulder that was gradually recovering in the steam, Hyojin's sapphire blue Tenseigan flashed with a trace of solemnity, but his mouth didn't show it and said casually, "You want to become the god of the shinobi world, suppress everything with pain and fear, and let the entire shinobi world live under your shadow. Regardless of whether your idea is right or wrong, there is one thing that you are mistaken about." Nagato immediately asked, "What am I mistaken about?" Hyojin shook his head and said, "It's not that I am stopping you, but defeating everyone is the necessary condition for you to achieve your dream. If you are not the indisputable strongest, then why should everyone live under your shadow?" Nagato was startled. Hyojin said indifferently, "So you can't beat me. It's not that I'm trying to stop you, it's just that you are not qualified to set the rules for the shinobi world." Hyojin scoffed at Nagato's use of pain and fear to maintain peace, and Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obsidian's Eye of the Moon project to create false peace with illusion. It was just like how he objected to the Naruto clan's annihilation of the Uchiha clan. If there is only one shinobi village in the entire shinobi world, it is understandable that Naruto clan's annihilation of the Uchiha clan is difficult to control, but there are a lot of shinobi villages in the shinobi world. Among them, Cloud, Rock, Mist, and Sand Crypsis all have the ability to challenge Mai. In this case of external competition, it is undoubtedly inappropriate to annihilate the Uchiha clan as the most powerful village. In the same way, Nagato's plan, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Obsidian's plan all sound reasonable at first glance. It seems that as long as they do it, peace will be at hand. But in this universe, there is not only the shinobi world, there is also the threat from the stars. Not to mention others, just those Otsutsuki who travel in the universe and plunder the vitality of one planet after another have long been eyeing the fertile land of the shinobi world. If Nagato's plan, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Obsidian's plan is realized, peace can indeed come for a short period of time, but in this way, the people in the shinobi world will either live in fear like a pool of stagnant water without any vitality, or become human puppets hanging on trees, living a befuddled life all day long. All the progress and exploration in the shinobi world will be stagnant, and the shinobi world will lose the opportunity to enter the stars. The length of peace only depends on the time when the Otsutsuki and the stars attack. Maybe the shinobi world can enjoy 10 years, 20 years, or even longer peace, but those Otsutsuki who have drained the vitality of a planet with all kinds of strange abilities will eventually come. Once the Otsutsuki attack, as the strongest individual in the shinobi world, whether it is Nagato, Uchiha Madara, or Uchiha Obsidian, as long as they are careless and defeated, the shinobi world will be finished, and everyone will follow the shinobi world to destruction. Peace is beautiful and desirable, but if it comes at the cost of losing the spirit of exploring the unknown, then such peace is only a slow poison in the eyes of Hyojin. Therefore, Hyojin has not been paranoid about eliminating disputes. Because moderate disputes and reasonable competition are important means to maintain one's own competitiveness. Although the shinobi world has experienced several senseless wars in the years since the establishment of the shinobi villages, causing many tragedies, but it is also because of the stimulation of war that ninjutsu is constantly improving, especially the creation and progress of medical ninjutsu, which made eye replacement, cell transplantation, and so on become a reality, so that ninjas have a deeper understanding of what power is. Yondaime, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Hirako, and Shino, all of these people, without exception, because of the pressure of war and competition, have devoted themselves to the research and development of various ninjutsu, secret techniques, and forbidden techniques. Especially Yondaime, Orochimaru, and Hirako, they even broke through the boundaries of morality and developed Edo Tensei Jutsu, which can confuse life and death, Undead Tensei Jutsu, and Onigiri Jutsu, which can devour other people's Kekkei Genkai Jutsu. The establishment of the shinobi villages in the past few decades is the cruelest era in the history of the shinobi world. The 3 shinobi wars destroyed countless countries, families, and people's lives, but ironically, it is precisely in the decades of the establishment of the shinobi villages that various technologies have advanced by leaps and bounds. Eye replacement, cell transplantation became possible, body cloning, and life cloning are no longer an illusion, which deeply illustrates the coexistence of suffering and progress. Just like Nagato, who only pays attention to suffering and ignores progress, or only pays attention to progress and ignores suffering, none of these are desirable. This is also the biggest difference between Hyojin and Nagato. The power of the Rinnegan made Nagato lose himself in it, and he was unknowingly influenced by arrogance, thinking that he can change the shinobi world with his own strength and eliminate suffering. Although Hyojin has the Tenseigan, he has always maintained a humble and inquisitive attitude. Because he is very clear that there is still a lot of knowledge that he doesn't understand, and there are still many shortcomings. The Tenseigan is only the starting point, not the end. Above the Tenseigan, there is the real 6-path level, and above the 6-path level, there is the even stronger Kekkei Genkai net. Even with Kekkei Genkai net, it is difficult to say that it has reached the end. Because in addition to the 7 chakra attributes, there is a more primitive and vast natural energy system, and this is a powerful force that is not inferior to the chakra system. It is precisely because he knows where he is, that Hyojin has always remained objective and sober. He founded Amatsukami not because he really thinks of himself as a god, but because he has been working hard to become an omnipotent and immortal god. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Hyojin's plain words lingered in Nagato's ears, making his face extremely embarrassed, because he knew that Hyojin was not wrong. It was not Hyojin who was stopping him, but he did not have the ability to suppress everything and bring peace to the shinobi world. And Hyojin paid attention to the changes in Nagato's expression while carefully observing the state of Nagato's body. In just a short time, the wound on Nagato's shoulder that was pierced by the Golden Will reincarnation explosion had gradually healed. From the appearance, there was only a scar of varying depth left. It must be known that Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion was not an ordinary attack. When Shinichi defected and met Hyojin, he tried to use his Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique Heavenly Guard to lock on the state, attack for attack, and fight against Hyojin who had entered the Tenseigan chakra mode. As a result, Hyojin's Golden Will reincarnation explosion not only instantly cut through his Susanoo, but also greatly shortened the duration of his Heavenly Guard, causing him to suffer the first crushing defeat after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. This alone was enough to prove that the Golden Will reincarnation explosion was not limited to the pure physical level. But even so, Nagato's shoulder that was pierced by the Golden Will reincarnation explosion recovered in the blink of an eye. If it wasn't for the blood that was sprinkled all over the ground, Hyojin was even in a trance, wondering if he had stabbed Nagato just now. Was Hashirama like this back then? Hyojin didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little sympathy for Madara Uchiha, and even felt a little puzzled about why Hashirama chose to use kunai in exchange for Madara Uchiha's trust. Kunai, this kind of thing, can it really kill the first generation? Maybe Madara is just taking advantage of it. Then, Hyojin glanced at the restless heretic demon statue not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly, because the arm of the heretic demon statue that was severed by his Golden Will reincarnation explosion had also recovered. Like the tailed beasts, they have some kind of recovery and resurrection ability? Kuroto knew very well that he couldn't destroy the Gekido Golem right now, because if it was that easy to destroy, the Sage of Six Paths could have destroyed it once and for all thousands of years ago. There was no need to waste time and effort to seal it on the moon. The only reason they chose to seal it was because the Six Paths immortal brothers didn't have any good ideas on how to deal with this thing. After observing this, Hyojin remained calm and collected, not revealing any of his emotions. On the battlefield, there was no doubt that he had the absolute advantage. It seemed like he was completely suppressing Nagato, and with just a few attacks, he had successfully injured Nagato. But in fact, his Tenseigan chakra and Immortal Technique chakra had been used up, which was the price he had to pay for crushing Nagato. On the other hand, Nagato had indeed used up a lot of his chakra after going through a series of battles, but because of the heretic demon statue and the five-tailed beasts, he was far from reaching his limit. At least he could still fight for half a day. So contrary to the performance on the battlefield, the real situation was that Hyojin was actually at a certain disadvantage. But under Hyojin's mask, there wasn't much worry on his face, because he had achieved his goal. Nagato was wavering. Frankly speaking, Nagato wasn't a strong-willed person, and there was a hidden tendency to self-destruct in his heart. All his efforts, to a certain extent, were more like fulfilling the wish of Yahiko, who had died in his hands, rather than for himself. So as the situation progressed, his willpower, which was not tenacious by nature, was obviously unable to bear the burden. The coldness on the surface is just to hide the weakness in his heart, this was the conclusion Hyojin came to after combining the fact that Nagato was killed by Naruto in the original space and time, as well as his careful observation during this battle and careful analysis of Nagato's emotional fluctuations. So, Hyojin, who had almost used up his chakra, took a step forward, approached Nagato with great momentum, and raised his hand to condense a truth-seeking ball. Do you know what this is? On the opposite side, Nagato's attention was quickly attracted by the truth-seeking ball in Hyojin's hand, and his face was full of fear. Hyojin chuckled and said, "It's called the truth-seeking ball. It's the result of combining 7 different types of chakra, yin-yang, and 5 elements." Truth-seeking ball? Nagato muttered. You should be familiar with this. Isn't your black stick the product of 2 types of chakra, yin-yang? With a smile, Hyojin said, and the truth-seeking ball can be seen as the advancement of the black stick. The approaching Hyojin and the truth-seeking ball in Hyojin's hand gave Nagato a great deal of pressure. He slowly lowered his body and naturally placed himself in a position of weakness, ready to fight to the death. Swoosh, at this time, Conan, who was in the air, landed beside Nagato and asked with concern, Nagato, are you alright? Nagato's eyes were still fixed on the approaching Hyojin, but he said to Conan, don't worry about me, go. As soon as he heard Nagato's tone, Conan realized that Nagato had no confidence in winning, and said hurriedly, since you have misjudged his strength, there is no need to continue fighting with him. Let's retreat first. Listening to Conan's persuasion to Nagato, Hyojin deliberately let out a disdainful chuckle, and then continued the previous topic, the truth-seeking ball is also a watershed. A ninja who can condense a truth-seeking ball with his own strength is at the 6th path level, which is the level of Sage of 6th Path. 6th path level. Nagato and Conan were shocked when they heard this. Not only that, but the Kage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others in the distance were also shocked. Sandaime-sama muttered under his breath, 6th path level? Is this the level above the Kage? Jiraiya said, This means that the leader of Amatsukami is at the same level as the legendary Sage of 6th Path? Fukasaku Sage, who was on Jiraiya's shoulder, gently nodded, well, apart from the Sage of 6th Path and Otsutsuki Azura who inherited the shinobi sect, no one else in the shinobi world has been able to condense a truth-seeking ball for the past 1,000 years. Shima Sage added, but this is also the first time we have heard of the term 6th path level. Fukasaku and Shima Sage didn't have much contact with the Sage of 6th Path. The one who had a close relationship with the Sage of 6th Path was actually the Great Toad Sage who didn't manage the affairs of Mount Myaboku anymore. 3 generations of Tsuchikage said with a gloomy face, if he is at the same level as the Sage of 6th Path, then wouldn't he be a true god? 4 generations of Kazekage said with a sigh, no wonder his organization is called Amatsukami. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Condensing the truth-seeking ball is only one of the standards of the 6th path level, and the 6th path level is the same as the Kage level. It's a relatively broad concept without a very clear standard. For example, Hyojin's pseudo-6th path level in the Tenseigan chakra mode and the peak of the 6th path level Sage of the 6th Path can both be regarded as 6th path level in general, but the real strength between the two is like heaven and earth, completely not on the same level. But here, Hyojin deliberately confused this concept. So much so that everyone present, including Nagato, was more or less shocked, and their fear of Hyojin also increased a lot. Obviously, when Hyojin proposed the concept of 6th path level and explained what it means to crush Nagato, everyone accepted it without any doubt. Because the scene of Hyojin crushing Nagato was witnessed by everyone. Defeating Otsutsuki Samurai, who is also the Sage of the 6th Path, and sweeping several Kage and Jiraiya of the Sannin, the invincible Nagato of Tsunade was almost powerless in front of the leader of Amatsukami. This fact undoubtedly confirms the concept of the 6th path level proposed by the leader of Amatsukami. 6th path level means immortals, means gods. No matter how powerful a ninja is, as long as they haven't reached the 6th path level, then they are just a lowly mortal in front of a 6th path level. As the strongest ninja in the world, the leader of Amatsukami is at 6th path level, while the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, is just a mortal. After realizing that it's impossible for him to defeat Hyojin, Nagato's heart was even more shaken, and the huge chakra around his body erupted in a disorderly manner, causing Conan, who was beside him, to take a few steps back before she could barely stand. Even Hyojin, who was more than 10 meters away from Nagato, felt his heart palpitate instinctively because of the enormous chakra on Nagato's body, let alone Minami who was very close to him. At this time, the emotional Nagato roared, "You are obviously so strong, why do you sit back and watch the endless wars in the shinobi world?" Why? Hyojin was startled. He did not expect that Nagato would suddenly ask such a question. He smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "Do you think I don't want to stop it? I'm cannon fodder myself and almost died in the war." This question was also what Hyojin wanted to ask a mortal hexapath. He really can't understand why the Sage of the 6 Paths would sit back and watch his 2 sons fight endlessly, causing chaos in the shinobi world. Just because of their family's matters, the shinobi world has fallen into a bloody disaster. Seeing Hyojin's silence, the anger in Nagato's heart continued to accumulate, and he sneered, "I'm afraid that in the eyes of a sage like you, everything in the shinobi world is just a game." Feeling Nagato's fighting spirit reignited again, Hyojin suddenly realized that if he didn't answer this question well, then it's very likely that he will end up making a fool of himself. So, he strengthened Nagato's will, because Nagato is an orphan who lost everything in the war. He is someone who deeply understands the pain of war. Thinking of this, Hyojin said indifferently, "Aren't I trying to quell the war you started? What else do you think I'm doing?" Nagato's face twisted and he roared, "What about the previous wars? What about the Second and Third Shinobi World War? Do you know what I lost in the war? My country, my clan, my family, my best friends, all of them were destroyed in the war. Where were you as a sage at that time? Why didn't you come out to stop it?" Listening to Nagato's hoarse accusation, the Kage present all looked ashamed. They are very clear that their respective shinobi villages can't escape the responsibility of the previous Shinobi World War, and listening to Nagato's accusation with their own ears, they also deeply realized that the terrifying enemy in front of them who almost destroyed all their shinobi villages was created by the wars they started in the past. In the face of Nagato's accusation, just like the Kage, Hyojin also found it difficult to answer. However, the reason why he found it difficult to answer is that at that time, he was either not even a shinobi, or he was just a cannon fodder. If he hadn't hugged Orochimaru's thigh in time, the grass on his grave would have been as tall as a person. For a time, the whole battlefield fell into a strange silence. Except for Nagato's heavy and rapid breathing, no other sound could be heard, because neither Hyojin nor the Kage could answer Nagato's accusation. In this strange silence, Konan, who was next to Nagato, suddenly moved. He grabbed Nagato and flew away from the battlefield. His decisive action shocked the Kage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others. They looked at each other in dismay. While flying away, Nagato asked, "Konan, what are you doing?" Konan didn't care about the chakra consumption as he flew as fast as he could while explaining, "Didn't you notice that this is our only chance to escape? If we don't take this opportunity to escape, we won't be able to escape." Nagato froze for a moment, then immediately looked at the battlefield that was getting farther and farther away, and found that the leader of Amatsukami was standing quietly on the battlefield and didn't chase after them. Konan said, "He's feeling guilty." Nagato murmured, "Guilty." Konan looked back at the battlefield and said, "Maybe it's because we couldn't stop the previous war. As an immortal, he seems to feel guilty facing you." There was no doubt that Konan mistook Hyojin's hesitation as his guilt toward Nagato, so he decisively left the battlefield with Nagato. Nagato was silent for a moment, then said, "Konan, do our efforts really mean anything?" Konan nodded without hesitation. "Of course it means something. The high and mighty immortals can't understand our pain, and they can't understand the cruelty of war. I only believe in you." "But I'm just a mortal," Nagato said dejectedly. Konan looked at Nagato and said firmly, "No, you are God." Nagato was a little confused. "I am God? It's not a coincidence that you have the same eyes as the Sage of Six Paths. In the future, you will become a real immortal like the Sage of Six Paths and the leader of Amatsukami, a real god." Looking at Nagato and Konan running away, Hyojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was even ready to lift the Een seal and resonate with the giant Tenseigan in the Sky Fortress to fight with Nagato in the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, Konan's decisiveness prevented this meaningless battle. "When I complete the Yang release clone and perform the bloodline fusion ritual, I can get rid of the Akatsuki organization once and for all." Kuroto believed that after his performance, Nagato wouldn't act rashly before he could condense the truth-seeking ball. His Yang release clone was already in the process of cultivating. The fastest would be a few months, and the slowest would be a year. At that time, he would be able to break through the Kekii web. At that time, he would be able to eliminate Nagato without any risk. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to all the students who tipped today. Whoosh. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew across the desolate battlefield, rolling up a gust of sand. In the sandstorm, the four black spears formed by the truth-seeking jade that pinned Nagato's Luan Mu doppelganger began to gradually dissipate, and eventually turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. And with the dissipation of the truth-seeking balls, Nagato's four tomb clones also disappeared silently. Because of the existence of Hyojin, the Kage didn't act rashly, nor did they chase after Nagato and Konan who were retreating. Because they know very well that as long as the leader of Amatsukami doesn't make a move, Nagato is still the strongest person in the shinobi world, a terrifying existence that they can't contend with even if they join forces. As for why the leader of Amatsukami didn't chase after Nagato and take back the Rinnegan in Nagato's eye socket, they, like Conan, think that the leader of Amatsukami felt guilty because of Nagato's accusation, so his heart softened. This is very understandable, because as Kage, they also felt guilty when facing Nagato's accusation. And compared to the other Kage, the 3 generations Naruto is undoubtedly more guilty. One must know that Mai arranged for people to disguise as members of Amatsukami without the consent of Amatsukami in advance. Now that the real leader of Amatsukami is here, and it has been confirmed that the other party is a sage of the same level as the legendary sage of Six Path, even someone as experienced as him is a little nervous at this moment. Jiraiya, as the direct executor of Amatsukami, is even more nervous, and his face is full of nervousness. At this time Itachi, who has been hiding in the dark, pondered for a moment, then changed his attire of Amatsukami's Homosubi into the appearance of Naruto Hyojin, then his figure flickered and appeared on the battlefield. Using the identity of 5th generation Naruto as Hyojin, he broke the awkwardness and said to the real Hyojin, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Our 5 great shinobi villages will pay the corresponding reward to your organization." "Yes." Kuroto nodded as if he didn't care. With Itachi's appearance, the tense atmosphere immediately eased up a lot. Kage, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others gathered one after another. At this time, Suijin glanced at Shursui Squad, who was also dressed in Amatsukami's uniform, with great interest. 3 generations Naruto hurriedly explained, "I'm very sorry, because I couldn't contact you. I made the decision to disguise the ninjas in the village as members of your organization, hoping to use the power of your organization to delay the sudden attack launched by the Akatsuki. If any adverse impact is caused to your organization, our Mai is willing to take all the responsibility and compensate." Jiraiya also chimed in, "I'm very sorry. If the senior members of the village were only afraid of the leader of Amatsukami before, then after Hyojin threw out the concept of 6th path level and personally demonstrated the power of 6th path level, the attitude of the senior members of the village changed from fear to respect. Even the 4 generations Lei-ing and 4 generations of Kazekage, who didn't personally participate in this matter, at this moment, when facing Hyojin, there was a trace of nervousness in their tone. Because in their eyes, the leader of Amatsukami wearing a demon mask has already been equated with the legendary sage of the 6 paths. Hyojin didn't mention this matter anymore. After all, with his current status, it's not suitable for him to fuss about such things, so he said, "We'll talk about this later. You should go and take a look at the human pillars of my village first." The expressions of the several Kage became serious when they heard this, especially the 3 generations Tsuchikage and 4 generations Lei-ing. Recapturing the human pillars that were kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization is an important goal of the 2 of them. It's just that the impact they received just now was too great, coupled with the fact that Nagato just retreated not long ago, so they didn't think about the human pillars for a while. Now that they got Hyojin's reminder, they immediately nodded to Hyojin, then flashed towards the direction of my village. At this time, Hyojin also glanced at the direction of the village. When Nagato retreated, he faintly felt that the human pillars that were sealed by Nagato in the Tensei have been freed, but Nagato was still retreating, so he was worried that his unnecessary actions would arouse Nagato's suspicion and cause Nagato to return, so he restrained his impulse and stayed on the battlefield. Therefore, he is very skeptical about whether the Mai ninjas left in the village have the ability to hold back the 5 human pillars that Nagato made into the 6 paths of pain. After all, almost all of the high-level combat power of the 5 villages are gathered on the battlefield. Not long after, Jishui's team arrived in front of everyone. Except for Haku, who fainted, the eyes of the other members of the team all focused on Hyojin. Among them, Jishui's eyes were the most calm, while the others, including Sasuke, looked at Hyojin with some evasive eyes. Obviously, in the face of the real leader of Amatsukami, they, who were pretending to be members of Amatsukami, were a little uneasy. After glancing at Sasuke, Deidale, and Kimimaro, Hyojin didn't say anything and directly left the battlefield in front of everyone. Looking at the place where Hyojin disappeared, Sasuke secretly made up his mind, "One day, I will also become a 6-path shinobi." Seeing that Hyojin left, the 3 generations Naruto was relieved and quickly said to everyone, "Hurry, let's also return to the village. We must ensure the safety of the human pillars, on Nagato's side." After leaving the battlefield, Nagato and Conan flew hundreds of miles away before landing on the ground to take a breather. Looking in the direction of Mai, Conan said, "The enemy shouldn't be chasing us." Nagato, who was still immersed in the failure just now, didn't respond to Conan, but stood quietly in the same place, his face full of confusion. Swish, suddenly, a figure landed nearby. Conan immediately became vigilant, and Nagato also looked up. "It's me." The figure walked out of the shade of the tree and slowly walked towards Nagato. Seeing that the figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Sasori's puppet, Hiriko, and the voice that came out was also Sasori's voice, Conan's vigilance dropped a little, and Nagato directly withdrew his gaze. Hiriko's puppet quickly came in front of Nagato and reported, "The mist's operation failed, because of Amatsukumi's interference, we couldn't catch the Mizukage." Conan wanted to ask why Sasori didn't personally come to report, but then he remembered that Hiriko's puppet had the rapid-release Kekkei Genkai, and its speed was far faster than ordinary ninjas, so he felt that it was normal for Sasori to send Hiriko's puppet to report. As for Nagato, he didn't seem to care about the content of Sasori's report at all. At this time, a twisted whirlpool appeared out of thin air, and then, Obsidian walked out of the whirlpool. Obsidian's appearance immediately made Conan vigilant again, and he quietly stood in front of Nagato to protect him. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." After stepping out of the twisting vortex, Obsidian glanced at Nagato behind Conan and said in a mocking tone, "Sure enough, it failed again." Conan frowned and said coldly, "Humph, didn't you also fail on your side? You have consumed so many people in the organization, but in the end, you have no right to mock us here." "Is that so?" With a chuckle, Obsidian continued, "You don't have to worry about the Jinchuriki, I have already received it." Obsidian, who mastered the space-time ninjutsu, and Hyojin rushed back almost at the same time as Mai, and unlike Hyojin who was busy putting out fires everywhere, his goal has always been the Jinchuriki, so at the moment when Nagato was defeated, he took all 5 Jinchuriki that had just escaped from the Kabaku Tensei into his Kamui space. "What?" Conan was taken aback and immediately turned his head to look at Nagato. After the Jinchuriki was made into the 6 paths of pain by Nagato, it is basically equivalent to an extension of Nagato's body, so the owner of the 6 paths of pain should be the most clear about the situation of the 6 paths of pain. Nagato did not respond to Conan's doubts, obviously still immersed in the haze of the defeat just now. Conan sighed and immediately turned his head to Obsidian and said sternly, "Hand over the Jinchuriki, it belongs to Nagato." Although he felt a trace of hostility from Obsidian, because of the timely retreat this time, Nagato's state was still good, so Conan was very tough and was not afraid of Obsidian. Obsidian looked at Nagato with interest and said, "Is he still qualified to take charge of the organization like this?" Xiaonan's eyes turned cold. "You want to rebel?" As soon as Conan's voice fell, the Haruhi puppet standing next to Nagato unleashed chakra and activated swift release and steel release at the same time. Its body became extremely light, and its pale skin turned black as it assumed a fighting stance against the Obsidian. Nagato also shifted his gaze to the Obsidian, his confused eyes regaining some clarity. However, just like Conan, Nagato doesn't put Obsidian in his eyes. Although he admits that he is no match for Amatsukumi's leader, he has absolute confidence in dealing with Obsidian who only has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Not to mention that Conan and Sasori's puppets are by his side, the combat power of the two sides is not on the same level at all. Looking at Nagato, Obsidian said calmly, "Since you have lost confidence, why don't you give me the Rinnegan and let me fulfill your wish?" A trace of doubt flashed in Nagato's eyes. He didn't expect that Obsidian would really be so bold as to want his Rinnegan. Swish, suddenly, the Manjikyu Sharingan in Obsidian's eye sockets flashed with a strange brilliance, and then a twisted vortex appeared out of thin air on the Haruhi puppet in front of Nagato. "How dare you!" Conan shouted, instantly spread her wings, flew into the air, and controlled the detonation talismans to attack Obsidian. Seeing Sasori's Haruhi puppet in front of him quickly distorting and deforming under Obsidian's Kamui, Nagato's face suddenly became gloomy. He raised his hand and was ready to launch Shinra Tensei towards Obsidian to break the Kamui and save Sasori's puppet. But just when Nagato was about to launch Shinra Tensei, the Haruhi puppet that was distorting under the Kamui suddenly attacked and accurately attacked Nagato's eye sockets. Because it has already launched rapid release and steel release before, the Haruhi puppet at this moment has reached the peak of the shinobi world, whether in terms of speed or strength. Coupled with the fact that Nagato was in a trance at this time, he was completely unguarded against the Haruhi puppet around him, and even Obsidian's betrayal this time was more surprised than angry. Therefore, before he could react, Nagato felt pain in his eyes, and the Rinnegan in his eye sockets were easily removed by the Haruhi puppet. Ah! Under the stimulation of the severe pain, Nagato instinctively counterattacked. A number of wooden stakes broke out of the ground and instantly entangled the Haruhi puppet. At this time, Konan also noticed the change in the field, and in anger, she jumped from the air towards the Haruhi puppet that was bound by the wood release, trying to recapture Nagato's Rinnegan. Whoosh! At this moment, the twisting whirlpool had completely swallowed the Hirako puppet, and even the wooden stakes that were entangled in the Hirako puppet were transferred into Obito's Kamui space. Obsidian, who had completed the Kamui space, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately entered the state of nothingness, saying, "Nagato, you can't bear such a mission, so let me do it." Konan shouted loudly, "You despicable villain, return Nagato's Rinnegan." Obsidian's face showed a hint of playfulness. "Nagato, do you really think this pair of Rinnegan is yours?" Nagato, who had just lost his eyes, and his face was covered with 2 lines of blood tears, was stunned. "At this point, there is no need to hide it from you anymore." Spreading his hands, Obsidian said, "Nagato, you don't have to feel angry, because this pair of Rinnegan does not belong to you at all, but belongs to Uchiha Madara." Before his death, Uchiha Madara took a fancy to the special constitution of the Uzumaki clan, so he secretly transplanted his Rinnegan to you, hoping to borrow your body to nourish these eyes, and at the same time, to use the reincarnation nature technique to resurrect him at the right time. With that, Obsidian pointed to himself, "And I was sent by Uchiha Madara to monitor you." Nagato and Konan were both stunned when they learned the truth. They always thought that this pair of Rinnegan was a gift from heaven, but they never thought that it was just a plan of Madara Uchiha Madara. Obsidian continued, "The Rinnegan is the product of the combination of the power of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, it is impossible for you to be born with the Rinnegan. I guess you should also have doubts about this kind of thing." Nagato looked relieved. "It turns out that I am not destined to save the ninja world, you have had a chance." Staring at Nagato, Obsidian said, "Madara Uchiha did use you, but at the same time, he also gave you the power to change the ninja world. You, who got a pair of Rinnegan, are the most likely person to succeed, but you did not grasp this opportunity. So, let me do it now." Nagato asked, "Then why did you never mention to me about the resurrection of Uchiha Madara?" Obsidian said in a lonely tone, "Because I don't want to be someone else's pawn." It is not so much that Obsidian was ordered by Madara Uchiha to monitor Nagato. It is better to say that Obsidian deliberately approached Nagato for his own ambition. Madara Uchiha's seemingly brilliant arrangement, in fact, was completely ruined at the moment of his death. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. After the initial surprise, Konan became furious. "So, you have been using us to collect tailed beasts?" Nagato also seemed to understand something, and asked with a gloomy expression, "Yahiko's death was also planned by you?" Obsidian did not deny it, because he did participate in Yahiko's death. Those former members of Akatsuki who rushed to Yahiko and Nagato were killed by him. Therefore, Yahiko and Nagato were ambushed by Hanzo and Danzo. And the reason why he did this is very simple, because if Yahiko, who believes in justice as his creed, is in charge of Akatsuki, then the plan of collecting tailed beasts and resurrecting the Jubi will be impossible. Seeing Obsidian acquiesce, Konan gritted her teeth, "I will kill you." Nagato also summoned his chakra, wanting to fight Obsidian to the death. Obsidian narrowed his eyes slightly, "Without the Rinnegan, you can't kill me." After that, his figure gradually vanished without a trace. Although Nagato didn't have the Rinnegan, he still has the terrifying physique of Uzumaki and Senju, coupled with the various powerful ninjutsu of the wood release, as well as the various sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It won't be easy for Obsidian to defeat Nagato at this time. What's more, Nagato has Konan by his side, and Amatsukami may appear at any time, so Obsidian, who successfully stole Nagato's Rinnegan, didn't continue to fight and quickly retreated. After Obsidian left, Konan immediately supported Nagato. "Damn it, I didn't expect Sasori to betray us." Under normal circumstances, no one in the current shinobi world can dig out Nagato's Rinnegan, even Hyojin, who crushed Nagato, can't do it. Because once Hyojin gets close to Nagato, Nagato will be highly vigilant, and with Nagato's terrifying physique, Hyojin won't have any chance to succeed. The reason why Obito was able to succeed was not because of the speed and strength of the Haruka puppet, but because of Nagato's trust in Sasori. He was not vigilant against the Haruka puppet. And this is precisely the most critical point. Because even if Uchiha Madara became the Jubi's Jinchuriki, officially stepped into the 6th-path level, and is very skillful in combat, because of a carelessness in the original time and space, he was killed by Obsidian Zetsu, who he trusted. This kind of thing is unavoidable for the real 6th-path level, not to mention Nagato, who is not yet a 6th-path level, and even his mental state is still in a trance. Nagato shook his head at this time. No, Sasori should have fallen into Obsidian's trap. After losing his eyes, Nagato became more clear-headed, and his thinking became smoother. Kuroto knew that with Sasori's stubbornness, it was impossible for him to side with Obito. The only explanation was that Sasori was under Obito's illusion. This was also the reason why Sasori's true body didn't appear. Once Sasori's true body appeared, Kuroto, who had the Rinnegan, would immediately notice that Sasori was under Obito's illusion, so Obito only sent Hirako puppets. And the Hirako puppet is only a puppet that can be remotely controlled through the black stick. Whether Sasori is under the Genjutsu or not, he cannot judge through Sasori's puppet. It is this negligence that caused Nagato to lose the Rinnegan. Xiaonan also came to a realization. He has been planning this rebellion for a long time. Even if we succeed, he will definitely make a move against you. Cough. Nagato, who coughed for a while, nodded, and said hurriedly, we must find Tendo immediately. Without the Rinnegan, Nagato also lost control of the 6 paths of pain, so he must retrieve Yahiko's body before Obsidian can control the Rinnegan. Yes. Conan nodded repeatedly. A moment later, under the guidance of Nagato, Conan took Nagato, who had lost his eyes, to find Tendo, who had withdrawn from the battlefield in advance. Because Nagato did not have the control of the Rinnegan eye, when he found Tendo, he was lying flat in the grass, almost no different from an ordinary corpse. Bang! When Conan threw the last black stick from the Tendo on the ground, the Tendo in the 6 paths of pain turned back into their best friend, Yahiko. Holding Yahiko's body in her arms, Conan looked at Nagato with worry. When he was defeated by the leader of Amatsukami, Nagato was a little depressed and lost. Now that he has lost the Rinnegan eye, she really doesn't know how to comfort him. As if feeling Conan's gaze, Nagato wiped the blood and tears on his face and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't be depressed anymore. Even if I don't have the ability to bring peace to the shinobi world, how can I sit back and ignore Yahiko's revenge? Whether it is Danzo or Obsidian, I will never let them go." Revenge for Yahiko has always been the Nagato's wish. The demigod Hanzo was personally beheaded by him, and because he didn't know that Danzo had been killed by Kuroto, he has been looking for Danzo all these years. Now, Obsidian has been added to the list of revenge. After pondering for a while, Conan said, the previous base must be abandoned, whether Sasori betrayed us or was plotted against by Obsidian. With this example, I'm afraid we can't trust the other members. Nagato gently nodded and agreed with Conan's proposal. Although he still has good strength, after all, he has lost the Rinnegan eye, and his combat power is greatly reduced. If he is plotted against by Obsidian again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of the situation he will face in the future, Conan's face was full of worry. As the founders of the Akatsuki, they already have a deep hatred with the 5 great shinobi villages, and now they were betrayed by a member of the organization. Now the 2 of them can be said to be the enemy of the whole world. At this time, Nagato covered his face and said, I need to find a pair of eyes first, no matter what kind of eyes it is. Without vision, even if it is the people of the 5 great shinobi villages, it will be difficult for me to deal with them. When Conan was about to nod, he suddenly thought of something, so he quickly put Yahiko's body aside, and then took out a storage scroll from the ninja bag around his waist. Release! With Conan's low shout, a burst of white smoke rose from the storage scroll, and when the white smoke dissipated, a small glass jar was revealed on the storage scroll, and inside the jar was a pair of Byakugan. This pair of Byakugan was taken from the eyes of the elder of the clan when Hyuga Aoki attacked and killed the elder of the clan. Later, This pair of Byakugan was installed on the special puppet that Sasori made for him, and then the puppet fell into the hands of Hyojin, and in order to rescue Naruto, Hyojin controlled the puppet to sneak into the Akatsuki's base, and after a battle with Nagato, although he managed to rescue Naruto, he lost the incomplete puppet in the Akatsuki's base. Naturally, the pair of Byakugan on the puppet fell into the hands of the Akatsuki. Nagato didn't care too much about this matter, but the Byakugan is very rare in the shinobi world, so Conan removed the Byakugan from the puppet and put it away. Listening to Conan's movement, Nagato also recalled, Byakugan? Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, I would like to thank all the students who have tipped me in the past 2 days, thank you all. Drip, drip, the light sound of water dripping echoed in the quiet cave. Suddenly, a twisted whirlpool appeared out of nowhere in the cave. Then, Obsidian, who was wearing the Akatsuki red cloud suit and a whirlpool mask, stepped out of the whirlpool. As Obsidian appeared, Ju silently poked half of his body out of the ground. As he sized up Obsidian, he smiled and said, "Looks like things are going well." The masked man nodded and said calmly, "He underestimated me too much." The he that Obsidian mentioned was undoubtedly referring to Nagato. From Obsidian's point of view, it was not easy to sneak attack Nagato when he was disabled. This was because Nagato was too vigilant at that time. Most of the time, he appeared as the heavenly axiom. Even Obsidian found it difficult to determine where his real body was hiding. As Nagato completely fused with the first-generation cells, his body had fully recovered and he was getting stronger, it was easier for Obsidian to find a chance to sneak attack. When he attacked this time, Nagato did not even dare to believe that he had the guts to do so. It could be seen that Nagato had indeed underestimated him. After getting an affirmative answer from Obsidian, Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, sneak attacking Nagato was a very risky thing to do. Obsidian was able to succeed because of some luck. After poking his entire body out of the ground, Ju asked, "Did you hear that the leader of Akatsuki is not the Otsutsuki samurai on the moon?" Obsidian nodded slightly. "Yes, we were all plagued by him." Ju said thoughtfully, he also brought up the concept of six-path level. Glancing at Ju, Obsidian asked, "Do you think he is telling the truth this time?" Ju shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to judge now, but my clone monitored the battle between him and Nagato. Nagato was not his opponent at all. He could even cause effective damage to the Outer Path Demon statue, so I believe what he said is true. He is indeed at a level beyond all of us." Under the mask, Obsidian's eyes were cold. "Is there really a six-path level?" Ju spread his hands. "Maybe. After all, Madara and Nagato can't do something like Truth-Seeking Ball. It is reasonable to use Truth-Seeking Ball to divide the level of power." At the thought of facing such a strong enemy in the future, Obsidian felt a little annoyed. He muttered, "If he is not Otsutsuki samurai, who is he?" Ju also fell into silence. The reason why everyone believes that Otsutsuki samurai is the leader of Amatsukami is that all the well-known experts in the shinobi world have been eliminated one by one. Only Otsutsuki samurai, who is of the same clan as the Sage of the Six Paths, is qualified to be the leader of Amatsukami. Now that they know that Otsutsuki samurai is not the leader of Amatsukami, whether it is the Akatsuki or the 5 great shinobi villages, they are all in a state of confusion. Zetsu, who knows almost everything about the shinobi world, is also in a deep state of confusion. He searched his mind but couldn't think of anyone who fits the identity of the leader of Amatsukami. After a short silence, Obsidian waved his hand and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. The Rinnegan and the Jinchuriki have been successfully recovered. We can officially start the backup plan." Ju nodded and said, "Well, once you succeed, you should be able to enter the six-path level mentioned by the leader of Amatsukami." Obsidian asked, "How is the preparation going?" Ju smiled and made a hand seal, then lightly shouted, "Ha!" Rumble, with Ju's shout, 4 coffins rose from the ground, and then the lids of the coffins slid down one by one, revealing 4 figures with their eyes closed. There is no doubt that what Ju used is none other than the Edo Tensei technique developed by the second-generation Naruto. In fact, Mai and Orochimaru are not the only ones who have mastered the Edo Tensei technique in the shinobi world. Madara Uchiha, who was in his twilight years, stole this technique long ago and conducted in-depth research on it. This is also the reason why during the Fourth Shinobi War, Uchiha Madara, who had the Edo form, was able to easily break the Edo Tensei jutsu of the Edo Tensei. And Black Zetsu, who has been secretly monitoring Madara Uchiha and even disguised as Madara Uchiha's consciousness, naturally mastered this technique. The reason why Kuroto didn't use the Edo Tensei on Madara himself in the original time and space, but he borrowed Yakuza's hand, was mainly because he didn't want to expose himself and arouse Madara's suspicion. It was precisely because of his forbearance and cunning that he finally waited for the opportunity to attack Madara Uchiha and killed Madara, who was considered the strongest in the shinobi world at that time. However, Black Jew could no longer endure it. The sudden appearance of God's organization had disrupted all of his plans, so he had no choice but to take the risk. Looking at the figures in the 4 coffins, Obsidian narrowed his eyes slightly. They are. Zetsu walked to the side of the coffins and pointed to the 2 coffins next to him. These are the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers of Cloud Village. They have pure 9 tails chakra in their bodies, which is the best substitute for the 9 tails as Jinchuriki. Obsidian nodded. Kuroto has heard of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers of Kumo Village. After all, the second Hokage of Konoha died because of the rebellion they caused in Kumo Village, and they can be regarded as very famous figures in the shinobi world. Zetsu came to the other side and pointed to the 2 figures in the coffins and said, "They are the first tails Jinchuriki of Sand Crypsis and the first 7 tails Jinchuriki of Takunan Village." Obsidian said in a deep voice, "But there is no tailed beast in their bodies." Zetsu smiled and said, "Thanks to the blessing of Tobarama, the Edo Tensei technique developed by him has great potential beyond our imagination. As long as the sacrifice we prepare is strong enough, we can show most of the strength of the other party when they were alive. This also includes the tailed beast chakra." In fact, even the second-generation Naruto, as the developer of the Edo Tensei technique, may not fully understand the potential of the Edo Tensei technique. In the original spacetime, the Edo Tensei technique even allowed Nagato, whose Rinnegan had been dug out, to regain the ability of the Rinnegan. Obviously, they have the same pair of Rinnegan, but Obsidian, Uchiha, and Nagato all have the Rinnegan at the same time. Itachi, who has given the Manjikyu Sharingan to Sasuke and fused it with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, also regained the ability of his Manjikyu Sharingan. Not only can he perform the Manjikyu Sharingan techniques such as Susanoo Kama Amaterasu, and other Manjikyu Sharingan techniques, but he can also perform the forbidden technique Izanami, which consumes 1 Sharingan. The only explanation is that the Edo Tensei technique can reproduce the power of the soul of the dead according to the strength of the sacrifice, and part of the power of Nagato's Rinnegan and Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan has been integrated into their souls, so their Edo body can regain these powers strangely even though they obviously lost their Rinnegan and Manjikyu Sharingan. The first update is coming soon. The list will be updated. Please recommend and support it. It's just a small effort. Please everyone, there will be a second update later. In the face of Zetsu's boast, a trace of doubt flashed in Obsidian's eyes. In his opinion, if things can be so simple, they don't have to waste time and effort fighting with Amatsukami and the 5 great ninja villages to capture the Jinchuriki one by one. Seeing this, Zetsu no longer explained, and directly printed, urging the first and the first 7 Jinchuriki in the coffin. Creak, under Ju's control, the 2 figures inside the coffin walked out one after the other. They staggered out of the coffin. Among them, the first one of the Sand Crypsis' Jinchuriki is an old monk, thin and haggard. The first 7 Jinchuriki of Takanaban is an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Obito took a few steps back and narrowed his eyes as he observed the 2 Jinchuriki's earth bodies. At this moment, the bodies of the first and the first 7 Jinchuriki burst out with violent tailed beast chakra one after another. In an instant, these 2 tailed beast chakra filled the entire cave. Obsidian suddenly said, "Tailed beast chakra." Zetsu stepped forward and explained, "I have to admit that Tobarama is a genius. His technique not only blurs the concept of life and death, but also distorts the power of the soul. We can squeeze the tailed beast chakra contained in the souls of these 2 predecessors Jinchuriki and barely replace the first and the 7th Jinchuriki." Facing the real existence of the tailed beast chakra in front of him, Obsidian nodded in surprise. He is not ignorant of the impure earth tensei technique. The Mist Squad who chased after Orochimaru reported to him that they encountered a mysterious enemy suspected to be the first and second generation Naruto in the land of Tion. At that time, he vaguely guessed that it might be related to the impure earth tensei technique. It was just that he didn't think that this impure earth reincarnation technique would actually allow the previous human pillars to use the tailed beast chakra after losing their tailed beasts. In fact, in the original spacetime, Medicine Master Do had once used the impure earth reincarnation technique to resurrect the former eight-tailed Jinchuriki Bubby. As the former eight-tailed Jinchuriki Bubby with the impure earth body, not only could he transform into a tailed beast, but he could also use the jade tail beast technique, which greatly surprised the current eight-tailed Jinchuriki Bubby. 1 chakra, 7 chakra, and 9 tails chakra are all here. Including the 5 human Jinchuras we captured earlier, we're only missing 3 tails. As if he had thought of something, the obsidian's face sank, and he said sternly, "Don't tell me you attacked Lin." Ju smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Ju really wanted to use the impure earth reincarnation on Noera Lin. After all, Noera Lin was the former 3-tailed Jinchuriki Bubby. Once she used the impure earth reincarnation, he could directly extract the chakra from her soul. However, considering Obsidian, he knew very well that if he really did that, he would probably be killed by Obsidian before he could extract the chakra from Noera Lin's soul. Obsidian's face softened a little, and then he said awkwardly, "What about the 3 tails? We don't have the ability to fight against Amatsukami now, so it's difficult to capture the Mizukage." Clap clap, Ju gently clapped his hands. Soon, a white Zetsu doppelganger emerged from the ground and appeared in the cave. Obsidian recognized this white Zetsu doppelganger at a glance, and a look of realization appeared on his face. It turned out that this white Zetsu doppelganger was the doppelganger that had used the spore technique to absorb the chakra from 4 generations Mizukage Gojiberry Yagura. At this time, Ju explained, "Just in case, I extracted the chakra of the tailed beast from the Mizukage. I thought it was just an unnecessary move, but I didn't expect that the Suijin would appear halfway and ruin our plan to capture the 3 tails." At this time, Obsidian was no longer concerned about the previous failure. Instead, he asked seriously, "Can we really resurrect the 10 tails in this way? Do we have any other choice?" After a sigh, Ju continued, "We have 5 complete tailed beasts in our hands, the outer path demon statue that has been nourished by Nagato's Rinnegan chakra for more than 10 years, plus 1, 3, 7, and 9 tails chakra. I think it should be no problem to simply resurrect the 10 tails, but," Obsidian asked eagerly, "but what?" Ju said, "Everything else is actually easy, but the loss of 9 tails has a great impact on the 10 tails. So even if we can resurrect the 10 tails, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the 10 tails to obtain their full power after resurrection, and their state may be too unstable." Obsidian nodded. "Well, 9 tails is indeed the most special tailed beast." Ju added, "So, in order to restore the true power of the 10 tails and keep the 10 tails stable, it is necessary to make up for the missing tailed beasts, especially the 9 tails." Understood. For Obsidian, Ju's backup plan of getting on the car first and then making up for the ticket was acceptable, or rather, this was the only way they could break out of the situation now. Because as long as the 10 tails were resurrected, he could use the Rinnegan seized from Nagato to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. At that time, even if the 10 tails did not recover to its peak state, even if the 10 tails state was unstable, as the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he should be able to step into the 6 paths level as mentioned by the leader of Amatsukami. And at that time it would be easy to hunt the wild 1 tail, capture the 3 tails Jinchuriki, 7 tails Jinchuriki, and 9 tails Jinchuriki. Even if he faced the leader of Amatsukami, he might still be able to fight. After making up his mind, Obsidian asked, "Since everything is ready, when will we start resurrecting the 10 tails?" Ju looked at Obsidian. "That depends on when you can adapt to the Rinnegan. Without the Rinnegan, we can't control the outer path golem." Obsidian frowned slightly. "My body should be able to withstand the Rinnegan." "It's hard to say. Although you have transplanted the 1st generation Naruto cells, your physique is not comparable to Nagato's. But we can try transplanting 1 Rinnegan first. In that case, your body should be able to withstand it, and the adaptation period will be shortened." Ju put forward his suggestion. Obsidian nodded silently. The burden of bearing the Rinnegan could be seen from Nagato, who had not transplanted the 1st generation cells. As a member of the Maelstrom race with amazing vitality, It was difficult for Nagato to bear the Rinnegan, so he was not arrogant enough to think that he could easily control a pair of Rinnegan. Looking at Obsidian's determined face, Ju hid his face in the shadows of the cave, revealing a strange expression. In fact, he was not sure whether this backup plan could successfully resurrect the 10 tails, but in the face of the powerful leader of Amatsukami, he had no choice but to take the risk. The second update, Monday's leaderboard update, please recommend it, please everyone. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday, thank you. The Mayambu base. In the huge secret meeting room, there was silence, everyone was sighing or looking at each other, the atmosphere of the entire meeting room was solemn and depressing. Hyojin, who has changed his identity with Itachi, was also silently looking at the damage report in his hand. Although the battlefield this time is still in my village, but because of the previous emergency evacuation and Hyojin leading Nagato away from the village, the actual casualties are much less than expected. There is no doubt that this is due to the village's tactic of disguising the members of Amatsukami to delay the Akatsuki's offensive. It is precisely because of the efforts of the Jishui team that the village had enough time to evacuate the people, thus avoiding a large number of casualties. As for the buildings in the village, the damage is naturally inevitable. After all, the 5 Jinchuriki that were made into the 6 Paths of Pain by Nagato have all completely transformed into tailed beasts in the village, which is basically equivalent to 5 berserk-tailed beasts at the same time. Not to mention ordinary houses, even the ninja school, my hospital, and the Hyuga clan's territory were inevitably seriously damaged. Fortunately, the daimyo of the 5 major countries have also received the care of the Akatsuki, so when it comes to dealing with the Akatsuki, the daimyo are surprisingly unanimous, so the funds for the reconstruction of the village don't need to be a headache for Hyojin Naruto. Even the Rock, Cloud, and Sand Crypsis have expressed their support for the reconstruction of my village. Obviously, after this cooperation, the trust between the major villages has increased a bit. Moreover, the 3 generations Tsuchikage are also keenly aware that with my attracting the hatred of the Akatsuki organization, this is the best protection for their respective villages, so they are very active in supporting the reconstruction of my village. After putting down the report in his hand, Hyojin broke the silence. If you have anything to say, you can speak freely. 3 generations Tsuchikage said, we can support the reconstruction of my village, but my village should also open the channel of contact with Amatsukami to us. Not bad. 4 generations of Lei Ying and 4 generations of Kazekage agreed at the same time. After this war, the influence of Amatsukami in the shinobi world has increased a lot, and it has become a key factor that can determine the future direction of the shinobi world. Therefore, Tsuchikage, Lei Ying, and Kazekage are deeply worried about not being able to contact Amatsukami. Hyojin shrugged. I'm sorry. Although Mai has worked with Amatsukami several times, it was always Amatsukami who contacted us first. We have no way of contacting Amatsukami. 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama suggested, paying Amatsukami's reward is a good opportunity, so Rock Village will also participate. 4 generations Lei Ying said in a muffled voice, Cloud Village is the same. 4 generations of Kazekage followed, Sand Crypsis also requests to participate. In the face of the strong proposal of the 3 Kages, Hyojin pretended to be in a difficult position and finally said, since everyone wants to participate, then the reward to Amatsukami. Without waiting for Hyojin to finish his words, 3 generations Tsuchikage laughed and said, rest assured, this is a war between the 5 great shinobi villages and Akatsuki. Amatsukami should be considered as being hired by the 5 great shinobi villages, so the reward should naturally be borne by the 5 great shinobi villages. 4 generations of Kazekage also laughed, that's right. If spending a sum of money can get in touch with Amatsukami, then even the relatively poor Sand Crypsis will be willing to pay with both hands. After the meeting ended hastily, Hyojin and a group of my leaders returned to the Naruto building. Tsunade sneered, during the Chunin exam, I asked them to pay for the maintenance of the Forest of Death, but they all refused. This time, they are very active in paying tribute to Amatsukami. Ahem. After coughing twice, Koharu turned around and said sternly, Tsunade, how can you say offering? We're cooperating with Amatsukami on equal terms. We're just paying them a fee. Tsunade curled her lips and said, let's talk about it behind closed doors, why are you still saying such things? Xuan Xiaochun sighed helplessly. 3 generations of Naruto turned his head to the side. Jiraiya raised his head and looked at the sky. As Tsunade said, as a ninja village, my village itself is a violent organization of the Land of Fire, so Mai's payment to Amatsukami is actually a protection fee. In this regard, whether it was Sandaime, Jiraiya, or even the stubborn and conservative reincarnation Koharu, they were all well aware of this, but when Tsunade said it so directly, it made them feel a little embarrassed. Not long after, several high-ranking officials in the office discussed the summary of the battle against the Akatsuki and the specific problems of rebuilding the village. It has to be said that this time, in the face of the threat of the Akatsuki organization, the Uchiha clan has made a great contribution. Among the 3 Uchiha kaleidoscopes, Jishui and Sasuke joined the team and made a major contribution to the relocation of the villagers, while the remaining one, Shinichi, also fought with the Hungry Ghost Path Chillabai in the Mai Hospital, saving many medical ninjas and injured people. Not to mention Jiraiya, who is willing to accept the Uchiha clan, even Xianxia and Tsunade, who have some prejudice against the Uchiha clan, praised the Uchiha clan this time. 3 generations of Naruto said, Kuroto, it turns out that the strategy you used to deal with the Uchiha clan's rebellion was correct. Jiraiya sighed with lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, you are a Godame-sama. If Godame-sama was one of us, things might have been completely different. The previous accusation of Nagato made Jiraiya feel uneasy until now. He felt that it was his own negligence that caused the shinobi world to suffer this catastrophe caused by Nagato. The decision to appease the Uchiha clan was made by all of us together. Hyojin waved his hand casually, not claiming credit for this matter, but frowned slightly. Because compared with the performance of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, which is also a Dojutsu bloodline clan, was in a much more embarrassing situation. In the face of Nagato's human Pathyu, Patriarch Hayashi and many elites of the clan were defeated, and in the end, even the Byakugan of Patriarch Hayashi was easily taken away by Otsutsuki samurai. Such a result undoubtedly fully exposed the powerlessness of the Hyuga clan in the face of high-end enemies. It can be said that as long as the strength of the enemy reaches the Kage level, the lethality of the Hyuga clan's soft fist will be greatly reduced, and if the enemy's strength is stronger, the current Hyuga clan won't even have the room to resist. And the only one who performed well was Ningxi, who did not rely on soft fist, but the giant summon beast given to him by Hyojin. Here's the first update, please give me a recommendation vote. Looking at Hyojin's face, several people in the office guessed his mood. Tsunade said, Kuroto, I went to your clan to check on Hayashi's injury. Although he lost the Byakugan, it was not life-threatening, and his mood is relatively stable. Most of the other clansmen also have some injuries, and they will recover after a period of rest. Jiraiya's face sank. I didn't expect Otsutsuki samurai to attack us at that time. Xianxia, who was in charge of intelligence collection, glanced at Hyojin. It is said that Otsutsuki samurai mentioned a kind of Tenseigan when he dug out Hayashi's Byakugan. Kuroto, you are also a Hyuga. Do you know anything about the Tenseigan mentioned by Otsutsuki samurai? In an instant, several people in the office turned their eyes to Hyojin. Hyojin shook his head naturally, but his face was still gloomy. He knew that there would be hidden dangers in using Otsutsuki samurai this time, but he didn't expect Otsutsuki samurai to act so decisively. He just escaped from the battlefield against Nagato and turned around to invade Mai and took away Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan. It should be Nagato's strength that scared him. With Otsutsuki samurai's arrogance, he even disregarded his identity and personally took action. This undoubtedly shows that Otsutsuki samurai was really stimulated by Nagato's strength this time. Seeing Hyojin fall into silence, several people didn't ask anything more. From the Byakugan in Otsutsuki samurai's eye sockets and the fact that Otsutsuki samurai robbed Hayashi's Byakugan, people with discerning eyes can see that the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are inextricably linked. It can even be speculated that the Hyuga clan, or to be more precise, the Hyuga clan, has some kind of secret that outsiders don't know. Although Hyojin is also a member of the Hyuga clan, but because of his identity as a branch family, he obviously doesn't know these secrets hidden by the Hyuga clan, so the 3 generations didn't continue to ask. Jiraiya changed the subject. Unfortunately, we weren't able to save those human pillars this time. After all, they were dozens of miles away, and by the time the main army returned to the village from the battlefield, the 5 human Jinchuriki that Nagato had turned into the 6 paths of pain were long gone. The three generations took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "We need to come up with a plan to deal with the Jinchuriki as soon as possible." Xianxia nodded. Who would have thought that the Akatsuki would turn the Jinchuriki into the 6 paths of pain? Not only did they give the Jinchuriki the abilities of the Rinnegan, but they also allowed them to transform into tailed beasts without any qualms. It can be said that these 6 paths of pain alone are enough to destroy all shinobi villages except for Mai, which is why people have to pay attention to them. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, the sound of someone knocking on the door interrupted the discussion in the office. Hyojin, who was sitting on Naruto's chair, said, "Come in." An Umbu quickly walked into the office and reported, "Naruto-sama, there is news from the Umbu base that Haku, who was in contact with the leader of Amatsukami, may know the true identity of the leader of Amatsukami." What? As soon as the Umbu's voice fell, everyone in the office exclaimed. Hyojin didn't care too much because when he absorbed Haku's chakra, he knew that Haku recognized him, and Kimimaro wasn't the only one who noticed it. It can be said that in addition to Sasuke, Jishuei, Kimimaro, and Deidale also noticed it. 3 generations. Naruto took a step forward and asked, "What the hell is going on?" The Umbu quickly replied, "Sandaime-sama, the situation is like this, Rock Village's injured Deidale has just woken up," and he revealed to Tsuchikage that Haku of the sniper team might know the identity of Amatsukami's leader. After looking at the other elders, 3 generations looked at Hyojin. Hyojin didn't talk nonsense and directly said, "Go to my hospital." Unlike Deidale, who was placed in the Umbu base, Haku was placed in my hospital. Now that the news of Haku knowing the identity of the leader of Amatsukami spread, Hyojin as Naruto naturally had to go there. Hyojin just walked out of the Naruto building with a group of elders when he met Tsuchikage, Lei Ying, and the Kazekage from the Umbu base. Obviously, they couldn't sit still after hearing the news. After everyone gathered, they didn't say anything and went to my hospital together. In the previous battle, Konoha Hospital was severely damaged, most of the main building collapsed, and it was no longer usable. Fortunately, several buildings in the back of the hospital were slightly damaged, and some of them were barely usable, so most of the wounded from all over the country were placed here. Even Sasuke, who was also injured in the sniper team, was no exception. Seeing several Kage coming to the hospital in a hurry, the medical ninjas who were busy in the hospital, as well as the injured who were receiving treatment, were very surprised and didn't know what happened. Sasuke also poked his head out of his ward and asked in confusion, "Why are Naruto-sama and the others here?" Sakura quickly supported Sasuke and said, "The wounds on your body haven't healed yet, be careful." Sasuke waved his hand and said in a stiff tone, "I'm fine." In this battle, Sasuke's injuries weren't too serious, mainly because of the loss of the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, which greatly reduced his eyesight, causing some fear and irritation in his heart. Seeing that Sasuke was in a bad mood, Sakura had no choice but to shut up. "Hey, why did Naruto-sama and the others go to Haku's room?" After a slight sound of surprise, Sasuke also limped towards Haku's room. When Hyojin and the others arrived at Haku's room, Kimimaro and Yugo, who were taking care of Haku, immediately greeted them. After explaining the purpose of their visit, several Kage, including Hyojin, walked past Kimimaro and Yugo and came to Haku's bedside. Because Hyojin absorbed a lot of chakra, Haku is now in a coma. It should be known that chakra is the product of the combination of psychic power and physical power. Overdrawing chakra can really kill a person. In the original story, Kakashi died because he overdrew chakra and used Kamui. Hyojin naturally has a sense of propriety, so Haku is only temporarily unconscious, his body isn't seriously injured. At this time, Tsunade came forward to check Haku's physical condition, and after confirming that Haku is just physically weak and has no other injuries, she used a medical ninjutsu to transfer some chakra to Haku. After receiving the chakra transfer from Tsunade, Haku quickly woke up and slowly opened his eyes. Under the attention of the Kage, Elder Mai, Kimimaro, Yugo, and even Sasuke, who was leaning against the door of the ward, Hyojin came in front of Haku and asked with a gentle face, "Haku, do you know who the leader of Amatsukami is? It's almost the end of the month, please give me the monthly ticket. In addition, I would like to thank the students who gave me gifts today, thank you all." Haku was still in a daze. He had just woken up and found that he was no longer on the battlefield. Instead, he was surrounded by a large group of people who were looking at him with concern. Soon, he found out that the people surrounding him were the powerful Kage and elders of the 5 great ninja villages. And the one who asked him was none other than the 5th generation of Naruto Hyojin. Or rather, the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. Hyojin-sama is the leader of Amatsukami. Oh my god. Recalling the scene before he fainted, he was shocked by himself. It must be known that Orochimaru has been secretly investigating Amatsukami, so the Sound Village was no stranger to Amatsukami. They knew that Amatsukami was a mysterious organization that was even more terrifying than Akatsuki. Moreover, the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the shinobi world. Haku always knew that Hyojin was very strong, but he never thought that Hyojin was the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. So, he was in a trance and wasn't sure whether his previous discovery was true or not. Seeing Haku's dull expression, Hyojin smiled and said in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, this is the hospital, and we have defeated Akatsuki. Now, I have a question that I need you to answer. Deidara said that you seem to have recognized the true identity of the leader of Amatsukami, is that true? Do you know who the leader of Amatsukami is?" Including the 3 generations of Naruto, all the Kages and elders in the ward moved forward and stared at Haku, holding their breath and waiting for his answer. Not only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, but even Kimimaro and Yugo looked at Haku. Sasuke, who was supporting the door of the ward, was shocked and thought to himself, Haku actually recognized the true identity of the leader of Amatsukami, why didn't I notice? Haku looked at Hyojin with a stiff face and asked tentatively, "Do I know?" Hyojin smiled at the people around him and said, "It seems that he just woke up, and his thoughts are still a bit messy." Everyone nodded. Bai Xian's reaction did seem like he hadn't fully recovered. Then, Hyojin said to Haku, "Don't panic. Think about it slowly. We'll talk after you've thought it through." Looking at Hyojin's gentle face, Haku immediately understood and shook his head. "I don't know anything." "You don't know?" Hyojin slightly frowned and then glanced at the 3 generations Tsuchikage. At this time, the 3 generations Tsuchikage jumped out of the crowd and personally came to Haku. While looking at Haku, he asked seriously, "Is there no clue?" Bai finally reacted to the situation and shook his head decisively. Not to mention the fact that Hyojin was Orochimaru's most valued disciple, to a certain extent, he was also Hyojin's superior. Just the fact that Hyojin was the leader of Amatsukami and the 5th Naruto was enough to make it difficult for him to say anything. What's more, he was lying in the hospital now, which meant that the Akatsuki was indeed defeated by Hyojin. Even the powerful leader of the Akatsuki was defeated by Hyojin. Naturally, he didn't dare to reveal Hyojin's hidden identity. The 3 generations Tsuchikage frowned and said, "You have to tell the truth. This is related to the future of the ninja world." Haku looked at the smiling Hyojin, and then looked at the 3 generations Tsuchikage. This time, he shook his head more decisively. Sigh. Kuroto let out a long sigh and said, "What a pity." The Kage, Xianxia, Tsunade, and the other elders also sighed. In fact, they didn't expect Haku to reveal the true identity of the leader of Amatsukami. During the encounter between the sniper team and the leader of Amatsukami, they asked Jishui, Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Deidara in detail. They knew that the leader of Amatsukami only asked Haku if he could enter Sage Mode, and then Haku was absorbed by chakra and fainted. With such a short interaction, unless Haku already knew the leader of Amatsukami, it would be impossible for him to see through the identity of the leader of Amatsukami. Moreover, with the mysterious style of the leader of Amatsukami, if Haku really found out something, it would be impossible for him to escape the eyes of the leader of Amatsukami. After all, the leader of Amatsukami wouldn't go to the hospital just to seal his mouth. Moreover, Haku wasn't a ninja from the 5 great shinobi villages, nor was he their subordinate. Moreover, he had made great contributions in this battle. Even if someone suspected that Haku was hiding something, it would be inconvenient to interrogate him with Genjutsu. "Well, we were just asking casually, don't worry too much about it. Rest well." After comforting Haku, Hyojin led everyone out of the ward. When they turned around and left, Tsuchikage, Ling, and Kazekage looked at Haku thoughtfully. Obviously, they weren't satisfied with the result of this inquiry, and they might come back again to try their luck. Hyojin, who was the first to go out, bumped into Sasuke, who was at the door, and asked with a smile, "How's your recovery?" Facing Hyojin, Naruto, who was also the headmaster of the shinobi school, Sasuke hid a trace of restraint in his expression, but he pretended to be strong on the surface. "I'm fine, this little injury is nothing." Hyojin patted Sasuke on the shoulder, as expected of the Uchiha family's Manjikyu. In fact, he has already learned about Sasuke's situation from Jishue, and he knows that Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan has been severely damaged due to excessive consumption of the pupillary powers. However, this is not surprising. Although it hasn't been long since Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, he has used it many times, and unlike Itachi and Jishue, he only uses the Manjikyu Sharingan at the critical moment. He uses the Manjikyu Sharingan as an ordinary ninjutsu. Not only that, in order to pursue power, he also likes to use Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Earth Life at the same time, these three Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu. Every time he fights, the consumption of the pupillary powers is more than 3 to 4 times that of Itachi or Jishue Uchiha. Therefore, even if he is the reincarnation of Indra, and the quality of the Yin chakra in his body exceeds that of an ordinary Manjikyu Uchiha, he still can't withstand such consumption. Withdrawing his gaze, Hyojin didn't continue to say anything to Sasuke in front of everyone, but while walking out, he was thinking about how to fuse the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan for Sasuke. The strength that Nagato showed in this battle, as well as Otsutsuki Samurai's action of taking away Hayashi's Byakugan, made Hyojin consider speeding up the cultivation of Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, after several dangerous actual battles, Sasuke's control of the Manjikyu Sharingan has also made great progress, so it's time to consider fusing the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. As the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, Sasuke had the qualification to open the Rinnegan, which had been confirmed in the original time and space, so there was no doubt. For Hyojin, the only problem now is how difficult it is for Sasuke to open the Rinnegan naturally. It must be known that Madara Uchiha, who is also the reincarnation of Indra, got the Manjikyu Sharingan and transplanted the Hashirama cells. It took him decades to awaken the Rinnegan. And as a reference, if Sasuke wants to awaken the Rinnegan, it obviously can't be solved by fusing the Manjikyu Sharingan and transplanting the Hashirama cells. Now I can only take one step at a time. Soon, Hyojin walked out of the hospital and stopped thinking. He doesn't have the ability to call out the Sage of the Six Paths and give Naruto and Sasuke the power of the Six Paths, so it's useless to think too much. And considering the special situation of Madara Uchiha, it may be easier for Sasuke to awaken the Rinnegan than Madara. After all, in the battle with the Hashirama in the Valley of the End, Madara used the blindness of an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to use Izanagi to escape. At present, no one can judge how much the loss of an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan will affect the awakening of the Rinnegan. Therefore, Madara didn't awaken the Rinnegan until he was about to die. It is not ruled out that he lost an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the battle with the Hashirama. After everyone left the Mai hospital, the Kage separated from Hyojin and returned to the Umbu base. After the Kages left, 3 generations said, "Kuroto, you still have to pay attention to Haku, maybe there will be unexpected gains." Obviously, 3 generations did not give up the clue of Haku, so he gave the task of tracking down the true identity of the leader of Amatsukami to Hyojin. "Okay." Hyojin nodded. Jiraiya quickly said, "Kuroto, the Sound Ninja Village has helped us a lot this time, so the investigation method should be a little more gentle." Hyojin smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, in Haku's room, Kimimaro told him everything that happened after Haku fainted, especially the battle where the leader of Amatsukami crushed the leader of Akatsuki. After listening to Kimimaro, Haku said in disbelief, "Six-path rank?" Kimimaro's expression was solemn. "Yes, this is a concept that the leader of Amatsukami personally proposed. If we use this concept, the samsara level should be the boundary between mortals and immortals. Moreover, in the current shinobi world, only the leader of Amatsukami is a 6-path shinobi, and others such as the leader of Akatsuki and Otsutsuki Samurai haven't crossed this boundary. Miss Mirror is so strong?" Bai thought to himself. At the same time, he was glad that he did not say anything. Kimimaro looked at Haku and lowered his voice. "Haku, do you really not know who the leader of Amatsukami is? Judging from your previous reaction, you must have discovered something." Haku shook his head and said, "I I really don't know. After confirming that Hyojin's strength has surpassed everyone in the shinobi world, and even Orochimaru is not Hyojin's opponent, Haku didn't dare to say anything. In his opinion, if Hyojin wanted to reveal his identity, he would have done so a long time ago. Since he didn't, it means that Hyojin still needs Amatsukami to do something, so he was afraid that he would say something wrong and bring disaster to himself and the entire village. After all, Amatsukami doesn't only have Hyojin alone, there are also Suijin, Homosubi, Kazuma, Xidagarba, and other strong people. Not to mention that he can't afford to offend them, even Orochimaru can't afford to offend them. Anyway, Kuroto-sama is the disciple of Orochimaru-sama, so I shouldn't say anything about this matter. After dealing with the affairs of the village, Hyojin immediately rushed back to the Hyuga clan. Because Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan was stolen, a large area of the clan was destroyed, and a large number of clansmen were injured, so at this time, the Hyuga clan was in a miserable state. Seeing Suijin dressed in the Hokage robe, Hizashi, who was directing the restoration of the clan grounds, hurriedly greeted him. "You are finally back, the patriarch is waiting for you in the mansion." In the mansion of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi, whose face was covered with gauze, sighed, and the remaining two elders of the Hyuga clan also looked at each other without saying anything, frowning. In recent years, the Hyuga clan has suffered one bad luck after another. First, the elder guarding the secret vault was attacked and killed by the traitor Hyuga Aoki, not to mention losing a pair of Byakugan. The clue about the giant Tenseigan in the secret vault was also obtained by the traitor Hyuga Aoki, causing the precious giant Tenseigan to be stolen. Not long ago, the traitor Hyuga Aoki took advantage of the rebellion of the Uchiha clan and attacked the Hyuga clan, killing another elder and taking away a pair of Byakugan. Today, even the patriarch's Byakugan was taken away. Losing two elders in succession, 3 pairs of Byakugan, it can be said that this is the heaviest blow the Hyuga clan has suffered in hundreds of years. At this time, Hyojin and Richa walked into the hall side by side. After seeing Hyojin, the two elders nodded to Hyojin a little awkwardly. In the past, they couldn't bear to see Kuroto's domineering attitude, but after the calamity that befell the Zone clan, they realized that Kuroto was the only one they could rely on the most. It was just that they didn't get along too well with each other, so they felt a little awkward. Hayashi also knew that Hyojin had come and said, "Kuroto, you should know what happened here in the clan land. My Byakugan was taken away by Otsutsuki samurai." Hyojin nodded. "Well, I heard about it." Hayashi nodded to Richa. After getting his brother's signal, Richa quickly said to Hyojin, "Next, I will tell you some family secrets. In fact, our Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are distant relatives. When I went out and got injured, I was actually invited by Otsutsuki samurai on the moon and met him in secret. If you hadn't met me, you would have died." Kuroto cursed inwardly as he listened to the conversation. Richa continued, "And the purpose of Otsutsuki samurai's appointment with us is actually to take away a treasure of our Hyuga clan called Giant Tenseigan." At this time, Hayashi took over the conversation and said solemnly to Hyojin, "Kuroto, I am now telling you the biggest secret of our Hyuga clan. That is, the Byakugan of our Hyuga clan is the same as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. It can continue to evolve, and the evolved eye is called the Tenseigan." Richa looked at Hyojin with fiery eyes, surprised. The second update, please ask for the monthly vote at the end of the month. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. What? Kuroto was only a little startled, and quickly cooperated with Kuroto, showing a surprised expression. "This is absolutely true," Hayashi said solemnly. From the time when Otsutsuki samurai was defeated by Nagato, he risked sneaking into the village to seize the Byakugan, and the words he leaked when he seized the Byakugan. It is not difficult for the brothers Hayashi and Richa to analyze that the purpose of Otsutsuki samurai seizing the Byakugan is to evolve the Tenseigan. In other words, similar to the relationship between the Manjikyu Sharingan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, there is a powerful pupil technique called Tenseigan above the Byakugan. Moreover, according to the motive of Otsutsuki samurai, it seems that in order to evolve the Tenseigan, a pair of high-purity Byakugan needs to be transplanted, so Otsutsuki samurai brazenly took the Byakugan from Hayashi as the head of the clan. Putting these clues together, the Hyuga clan, who has been in a fog, was both shocked and surprised. Shocked that their Byakugan still has so many secrets, even the distant relatives of Otsutsuki on the moon coveted it so much, and surprised that the Byakugan is not the end, the Hyuga clan can also reach a higher level of pupil power like the Uchiha clan. Richa said with some excitement, Kuroto, as long as we can find the way to evolve the Byakugan into the Tenseigan, then our Hyuga clan can catch up with the Uchiha clan. In this war, the performance of the Uchiha clan once again overshadowed the performance of the Hyuga clan, plus the Byakugan was taken away by Hayashi. If it weren't for the fact that Hyuga is Naruto, the momentum of the Hyuga clan would have been crushed by the Uchiha clan. As soon as Richa's voice fell, an elder of the Zone family snorted coldly, "Humph, as long as our Hyuga clan has the Tenseigan, those arrogant and conceited Uchiha are nothing." Hyuga didn't say anything and just listened quietly. At this moment, he was really curious about what the family was planning. Without arguing with the elder, Richa continued, "Now there are only two ways to figure out the secret of the Tenseigan. One is to recapture the giant Tenseigan belonging to the Hyuga clan that was stolen by Hyuga Aoki, and the other is to find a way to find Otsutsuki Samurai and take back the Byakugan." Another elder sitting next to Hayashi said angrily, "It's all because of that damn traitor Hyuga Aoki. If it weren't for him stealing the treasures that belong to our family, we wouldn't have been so powerless against Otsutsuki Samurai." Hayashi frowned slightly. The giant Tenseigan belongs to the entire Hyuga clan. Realizing that he had misspoken, the elder coughed twice awkwardly. "Yes, the giant Tenseigan belongs to the entire Hyuga clan." This time, the elder did not intend to declare the authority of the Zone family in front of Hyuga. It was purely because he was used to putting the Zone family first in everything, and he couldn't change it for a while. Kuroto lightly glanced at the two Zone clan elders as a warm smile hung on his face. Anyway, the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan has fallen into his hands, and the black pot is carried by the dead Hyuga Aoki. He really has no reason to argue with these old men who are complacent. Hayashi said sincerely, "Kuroto, you are now Naruto, and the power is in your hands. Whether the family can revive or not depends on you." Hyuga asked casually, "What does the family want me to do?" Hayashi said word by word, "Capture Hyuga Aoki, and take back the giant Tenseigan." After saying that, Hayashi, who was sitting on his knees, bowed his body and nodded his head to the ground. "Please. Please." Hizashi also knelt down without hesitation. The two clan elders hesitated for a moment, but finally lowered their heads which they thought were noble and bowed to the Hokage Kuroto, the Hokage. There is no doubt that in the face of successive blows, the Zone family has given up the fantasy of finding the giant Tenseigan alone. But now that the giant Tenseigan was stolen by Hyuga Aoki, and the Byakugan was taken away by Otsutsuki Samurai, the Hyuga clan has obviously fallen behind many strong enemies, so if they want to turn the tide and reverse the unfavorable situation, they can only entrust the task of finding the giant Tenseigan to Hyuga, who is currently the strongest in the family. In their opinion, although Hyuga is not the opponent of Hyuga Aoki who has the giant Tenseigan, but after all, he is the fifth-generation Naruto of the village, and he can mobilize some of the power of the village, and he has a close relationship with Uchiha Manjikyu, Uchiha Jishue. If Hyuga is responsible for this matter, it is not impossible to capture Hyuga Aoki and retrieve the giant Tenseigan. As for leaking the secrets of the Zone family to the branch family, at this point, Hayashi as the patriarch can no longer care about these rules. If he doesn't actively save himself, Hyuga Aoki will come back to retaliate the next day, and the Zone family may be wiped out by Hyuga Aoki, who is not afraid of the cage bird curse. And although Hyuga is strong, he is still restricted by the cage bird curse. Hyuga rubbed his chin with some embarrassment and thought to himself, "It turns out that the Zone family is still thinking about the giant Tenseigan, but Hyuga Aoki has already been killed by me. Where can I go to capture Hyuga Aoki?" Seeing that Hyuga didn't say anything, Hayashi quickly said, "I know that Hyuga Aoki who has the giant Tenseigan is strong and not so easy to deal with, but now that I have lost the Byakugan, I don't have the ability to capture Hyuga Aoki myself, so I can only leave this matter to you." Hyuga glanced at Hayashi. The strength of the patriarch Hayashi is actually not weak. As long as he is not dealing with a giant enemy, his soft fists and Byakugan are enough to threaten a Kage-level expert, but in the face of Hyuga Aoki who has the giant Tenseigan, it is obviously not enough. It can be said that if Hyuga doesn't take action, there are not many people in the current shinobi world who can take down Hyuga Aoki, and Hayashi is obviously not one of them. After a pause, seeing that Hyuga didn't say anything, Hayashi seemed to have made up his mind. In the future, if our Hyuga clan can find a way to evolve the Tenseigan, I promise you in the name of the patriarch that I will definitely share this method with you. The two elders next to Hayashi nodded with a tangled look on their faces. Although it is very inappropriate to share the secret of the Tenseigan with the branch family, it is better than being killed by Hyuga Aoki or Otsutsuki samurai. Richa also persuaded, Kuroto, now the family can only rely on you, and as long as you find the giant Tenseigan and find a way to evolve the Tenseigan, you can also go further and have more powerful strength. Hayashi said, Kuroto, don't you want to have the Tenseigan that is above the Byakugan? Hyojin smiled and said, of course I want to. The first chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes, there will be a second chapter later. After leaving the house, Richa asked Hyojin, I heard that the Uchiha clan made a great contribution in this battle? Yeah. Hyojin nodded. Uchiha Jishue, Uchiha Sasuke went out of the village to stop the Akatsuki leader, and Uchiha Shinichi fought against the hungry ghost path Chilabai in the My Hospital. These are all visible achievements, and it can be said that in this battle, the three kaleidoscopes of Uchiha clan have all made a big splash. Richa's face sank. I also heard that when the Akatsuki leader fought against Otsutsuki samurai, the Kage who were present hesitated and didn't make a move, but Sasuke Uchiha was the only ninja who dared to make a move against the Akatsuki leader at that time? Hyojin smiled, there is such a thing. In my impression, he was clearly a teenager of the same age as Ningxi, but now he has grown into a powerful ninja who dared to make a move against the Akatsuki leader. After a pause, Richa sighed, Kuroto, the three kaleidoscopes of Uchiha clan are too powerful, and the pressure is so great that we can't even breathe. This time, the Hyuga clan had its Byakugan snatched away, which is a great shame. I don't know how many people in the village are laughing at us, so there is no way out for the Hyuga clan. Hyojin smiled and shook his head. Hyuga and Hyuga mean that the burden of the Hyuga clan is too heavy, and they attach too much importance to their reputation. Now that the Konoha clan is in such a mess, except for the Uchiha clan, the other clans don't have the time to laugh at the Hyuga clan. What's more, it was Otsutsuki samurai on the moon who took away Hayashi's Byakugan. In the village, apart from him, no one was a match for Otsutsuki samurai, so it was not shameful for Hayashi to be defeated by Otsutsuki samurai. Not only that, Hyojin also discovered that although Richa was usually very dissatisfied with the Zone clan, as long as something happened to his brother Hayashi, he would immediately toss all the injustice he had suffered beyond the 9 heavens and instantly become a supporter of the Zone clan. Fortunately, I'm here, Hyojin silently cursed. Richa probably wouldn't have thought that if it weren't for the existence of Hyojin, he would have probably died in the incident where Kumo kidnapped Hinata, and his only child, Ningxi, would have also died in the Fourth Shinobi World War, causing his bloodline to be completely cut off. On the contrary, although Hayashi in the original world did nothing, Hinata's good vision saved the Hyuga clan, making the Hyuga clan much better than the miserable Uchiha clan with only Sasuke left. On the giant turtle island. Looking at Naruto sitting cross-legged in front of the waterfall, Kakashi asked Moto, it's been so long, is it really okay? Moto said, don't worry, although there will be some risks in facing the real waterfall, but Naruto is an excellent Jinchuriki who mastered 9 tails at the age of 12 or 13, there should be no problem. Kakashi, who knew nothing about the real waterfall, could only nod his head. After returning to the land of fire from the land of water with Amatsukami Suijin, because his chakra was seriously damaged, he rested for a while in the land of fire, then directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to come to the side of Naruto and Fu. At that time, Naruto and Fu were secretly sent to the Cloud Village by Jiraiya, so Kakashi, as the representative of Naruto, temporarily acted as the guard of Naruto and Fu. Because he knows very well that the goal of Akatsuki is the tailed beast inside Naruto and Fu, so with the intervention of Amatsukami in my village, there shouldn't be a big problem, but Naruto and Fu, who only had some Umbu escorts, became a weak point. Once discovered by Akatsuki, it is very likely that both of them will lose their Jinchuriki at the same time. So he came to Cloud Village with Naruto and Fu, and was arranged by Cloud Village to stay on the giant turtle island. Although it is called an island, it is actually not a real island, but a giant turtle floating on the sea, the size of an island, hence the name Giant Turtle Island. This is also the reason why Cloud Village made such an arrangement, because the giant turtle can move freely on the sea, as long as they don't take the initiative to contact the people on the island, not to mention ordinary people, even Cloud Village may not be able to find them. In addition to safety, the giant turtle island is also a holy place for Cloud Village to train their Jinchuriki. Every Cloud Village's Jinchuriki has boarded the giant turtle island and received the unique trial of Jinchuriki. It can be said that the general quality of Cloud Village's Jinchuriki is higher than that of other shinobi villages, and the giant turtle island is the reason why, and the waterfall that Naruto is facing at the moment is a miracle that Cloud Village calls the true waterfall. As long as one sits in front of the waterfall, one can see the darkness in the depths of one's heart. It is a holy place for shinobi to train their will and sharpen their mind. Seeing that Kakashi was still frowning, Moto, who is in charge of the giant turtle island, smiled and said, "You are the representative of Naruto. Don't you believe in the Jinchuriki of your village?" Kakashi shook his head and didn't explain anything. His face is not only worried about Naruto in front of him, but also because in the previous battle with the mist, he finally confirmed that the mysterious person with the Manjikyu Sharingan in the Akatsuki organization is his best friend, the hero Uchiha Obsidian who died in the Third Shinobi War. Although he has pierced through Obsidian's chest in the Kamui space, he can feel that Obsidian is not dead, and he doesn't know how to explain this matter to the village. In front of the true waterfall, Naruto is panting heavily in a mysterious space, and in front of him, there is a Naruto who looks exactly like him, but with a fierce expression on his face, also panting heavily. The two of them have been fighting in this space for a while, but because their chakra, ninjutsu, strength, speed, and even tactics are exactly the same, there is no clear winner even after fighting for a long time. There is no doubt that the fierce expression on the face of Naruto is the dark side of Naruto's heart. Even someone as innocent as Naruto has a dark side in his heart, and what caused Naruto to have such a dark side is none other than the various cold eyes and harsh criticism he suffered in the village when he was a child. Looking at Naruto, Dark Naruto smiled and said, "I am you, you are me, you can't beat me." Naruto wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. "I know, our moves are exactly the same, even if we fight until tomorrow, we won't be able to determine the winner, but there are still some differences between you and me." Dark Naruto said coldly, "That is impossible." Naruto suddenly showed a bright smile, "Our dreams are different. Hey, don't look down on me, I, Uzumaki Naruto, want to become Naruto's man." Here is the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, I want to thank all the students who tipped me today, thank you. Listening to Naruto's declaration, Dark Naruto's face suddenly darkened, and his red eyes revealed a fierce look. "Naruto? That's ridiculous, don't you remember how the villagers treated us? That kind of bone-piercing loneliness and pain, you can't have forgotten it so quickly, can you? That kind of villagers, that kind of village, what's there to care about?" In Dark Naruto's words, Naruto recalled the scenes of his childhood. At that time, he was the fox demon that everyone in the village hated, and everyone avoided him. He had no one to rely on, no one cared about him, and no one cared about him. This loneliness and pain was so deep that he could not forget it. But his memory was not only about this pain. He also remembered Hyojin and Kuroto who cared about him and treated him like family, Pharmacist Do who patiently guided him, Red Bean who was responsible for taking care of his daily life, and Orochimaru who he thought was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In addition, he also met many good friends and teachers who cared about him in the ninja school. Kakashi, Iruka, Guy, Jishui, Sasuke, Ningxi, Sakura, Xiaoli, Shikamaru, Ding Ci, and other figures flashed through his mind one by one. And each of these figures was like a lamp with a temperature. The light of these lamps not only dispelled the darkness in his heart, but also dispelled the loneliness in his heart, so that his dark and cold heart was illuminated little by little and warmed little by little. Dark Naruto's feelings could affect Naruto, so Naruto's feelings could naturally affect Dark Naruto. The lights in his heart seemed to also illuminate Dark Naruto's heart, causing him to be stunned in place, and the fierceness on his face gradually faded. Plop, moments later, Dark Naruto knelt on the ground and muttered to himself, "How can you still smile when you're in so much pain?" Naruto gave Naruto a thumbs up in the dark. "I don't know too many principles, but Naruto-sensei taught me that as long as I'm alive, I can't give up easily in the face of suffering." Looking up at the optimistic Naruto, the Dark Naruto said, "What about me? What am I to you?" Naruto strode towards Dark Naruto, and then under the astonished gaze of Dark Naruto, hugged him. Idiot, we are one. In front of the real waterfall. Eh? Motroy let out a soft sound of surprise. Kakashi and Hibiscus immediately looked at Naruto, who was sitting in front of the real waterfall. They discovered that Naruto, who had been sitting motionlessly, suddenly shook his body and stood up. Motroy smiled. It's a success. As expected of the human pillar who could subdue 9 tails at the age of 12 or 13. Hibiscus quickly went over and sized up Naruto's changes. She asked, Naruto, what's your dark side like? Is it scary? Kakashi also walked over and observed Naruto. Whether it was from the outside or from Chakra's senses, Naruto did not seem to have changed much after going through the real waterfall. However, Kakashi keenly noticed that Naruto's gaze was clearer than before, and he seemed more energetic. This was a feeling on the spiritual level. It could not be described with words, but it was so obvious that it could not be ignored. Naruto scratched his head and smiled. We reconciled. Motroy was secretly taken aback when he heard this. Naruto could reconcile with his dark side so easily, which meant that the dark side in Naruto's heart was not too strong. This also proved that Naruto did have a sincere heart. Hibiscus tentatively said, Is it so easy? Should I try too? Motroy shook his head. No, you are different from Naruto. You haven't controlled the tailed beast in your body. The probability of failure is too high. Motroy allowed Naruto to try because Naruto could control 9 tails. Even if he couldn't subdue the dark side in his heart, there was basically no risk of him going berserk. But Hibiscus was different. If something went wrong and caused the 7 tails to go berserk on Giant Turtle Island, the risk would be too great. After all, Lei Ying, who could suppress the tailed beast, was not on the island at the moment. As a ninja of Cloud Village, there was no need for him to take such a big risk for a human pillar of Takunin Village. Hibiscus pouted, looking a little unhappy. However, she was actually a little scared of facing the dark side in her heart, so she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Naruto smiled proudly and said, So I'm so good? Motroy walked towards the real waterfall and said, Don't be too happy too early. This is just the beginning. The real test is coming next. After saying that, Motroy rushed into the real waterfall. Naruto, Kakashi, and Hibiscus walked into the real waterfall one after another and found that there was a huge cave behind the real waterfall. There was a building that looked like a temple in the cave. Looking at the murals of the huge 8-tailed ox demon and second last on the stone walls, Naruto exclaimed, Wow, it's amazing. Hibiscus nodded repeatedly. It's really spectacular. Kakashi's gaze fell on the 2 rows of headless stone statues in front of him, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Motroy said, You guys must be wondering why these stone statues don't have heads, right? After saying that, Motroy did not explain further and directly led the 3 of them to a wall in the depths of the temple. He pointed at a relief monster on the wall and said, This is the sacred baptism place of Cloud Village. If you want to enter, you have to stick your head into the mouth of this stone statue monster. Only pure and kind people can pass the selection. Thinking about the 2 rows of headless stone statues outside, Kakashi said, Could it be that those outside? Motroy nodded. Those headless statues outside are all the pillars of our Cloud Village's failed candidates. Hibiscus covered her mouth, her face full of horror. However, Naruto did not look timid. Instead, he asked, What will happen if we go in? After pondering for a while, Motroy said, I'm not too sure what it's like inside, but Chillabai and Uni have both gone in before. After that, they became the perfect Jinchuriki that can control tailed beasts, so it should be able to let the Jinchuriki obtain the true power of tailed beasts. Naruto asked, Can I see 9 tails after I go in? Motroy nodded. Yes. Naruto did not hesitate. Then I want to go in and take a look. Kakashi frowned and said, Naruto, don't be impulsive. Moi also had a serious expression on his face. Naruto, you'd better think about it carefully. Although you can obtain stronger tailed beasts by entering, if you can't pass the selection, you'll end up like those headless statues outside, dying a miserable death. This time, it was Cloud Village's intention to arrange for Naruto to undergo the trial. If Naruto could pass the trial, then there was no doubt that his strength would increase greatly, and there would be a greater chance of resisting the Akatsuki in the future. If Naruto died in the trial, then the most powerful tailed beasts, the 9 tails, would die with Naruto. Before the 9 tails resurrected, the Akatsuki would not be able to obtain the 9 tails. The 3rd chapter is here. I haven't been in a good state before and it's been hard for me to update, so I'm adding a chapter for the 7th Guild Master, Leo. Once again, I thank Leo for his support. Thank you. Fortunately, my family and I haven't been affected so far, which is considered a blessing in disguise. However, I've had a really hard time this month. Even though basic food and drink are guaranteed, it's difficult to replenish some daily necessities. I've run out of snacks, skincare cream, coffee, vitamins, and even the earplugs I use to sleep during the day can't be changed. In the past, when there was a courier, I didn't feel that I was that reliant on it. Now that the courier has stopped, I realize how inconvenient it is to not have a courier. Other than the lack of daily necessities, the past month has also been a test for my mental state. At first, I was refreshing the news every day and tracking the latest news. It's only recently that I've gradually adjusted my mentality and stopped paying too much attention to these things. Because of these reasons, my updates this month haven't been very good. There have been a few days where I've only updated once. I would like to sincerely apologize to everyone and hope that everyone can understand my special situation. Today is already the 27th, including today. There are only 2.5 days left in this month, so I sincerely hope that everyone can support me with your monthly votes. I'll try my best to update in the remaining 2 days as well. Don't worry about that. Naruto didn't think for too long. I still want to go in. I want to see the 9 tails. He had always wanted to know why the 9 tails were sealed in his body. He had asked many people, including his teacher, Hyojin, but he still didn't get the answer he wanted. Hyojin's answer was that he would know when he grew up. Therefore, he was very eager to know why the 9 tails were sealed in his body, and why he had become a demon fox that was ostracized and reprimanded since he was young. Looking at Naruto's determined eyes, Kakashi weighed the pros and cons and finally nodded. There were 2 factors that prompted him to make this decision. Firstly, this was indeed a rare opportunity. If Naruto could really obtain the power of the tailed beast and further control the 9 tails, then Naruto's strength would be further improved, and he would be able to protect himself when facing the Akatsuki in the future. Secondly, Naruto was indeed the best human pillar he had ever seen. Even his master's wife, Kushina, could only rely on sealing to suppress the 9 tails. She couldn't control the 9 tails like Naruto could, not to mention that Naruto was only 12 or 13 years old. Of course, Kakashi didn't know that the reason why the 9 tails would obediently cooperate with Naruto was because of the threat of the Akatsuki and the reason why Hyojin had a peaceful talk with the 9 tails while holding the truth-seeking orb. Soon, under Kakashi and Fu's nervous gaze, Naruto stuck his head into the mouth of the monster sculpture on the wall. Crack, after a while, just when everyone was at a loss, there was a noise on the wall. The wall beside the monster sculpture slowly opened, revealing a colorful space. Hearing the noise outside, Naruto quickly retracted his head from the mouth of the monster sculpture. Mochoi said, "Naruto, you passed the test." Naruto pointed at the colorful space behind the wall. "Are we going in here?" Mochoi nodded. "It said that this space can reflect your spiritual world. After you enter, you should be able to see the 9 tails sealed in your body." Kakashi asked with a serious face, "And then?" "I heard from Chillabai that the next step is to fight the tailed beasts." After a pause, Motoe looked at Naruto. "It's like a tug of war. If you can pull out 9 tails chakra and inhale it into your body, then you can completely control the power of 9 tails tail beast." Chillabai did this back then. Not only did he obtain the power of 8 tails tail beast, but he also obtained the recognition of 8 tails. Understood. Naruto immediately rolled up his sleeves and stepped inside. Mochoi stopped Naruto. "Don't rush. If you want to obtain the power of 9 tails tail beast, you still have to unlock the seal of 9 tails. "What?" Kakashi's expression froze. Motoe smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. If it were any other Jinchuriki, there would indeed be a huge risk, but didn't Naruto get the approval of the QB? So, nothing will happen. By the way, What is the sealing technique that I used to seal 9 tails? The current Naruto naturally did not know any sealing techniques. He looked at Kakashi in a daze. Kakashi replied, "It's the 4-symbol seal." Motroy asked again, "Acting sir, can you unlock this seal?" "I can, but..." Kakashi was still a little hesitant. After all, there were too many variables when it came to unlocking the seal. Once the 9 tails went berserk, he might not be able to subdue the 9 tails alone. Motroy did not rush him. He just stood quietly at the side, waiting for Kakashi, the acting Naruto, to make up his mind. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a firm gaze. "Sensei Kakashi, please trust me this once. I don't want to hide every time the Akatsuki organization attacks the village. I'm also a my ninja. I can protect the village too." Sigh. Kakashi sighed and said, "Then I'll go in with you." After walking into the colorful mysterious space behind the wall, Kakashi lifted Naruto's shirt and revealed the sealing technique on Naruto's abdomen. "Naruto, are you ready?" "Yes." Naruto nodded heavily. Kakashi said no more and directly shouted, "Seal, unseal." In an instant, the scenery around Naruto changed. Kakashi, who was originally beside him, disappeared. Looking around, Naruto found that he seemed to be in a dark underground palace. At the end of the underground palace, there seemed to be an incomparably huge cage. 9 Tails, who was sleeping soundly on his forelimbs in the prison, seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly opened his vertical pupils and stared coldly at the intruding Naruto. Naruto walked over curiously and asked, "You? Are you 9 Tails?" 9 Tails bared his sharp fangs. "Brat, you have guts. How dare you come here?" "Huh." Soon, 9 Tails found that the Naruto in front of him was different from before. He tried his best to perceive, but found that the darkness and resentment hidden in Naruto's heart were all gone. Seeing the seal on the prison door, Naruto jumped up and pulled off the seal on the seal. Ka. As the seal was pulled off by Naruto, the big lock behind the seal opened with a series of crisp sounds. After a while, the layers of seals that sealed 9 Tails were completely opened. 9 Tails in the prison was a little puzzled. "Brat, do you want to die?" Naruto replied, "9 Tails, I want to defeat you with my own hands and obtain the power of your 9 tails. After that, I will ask you some more questions." 9 Tails narrowed his eyes slightly, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. "How dare a brat like you have such delusions? Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Boom, in an instant, with a loud noise, 9 Tails rushed out of the prison that had been opened. He raised his head and began to condense the jade tail beast. Although he had promised Hyojin that he would cooperate with Naruto, it was mainly to save himself and prevent Naruto from being captured by the Akatsuki organization. Now that Naruto had taken advantage of him and wanted to snatch the power of his 9 tails, he naturally couldn't care less. Naruto didn't expect that 9 Tails, who had been cooperating with him before, would be so violent. He didn't even say a few words before he directly attacked. Moreover, he instinctively felt threatened by the jade tail beast, so he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately formed a seal and shouted, "Shadow Doppelganger technique." Bang bang bang, in a large cloud of white smoke, countless Naruto cooperated in pairs, pushing the Rasengan toward 9 Tails. Shio. The jade tail beast condensed by 9 Tails was also completed at this time, and it flew out with a sharp whistle. In an instant, it swept away a large number of Naruto's shadow doppelganger. Immortal technique, Great Jade Rasengan. Just as 9 Tails was feeling proud, Naruto's shout suddenly came from above. 9 Tails looked up and found that Naruto's original body had actually used the shadow doppelganger as a cover. Not only did he enter the immortal mode, but he also sneaked up on top of his head. Before 9 Tails could think more, the Great Jade Rasengan that had been infused with the immortal technique chakra smashed hard on its head. The first update is here. It's the last 2 days. Don't forget to vote if you still have monthly votes. The first update is here. Don't forget to vote if you still have monthly votes. End of this chapter. Boom, accompanied by a loud noise, Naruto's Great Jade Rasengan infused with the immortal technique chakra slammed into 9 Tails' face, instantly knocking the huge 9 Tails to the ground. Naruto fell to the ground and panted lightly. In the original time and space, because Jiraiya accidentally died in the Hidden Rain village, no one could guide Naruto's immortal technique except for Fukasaku and Shima, the two non-human toads. Therefore, in terms of immortal technique, Naruto could only rely on himself to explore, so his progress was relatively slow. At the moment, because of Bai's personal teaching, Naruto's progress in immortal technique was lightning fast. In addition, the Rasengan was originally developed by 4 generations imitating the Jade Tail Beast, so it was extremely powerful. Therefore, after being hit by Naruto's Great Jade Rasengan, even Nine Tails was a little confused. Seeing that Nine Tails was beaten to the ground by him, Naruto immediately realized that this was a good opportunity, so he stirred up the chakra in his body and suddenly stretched out a chakra hand, pulling the tailed beast chakra on Nine Tails' body like a tug-of-war. According to Cloud Hidden Moi, as long as the human's Jinchuriki who accepted the test pulled the tailed beast chakra into his own body, then he would be able to freely control the power of the tailed beast in the future. Swish, while Nine Tails was stunned, Naruto smoothly pulled the tailed beast chakra out of Nine Tails' body. Humph. Nine Tails, who recovered, snorted coldly. In an instant, the chakra that Naruto pulled out of Nine Tails' body was contaminated by a scarlet red will of Nine Tails, and this pollution full of hatred and anger also extended all the way to Naruto's body through the chakra hand that came out of Naruto's body. Naruto was shocked. But before he could react, he found that the normal chakra on his body had also been contaminated by the will of the Nine Tails into the Nine Tails chakra, which was filled with hatred and anger. Then, the tailed beast transformation began to happen naturally. A blood-red tailed beast coat was draped over Naruto's body despite Naruto's resistance. Within the trial space. How did this happen? Wasn't Nine Tails very well behaved before? Seeing that Naruto, who was fine just a moment ago, had suddenly transformed into a tailed beast and was filled with an evil aura, Kakashi, who was guarding by the side, suddenly turned pale with fright. The reason why he agreed to let Naruto enter the trial was because of Naruto's excellent performance in controlling the Nine Tails. But he did not know that it was not that Naruto could really control the Nine Tails. It was just that the Nine Tails had given face to Hyojin. Oh no, if this goes on, I'm afraid Naruto will go berserk here. Without hesitation, Kakashi immediately formed a seal and cast the 4 symbols seal, preparing to reseal the Nine Tails from the outside. But just as his hand was about to press on the seal on Naruto's abdomen, the tailed beast transformation on Naruto's body suddenly stopped. Looking at the half-tailed beast and half-normal Naruto in front of him, even with Kakashi's agility, he did not know what to do for a moment. Almost at the same time, Naruto's consciousness broke away from the corrosion of the Nine Tails chakra and came to a bright and beautiful space of consciousness. Are you okay, Naruto? At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in Naruto's ear. Naruto suddenly looked up and found that the person who put his hand on his shoulder was actually wearing the familiar Naruto's Haori robe. So, he did not even see the other person's face clearly and shouted subconsciously, "Teacher, why are you here?" Ha ha ha, suddenly, there was a burst of laughter from the other side. Naruto turned his head and found that the person who was laughing was a beautiful woman with red hair and a unique vitality. At this moment, Naruto also realized that the golden-haired man who was on his shoulder and wearing Naruto's Haori robe was not his teacher, Hyojin. So, he looked at the man and then at the woman with a blank expression. Who are you people? The handsome golden-haired man smiled. Naruto, I'm your father. Without a doubt, the ones who interrupted the corrosion of the Nine Tails Naruto's were none other than Naruto's parents, the 4 generations Naruto Wave Watergate and the former Nine Tails Human Pillar Whirlpool Kushina. F.A. Father. Hearing this familiar but extremely unfamiliar word, Naruto was stunned. Watergate pointed at Kushina. She's your mother. Naruto looked at Kushina. Mother? Kushina quickly walked forward and hugged Naruto, who was still in a daze. Naruto, you've finally grown up. Naruto was still in disbelief. You. Are you really my parents? Yes. Watergate nodded. He was finally able to reunite with his son, so he was a little excited. However, Naruto was still a little wary. But why are you wearing teacher's Naruto Haori robe? This is a robe that only Naruto is allowed to wear, right? Kushina smiled and said, because your father is the 4 generations Naruto in the village. When you were scribbling on your father's Naruto rock, didn't you take a good look at your father's face? Kushina, who was living in Naruto's body in the form of chakra, could sense the outside world through Naruto's senses, just like Watergate. Therefore, she was very clear about the ridiculous things Naruto had done when he was young. Naruto sized up Watergate. Seeing Watergate's gentle expression, he muttered softly, he doesn't look powerful at all. How could he be Naruto? Aren't Hokage supposed to be powerful ninjas like Sensei? Unlike Naruto, who was 15 or 16 years old in the original time and space, he had more information, communicated with Kyuubi, and had various speculations in his mind. Naruto, who was only 12 or 13 years old at this time, knew nothing about his life and background, and did not know the reason why Kyuubi was sealed in his body, so he did not quite believe his parents who suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Kushina punched Naruto's head and lectured him, idiot, your father is a very powerful ninja. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto immediately hugged his head. Watergate scratched his head and explained with a bitter smile, sometimes, the village will choose some young ninjas to act as Naruto. Moreover, it's rare to see a strong ninja like the 5 generations, even in my. Gradually feeling the sincere emotions from Watergate and Kushina, Naruto, who was only 12 or 13 years old, gradually had tears in his eyes. Are you really my parents? I have so many questions to ask you. Kushina tilted her head to the side and said, Naruto, I know what you want to ask, but before that, let's get rid of the 9 tails first. Watergate also smiled and said, well, it's time to make it behave. As soon as Watergate finished speaking, the surroundings returned to the dark underground palace from before. Glowing chains shot out from Naruto's body and bound the 9 tails tightly. At the same time, Watergate flashed to the top of 9 tails' head, then pressed his palm on the top of 9 tails' head and shouted softly, seal. Black sealing techniques flowed out of Watergate's palm, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the whole body of 9 tails. Together with the glowing chains, they firmly bound the 9 tails. The bound 9 tails roared, Watergate, Kushina, it's you 2 damn guys again. Ignoring the shouts of 9 tails, Watergate shouted at Naruto, Naruto, hurry up and pull the chakra out of its body. Looking at the 9 tails being instantly subdued by his parents, Naruto was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Then, he immediately used the multiple shadow clone technique and pulled the chakra of 9 tails together with his shadow clone. There's only 1.5 days left in this month. Those who still have monthly votes, please support me. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today. Thank you, everyone. Under the joint efforts of Kushina and Watergate, 9 tails couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, Naruto split into hundreds of shadow clones. Everyone shouted together and dragged 9 tails chakra out of 9 tails body bit by bit. Damn it. Seeing that his chakra was pulled out of his body by Naruto, 9 tails was furious and struggled even more violently. Kushina and Watergate, who were suppressing 9 tails, immediately felt the pressure and shouted together, Naruto, do your best. The couple appeared together this time other than to prevent Naruto's will from being corroded by 9 tails, it was also because they knew that this trial was a heaven-sent opportunity for Naruto. They were actually very surprised that there was such a holy land in cloud concealment. With their vision, it was naturally not difficult for them to see the significance of this trial. As long as Naruto could successfully pass this trial and obtain the power of 9 tails tail beast, Naruto would no longer be in danger of going berserk in the future. Because of this, the couple did not hesitate to use up the last of their chakra and appeared to help. Hurry up and come out. With the encouragement of his father and mother, Naruto exploded with all the strength in his body and violently pulled 9 tails chakra out of 9 tails body. Bang bang bang, the moment he successfully pulled out 9 tails chakra, Naruto's hundreds of shadow clones exploded one by one, turning into white smoke and disappearing. The chakra that looked like 9 tails that was pulled out slowly floated towards Naruto's body. Then, it slowly merged into Naruto's body. Hua, in an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Naruto's body. Naruto was stunned. This is not only Naruto, but even Kushina, who was the former 9 tails human pillar, and Watergate, who was Naruto's 4 generations, were shocked when they saw Naruto wrapped in golden chakra. Naruto. You damn guy, you've completely pissed me off this time. The furious Nine Tails tore the chains and seals that bound it and roared angrily at Naruto. Xianxia and Watergate dodged to the side and looked at Nine Tails. They found that Nine Tails was still powerful, but after Naruto took away the power of Nine Tails, they had obviously lost a lot of weight and even looked a little emaciated. At this time, Nine Tails raised its head and condensed the tail beast Jade again. This time, the tail beast Jade was bigger than ever, even larger than the Nine Tails themselves. Xianxia said in shock, "It actually has such power." Watergate shook his head. As expected of Nine Tails. After saying that, the couple looked at each other. After the consumption just now, the remaining chakra had been used up. However, in order to help Naruto subdue Nine Tails, they had no choice but to do so. Xianxia looked at Naruto in the distance, who was covered in golden light, and sighed faintly. It's a pity that I can't have a good chat with Naruto. Watergate also had a deep regret on his face. Once the chakra was completely exhausted, the two of them would disappear immediately. Naturally, they would not be able to say goodbye to Naruto, who had not been reunited for a long time. However, just as the Watergate couple was about to go forward and seal Nine Tails, Naruto said to Nine Tails, who was condensing the tail beast Jade, "Nine Tails, I have something urgent to do now. I'll have a good chat with you later." "I'm sorry." Then, Naruto pressed one hand on his abdomen and twisted it gently. Swoosh, 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 Tori after Tori descended from the sky, starting from the tails one by one, and the last Tori was directly stuck on Nine Tails' neck, firmly fixing Nine Tails' head to the ground. Damn it! With a wail from Nine Tails, the huge tail beast Jade that was condensing also disintegrated inch by inch, scattering all over the ground. It was obvious that Naruto, who had defeated Nine Tails in this trial and obtained the power of Nine Tails, already had the powerful power to suppress the Nine Tails in his body. His will would no longer be polluted by the Nine Tails and go berserk. Clang clang clang, then an iron door closed, and the Nine Tails that had been unsealed not long ago were sealed again. Seeing that Naruto had easily sealed Nine Tails, Xianxia and Watergate heaved a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a gratified expression appeared on their faces. At this moment, Naruto came to his parents. "Father, Mother." Xianxia hugged Naruto. Watergate smiled, then immediately opened his arms and hugged his wife and child tightly. Just like that, the family of three, who met for the first time, chatted about their daily lives in this quiet space of consciousness. From Watergate and Xianxia's meeting and love, all the way to the Nine Tails rebellion that broke out on the night Xianxia gave birth. Xianxia lowered her head and said in a heavy tone, "This is what happened. In order to protect the village and to prevent the Nine Tails from being stolen by the masked man, your father chose to sacrifice himself and sealed half of the Nine Tails in your body that was just born." Watergate looked at Naruto. "I'm sorry, as a father, I didn't take good care of you and let you bear all this. I know that you love me, and that's enough." Naruto, who had long been in tears, wiped the tears on his face and showed a smile. "Besides, I'm Naruto's son. Of course, I should bear the responsibility of a father." Xianxia stroked Naruto's hair. "What a good boy." Watergate nodded. "You didn't let us down. Now that you have mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode, you have surpassed your mother and become the strongest human pillar in the history of my." After talking, Watergate and Xianxia already knew that Naruto's golden appearance just now was the Nine Tails chakra mode, which was stronger than Cloud Village's Thunder Escape chakra mode. Naruto suddenly asked, "By the way, father, mother, what's going on with only half of the Nine Tails sealed in my body?" Yamato explained, "You should have also felt it, the Kyuubi is the strongest of all the tailed beasts, so I sealed half of the Kyuubi chakra in my body and the other half in your body. If you have the chance in the future, you can try to break the corpse ghost seal and release my soul sealed in the body of the god of death to retrieve the other half of the Nine Tails chakra." Xianxia said, "The corpse ghost seal is the sealing technique of our Whirlpool clan. You can search the ruins of our Whirlpool country to find clues to break the corpse ghost seal. If possible, you must find a way to release your father's soul. Otherwise, his soul will never be at peace." Naruto quickly promised, "Don't worry, I can definitely do it." Watergate didn't seem to care too much. He smiled and said, "Just try your best, don't force yourself too much." There's only one day left in February. Those who still have monthly tickets, don't forget it. Feeling that she doesn't have much time left, Kushina's face immediately sank. Naruto, you must be careful of that mysterious masked man. He is from the Uchiha clan, and he also has the Manjikyu Sharingan. Minato also echoed, well, the other party's spacetime ninjutsu is very strange, you must not be impulsive when facing him. Naruto knew very well who his parents were talking about, so he nodded vigorously, I will definitely teach that bastard a lesson. After pondering for a while, Kushina said worriedly, also, you must be careful of your old. Halfway through her words, she saw Minato shake his head, so Kushina had no choice but to shut her mouth. Naruto asked, be careful of who? Minato took over the conversation and said with a smile, your mother wants you to be careful of your body, even if you are a Jinchuriki, you must pay attention to rest. The person Kushina wants Naruto to be careful of is obviously Hyojin, who is both the fifth Naruto and the leader of Amatsukami. When Hyojin sneaked into Naruto's spiritual world and used the truth-seeking ball to negotiate with the Nine Tails, both Minato and Kushina saw it, so they know the shocking secret of the shinobi world. The leader of Amatsukami, which is recognized as the strongest organization in the shinobi world, is actually Naruto's sensei, the fifth Naruto. Hyojin's concern for Naruto is seen by the Minato couple, but the identity of Hyojin as the leader of Amatsukami still makes the straightforward Kushina feel deeply uneasy. Compared to the straightforward Kushina, Minato, who was once a Hokage, obviously had more considerations. After knowing the identity of Hyojin as the leader of Amatsukami, he was also shocked, and immediately he thought about the purpose of Hyojin secretly establishing Amatsukami. After combing through the previous actions of Amatsukami, such as attacking the radical faction of the Uchiha clan and suppressing the rebellion of the Uchiha clan, it is not difficult for him to guess the purpose of Hyojin's establishment of Amatsukami. Obviously, it is because of the existence of Amatsukami that the Uchiha clan which was alienated from the village was pulled back and once again integrated with the village. In addition, although he doesn't know how Hyojin became so strong in the shinobi school, but Hyojin is now the strongest in the shinobi world. The last time when Hyojin sneaked into Naruto's spiritual world to negotiate with the Nine Tails, he even felt that Hyojin had already noticed his existence. In the face of such a strong person, a word or two of Kushina's reminders are completely meaningless, and on the contrary, it will lead to conflict between Naruto and Hyojin. So far, Hyojin has not shown any malicious intent towards Naruto, and he even accepted Naruto as his disciple. Not only did he guide Naruto wholeheartedly, but he also personally helped Naruto suppress the Nine Tails. It can be said that Naruto's current strength is due to Hyojin's contribution. Combining these factors, Minato decisively stopped his wife from reminding him. Naruto said with a smile, don't worry, my body is fine, my chakra is much stronger than Sasuke and Nimpsi. Kushina said with a reluctant look, Naruto, you can only rely on yourself in the future. Minato held his wife's hand and said with a smile, with Kakashi around, Naruto will be fine. Well, with Hokage-sensei, Orochimaru-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Iruka-sensei, Sasuke, Neji, and other companions, I am not lonely at all. As if sensing that they were about to part, Naruto, who was originally smiling, started crying as he spoke. In the trial space. Seeing that Naruto's tail beast transformation not only stopped, but also faded bit by bit, Kakashi was bewildered. He had no idea what was going on. Not long after, Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. With just a glance, Kakashi noticed that there seemed to be something in Naruto's eyes. It was something that was difficult to describe, as if it was hope, responsibility, or relief. Kakashi asked, how is it? Naruto replied with a smile, Kakashi-sensei, I have obtained the power of Nine Tails. Kakashi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, Naruto suddenly asked, Kakashi-sensei, my father is 4 generations Naruto, right? In the blink of an eye, a week has passed since the Akatsuki's attack. Because of the strong support of the daimyo and several other great shinobi villages, Mai's recovery was very fast. In just a few days, there were no traces of war on the streets. Of course, this is also because the losses this time are far smaller than the last time. Last time, the village was hit by Nagato's large-scale Shinra Tensei. The entire village was destroyed. Except for some buildings on the edge, it was almost razed to the ground. This time, the village was just one of several battlefields. The most damaged battlefield was chosen by Hyojin in the forest dozens of miles away from the village, so it was much easier to rebuild the village this time. In the training field next to the Uchiha clan. Swish swish swish, in a burst of wind sound, several shurikens hit the distant wooden piles one after another, and without exception, all accurately hit the small bullseye in the center of the wooden piles. Phew, after a soft sigh, Sasuke's face sank. He thought that as long as he took a good rest, his vision would be completely restored, but a whole week has passed, and his declining vision did recover a little, but it is far from the level he expected. There are no double images, but his vision is still blurred, so his throwing of shurikens is not as smooth as before. Covering his eyes, Sasuke whispered, "Damn it, why is it like this?" Until now, he didn't tell his family about his declining vision, because he was afraid that his parents and brother would worry about him, and also because of his strong self-esteem. In this battle against the Akatsuki, Sasuke had a lot of limelight. First, he participated in the assault team, which had almost all Kage-class strength, and forcibly delayed the Akatsuki for a few hours, buying valuable time for the villagers to evacuate. Then, when the Akatsuki leader Nagato was fighting with Otsutsuki samurai, he attacked Nagato. Although that sneak attack failed, no one laughed at him, because after that, 3 generations of Naruto, 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Lei Ying, 4 generations of Kazekage, and Tsunade, Jiraiya, these 6 Kage-class strong people besieged Nagato, but they were also defeated. In contrast, Sasuke is just a 13-year-old boy. At this age, he was able to face the Akatsuki leader Nagato, and even dared to attack him. No matter from what perspective, he can be regarded as outstanding. Therefore, in the week after the war, Sasuke was in the limelight among his peers. He was recognized as the undisputed number 1 among his peers. For a time, he was in the limelight. Because most of his peers didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the battle, they were directly evacuated by the village, not to mention facing the Akatsuki leader. Swish, just when Sasuke was secretly worried about when his vision would be completely restored, Xianxia landed on the field and said, "I knew you must be here." Sasuke instantly put away his worry and asked casually, "What's the matter?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Naruto and Fu are back safely. This is the last half of the month, continue to ask for monthly tickets, students who still have monthly tickets, don't forget, after today, it will be wasted. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone." Naruto and Fu are back? These days, Sasuke has been secretly worried that Naruto would fall into the hands of the Akatsuki, so when he heard Xianxia say that Naruto has returned safely, his face suddenly lit up with joy. Xianxia waved to Sasuke, "I heard that that guy passed some kind of trial and his strength has improved a lot. Let's go, we'll talk about it on the way." Sasuke nodded, put away his ninja tools, and left the practice field with Xianxia. As for what Xianxia mentioned about Naruto passing some kind of trial and greatly increasing his strength, Kuroto really doesn't care much about it, because in his opinion, no matter how much Naruto's strength improves, it is impossible for him to be compared with him who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. This has nothing to do with Naruto's effort, it is purely a matter of level suppression. After Sasuke and Xianxia left, 2 figures appeared on a big tree on the side of the practice field. They are Itachi Uchiha and Uchiha Jishue. Looking at the back of Sasuke leaving, Itachi said in a deep voice, "It seems that Sasuke's eyesight problem is more serious than we thought." Well, it should be because of the previous battle with the Akatsuki that consumed too much of his pupil power. Nodding, Jishue asked again, "By the way, did he mention this matter at home?" Itachi shook his head, "He didn't mention it, he is still hiding it from us." Jishue smiled bitterly, "This kid's character is too strong." It didn't take long for Sasuke and Xianxia to arrive at the renovated ninja school. As soon as the 2 of them stepped through the gate of the school, they heard Naruto's hearty laughter from a distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, they found a large group of students surrounding Naruto, seemingly listening to what Naruto has to say. So they quickened their pace and walked over. "You definitely don't know, that Ninja Turtle is as big as an island, not only there are many animals living on it, but there are also many strange places." Naruto told his classmates about his experience on the giant turtle island, his hands kept gesturing. Sakura curled her lips, how can there be such a big ninja turtle? Dinsey, who was eating chips, echoed, yeah, how much food does it have to eat to fill its stomach? Naruto suddenly became anxious, if you don't believe me, you can ask Fu, I'm not lying. Huh. Sasuke, who walked to the front, glanced at Naruto and suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. The Naruto in front of him seemed to be a little different from before. After careful observation, Sasuke found that Naruto seemed to be more cheerful than before. Although Naruto was cheerful before, there was always a trace of imperceptible loneliness hidden in his eyes, but the Naruto in front of him was glowing, and there was no longer any haze in his eyes. At this time, Xianxia looked at Sasuke. Obviously, he also noticed the subtle changes in Naruto's body. Seeing Sasuke walking over, Sakura and Ino immediately greeted him and asked, Sasuke, are you feeling better? With his hands in his crotch, Sasuke directly walked past Sakura and Ino and said to Naruto, yo, you're finally back, I thought you were captured by the Akatsuki. As soon as he saw Sasuke, Naruto asked eagerly, Sasuke, I heard that you had a big fight with the Akatsuki this time? Sakura said with pride, Sasuke, this time I fought with the leader of the Akatsuki. Sasuke smiled proudly. Naruto's face showed some regret, and immediately clenched his fist and said, next time, I also want to fight side by side with you. Sasuke waved his hand indifferently, you are their target, you better hide well, I can protect you. Naruto quickly said, I have passed the real waterfall and the spiritual world trial, I have become very strong, if you don't believe me, let's fight now. Sasuke grinned, Naruto, are you challenging me? Naruto said confidently, I just want you to recognize me. Sakura put her hand on her forehead and said speechlessly, it's starting again. The two of them obviously care about each other very much, but for some reason, they always quarrel after a few sentences, fight after a few sentences, and then put their arms around each other's shoulders after the fight. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto who are eager to fight, the surrounding students all tacitly stepped aside. Since the beginning of the shinobi period, it was normal for students of the same grade to fight with each other. Moreover, this was a newly renovated field, so it was spacious. Enough. Therefore, when the people saw the fight between Sasuke and Naruto, not only did they not feel strange, but they were also excited to watch the show. In their eyes, although Sasuke was the first in the same grade, Naruto's strength should not be underestimated, and his performance in the Chunin exam was also remarkable. On the crown of a big tree in the distance. Looking at the energetic Naruto on the field, Kimimaro said slowly, Uzumaki Naruto also came back safely, we can report to Orochimaru-sama. Haku asked, are you leaving Mai? Kimimaro nodded slightly, Orochimaru-sama asked us to stay, mainly to take care of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Since the Akatsuki organization has been defeated, we should also return to the village. Yugo was a little hesitant, but your body, Kimimaro said calmly, Mai can't cure my illness, so there's no point in staying here, not to mention that the people from the 5 great shinobi villages have been harassing us these days, I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen if we stay here. Haku nodded. Rock, Cloud, and Sand Crypsis haven't given up on finding out the identity of Amatsukumi's leader from Haku, so these days they sent people to talk to Haku from time to time, making him very annoyed. While they were talking, the fight in the field in the distance began. Yugo asked, who do you think will win? Kimimaro said without hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke has already awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, even if it's his Jinchuriki, I'm afraid it will be difficult to compete with him. Recalling Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan, Haku agreed with Kimimaro's judgment, I think Sasuke will win. At this time, a loud bang came from the field, Sasuke was sent flying by Naruto's punch, but this wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was that Naruto's whole body was wrapped in a golden chakra. Looking at the golden Naruto, Xianxia said, what a strong chakra. In his Byakugan's field of vision, Naruto was like a small sun, the powerful chakra almost filled his field of vision, making him dizzy. Sakura, who thought that Naruto would be beaten, was shocked, how is this possible? In the field. Sasuke, who fell on the ground, was also shocked, what ninjutsu is this? There are only 12 hours left in this month, students who still have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. Sasuke didn't relax his training just because he had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. In fact, after suffering a series of setbacks, his training was even more rigorous than before he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Because of this, the improvement of Sasuke's strength is not only in the Sharingan, but also in speed, strength, skills, and other aspects. But in the fight just now, he was surprised to find that Naruto has surpassed him in speed and strength, and he also keenly found that Naruto seems to have some kind of prediction ability that does not rely on the pupillary technique, and easily defused his attacks several times. Sage mode? No, the chakra on his body is obviously the tailed beast chakra. This is not a sage mode. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Sasuke climbed up from the ground. At this time, Naruto said, "Sasuke, you have to be careful. This move of mine is called Nine Tails Chakra Mode. It is a new ninjutsu that I have just learned." Sasuke's face sank. "Humph, no matter what you have learned, in front of my Manjikyu Sharingan, it is nothing." Naruto is indeed his best friend. If it is in a dangerous battlefield, he will not hesitate to protect Naruto, but he can't say why. In front of Naruto, he just doesn't want to bow his head and admit defeat. Once Naruto shows the intention to challenge him, he will instinctively give a strong response. After slowly closing his eyes, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, revealing his Manjikyu Sharingan with a six-pointed star pattern. Hey, Sasuke has actually activated the Manjikyu Sharingan. Is he getting serious? Hehe, there is a good show to watch. As soon as they saw Sasuke activate the Manjikyu Sharingan, the surrounding students immediately burst into an uproar. Xianxia on the sidelines was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Sasuke would be so serious to the point of using the Manjikyu Sharingan in a small sparring session, but he soon felt relieved, and a solemn expression appeared on his face, because the Nine Tails Chakra mode that Naruto mentioned does seem to be quite powerful. After activating the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke regained his confidence and said with a smirk, "You want me to be careful? Heh, now I will use reality to dispel your ridiculous worries." Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke's figure disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only a flash of lightning. So fast. On the sidelines, Xiaoli exclaimed. Most of the students didn't even have the time to cry out in surprise. They just shook their heads and searched for Sasuke's figure. Swish, at this moment, there was another whistling sound, and Sasuke, who was surrounded by electric arcs, flashed behind Naruto, and his right hand holding the sizzling lightning also stabbed at Naruto. This is my real speed. Seeing that Naruto didn't even turn around, Sasuke was secretly proud, and the smile on his face became bigger. But just when Sasuke's right hand Chidori was about to hit Naruto's back and was about to temporarily cancel the ninjutsu, two chakra arms suddenly appeared on Naruto's back, and each chakra arm instantly produced a shining Rasengan. What? Sasuke's pupils shrank, and it was too late to adjust his body to avoid the two Rasengans from Naruto's left and right, and Chidori in his hand could only block one Rasengan. Boom, a burst of explosion exploded on the newly built field. In an instant, a huge cloud of dust covered the field, blocking the vision of the students on the sidelines. What just happened? Who won? I didn't see it clearly at all. The students were all surprised and uncertain. Sakura's face was full of confusion. She hoped that Sasuke could win, but she didn't want Naruto to get hurt. Hinata's face was nervous, and his eyes were full of worry. In contrast, Xianxia on the sidelines was the calmest, but even so, Xianxia's face gradually showed a strange expression. Whoosh, soon, a gust of wind blew, blowing away the smoke and dust on the field. In the field, Naruto, who was in the Nine Tails Chakra mode, was full of confidence, standing with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Opposite him, Sasuke panted heavily, and a thin layer of sweat seeped out of his forehead. In order to deal with Naruto's two Rasengan, Sasuke had to activate Purple Lightning, using a wide range of purple electric thousand birds to barely block Naruto's Rasengan's counterattack. Damn it, I didn't expect this idiot to be able to instantly activate Rasengan now. After suffering a small loss, Sasuke realized that Naruto, who had obtained the power of Nine Tails and could activate Nine Tails Chakra mode, no longer needed both hands to instantly activate Rasengan. With a gloomy face, Sasuke operated his Manjikyu Sharingan to observe Naruto, and secretly analyzed, I clearly launched the attack in the blind spot of his vision. How did he see through my attack trajectory? Is it prediction? No, how could an idiot like him accurately predict my attack? He must have mastered some kind of perception ability that doesn't require vision. In just a short fight, Sasuke analyzed a lot of information about Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode, but he couldn't find the flaws in Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode. Whether it's speed, strength, or that kind of special perception ability, they all make him feel extremely tricky. And in the case of Naruto not entering Sage Mode or Tail Beast transformation, it is obviously impossible for Sasuke to use Manjikyu Sharingan techniques like Susanoo. This is not because he cherishes his own pupil power, but because he feels that it is very embarrassing to be forced to use Manjikyu Sharingan techniques by Naruto, who is not in Sage Mode and Tail Beast transformation. Naruto, with his hands crossed in front of his chest, said at this time, "Sasuke, I'm going to attack." Sasuke snorted coldly, "Cut the crap." Naruto stopped talking nonsense and immediately rushed to Sasuke. Whoosh! With a scream, Naruto in Nine Tails chakra mode instantly rushed in front of Sasuke. His speed was so fast that even Sasuke, who has Manjikyu Sharingan, was taken aback. At this moment, Sasuke found that he couldn't avoid it. If he didn't use the Manjikyu Sharingan technique, he may be defeated in front of a group of his peers. Under such pressure, he could no longer care about anything else and directly launched Susanoo. In an instant, a purple phantom was projected from his body, and quickly transformed into a row of bones, blocking a Rasengan that Naruto smashed head-on. Boom! There was another explosion on the playground, and Sasuke, who was forced to use Susanoo, was a little angry and said, "I lost to Kirin, I lost to my brother, I lost to the Hungry Ghost Path, I lost to the Akatsuki organization's leader. How can I lose to this idiot Naruto? Never." The second update is here. It's the new March. I hope everything will improve in this month. Thank you to the students who voted and supported me last month. Thank you everyone. New month, please guarantee the monthly vote. While Sasuke was furious, the Susanoo shrouding him gradually turned from a beginner skeleton to a fully armored half-body with a bow and an arrow. Suddenly, a huge purple Susanoo appeared in front of everyone, standing on the playground. It can't be. Hey, this is too much. It's just a sparring match. How can Sasuke use the Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu? The students on the sidelines exclaimed one after another. Xianxia flashed to Hinata's side and said, "It's not safe here, we have to move back a little bit." Shikamaru also asked everyone to move away from the field. The Manjikyu Sharingan's Susanoo is not a joke. It has the power to shatter the sky and crack the earth. It's a jutsu that can cause a lot of casualties if one is not careful. Under the organization of Xianxia and Shikamaru, the students quickly retreated far away, leaving only Xianxia alone on the field. Such a commotion on the field naturally attracted the attention of the teachers in the school. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared next to Xianxia. Iruka looked at Sasuke and Naruto on the field and asked Xianxia eagerly, "What's going on? Why are they fighting?" Xianxia quickly explained, "Iruka-sensei, they are sparring." Sparring? Iruka was speechless as he looked at the field that had just been leveled by Sasuke and Naruto. On a branch in the distance, Kimimaro frowned and asked, "Haku, is Uzumaki Naruto using Sage Mode?" Haku shook his head, "I can't feel any nature energy from him, it shouldn't be Sage Mode." Yugo also said, "Well, I also can't feel any nature energy." Then what ninjutsu is he using? After a pause, Kimimaro frowned even more. He can actually force Uchiha Sasuke to use the Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu. Kimimaro recognized Sasuke's current strength. Therefore, he was surprised that Naruto was able to force Sasuke to this point even though he wasn't in Sage Mode or Tailed Beast Mode. On the field. Naruto, it's over. Because he has already used Susanoo, Sasuke no longer hesitated. At this moment, there is only one thing in his mind, and that is to defeat Naruto and defend the honor of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Sasuke even used Susanoo, Naruto immediately shouted, "How about it, Sasuke, you should recognize my strength now." Obviously, Naruto didn't intend to compete with Sasuke. The reason why he initiated this contest is to prove to Sasuke that he has the strength to fight side by side with everyone. Damn it. Sasuke's face became even more gloomy when he heard this. In this kind of situation, how could someone as proud as him admit Naruto? In his opinion, admitting Naruto at this time is simply admitting that he is not a match for Naruto. In the eyes of others, Sasuke is a proud son of heaven who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 12 or 13, and he is the undisputed #1 among his peers, but only he knows that since the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he hasn't won a single battle. First, he was defeated by Kirin in the Chunin exam, then he was defeated by his brothers Jinjutsu in a private duel, and then he was defeated by the hands of Hungry Ghost Path Chilabai and Nagato. After awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, the embarrassment of not winning this battle is like a thorn in his heart, making him extremely annoyed. Suppressing his annoyance, Sasuke thought about tactics. The faint tingling from the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket reminded him that this battle should not last too long, so he can't allow himself to fall into a stalemate, he must end this battle quickly. Glancing at the sidelines again, Kuroto found that there are more and more onlookers. In addition to the first batch of students, the teachers of the shinobi school, the patrolling Umbu, and even the members of the Uchiha clan's police force have also heard the news. The more people watch, the more Sasuke will not allow himself to be defeated, so he made up his mind and shouted, "Naruto, I won't be merciful now, you be careful." After saying that, he immediately urged his Susanoo to draw the bow and aimed at Naruto. Shio. Immediately afterward, his Susanoo shot an arrow at Naruto, stirring up a harsh scream in the air. The speed of Sasuke's Susanoo arrow is very fast, even Hyojin in the thunder release chakra mode cannot completely avoid it, let alone the unprepared Naruto. So, in the blink of an eye, the purple arrow has shot Naruto. Boom, there was a roar in the field, and the earth trembled slightly. At this time, the eyes of the people on the sidelines moved to Naruto's body. Everyone was surprised to find that the arrow of Sasuke's Susanoo did not really hit Naruto, but was firmly blocked by several chakra arms that stretched out from Naruto's body. And because the strength of the arrow was too great, under the huge impact, a large area of the ground under Naruto's feet collapsed. The cracks have extended for tens of meters, almost covering the entire field, and the tremor of the earth just now was caused by this. After blocking Sasuke's arrow, Naruto was not only not afraid, but also full of fighting spirit. As expected of Sasuke, I also have to go all out. With that said, Naruto launched the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of golden Naruto appeared in the field, and each Naruto held a shining Rasengan in his hand. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sasuke's face stiffened under the Susanoo, and the corners of his mouth trembled. Before Sasuke could react, one by one, Naruto who was pushing Rasengan rushed up, and the Rasengan hit Sasuke's Susanoo fiercely. Boom boom boom, in an instant, a series of roars resounded throughout the ninja school. Sasuke's huge Susanoo was soon shattered under the destruction of Rasengan one after another. Pa, with a muffled sound, Sasuke fell to the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the blue sky, and his mouth muttered to himself, I actually lost to Naruto? There was also silence on the sidelines. After a while, Sakura rubbed her eyes and said incredulously, Sasuke lost? The third chapter is here, still staying up late, there will be the fourth chapter later, please guarantee the monthly ticket. While Sasuke and Naruto were competing on the playground of the ninja school, a high-level meeting was being held in Naruto's office. Taking off the pipe in his mouth, the three generations Naruto stared coldly at Kakashi and confirmed, the mysterious masked Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization is the Uchiha Obsidian, who died in the Third Shinobi War more than a decade ago. Jiraiya on the side had an incredulous look on his face, the culprit who single-handedly planned the Nine Tails Rebellion and caused the death of Minato and Kushina is the Minato disciple Obsidian? In the face of everyone's questioning, Kakashi nodded with a lonely look. Now that the identity of Obsidian has been confirmed, he naturally has no reason to hide this matter from the village, so after escorting Naruto and Hibiscus back to the village, he reported this matter to the village. Just like the three generations and Jiraiya, Tsunade also felt that this matter is too strange, not to mention that Uchiha Obsidian died in the Battle of the God No by Bridge. Even if he didn't die, how old was he at the time of the Nine Tails Rebellion? He was the same age as you and Kuroto, not to mention that he only has one Sharingan. How could he sneak attack the Minato and control the Nine Tails Rebellion? Xuan Shaochen said, did he awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan at that time? The possibility of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 14 is naturally ruled out by everyone in the past, but now with Jisue and Sasuke as examples, it is not impossible for a 14-year-old Uchiha to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Tsunade curled her lips and said, don't you know what kind of results Uchiha Obsidian has in the ninja school? He is the last in his batch, the last of the last. He is not a genius like Jisue and Sasuke. Because Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Minato have all selected disciples in that year, Tsunade is very familiar with the situation of that year's shinobi students and knows the foundation of the obsidian shinobi. Xianxia did not answer Tsunade's question directly. He just glanced at Hyojin, who was sitting in Naruto's chair without saying a word. Tsunade followed Xianxia's gaze and looked at Hyojin. Only then did she remember that Hyojin, the village's Naruto, was also a strong competitor for the last place in that year's ninja school. He was almost on the same level as the obsidian shinobi, so she was suddenly speechless. The results in the ninja school are nothing. Hyojin, the current Naruto shinobi, is the best example. Jiraiya frowned. The most important question now is why did he attack the village, attack the Minato and Kushina? He is our Mai's hero. Kakashi replied weakly, maybe it's because of Rin. Jiraiya asked, Rin? Is it that Noera Rin from your class? As the advisor elder in charge of intelligence, Xianxia immediately recalled Noera Rin and said, if I remember correctly, Noera Rin's death was a conspiracy of the Mist Village. It has nothing to do with Mai. Although Noera Rin had died in Kakashi's hands, the reason was that the Mist Village had captured her and sealed the 3 tails in her body. They wanted to use her to destroy the whole of Mai. Therefore, in order to prevent the village from being destroyed in her own hands, she had used Kakashi's hand to commit suicide. Kakashi said, he's blaming me for not protecting Rin. Xianxia was dumbfounded. What kind of reason is that? Tsunade frowned. There must be another reason. He is obviously the war hero of Konoha, and he is also the disciple of Yondaime Hokage. If it was just because his classmate died tragically because of the conspiracy of other villages, then he would retaliate against Konoha and his sensei. It would be illogical. Kakashi then said his speculation, Obsidian lied about being Uchiha Madara before. I suspect that he was saved by Madara Uchiha on the God No by bridge and was bewitched by Uchiha Madara. That's why he did the wrong thing after that. 3 generations sighed faintly and said, I didn't expect that the person behind the 9 Tails Rebellion would be the hero on the Soul Comfort Monument. After the 9 Tails Rebellion, the village had always suspected that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Uchiha clan. For this reason, not only did they move the entire Uchiha clan to a corner of the village, but they also launched a secret surveillance on the Uchiha clan. It was also from then on that the gap between the village and the Uchiha clan rapidly deepened. The hardliners led by Danzo even proposed to completely annihilate the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi, who was in a trance, and then looked at Hyojin, who was silent. Finally, he looked at 3 generations and asked, what should we do now? 3 generations asked Kakashi, apart from you, who else knows about this? Kakashi replied, apart from me, the only person who knows about this is Suijin from Amatsukami. That's good. After a pause, 3 generations said, we will temporarily block the news. Xianxia agreed, well, if the other villages know that the mysterious masked man of Akatsuki is also a ninja of Mai, we will be very passive. The fact that the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, is Jiraiya's disciple has already put Mai in a very awkward position. If it is revealed that another important figure of the Akatsuki is also a shinobi of Konoha, moreover, he is a war hero whose name was engraved on the Soul Comfort Monument, then Konoha would lose a lot of face. Hyojin also sighed. This is the reason why he didn't expose Obsidian's identity even though he already knew the Obsidian's identity, because exposing Obsidian's identity would be meaningless, and it would also cause Mai to lose face in front of the other villages. Some people might even use this to blame Mai, saying that the emergence of Akatsuki is all Mai's fault. Moreover, exposing Obsidian's identity will not have any positive effect on restricting Obsidian, because Obsidian doesn't recognize anyone, and using the Uchiha clan to threaten him is useless. In the original story, he even helped Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan. It can be said that except for Kakashi, he doesn't care about anything in the real world at all, he only wants to create the illusory world in his heart. So even if he reveals Obsidian's identity, the result will be the same as now, the village will take the initiative to conceal it. After reporting about Obsidian's identity, Kakashi reported to the village about Naruto passing the trial on the Cloud Turtle Island. This time, Naruto not only got the power of the Tail Beast, but also mastered the 9 Tails Chakra mode. According to him, he also saw the chakra that the Minato sensei left in his body and learned about his life. Hyojin secretly sighed, as expected of the Son of Destiny. Hyojin's threat to the Nine Tails was obviously impossible to make the arrogant Nine Tails completely submit to Naruto. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if Naruto acted recklessly, he would most likely go berserk and become a puppet of the Nine Tails. Coincidentally, the Minato and Kushina had left a backup in Naruto's body, which helped Naruto survive this calamity, allowing the reckless Naruto to successfully obtain the power of Nine Tails. From then on, there was no risk of him going berserk. Fourth, I plead for a guaranteed monthly ticket. 4 chapters have been submitted. I implore everyone to support me with a minimum monthly vote. Thank you everyone. The 4th chapter of Naruto's World in the Eyes of Reincarnation has been updated, requesting for a minimum monthly vote. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Naruto's mastery of the Nine Tails Chakra mode is similar to Sasuke's awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan. It is a threshold of leaps and bounds in strength. As long as he can successfully cross this threshold, his strength will soar exponentially. Because whether it is speed or strength, Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra mode is not inferior to Kumo's Thunder Release Chakra mode. Moreover, Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra mode also has the endurance of a tailed beast, freely retractable chakra arms, strong perception of malice, and the ability to freely transmit chakra, and many other abilities. It can be said that in terms of comprehensive ability, Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra mode completely surpasses the Thunder Release Chakra mode that Lei Ying has relied on to dominate the shinobi world in the past. In the entire shinobi world, only Hyojin's Tenseigan Chakra mode that can condense truth-seeking balls can firmly suppress Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra mode in terms of comprehensive ability. However, as long as Naruto crosses this threshold and takes the initiative in the confrontation with the Nine Tails, then with Naruto's character, it will not be a problem for him to completely reconcile with the Nine Tails. In other words, after mastering the Nine Tails Chakra mode, it is only a matter of time before Naruto masters the stronger Nine Lama mode. And in the Nine Lama mode, Naruto can mobilize all the Nine Tails Chakra, and can easily use the Tail Beast Jade, and can even use various ninjutsu including Shadow Clone in the state of complete Tail Beast transformation. Moreover, the Nine Tails in his body would constantly refine chakra and even absorb the natural energy from the outside world to provide Naruto with an endless supply. In the original timeline, during his last battle with Sasuke in the Valley of the End, he relied on the Nine Tails' endless supply of chakra to defeat Sasuke, who had 8 chakra beasts. 3 generations. Naruto took a puff from his pipe and slowly said, I, Naruto, have grown up now. It's time for me to know my own life experience. Kakashi, you are his mentor. If he has any questions, you don't need to continue to hide it. Kakashi nodded. Rumble. Just then, there was a roar from outside. Immediately afterward, an Umbu walked into Naruto's office and reported, Naruto-sama, the noise outside is caused by Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto fighting on the playground of the ninja school. Xianxia frowned, what nonsense. Sasuke is Jiraiya's disciple, so Jiraiya quickly asked the Umbu, how did they make such a big noise? The Umbu was also speechless. In the fight, Uchiha Sasuke used the Manjikyu Sharingan Susanoo, and Uzumaki Naruto also used a powerful ninjutsu. Kakashi was taken aback. What, Sasuke even used the Susanoo? Hyojin wasn't too surprised, and asked casually with a smile, who won? All the advisory elders in the office glanced at Hyojin, feeling that the focus of Hyojin's attention is a bit strange, and in their opinion, Naruto obviously can't be the opponent of Sasuke who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, not to mention that Sasuke also used the Susanoo, so this question of Hyojin's is obviously superfluous. It was Uzumaki Naruto who won. After a pause, the Umbu added, and he won very easily. What? Jiraiya was quite surprised. Tsunade looked puzzled and looked at Kakashi. What kind of trial did Naruto experience in the Cloud Village? Kakashi was also startled. Obviously he also underestimated the power of Naruto's newly mastered Nine Tails Chakra mode. Although the fight in the ninja school caused a lot of noise, but because it was only a fight between the same students, it didn't cause too much of a disturbance. However, after this battle, not only the same students, but also many members of the Mai Umbu and Uchiha police force began to be shocked by the growth of Naruto. Because this time, Naruto defeated Sasuke who used the Susanoo with his own strength. And this battle has once again pushed Sasuke, the proud son of the Uchiha clan, to the forefront of the storm, of course, but this time it is not as full of praise as before. At night, Hyojin, who returned home after a busy day of work, can finally rest a little. You've worked hard. At this time, you brought dinner for Suijin. Hyojin ate the dinner Bell prepared for him and asked, "Where's Naruto?" Bell smiled and said, "He's already asleep. He's in the limelight today." Hyojin asked thoughtfully, "Didn't he say anything?" Bell asked curiously, "What did he say?" "It seems like 4 generations didn't reveal my identity to him." Seeing Bell's puzzled face, Hyojin had an idea in his mind. When Kakashi said that Naruto and 4 generations met in the spiritual world, he had been wondering if 4 generations had told Naruto about his identity as the leader of Amatsukami. Because the last time he negotiated with Kyuubi, the Yondaime-sama couple must have been watching in the dark, so not only did Kyuubi know about his identity as the leader of Amatsukami, the Yondaime-sama couple should also know. And at this time, if his identity as the leader of Amatsukami is exposed because of this accident, the effect of intimidating Akatsuki will undoubtedly be greatly reduced, and it may even cause Akatsuki to immediately come back. In addition, once his identity is exposed, it will be difficult to collect the money from the 5 great ninja villages. After all, he is the village's 5 generations Naruto, the leader of Mai on the surface. If his identity as the leader of Amatsukami is exposed, then his business with the 5 great ninja villages will be finished, and a source of funds will be immediately cut off. At this time, sitting across from him, Bell, who was quietly watching Hyojin eat with her chin in her hands, suddenly said, "Hyojin, let's get married." Pfft. Hyojin, who was thinking about how much to ask from the village this time, spat out a mouthful of rice, and sprayed it directly on Bell's face. Bell immediately pursed her lips, and her eyes overflowed with coldness. "Hyojin, do you have to overreact so much?" Hyojin wiped his mouth and said, "You misunderstood me. I just didn't expect you to suddenly say this, so I couldn't react for a while." Hearing this, the coldness in Bell's eyes became even more intense. "What? Have you never thought about marriage at all?" Feeling the killing intent, Hyojin's expression immediately changed. "Are you kidding me? I have been thinking about this for a long time, but I just haven't saved enough money." "Yes, it's the problem of money." Belle immediately returned to her smiling face, and said with some embarrassment, You don't have to make a big deal." Seeing Belle sneaking glances at him from time to time, Hyojin would not seek death at this time. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Must make a big deal? Do you think I am a person who cares about money? Don't worry, there are a lot of things to do in the village. After this, I will marry you in a grand manner." First update, a new month, a new week, the rankings are updated, begging for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Oh, please. Regarding marriage, Hyojin has naturally considered it. After all, he and you are not young anymore, but because of the bloodline trap plan, the matter of marriage has been put on hold. This was because his bloodline succession dragnet plan was a very large project. It involves the cultivation of clones, the raising of funds, the design of rituals, and the development and perfection of forbidden techniques. Each of these tasks requires a great deal of effort, not to mention the fact that so many projects need to be coordinated and completed by Kuroto alone. Secondly, the bloodline trap plan has a huge risk. Even if Hyojin is constantly improving and revising it, whether the ceremony will be successful or not is still unknown, so he is subconsciously avoiding marriage, worried that you will inexplicably become a widow. Finally, the most practical point is that Hyojin hopes to get married and have children after he completes the bloodline trap plan. The reason is also very simple. If he marries you now and has children, then their children may spend their entire life to reach the 6th path level. But if he marries and has children after he completes the bloodline trap plan, then their children are likely to be like Kagaya's Otsutsuki Yuki and Otsutsuki Hamura, starting at the 6th path level. Hyojin is actually very disgusted with this kind of thing, but he respects the objective facts more. Because in the shinobi world, whether you like it or not, accepting it or not, the theory of bloodline is a reality. The children of strong people are born with great power. For example, the sage of the 6th path's brother is the son of Kagaya. As soon as he reaches adulthood, he will naturally have the strength of the 6th path level. And the Otsutsuki Indra and the Otsutsuki Azura, who caused the shinobi world to be restless for thousands of years, were born with a powerful chakra that is far more powerful than ordinary people. They can carry on their grudges for thousands of years and fight endlessly. Even the Mai Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who created the Mai clan, are the descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths. They are the reincarnations of Otsutsuki Azura and Otsutsuki Indra. Without a powerful bloodline, the Kage rank was basically the peak. For example, Orochimaru, Minato sect, and other geniuses who did not come from powerful families. It was because of these considerations that Hyojin suppressed the marriage. However, he had already completed 5 of the 6 clones required for the ritual. The 6th young escape clone had also passed the most difficult cell fusion stage and was being cultivated in an orderly manner. The cells used for the young escape clone were the cells of the first-generation Naruto. With the terrifying strength of the first-generation cells, as long as there were no accidents during the cultivation process, there was no need to worry about the strength of the young escape clones. Because of this, Hyojin did not need to spend too much time and effort on the young escape clone body. He only needed to focus on fusing his spirit body with the young escape clone body. As for Hyojin, who had already developed 5 clones, his experience in this area was unquestionable. Therefore, he estimated that he would be able to complete the development of the young escape clone in 3 to 4 months. Next, it was time to choose the location of the ritual. This step could actually be carried out at the same time as the young escape clone body. Hyojin could control the young escape clone body to improve the fusion rate while choosing the location of the ritual. Therefore, the time needed for this step could be attributed to the 3 to 4 months of developing the young escape clone body. Next, it was time to prepare for the ritual. This preparation included 2 aspects. One was for Hyojin himself, and the other was for the ghost yarrow technique. Before Hyojin broke through the blood sequence net, he needed to completely fill up the Yin seal on his forehead with chakra so that it could no longer be stored. However, he had not reached this stage yet. He could feel that there was still a lot of space in the Yin seal. Next, it was time to cultivate the 8 inner hidden gates. Because he had been busy cultivating the purple lightning and lightning escape chakra mode, his 8 inner hidden gates was still at the 6th gate, the gate of view. Before the ritual, he still needed to break through the 7th gate, the gate of alarm, and the 8th gate, the gate of death. The ghost yarrow technique also needed to be optimized, especially the ghost sprout technique. According to the actual location of the ritual, he needed to adjust it accordingly to achieve the best effect. If everything went smoothly, 9 to 10 months should be enough for Hyojin to complete all the necessary preparations for the ritual. Seeing that Hyojin was a little distracted, Ling said, "I know there are many things going on in the village recently. You are Naruto, so I was just saying. There is no rush." Hyojin smiled gently and said, "Wait for me for a year." "A year?" Ling paused and nodded sweetly. "Yes." Hyojin seemed to have thought of something and said, "How is the mastery of the Yin seal? Why haven't you started cultivating it?" Ling answered, "I have almost grasped the Yin seal. Tsunade-sensei said that as long as I am more familiar with the chakra, I can try cultivating it." After thinking for a while, Hyojin said, "Soft fist, medical ninjutsu, whatever, you can put them aside for now. Focus on mastering the Yin seal." Ling was puzzled. "Why?" Hyojin explained, "The essence of chakra is the fusion of our soul and physical strength. The Yin seal can store chakra, which is actually a disguised form of storing our life force. After your sensei's optimization, the Yin seal's effect is very perfect. So, after mastering the Yin seal, it can greatly delay aging and increase the strength of the body." The Yin seal's ability to maintain youth and delay aging was very exaggerated. In the original dimension, when Naruto met Tsunade for the first time, he already called her Grandma Tsunade. At that time, Tsunade was about the same age as Jiraiya and Orochimaru, about 50 years old. During the Boruto period, Mei, who was the same age as Kakashi, was already an aunt. But Tsunade, who was already 70 years old, still looked the same as she did 20 years ago. When the chakra stored in the Yin seal was not exhausted, there was almost no sign of aging on her face. Hearing that the Yin seal could keep one's youth and slow down the aging process, Belle sprang up from her seat and cried out in shock, "Is it true? But isn't the Yin seal a secret technique to store chakra?" Tsunade-sensei didn't tell us that this technique can maintain youth? Hyojin smiled and said, don't you think your sensei hasn't aged in recent years? Ling thought for a while and said in surprise, it's true. Tsunade-sensei hasn't changed much in recent years. After saying that, Belle ran away in a flash. Hyojin was startled and shouted, where are you going? I haven't collected the bowl yet. Second update, Monday's update, please recommend the list. It's no trouble at all, please. Also, thank you to the students who tipped me yesterday. Under the deep night sky, a figure surrounded by dazzling electric arcs flashed around the practice field next to the Uchiha clan's territory, making a burst of whistling sounds as the figure moved. There is no doubt that the person who is still practicing hard in this quiet night is Sasuke, who was defeated by Naruto during the day. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at this time, Sasuke, who was somersaulting in the air, shot a round of shurikens, and then pulled with both hands. Through the traction of the steel wire, the shurikens that flew out changed the trajectory of the shurikens, and hit several targets hidden behind wooden stakes or stones. After landing, Sasuke gasped heavily, and there was no joy on his face for hitting the targets. Ah! Suddenly, he covered his eyes with a painful look. Since the battle with the Akatsuki organization a week ago, as long as he used the Sharingan, there would be a faint tingling in the Sharingan, and today after the battle with Naruto, he found that this tingling was getting worse. In addition, he also found that his vision, which had improved slightly, began to deteriorate again, blurred and double vision. The decline of his vision made Sasuke irritated and panicked. He couldn't help but think of the battle with Naruto during the day, and thinking that he was defeated again in front of everyone, he suddenly felt ashamed and angry. Bang! With a heavy punch on the big tree next to him, Sasuke looked ferocious. Damn it, I used the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, but I still lost to Naruto. At this moment, there was a gentle sound of footsteps not far away. Sasuke looked stunned, turned his head and looked over, and found that it was his brother, Itachi, who was walking towards the training ground, so he quickly suppressed the tingling feeling and put on a look as if nothing had happened. And Itachi, who came to the training ground, carefully looked at Sasuke and found that there were still some bruises on Sasuke's face from the battle with Naruto during the day. Soon after, Itachi asked, it's so late, why aren't you resting? As if trying to hide the bruises on his face, Sasuke turned his head to the side and said, I just can't sleep. Itachi was silent for a moment before asking, is there something wrong with the Manjikyu Sharingan? Sasuke immediately said, no, my Manjikyu Sharingan is very good. Itachi said, you're lying. Sasuke said angrily, you don't have Manjikyu Sharingan, how would you know if there is something wrong with my eyes? Itachi no longer said anything and slowly activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. This is? Staring at the Manjikyu Sharingan in Itachi's eye sockets, Sasuke was stunned. Itachi said indifferently, the Manjikyu Sharingan is not only the gift of fate but also the curse of fate. From the moment you open the Manjikyu Sharingan, blindness is an inevitable result. Sasuke was still immersed in the shock of knowing that Itachi also has Manjikyu Sharingan, blindness? Itachi asked, your eyesight should have started to deteriorate, right? Sasuke was shocked, brother, how did you know? He has been trying his best to hide the secret of his eyesight decline, so when Itachi pointed it out, he was surprised. Itachi said calmly, because this phenomenon is not unique, every Uchiha who awakens the Manjikyu Sharingan will face a decline in eyesight due to the consumption of the pupil power. Sasuke asked nervously, then will I lose my eyesight? Itachi nodded, under normal circumstances, as long as you don't continue to consume the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, your eyesight can barely be maintained, but if you continue to consume the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, blindness is inevitable. What? After being stunned for a moment, Sasuke said, how can this be? If I can't use the Manjikyu Sharingan anymore, then what is the point of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan? Itachi sighed softly, you always refuse to listen to me. I have already reminded you to use the Manjikyu Sharingan cautiously, but you still do what you want. Sasuke staggered 2 steps and muttered to himself, even with the Manjikyu Sharingan, I am still not Naruto's opponent. If I can't use the Manjikyu Sharingan, then won't I never be able to catch up with Naruto? Looking at the dazed Sasuke, Itachi didn't say anything and just stood quietly to the side. The reason why he didn't explain this to Sasuke at the beginning but gave an obscure hint is to teach Sasuke an unforgettable lesson, to let Sasuke personally experience the anxiety and panic of the decline of his eyesight, so that Sasuke can cherish the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan from the bottom of his heart, and treat the power brought by the Manjikyu Sharingan with a more cautious and humble attitude. Not like now, impetuous, arrogant, and unscrupulous, squandering pupil power like a nouveau riche. Because in his view, it is the ninja who controls the pupil power, not the pupil power that controls the ninja. In his mind, Hyojin is a model in this regard. Obviously, his strength is superior, but he still remains gentle and humble. This is also one of the reasons why he regards Hyojin as his idol. Of course, the reason why he taught Sasuke this lesson is also because of their father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. If it weren't for this opportunity to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he wouldn't have watched Sasuke waste the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan like this. After all, using the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan which can't be restored to buy a lesson is too extravagant. Brother, there must be a way to save it, right? Sasuke is not stupid, he quickly reacted. If the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan can't be restored after being used, then his brother will definitely not let him make such an irreparable mistake. After pondering for a while, Itachi said, "There is indeed a way to escape from the curse of blindness." Sasuke asked eagerly, "What is it?" Itachi stretched out 2 fingers and said, "The first is to transplant the cells of the Hashirama, using the high-intensity yang release chakra in the Hashirama cells to fuse with our own yin release chakra to produce the power of yin and yang, then using this power to nourish yin and yang to supplement the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power." Transplant the Hashirama cells? Sasuke remembered that in the previous battle with the Akatsuki organization, Jishui used the wood-release ninjutsu on Chilabai, and immediately understood that Jishui should be using this method to supplement the pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi's tone gradually became heavy, "But this method is very dangerous. With your current willpower, you will die." After the first method was rejected by Itachi, Sasuke panicked. Then, what about the second method? Itachi said calmly, "The second method is to fuse the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and use the pupil power of 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan to break through the limit of yin release, and open the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Sasuke was shocked. Fuse the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Manjikyu Sharingan? Here's the first update, please recommend it on Monday. Itachi's words suddenly made Sasuke's thoughts scatter. The way to get rid of the curse is to fuse the Manjikyu Sharingan of the closest relative. As he murmured, a chill spread from the bottom of Sasuke's heart. One must know that awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is not an easy task. In the Uchiha clan, more than half of the Uchiha clansmen have failed to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, it is an extremely difficult condition for 2 people who are related by blood to have the Manjikyu Sharingan. Moreover, fusing with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan means that one of the closest relatives has to sacrifice the blindness of one person in exchange for the light of the other. After a while, Sasuke shouted, "Sacrificing one's loved ones in exchange for light, this is not a way to get rid of the curse at all. This method itself is a kind of curse." Itachi whispered, "Maybe." Sasuke rushed in front of Itachi and said, "Brother, you are omnipotent, you must have another way, right?" Itachi shook his head and said, "There is a price to pay for the acquisition of any power, and the Manjikyu Sharingan of our Uchiha clan is no exception. Now you should understand why I want you to use the Manjikyu Sharingan carefully." Sasuke fell into a state of annoyance and said, "I always thought that I was special, but I didn't expect." Reaching out and pressing on Sasuke's shoulder, Itachi said in a deep voice, "I have negotiated with Amatsukami, they are willing to return father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan." Sasuke was startled and looked at Itachi in surprise. Itachi continued, "Our family has 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, which means that the 3 of us can put together a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that will never lose its sight, and father decided to give this opportunity to one of us brothers." Sasuke opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Itachi looked at Sasuke and asked calmly, "There's only one chance to obtain eternal light. Which one of us do you think should get it?" Fear, struggle, unwillingness, and various other emotions instantly filled Sasuke's face, causing his expression to be incomparably distorted, even revealing a hint of indescribable savagery. After a long time, he sighed. "Brother, I don't deserve such an opportunity." Itachi was surprised. Why? Sasuke smiled with relief. Because you are the patriarch of our Uchiha clan. Because you are better than me, because you are my brother. Itachi didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out of the training ground. Looking at Itachi's departing figure, Sasuke's eyes were filled with loneliness. He knew that he had lost the chance to obtain eternal light, and he had also lost the chance to compete with Naruto. At this moment, Itachi, who had already walked far away, suddenly said, "Get ready. The surgery will be carried out soon." Sasuke was stunned and shouted, "Brother!" Itachi didn't stop walking. As he walked away, he said, "Amatsukami won't return it for free. They will also arrange an additional test. Only if you pass their test will you be qualified to inherit Father's power and obtain eternal light. You only have one chance to do so." Soon, Itachi disappeared into the darkness, leaving only a dumbfounded Sasuke in the training ground. Inside the Sky Fortress. After dealing with all the affairs of the village after the war, Hyojin left a shadow clone in the village while his main body rushed back to the Sky Fortress floating above the sea. The first thing he did after returning to the Sky Fortress was not to check the development progress of the young release clone, but to carefully investigate the possible risk of exposure of the Sky Fortress. In the battle with Nagato, Hyojin used the soul descent technique to invade Nagato's Tendo's body and used the identity of Tendo to resonate with the giant Tenseigan in the Sky Fortress. Therefore, at that moment, Nagato, who also controls Tendo, should also be able to perceive the existence of the Sky Fortress, and may even be able to perceive the general location of the Sky Fortress. In addition, the Tenseigan can resonate with each other. Since Hyojin can borrow the power of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, then Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon can also perceive the giant Tenseigan in the shinobi world. This point is confirmed by the fact that Otsutsuki Samurai was successfully led down from the moon by Hyojin and fought with Nagato. Therefore, Hyojin can't judge whether Otsutsuki Samurai found any clues about the Sky Fortress from the resonance between him and the giant Tenseigan. Xianxia reported seriously, "My lord, after there was an abnormality in the spare power room, we immediately moved the Sky Fortress according to your instructions, and killed all the birds encountered along the way." Hyojin looked at the movement trajectory of the Sky Fortress while listening to Xianxia's report. The transfer route of the Sky Fortress was set by Hyojin in advance, basically bypassing all the islands and routes, and Xianxia also executed this plan very well. There were no mistakes in the transfer process. After checking the movement trajectory, Hyojin asked casually, "Did you find anything unusual?" "No." Xiangli and Ailo looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. "You did a good job." Hyojin then came to the spare power room where the giant Tenseigan was placed. After entering the power room, Hyojin carefully checked the giant Tenseigan. Because this fierce battle didn't consume much of the giant Tenseigan's chakra, so the giant Tenseigan is gradually recovering in a good state without being interrupted. Staring at the incomparably gorgeous giant Tenseigan in front of him, the corner of Hyojin's mouth slightly raised, it seems to be recovering well. As far as the state is concerned, although the giant Tenseigan has not yet recovered to its peak, it seems to have recovered at least 70% to 80%. If it is nurtured for another year, it should be able to recover to its peak state. At that time, it will become an important help for Hyojin to break through the Kekii net. Immediately afterward, Hyojin rubbed his chin and said, "Just in case, it's better to add a seal. The current situation is a bit special. Otsutsuki Samurai has seized Hayashi's Byakugan and has the possibility of evolving into the Tenseigan. Therefore, in order to prevent this giant Tenseigan from resonating with other Tenseigan and exposing its tracks, it is necessary to add an additional seal to isolate this giant Tenseigan from the outside world. Although it will become more troublesome for Hyojin to communicate with the giant Tenseigan remotely after doing so, the safety of the Sky Fortress is always the first priority. After staying up all night, I was too sleepy yesterday. This chapter is the second chapter to make up for yesterday's chapter, and there will be today's update later. Of course, Hyojin doesn't think that this time Otsutsuki Samurai will evolve the Tenseigan smoothly as he did in the original time and space. Because he and Otsutsuki Samurai have the same judgment, that is, Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan is not the purest and most powerful pair of eyes in the Hyuga clan. Hyojin Hayashi took advantage of the opportunity when he was appointed by Orochimaru as a medical aide during the Third Shinobi War to collect the genes of almost all the members of the Hyuga clan, and finally, with the genes of the patriarch Xianxia, he was able to gather all the hidden gene sequences. In other words, the patriarch Xianxia just happens to have the most key gene sequences missing in Hyugin's geno solution, and he is not necessarily the one with the most hidden gene sequences in the Hyuga clan. Judging from talent, the current second daughter of the Hyuga clan, that is, Hinata's sister Hana, is the one with the most hidden gene sequences besides Hyugin. This point, Otsutsuki Samurai is obviously aware of. In the original time and space, Otsutsuki Samurai made an appointment with Xianxia, but he did not have the intention to take the Byakugan from Xianxia, which shows that Xianxia's Byakugan is not his first choice. It can be seen that Otsutsuki Samurai attacked the Hyuga clan and took away Xianxia's Byakugan because of the situation. Based on this, Hyugen believes that if Otsutsuki Samurai wants to evolve the Tenseigan, it will not be as smooth as in the original time and space. If Otsutsuki Samurai's luck is bad, and he and Xianxia can't gather all the hidden gene sequences, it may even lead to the failure of the evolution. After all, Hyugin's geno solution is the essence of the entire Hyuga clan. Although Otsutsuki Tonari's bloodline is stronger, his talent is better, and he has more hidden gene sequences. One person is equivalent to 10 or 20 people, but with just him and Xianxia's genes, they may not be able to gather all the hidden gene sequences needed to evolve the Tenseigan. Even if they are lucky enough to gather them, Xianxia's Byakugan is not as pure as Hana's Byakugan. Therefore, the process of awakening the Tenseigan must be more dangerous than in the original time and space. Making up his mind, Hyugen immediately applied a 4-symbol seal on the giant Tenseigan, and imprisoned the giant Tenseigan's instinct to resonate with other Tenseigans except him. Then, Kuroto mobilized chakra from the main power room where Shino's Morio's Jinchuriki was sealed and poured it into the giant Tenseigan to further accelerate the recovery of the giant Tenseigan. After finishing all this and eliminating all the hidden dangers, he slowly walked to the laboratory. Because there was a shadow clone in the laboratory supervising the cultivation of the young escape clone, the cultivation of the young escape clone was very smooth, and there were no accidents. Taking a closer look at the cultivation chamber, the cell tissue of the young escape clone was already in a state of rapid development. If everything goes well, maybe the young escape clone will be fully developed in a month. Taking out the experiment record, Hyugen wrote on it. The cultivation of the cell tissue is relatively smooth, the clone will be completed in a month, perhaps it is affected by the first generation of cells, the cultivation speed of the young escape clone is about 30% faster than other clones. Whether there are any negative effects or not, further observation is needed. The clone has shown extremely high vitality during the cultivation period, and its strength is worth looking forward to. At present, it is impossible to determine whether the clone naturally has the wood release, but in the inspection of chakra, the clone's water attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra meet the requirements of wood release. After finishing the record, Hyugen glanced at the cultivation chamber again. There is no doubt about the strength of the first generation of cells, so as long as the cultivation of this young escape clone is successful, its strength will inevitably exceed the strength of the ordinary clones. Now that the water clone has been further strengthened, the strength of the earth clone and the thunder clone are not low, and can barely keep up with the wind clone and the yang clone. Only the fire clone without the Manjikyu Sharingan has become the weak point of all the clones in terms of strength. Walking slowly, Suijin arrived in front of the large nutrition tank containing the fire release clone. The fire clone in the nutrition tank has its eyes closed at the moment, and there is no expression on its face, quietly soaking in the high-level nutrition liquid that Hyugen has optimized many times. It only has the flame release bloodline limit, it seems that it is still not strong enough. Shaking his head, Hyugen took the fire clone out of the large nutrition tank. Then, he placed the drenched fire escape clone on the operating table and carefully examined it. Because the fire clone has been soaked in the nutrition liquid for most of the time, although it has been many years since the fire clone was cloned, the growth of its body is very slow, and it still looks like a 17 or 18 years old. Not only that, because of the long-term nourishment of the nutrition liquid, the skin of the fire clone is very white and delicate, almost like a newborn baby. After confirming that there is no problem with the data of the fire clone, Hyugen took out a small nutrition tank, and a pair of scarlet Sharingan is floating in the tank. This pair of Sharingan is the Manjikyu Sharingan of Fuyua that Hyugen got from Itachi. The reason why Hyugen took Fuyua's Manjikyu Sharingan is because he has two plans. First, he wants to transplant this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan which contains the black flame Amaterasu to the fire clone to see if he can fuse the black flame of Amaterasu with the golden flame of flame release of the fire clone to further develop the flame release and enhance the strength of the fire clone. Second, he wants to use the fire clone to test Fuyua's Manjikyu Sharingan before giving it to Sasuke to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He wants to let Sasuke understand that this is a rare opportunity, experience the sacrifice made by Fuyua and Itachi, cherish the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and restrain his arrogance a little. However, Hyojin doesn't want to completely wash away the sharpness of Sasuke. In the original world, after Sasuke was defeated by Naruto in the last battle in the Valley of the End, although he restrained his arrogance and sharpness, his strength has obviously declined. Therefore, Sasuke can't become a person like Itachi. Instead of suppressing his nature, it is better to let him maintain his sharpness, but this needs to be mastered well. After completing the Manjikyu Sharingan transplant, Hyojin used the Soul Descent technique to enter the body of the fire clone, and then slowly sat up from the operating table. While adapting to the newly transplanted Manjikyu Sharingan, he jumped off the operating table and said to himself, maybe I can try to use the Ein Seal to enhance the physical strength of this clone. First, I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Sky Fortress, Practice Field. Hyojin, who was controlling the fire clone, quickly made hand seals and shouted, seal. In an instant, streaks of ink-colored sealing techniques gathered on his forehead from all over his body, finally forming a diamond-shaped faint purple pattern between his eyebrows. There is no doubt that this is the unique pattern of Ein Seal. Phew, after a light breath, the corner of Hyojin's mouth raised into an arc. The Ein Seal that he is using at the moment is not the version that he developed for both men and women, but the version that Tsunade recently improved for women. Perhaps because of the huge pressure from the Akatsuki organization, Tsunade hasn't been idle these years. In addition to guiding her disciples such as Mute, Kuroto, Uchiha, and Azumimi, she has been constantly improving the various medical ninjutsu and secret techniques that she is good at. The Ein Seal that has great potential naturally became the focus of her improvement. Because of her superb medical ninjutsu, and her attainments in the human body's meridians, structure, chakra control, and other aspects are probably above the original developers of the Ein Seal, so the Ein Seal has undergone great changes in her hands over the years. Because Hyojin is Naruto, every time Tsunade improves the version, he can read it at will, so he is very clear that if it is limited to women, Tsunade's latest version of Ein Seal for women has surpassed the version that he improved for both men and women. And considering that the fire clone has a female body, Hyojin simply chose Tsunade's version. Coming to a specially set up mirror on the side of the practice field, Hyojin carefully observed the purple pattern on his forehead. Because the chakra is stored in his body, there is no repulsion, so even if there is no Ein Seal full of chakra, it still has a certain effect on the body. In other words, as long as the Ein Seal is successfully practiced, the strength of the body will be improved. As for how much improvement, it depends on the user's own physique and the amount of chakra stored in the Ein Seal. For people like Tsunade who have superior physique, the effect of improvement will undoubtedly be very significant, but for people like Sakura who don't have the Whirlpool bloodline, the effect of improvement may not be as exaggerated as Tsunade's. But even so, Sakura in the original time and space can still display the terrifying strength of Tsunade, and she can easily destroy a small building with just her fist, and she is just one step away from tearing the Susanoo with her bare hands like Tsunade. With his picky eyes, the strength of this fire release clone may not be too high, but in the shinobi world, this fire release clone is definitely the perfect body that many people in the shinobi world dream of. Coupled with the constant nourishment of high-level nutrient solution over the years, as soon as Kuroto mastered the Ein Seal, his body showed obvious changes. First of all, his whole temperament looks more mysterious and out of this world, just standing there quietly gives people an unfathomable feeling. Then, because the Ein Seal has the effect of maintaining vitality and delaying aging, Kuroto's originally delicate and white skin looks even more translucent. Not only the external changes, but he also feels that the chakra in his body has become a lot more abundant because of the Ein Seal running through the meridians of his body. Pinching his chin, Hyojin looked at himself in the mirror and thought to himself, hey, how come the temperament has changed so much? Is it because of the excessing chakra in the body of this fire clone? Chakra can affect the body, spirit, and even temperament of a ninja. The simplest example is that the tailed beast can pollute the Jinchuriki through its own tailed beast chakra, causing the Jinchuriki spirit to collapse and fall into a berserk state. Most of the Uchiha who has opened his eyes have a temperament that keeps people away from him. However, the temperament of this fire clone of Hyojin is a little special. Like a black hole, it has a kind of attraction that makes people unconsciously pay attention to it and explore it. Coupled with the exquisite appearance, this kind of strange attraction is even stronger. TSK, what a good body to use Genjutsu. What a pity, this kind of temperament and appearance that can make people unconsciously indulge in, if coupled with the sharp Genjutsu of the Sharingan, it will definitely produce an effect that is greater than 2. It is a pity that Hyojin's rational and pragmatic personality is not very good at building emotional Genjutsu. He is a mess in the field of Genjutsu, and can only fool amateurs. If the Genjutsu masters like Itachi and Jishui have this body, their Genjutsu strength will definitely rise to a new level. Shaking his head regretfully, Hyojin returned to the training field. After completing the cultivation of Yin Seal, the next step is to try to fuse the black flames of Amaterasu and the golden flames of flame release. Of course, this is just an idea of Hyojin's. Whether it will succeed or not, he has no idea in his heart. Without hesitation, Hyojin instantly opened the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. In fact, Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan also has obvious blurred vision, but considering that Fuyue opened his eyes more than 10 years ago during the Third Shinobi War, the maintenance of this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is quite good. One must know that Sasuke has only opened his Manjikyu Sharingan for a month, but his vision has already deteriorated to the point where it affects his fighting ability. Gradually adapting to the blurred vision, Hyojin lightly stamped his foot, and a large golden flame instantly ignited around him. Standing in the golden flame, Hyojin casually picked up a golden flame and played with it in his hand, thinking about how to fuse the golden flame of flame release and the black flame of Amaterasu into one. Amaterasu can burn everything, and my flame release has the ability to absorb chakra. If I can fuse them into one, and at the same time retain the strong endurance and the characteristics of absorbing chakra, then its power and versatility will increase to a new level. Thinking of this, Hyojin directly activated the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets and used Amaterasu on the golden flame in his hand. Whoosh, in an instant, in the center of the golden flame that Hyojin's vision focused on, a black flame appeared out of thin air. However, the black flame did not fuse with the golden flame, and the two quickly fought against each other. After a while, the black flame of Amaterasu gradually gained the upper hand, and bit by bit, it nibbled away at the golden flame in Hyojin's hand. As expected, the level of Amaterasu is higher. Quietly watching this scene, Hyojin's expression did not change, and then immediately snapped his fingers, extinguishing the black flame of Amaterasu and the golden flame of flame release in his hand. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped yesterday. Thank you everyone. Judging from the first attempt, the black flame of Amaterasu and the golden flame of fire release are incompatible to a certain extent. Once the two come into contact, they will produce a strong repulsion, even if they are created by the same caster's chakra. It seems that a simple physical fusion won't work. After a little hesitation, Hyojin came up with a new idea. It is Hyojin's chakra that creates both Amaterasu and fire release. Since the black flame and golden flame can't be physically fused, then he can change his idea and try to fuse Amaterasu's pupil power with fire release chakra. Chakra fusion may be a very difficult thing to control for others, but for Hyojin, who has developed many Kekkei Genkai and even Kekkei Genkai elimination, this is not a difficult thing. After making up his mind, Hyojin first extinguished the burning golden flame around him, and then slowly closed his eyes. Immediately afterward, Kuroto opened his eyes abruptly, and the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket suddenly flashed with a subtle and restrained demonic light. This is the unique characteristic of the Manjikyu Sharingan when it is ready to attack. After mobilizing the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, Kuroto stopped releasing the pupil technique at the critical moment, and instead refined the fire release chakra in his body, and then gradually instilled it into the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. This step is actually very dangerous. Because the eyes are a very fragile organ in the human body, they are extremely easy to damage. Even the Manjikyu Sharingan is no exception, so if it was an ordinary person, they would not dare to try this at all. But Hyojin's control of the subtle parts of chakra is almost one of the best in the shinobi world, coupled with his rich experience in chakra fusion. This kind of attempt that may seem unimaginable to others is very easy for him. With the injection of flame-release chakra, the scarlet Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets became even more beautiful. Feeling that it was time, Hyojin's eyes lit up, and he unleashed Amaterasu at a target in the practice field. Hua, a black flame suddenly appeared on the target, instantly engulfing it and burning it to ashes. Staring at the black flame scattered on the ground, Hyojin's face revealed a hint of surprise. Although the Amaterasu he released this time was still pure black flames, and it seemed like his attempt had failed, Hyojin's keen senses noticed that the power of the black flames had increased slightly. After all, the targets in the Sky Fortress practice field weren't just any cheap wooden targets. Hyojin had chosen to use high-quality solid wood, and they were equipped with steel frames. Although it was not difficult for Amaterasu to burn a wooden target, it was not possible to do so quickly. Even the steel frame of the wooden target had been destroyed in an instant. This meant that the power of the Amaterasu that he had released was slightly higher than the normal Amaterasu. It seems like my idea is correct. Although the appearance of the Amaterasu did not change much, and the increase in power was not significant, as long as there was a change, it meant that Hyojin's idea was correct, and he could continue to try. After getting excited, Hyojin immediately began a new attempt. The fusion of chakra was nothing more than the relationship between the primary and secondary factors, the fusion ratio, the fusion timing, and so on. As long as he grasped the pattern, he would be able to achieve the best results after repeated attempts. The only thing that was restricting Hyojin was the consumption of the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. Because this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan was not in a perfect state, no matter how much he tried, the number of times he was allowed to try was limited, so whether he could complete the final fusion or not, luck was also an important factor. In my village. At the side of a training field, Sakura complained, "Sensei Kakashi is too much. Ever since he sent Naruto back to the village, I have not seen him again. I don't know what he is busy with." Sasuke ignored Sakura's complaints and stared at the battle in the training field. At this time, in the training field, Xianxia and Xiali were working together to fight against Naruto. In the competition, all three of them were going all out, so the battle was very fierce. Even the few people standing at the side of the field had to raise their arms from time to time to resist the waves of air from the field. At this time, Tian asked Guy, "Sensei, who will win?" Sakura also looked at Guy curiously, looking forward to his answer. Guy shook his head, "I don't know. The cooperation between Xianxia and Xiali is indeed excellent, but Naruto, this kid. God knows how this kid became so strong." Listening to Guy's evaluation, Sasuke's face became gloomy again. In the field, Xianxia almost fully showed the sharpness of the Hyuga clan's soft fist, and Xiali even opened the fourth gate of 8 inner gates, Pain Gate. Between the two, Xiali's iron fist was responsible for the frontal attack, and Xianxia's soft fist was responsible for covering and precise attacks. Sasuke felt that even if he was on the field, if he didn't use the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique, it would be difficult for him to deal with the opponent. But such a sharp combination, after encountering Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode, they still suffered. Xianxia's soft fist couldn't hurt Naruto at all. Sasuke clearly saw that Xianxia hit Naruto in the Nine Tails chakra mode several times, but failed to penetrate the protection of Naruto's golden-tailed beast coat and seal the meridians in Naruto's body. And Xiali's iron fist was also difficult to pose a threat to Naruto, because even if he opened the fourth gate of 8 inner gates, Xiali still didn't have the slightest advantage in speed and strength. After the competition continued for a while, Niji and Little Lee were finally defeated. Both of them were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. They couldn't even stand steadily. On the other hand, Naruto was still full of energy, showing the advantage of his Jinchuriki to the fullest. Xianxia and Xiali together are no match for Naruto. After thinking to himself, Sasuke, with his hands in his trouser pockets, turned and left. Seeing this, Sakura quickly asked, "Sasuke, where are you going?" Tian also asked, "Aren't you going to practice?" After thoroughly confirming the identity of Obsidian, Kakashi began to practice hard alone, so Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were entrusted by Kakashi to Guy and temporarily followed him to practice. Sasuke didn't say anything, and directly disappeared from everyone's sight with a body flicker technique. Looking in the direction where Sasuke left, Guy said, "Let him be, geniuses are always a little loner." In fact, Guy knew very well that Sasuke was a genius ninja of the same type as Kakashi, and he had nothing to teach him. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." After leaving the training ground alone, Sasuke walked on the streets of Mai, unable to calm down for a long time. Although his brother Itachi had given him the precious opportunity to have eternal light, he was still very resistant to this kind of light that was exchanged by sacrificing his family. When he thought that his father would never be able to see the light again, his heart was blocked and uncomfortable. And the scene on the training ground just now was constantly stimulating his nerves. He understood that if he did not obtain a stronger ocular power, wanting to defeat the current Naruto was completely a pipe dream. When he thought that he would always be suppressed by Naruto in the future, the unwillingness in his heart was like an erupting volcano, making it difficult for him to control himself. On one hand, he felt guilty for his father's blindness, and on the other hand, he was unwilling to lose to Naruto. These two strong emotions intertwined, making him feel both tangled and hesitant. Unknowingly, he found himself in front of the Naruto building. "Why am I here?" After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke was ready to turn around and leave. At this time, Jiraiya just came out of the Naruto building and saw Sasuke pacing in front of the building, so he went forward and stopped him. "Sasuke, are you looking for me?" Sasuke felt that he might have come here subconsciously to talk to Sensei Jiraiya, so he nodded. Seeing that Sasuke had something on his mind, Jiraiya said, "This is not the place to talk, come with me." Soon, the two of them came to a remote small forest in the village. Jiraiya asked with a smile, "Did you encounter something difficult to decide?" Sasuke was a little surprised. "Sensei, how do you know?" Jiraiya pointed at Sasuke's face, "Your thoughts are written all over your face." Sasuke hurriedly wiped away the confusion on his face and asked, "Teacher, do you have any way to increase my strength?" This time, it was Jiraiya's turn to be surprised. He looked Sasuke up and down, then laughed and said, "Hee, you are already very strong now." Sasuke shook his head and said firmly, "No, it's not enough. It's far from enough." Jiraiya put away the smile on his face and became serious. "Sasuke, at your age, you are already very outstanding. In the entire shinobi world, there aren't many people at your age who can be your opponent. Possessing the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 13, and being able to intervene in the battle between Nagato and Otsutsuki Samurai, this kind of strength is enough for Jiraiya to be proud of, so he doesn't understand why Sasuke is so eager to become stronger. When he was at Sasuke's age, he was still at the bottom of the shinobi world. Facing Jiraiya's gaze, Sasuke said, "But I lost to Naruto, I'm not willing. So it's because of this matter." After a wry smile, Jiraiya persuaded, "Naruto is your companion, not your enemy. It doesn't matter if you lose to him once or twice, you can win it back in the future. When I was a child, I couldn't beat Orochimaru even once." Sasuke shook his head and said, "I have a feeling that Naruto will only get stronger and stronger. I must master more power to defeat him, otherwise, I will always be defeated by him." Jiraiya stared at Sasuke with a solemn expression. Sasuke's obsession to defeat Naruto made him feel a little uneasy. Obviously, he didn't know that it was not Sasuke himself that caused all this, but the chakra that originated from Sasuke's Otsutsuki Indra. As the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, Sasuke is very reluctant to lose to Naruto, the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Azura. Therefore, this obsession to defeat Naruto was not Sasuke's own stubbornness, but it came from the feud between Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura, the pair of brothers that had been fighting for thousands of years. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Sasuke, with your current strength, there is not much I can teach you." Whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or the use of tactics, Sasuke was already a rare genius among his peers, no, among all ninjas. He couldn't beat Naruto in the Nine Tails chakra mode, not because he was weak, but because Naruto, who had been seriously trained by Hyojin and accidentally passed the trial of Giant Turtle Island, was too strong. Therefore, Jiraiya felt that what Sasuke lacked now was not strength, but stability. Sasuke ignored Jiraiya's worries and said bluntly, "What about immortal arts?" "Sensei, I'm ready. I want to go to Mount Myaboku and try to practice immortal arts again. If Naruto can do it, so can I." Jiraiya decisively rejected, "No, you can't practice immortal arts in your current state." Looking at the eager face of Sasuke, the worry in his heart grew heavier. He was afraid that Sasuke would be like Nagato, losing himself and going astray because of power. Sasuke was still a little unwilling. "How do you know if you don't try?" "Sensei Jiraiya, I'm different from before. This time, I will definitely succeed in mastering immortal arts." "The more anxious and impatient you are, the harder it will be for you to practice immortal arts." After a pause, Jiraiya continued to advise earnestly, "The previous failure proved that your talent in practicing immortal arts is average, so your attitude is even more important. If you can't maintain a calm and indifferent attitude, the more you try, the more dangerous it will be. As your teacher, I won't just watch you take the risk." Sasuke sighed. Dejectedly, "Is there really no other way?" Jiraiya looked puzzled. "Sasuke, what happened?" "Sensei Jiraiya, I still have some matters to attend to at home, so I'll take my leave first." Because it involved the secret of the Manjikyu Sharingan and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan above the Manjikyu, Sasuke didn't explain too much to Jiraiya. He directly bowed to Jiraiya and turned to leave. Looking at Sasuke's back as he left, Jiraiya's face darkened. On the way home, Sasuke faintly heard the whispers of the villagers around him. Before, when he was on the street, everyone would look at him with admiration and envy. Since he was defeated by Naruto, he would always hear people talking about him on the street from time to time these days. Although many of these comments were not malicious, they were simply surprised that he, the genius of Uchiha, had lost to Naruto. But when it reached his ears, it was extremely harsh. Damn it, Sasuke wanted to dispel these comments from his mind, but found that the more he tried to dispel them, the more he cared about them. At this time, he suddenly found himself in front of a ramen shop, and coincidentally, both Naruto and Sakura were in the ramen shop. Looking at Naruto, who was carefreely eating ramen, Sasuke secretly said in his heart, "Just admit defeat like this? Oh, this kind of thing, I really can't do it." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts yesterday. Thank you everyone. Naruto, who was eating ramen, and Sakura also noticed Sasuke walking in front of the ramen restaurant. She quickly opened the curtain and waved at him. "Sasuke, come on, let's eat ramen together." Sasuke shook his head. "You guys eat, I still have something to do." At this time, Sakura rushed out and caught up with Sasuke. "Sasuke, what's wrong with you?" Looking at Sakura, who was concerned about him, Sasuke said, "Sakura, I may have to leave for a while." He knows that Sakura likes him very much, and he is actually somewhat attracted to Sakura, but compared with such trivial things, defeating Naruto and pushing the Uchiha clan to the peak is what he cares about more. Leave? Sakura was stunned for a moment before she reacted, and hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, Sasuke quickly said perfunctorily, "Nothing, I just have some things to deal with at home." After saying that, Sasuke didn't say anything more and left without looking back, leaving only Sakura in a daze. Late at night. In the Uchiha clan patriarch's house, Itachi asked Sasuke, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Sasuke, who was carrying a backpack, nodded. Because it takes 2 to 3 months to integrate the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so the surgery can't be carried out in the village, and he must leave the village for a while. Although he knows that leaving the village without authorization is equivalent to betraying the village, he can't care too much about it. "After coming back, I will find a way to explain to the village," Sasuke secretly said in his heart, and immediately drove this worry out of his mind. Because what he needs to worry about now is not how to explain to the village, but whether he can pass the test of Amatsukami and get back his father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan from Amatsukami. If Amatsukami refuses to return his father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan because he failed the test, then he would really become a sinner of the Uchiha clan. Looking at his nervous brother, Itachi said, "Come with me." Sasuke quickly followed. Under the starry night sky, the two brothers passed through the quiet clan grounds one after the other. They crossed the outer wall and finally arrived at a remote forest outside the village. "You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest." After Itachi finished speaking, he didn't give Sasuke a chance to reply. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Sasuke with the teleportation technique. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Itachi to leave so decisively. He subconsciously wanted to catch up with Itachi and ask him clearly, but in the end, he suppressed this impulse and waited anxiously in the forest. In the distance. Swish, Itachi's figure flashed and landed on the branch of a big tree. Beside him, there were two figures standing quietly. They were Jishui and Shinichi, Uchiha's Manjikyu. Staring at Sasuke in the forest in the distance, Shinichi asked, "By the way, who will the organization send to test Sasuke this time?" Itachi and Jishui both shook their heads. Hyojin only said that he would arrange a test for Sasuke, but the two of them didn't know who would do it. After all, there were many members in the organization, such as Winchime Kamakigarba Kamakirin, and Yangshin. Any one of these masters would be enough to be the chief examiner for Sasuke. Seeing the worry on Itachi's face, Shinichi curled his lips and said, "Don't worry, Sasuke is much stronger than you think. Believe it or not, even if we all die, he will still live well. Us being overly protective of him may not necessarily be a good thing for his growth." Jishui's face darkened. "Is there anyone who comforts people like you?" Itachi said lightly, "I hope so." As time passed, Sasuke, who was waiting in the forest, became more and more impatient. "Damn it, why haven't those guys from Amatsukami arrived yet? Are they trying to trick me?" At this moment, the sound of gentle footsteps came from the shadows. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and immediately opened his Manjikyu Sharingan as if he was facing a formidable enemy, vigilantly looking in the direction of the footsteps. After a while, a figure slowly walked out of the shadows. The figure was wearing the signature black cloak of Amatsukami, a mask with a flame pattern on his face, exquisite black leather gloves on his hands, and a pair of leather boots on his feet. Not a single inch of his skin was exposed. "Homasubi." Sasuke's face sank. With the insight of his Manjikyu Sharingan, he can naturally distinguish the cloak, mask, and other clothing worn by the other party. The cloak, mask, and other items of clothing are very exquisite, and they even faintly exude a mysterious power that can isolate the perception of others. The flame pattern on the mask undoubtedly indicates that the identity of the other party is Homasubi of Amatsukami, that is, one of the two Homasubi of Amatsukami who attacked the Uchiha clan. Which one could it be? As Sasuke observed carefully, he pondered inwardly. As far as he knows, one of the two Homasubi of Amatsukami who attacked the Uchiha clan, the male Homasubi, the owner of the red Susanoo, is the culprit who defeated his father and dug out his father's Manjikyu Sharingan. On the other hand, the female Homasubi, the owner of the golden Susanoo, defeated Jishui and Shinichi, the two Uchiha clan's strongest by herself, and suppressed all the strong people of the Uchiha clan. At this time, the Homasubi on the opposite side slowly took off the mask on his face, lifted the hood, and revealed his face. Under the cold moonlight in the forest, Sasuke found that the Homasubi wearing the black cloak of Amatsukami is actually a girl who doesn't look much older than him. Immediately, his pupils shrank, and he asked, You are Uchiha Inferno?" The reason why he knew the name Uchiha Inferno was because he heard the conversation between Jishui and the hungry ghost Path Chilabai when he attacked Akatsuki last time. He knew that the female Homasubi of Amatsukami, the person he used the transformation technique to disguise himself as, was called Uchiha Inferno. There is no doubt that the person who came to pick up Sasuke is none other than Hyojin, who is controlling the fire clone. Hearing Sasuke say the name of his fire clone, Hyojin was a little surprised. "You have heard of me?" Sasuke nodded while sizing up the man with an absent-minded gaze. From Sasuke's perspective, the Homasubi of Amatsukami in front of him is about 17 or 18 years old. Looking at the fineness of her skin, she might even be younger. Her appearance is extremely exquisite, like a work of art. Although there are no traces of makeup on her face, even her soft long hair is casually tied behind her head, there is a kind of attraction that makes people can't help but want to explore. Especially that cold and mysterious temperament, just standing there quietly, makes people dare not look down on it, can't ignore it, and will instinctively treat it with caution. First update, please recommend, monthly votes. In the distance. After discovering that the person in charge of testing Sasuke was Uchiha Senpai, Itachi breathed a long sigh of relief. "So it's Yami Senpai, that's great." Itachi himself accepted the test of Uchiha Senpai before joining Amatsukami, so for him, Uchiha Senpai can be regarded as his guide and teacher. Shinichi smiled and said, since the boss sent that guy senpai, then we don't have to worry anymore. Jishui also nodded in agreement. Compared to other unfamiliar members of Amatsukami, they obviously trust Uchiha senpai, who is also from the Uchiha clan. After all, Uchiha senpai can be regarded as an old friend of theirs. In the forest. While Sasuke was looking at Hyojin, Hyojin was also looking at Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke carrying a backpack and dressed like he was about to go on a long journey, he said coldly, "You seem to be well prepared, but if you can't pass my test, it doesn't matter how well prepared you are." Sasuke frowned. "Tell me, what is the test?" Hyojin slowly activated the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. "Do you recognize this pair of eyes?" After seeing the lines on Hyojin's Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke's face suddenly became gloomy and full of killing intent. He said, "Damn it, how dare you use my father's Sharingan?" "Yes." Hyojin didn't deny it, and while putting on the mask again, he said, "The eyes in my eye sockets are your father's Manjikyu Sharingan, so the test is very simple. As long as you defeat me, this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan will be yours." "Don't you have Manjikyu Sharingan yourself? Why do you want to use my father's eyes?" If it had been someone else using Fuyua's Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke would naturally have been furious and directly attacked, but he knows that Uchiha Yen himself has Manjikyu Sharingan, so while he is angry, his heart is also full of doubts. Hyojin raised his head slightly and said coldly, "I'm happy." "Damn it." Sasuke gritted his teeth and angrily placed his backpack on the ground. "How can you trample on my father's dignity?" Swish, before he finished speaking, Sasuke's figure flashed and he pounced on Hyojin. Hyojin grinned and went up to meet him. Clang clang clang, in a split second, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out from the originally quiet forest under the night sky. Both sides were extremely fast, bathed in the cold-toned moonlight, like two ghosts, constantly shuttling through the mottled forest, but Sasuke's figure was easier to recognize because there was always a glimmer of lightning around his body. In just a moment, Sasuke, who was fighting, felt a chill in his heart. At this time, he had already used the thunder release stimulation method, and his speed and strength had been greatly improved. On the other hand, the opponent did not seem to use any secret techniques, but his speed was not slower than him. Not only that, but he also found that the opponent's physical skills were very exquisite. It's not Niji's precise style, nor is it Shaoli's bold and unconstrained style, but it's a sharp and changeable style that even Kuroto, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, can't fathom. Clang, after crossing each other again, Sasuke, who landed on the ground, panted heavily, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obviously a simple physical confrontation, but it gave him a huge pressure of life and death. He even felt that such a short fight was more tiring than using the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique. On the opposite side, Hyojin said lightly, "The basic skills are barely passable." Passable? Sasuke was irritated again. He could imagine the disdain on Hyojin's face under the mask. Hyojin continued, "But if that's all you have, you can't get back your father's Sharingan." Zizi. At this time, Sasuke's right palm shone with a brilliant purple lightning, and he said coldly, "You see how I break your mask and take back my father's Sharingan?" Hyojin's tone was still cold. "I'm looking forward to it." Bang! In an instant, a large part of the ground under Sasuke's feet collapsed, and under the push of the reaction force, Sasuke's whole body was like a purple lightning pouncing towards Hyojin. At this moment, Sasuke, who was flying towards Hyojin, suddenly looked stagnant. Because he found that the fire demon on the opposite side faced his Chidori's surprise attack, he stood in the same place without dodging, and the figure bathed in the moonlight was full of a mysterious and hazy feeling, as if it was not so real. Almost at the same time, he also felt a chakra invading his brain, and his heart suddenly trembled. Is it an illusion? Oh no, I'm in an illusion. As a result, Sasuke's heart, which was originally moving forward, was suddenly filled with hesitation and apprehension. Not only was his momentum completely gone, even his movements were a little distorted. In an instant, Sasuke pounced in front of the fire demon, and just when he judged that the fire demon in front of him was most likely a shadow clone, or simply an illusion, the fire demon suddenly accurately grabbed his right hand that was using Chidori. Sasuke was taken aback. "You." Hyojin pinched Sasuke's right wrist hard, and kicked Sasuke casually, kicking Sasuke to the ground. "You can even be distracted during a surprise attack. This is the first time I've seen an idiot like you." Sasuke, who was pinched by Hyojin's wrist and kicked by Hyojin, was shocked and angry. Was I not in an illusion just now? There is no doubt that Hyojin did cast an illusion on Sasuke just now, but the purpose of casting the illusion was not to make Sasuke fall into the trap, but to interfere with Sasuke's judgment. Because with his attainments in illusion, it is impossible for him to instantly subdue Uchiha, who also has the Manjikyu Sharingan, not to mention that Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. But as soon as Sasuke felt that he was attacked by the illusion, he immediately panicked. Because in his eyes, this Homosuke of Amatsukami in front of him was a strong person who had defeated Jishui and Shinichi, the two family Manjikyu Sharingan, so his illusion must be extraordinary. In addition, the temperament of Hyojin's fire release clone was too mysterious and illusory, so he didn't carefully examine it at all and subconsciously thought that he had been tricked. Realizing that he had been deceived by the little trick of Homosuke, Sasuke suddenly became furious, and regardless of the consumption of his pupil power, he immediately activated Susanoo and broke free from Hyojin's arm. At this time, Hyojin also activated Susanoo, and his experience in controlling Susanoo was obviously far above Sasuke, so although the purple and red Susanoo were activated at the same time, Hyojin's Susanoo directly penetrated Sasuke's Susanoo and held Sasuke in his hand again. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Under the moonlight like a silver waterfall, a red and a purple Susanoo appeared at the same time, alarming many birds and beasts in the forest, making the whole forest seem to come alive. Sasuke, who was held in the hand of Hyojin's Susanoo, was stunned. He didn't expect that he, who had launched Susanoo first, would be easily restrained by the opponent, and he didn't expect that Susanoo could launch an attack at the same time as it was being activated. Unwilling to admit defeat so easily, he immediately struggled with all his might. But even if he used all his strength, making the veins on his neck bulge, and his face turn red, he couldn't shake the Susanoo that was holding his body. Hyojin glanced at Sasuke who was struggling in vain and said lightly, "There may be someone in this world who can tear apart Susanoo with both hands, but it is definitely not you." Sasuke stopped struggling, his face was full of shame and anger. At this time, Hyojin urged Susanoo to throw Sasuke to the ground and said in a cold tone, "Don't think of using the Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu every time you get angry." Sasuke, who was thrown to the ground, immediately dissipated his Susanoo. Kuroto continued, "It is important to cherish the pupillary powers, but you can't be overcautious and hesitant because of this. You can't afford to be distracted on the battlefield. If you lose your life, what's the point of keeping the pupillary powers?" Sasuke was surprised. Kuroto doesn't understand how Homosubi guessed his thoughts. Just now, he wanted to use the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique because of his pupillary technique, but he had too many misgivings, causing him to miss the best opportunity to use the pupil technique. "Learn to be decisive," Hyojin said while dispelling his Susanoo. Sasuke got up from the ground and rushed towards Hyojin with a roar, "I don't need you to teach me." "Humph." Hyojin turned around and sent Sasuke flying with a kick as he let out a cold snort. Sasuke, who fell to the ground again, discovered that several important acupoints on his shoulders, waist, and legs had been pierced by slender senbon needles. That was why he couldn't exert any strength and couldn't dodge in time, so he was easily kicked away by Hyojin. Soon, Sasuke reacted and knew that it was when he was imprisoned by Hyojin's Susanoo. Hyojin said faintly, "You're surprisingly slow." Bang, Sasuke, who had fallen to the ground, punched the ground heavily. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" At this time, Hyojin walked up to Sasuke, grabbed his collar and lifted him from the ground. Then he punched him hard in the stomach and said in a cold tone, "You're giving up so soon?" Sasuke, who was in so much pain that even his expression began to distort, said unwillingly, "I'm not your opponent." Trash. Hyojin threw Sasuke to the ground and then stepped on Sasuke's face. Being stepped on by Hyojin, Sasuke was ashamed and angry. But he knew that he was really no match for the fire demon in front of him. In the fight just now, he had used all his strength, but he was not sure whether the other party was serious or not. He felt that he had been completely seen through by the other party. Letting go of Sasuke, Hyojin turned directly and walked away from the village. Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, was sad alone. He thought that he had failed the test of Amatsukami and missed the opportunity to take back his father's Manjikyu Sharingan with his own hands. Hyojin, whose figure gradually disappeared into the shadows, kept walking and said, "How long are you going to lie down? Hurry up and keep up." Sasuke was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that he still had a chance, so he didn't even bother to wipe the dust on his face. He quickly got up and picked up the backpack on the ground beside him and followed Hyojin obediently. He even stammered, Thank you." In the distance. Watching Sasuke leave with Hyojin so obediently, Shinichi looked incredulous and said, "Hey, Sasuke has never been so respectful to me. Is it because I didn't beat him up like flame?" Itachi and Jishue looked at each other and were somewhat speechless. In their minds, with Sasuke's proud personality, after being beaten up by Yen, he should have harbored hatred in his heart. However, they never thought that Sasuke would actually be so obedient after being beaten up so miserably. In fact, they, who dote on Sasuke too much, don't know that Sasuke is very respectful and worships the strong. In the original time and space, Kakashi's guidance to Sasuke can be said to be meticulous and dedicated, but Sasuke still despised Kakashi, and he knew that Orochimaru coveted his body and Sharingan, but he betrayed the village and joined Orochimaru's camp without hesitation, and always maintained enough respect for Orochimaru, until he personally defeated Orochimaru. This respect gradually dissipated. This alone is enough to prove that Sasuke, who is growing up, has an instinctive admiration for the strong who can crush him. Whether it is Itachi, Jishue, or even Shinichi, in their usual training with Sasuke, they spoil Sasuke too much. In order to take care of Sasuke's self-esteem, they will deliberately go easy on him, causing Sasuke to misjudge their strength from a young age. It seems that his elder brothers only have this level of misjudgment, and he also has the illusion that he is so strong. Therefore, even if he is as sharp as Itachi, he did not notice that Sasuke will actually be obedient for a long time as long as he is beaten up badly. In the original time and space, Sasuke was even convinced by Naruto because he was beaten up badly, and even Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura had been entangled for 1,000 years. One must know that many generations of reincarnation have not been able to do this. As if thinking of something, Jishue suddenly asked, "If Sasuke just leaves like this, I'm afraid it will be hard to explain to the village, right?" At this time, Itachi took out a document. "This is the travel permit signed by the elder. I will officially hand it over to the village tomorrow. The final right to explain whether or not it is a betrayal of the village lies with Naruto. As long as one's status is high enough, and the relationship is strong enough, it is not a big deal to leave the village without permission." In the beginning, Jiraiya used travel as an excuse and wandered outside the village for a long time, while Tsunade did not inform the village and left the village to relax for many years. The reason why the two of them can be so unscrupulous is because they have the protection of the 3 generations as Naruto, and their own strength is enough to deter some gossip. Now that Hyojin is Naruto, it is a matter of minutes for him to issue a travel permit for Sasuke. As long as he says that it is a travel, no one in Might can determine that Sasuke left the village without permission. Third update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Sasuke followed Hyojin quickly and peeked at Hyojin from time to time. Feeling Sasuke's peeping, Hyojin was speechless for a while. "Just say what you want to say." Sasuke quickly asked, What should I call you in the future? Should I call you Fire Demon? Uchiha Flame? Or Senpai or Sister? Sister." Hyojin's mouth twitched and immediately said, "Just call me Sensei." "Yes, Sensei." Sasuke did not question Hyojin and obediently obeyed. After a while, he asked again, "Sensei, when is the next test? Is the test still in the form of a competition?" Hyojin nodded. "Well, as for when, let's talk about it in a few days. As a ninja, you have to learn to sum up the reasons for failure. If you can't beat me, then don't even think about getting your father's Sharingan back." "Yes." Sasuke quickly responded. He was not stupid. He had already seen that Hyojin did not have any malicious intentions towards him, at least not openly. Although his tone was cold and even a little alienated, he was indeed teaching him. Moreover, he could also feel that the other party seemed to be a little absent-minded, as if he was thinking about something else. After a moment of silence, Sasuke showed a look of hesitation. Hyojin glanced at Sasuke. What do you want to ask? After sorting out his thoughts, Sasuke asked curiously, Sensei, when you used the illusion on me just now, why did you only interfere with me and not let me completely fall into the illusion? According to common sense, in that case, letting me completely fall into the illusion is the safest response, right? Hyojin's face darkened. Think about it yourself. Sasuke said, I thought about it for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. Why did you choose such a risky method? Hyojin said lightly, then did I achieve my goal? Yes. Sasuke's face was filled with shame. If he had been careful, he would have been able to tell that he wasn't under an illusion. However, he thought that the other party was a powerhouse who had defeated Jishui and Shinichi, so the other party's illusion skills must be far superior to his. That was why he made the wrong judgment. The purpose of illusions is to interfere with the enemy. As long as we can achieve this, it's enough to achieve the tactical goal. Why must we make the opponent completely fall into the illusion? After a pause, Hyojin said, means are means, and the goal is the goal. Don't confuse it. I'm only doing this because I believe that it will be effective for you. This wasn't Hyojin's nonsense. He knew that his fire escape avatar's temperament had changed due to the Yin escape chakra's increasing strength, as well as the successful training of the Yin seal. It was very suitable for using illusion techniques, so he chose to use illusion techniques to attack Sasuke, trying to interfere with Sasuke's judgment. It's just that even Kuroto didn't expect the effect to be so good. Obviously, in the previous battle with Itachi, Sasuke's Genjutsu caused his face to be covered in dirt, so he had some trauma towards Genjutsu. That's why he had such a drastic reaction just now. Listening to Hyojin's explanation, Sasuke nodded his head. He now realized that Genjutsu is his weakness. At this time, Hyojin retracted his gaze and said in a flat tone, it's obvious that you are Uchiha who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, but your Genjutsu is so weak, really incompetent. Sasuke's face suddenly turned red. After a while, despite being full of shame, Sasuke couldn't help but observe Hyojin, who seemed to be full of secrets from head to toe. Seeing Hyojin wrapped his body tightly, not even a finger was exposed, his face suddenly showed a thoughtful expression. One must know that the hands are very important for a ninja. Because the sensitivity of the hands is directly related to the accuracy of the throwing of ninja tools, as well as the speed of hand seals, so normal ninjas rarely wear gloves. Even if they do wear gloves, most of them are the kind of gloves that expose the fingers, or simply wrapped with bandages. If it's not a taijutsu-type ninja who uses their fists to fight, they rarely wear leather gloves like Suijin's. Moving his gaze down, Sasuke focused on the long leather boots worn by Hyojin's feet, which is also very rare in the land of fire where the climate is mild. Even if the place we are going is very cold, but there is no need to wear such clothes near the village, right? She must be trying to hide something by dressing like this. Is it related to her body? The more she tries to hide, the more he wants to find out. Human curiosity is like this. In the face of the mysterious Homusubi of Amatsukami, Sasuke's curiosity is even more aroused to the peak. After a long time, he finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart, Sensei, why do you wear this kind of gloves? It will have a great impact on hand seals, won't it? Hyojin was a little annoyed. He glanced at Sasuke coldly and thought to himself, what's wrong with this kid? He doesn't usually talk much, why is he asking so many questions now? Seeing that Hyojin didn't answer, Sasuke continued, I know that the standard equipment in Amatsukami is only cloaks and masks, not gloves and leather boots, so, before Sasuke finished speaking, Hyojin stopped and asked, you seem to be full of curiosity about me. Sasuke didn't deny it. He looked straight at Hyojin and nodded. Hyojin said coldly, beat me, and I will tell you whatever you want to know. If you can't beat me, then shut up. Sasuke was silent for a while, then said resolutely, I will definitely beat you. Ignoring Sasuke, Suijin's figure flickered as he flew towards the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire while muttering in his heart, Humph, Sasuke, this little brat still noticed me. Hyojin obviously underestimated Sasuke's sharpness. In reality, his current attire wasn't because he wanted to be mysterious or anything else. It was because he had accidentally overdone it when he was developing the flame escape and burned a large part of his body. That was why he had no choice but to wear gloves and leather boots. Naturally, he couldn't tell a kid like Sasuke about this. At the same time, because the development of flame escape was not smooth, he had been thinking about developing it along the way, so he seemed a little absent-minded. Looking at Hyojin's figure leaving, Sasuke, who was carrying his backpack, hurriedly chased after him. To him, this fire demon from Amatsukami was the kind of person he had never dealt with since he was young. He was mysterious, powerful, cold, and of the same race, he had the Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, he had a kind of worship for the fire demon, but he also had a curiosity to explore his secrets. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Huff. Huff, the salty sea breeze blew on the beach, causing the black flames scattered on the beach to sway endlessly. Standing on the beach, Hyojin frowned, seemingly thinking about something. Where did I go wrong? After a while, Hyojin muttered to himself. According to his past experience in developing Kekkei Genkai, different attributes of chakra can be fused with each other. The only difference is the difficulty of fusion and the proportion of fusion. But when it comes to the development of flame release, this experience suddenly becomes not so applicable. When Hyojin fused his flame release chakra with Amaterasu's yin release, no matter how he changed the proportion of the two, the main body of the fusion was still the black flames of Amaterasu. However, this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is only temporarily borrowed. In the end, this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan will still need to be transplanted to Sasuke to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so he must develop a new type of fire release that can be used normally without the Manjikyu Sharingan, not the upgraded version of Amaterasu. Only in this way can the strength of this fire release clone be truly improved. After all, in the final Kekkei Genkai fusion ceremony, in order to minimize the mutual rejection of the 7 bodies, whether it is the main body or the 6 clones, no additional organs can be transplanted, so the fire release clone can only use the original Byakugan to carry out the ceremony. Any organ transplant to strengthen the fire release clone is meaningless. At this time, Hyojin looked at his arms and his bare feet stepping on the beach. Through the use of Hyakuho technique after unlocking the Yin seal, the burns on his body have almost healed, except for some redness and swelling. There is not even a scar left on his body. Humph, I actually burned myself, how embarrassing. Hyojin spat lightly. Whether it is the black flame of Amaterasu or the golden flame of flame release, both belong to the pinnacle of fire release in the shinobi world. Once they go out of control, even with Hyojin's reflexes, he will inevitably be injured. Of course, this was only because of the experienced Hyojin. If it was someone else, they would have most likely been buried in the sea of fire, and they wouldn't even have to pay for the funeral. After calming himself down, Hyojin gathered his thoughts and once again focused on upgrading the flame escape. Chakra fusion, casting, failure, fine-tuning the ratio, chakra fusion, casting, failed again, observation, analysis, fine-tuning the ratio again, chakra fusion, casting, failure. The failure continued. Even with Hyojin's tenacity, he gradually became a little impatient. This is not because of anything else, but because every attempt, the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets is worn out. In the case of a delay in the development of the Manjikyu Sharingan, this frustration will be more serious than any previous experiment. After all, having unlimited opportunities for trial and error is not the same as having limited opportunities for trial and error. After a while, Hyojin found that his emotions were getting more and more anxious, as if there was a fire in his heart, and he couldn't calm down no matter how hard he tried. After a little thought, he put on his shoes and gloves and walked towards the other end of the island. The island he was now on was thousands of kilometers away from the nearest coast. Before he landed on the island, there was no trace of human existence on the island at all. It was a real uninhabited island, so he set up a temporary training ground here and placed Sasuke on the island, but he was on one end of the island, and Sasuke was on the other end. Seeing Hyojin coming over, Sasuke, who was practicing hard, quickly greeted him and said respectfully, "Sensei." Hyojin glanced at Sasuke, and said in a cold tone, "Now start the test." Now. Sasuke was startled. He thought he had a few days of practice. He didn't expect Hyojin to put forward the test so soon. However, he was not afraid of the test, and nodded heavily. "Okay, this time I will work hard." After a while, Hyojin kicked Sasuke away and said lightly, "Still only this level?" Sasuke, who fell to the ground, coughed and lowered his head in guilt. This confrontation was the same as before, whether it is combat experience or tactical choice. The young Sasuke is far inferior to the experienced Hyojin, so he was easily beaten to the ground. However, because he knew that Hyojin had no malice towards him, even though Sasuke was beaten black and blue, he still didn't use his Manjikyu Sharingan indiscriminately. And since Sasuke didn't use his Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin naturally didn't take the initiative to consume the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power. Hyojin asked, "Do you know what Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan means?" Sasuke nodded, "It means eternal pupil power." Hyojin curled his lips, "Only this?" Sasuke was a little puzzled. "Humph, it also means the hope that your Uchiha clan has pinned on you." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "It means your father's sacrifice and your brother's humility." Listening to Hyojin's words, the bruised Sasuke's expression became much more complicated. Hyojin crossed his arms over his chest, "But now it seems that your Uchiha clan's hope is going to be disappointed, a waste like you can't afford this kind of responsibility." Sasuke stood up and rushed towards Hyojin with a stubborn face. Bang! With another kick, Hyojin mercilessly kicked Sasuke out again, and then said coldly, "I have no interest in watching your embarrassment, let's call it a day." After saying that, Hyojin turned and left. Looking at Hyojin's back as he left, Sasuke thought, teacher's expression under the mask must be disappointed. Damn it, why am I so weak, why? At this moment, Sasuke felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt that when Hyojin left, he must be full of disappointment for him. No, I can't let my father and brother's sacrifice go to waste. I must defeat teacher, so that teacher will never be disappointed in me again. After making up his mind, Sasuke simply dealt with the injuries on his body and immediately threw himself into a new round of cultivation. On the other side of the island. After returning to the training ground, Hyojin moved his body and thought to himself, "It really feels much better. Alright, continue to develop Flame Escape." After venting his evil fire on Sasuke, Hyojin quickly threw himself into the development of Flame Escape again. Not long after, swaying black flames appeared on the beach again. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Swish, under the shining electric arc, Sasuke's right hand passed in front of Hyojin and almost hit Hyojin's cheek. However, even so, the electric arc lingering on Sasuke's arm still brushed the mask on Hyojin's face, leaving an inconspicuous burn mark on the flame pattern mask. Bang! Almost at the same time, Hyojin turned around and kicked Sasuke in the stomach with a low muffled sound, sending Sasuke, who had almost succeeded in the surprise attack, flying. Then, Hyojin reached out and touched the mask on his face, thinking to himself, this kid, today's match was the fourth match since they landed on the island. Compared to the previous few times, Sasuke's improvement this time was very significant. Not only could he see through some of Hyojin's tricks, but he could even counterattack from time to time that exceeded Hyojin's expectations. For example, just now, Sasuke launched a Chidori surprise attack on Hyojin through the cooperation between him and the shadow clone and almost succeeded. I almost succeeded. Sasuke, who fell to the ground, did not care about the pain on his body. Instead, he looked annoyed. Hyojin said lightly, "There is no such thing as almost in a confrontation between ninjas. In a real battle, the difference of a millimeter is the difference between life and death." Sasuke quickly got up from the ground and bowed, "Sensei, I will remember." Looking at Sasuke's face, Hyojin could not help but think to himself, when did this kid change his temper? These days, Hyojin was focused on developing his flame release and did not pay much attention to Sasuke. At this moment, he realized that Sasuke seemed to be more and more obedient, so obedient that it was a little abnormal. Thinking about it, Hyojin thought, could it be that he was beaten silly by me? Beating Sasuke every day has almost become his daily routine when developing flame release. He thought that after beating Sasuke so many times, Sasuke would be angry and flustered, but the scene in front of him is obviously different from what he expected. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he still needs Fugaku's Manjikyu Sharingan, he would have already performed the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan fusion surgery for Sasuke. The test is more of an excuse for him to delay the time, so he is really worried that Sasuke will be beaten silly. Sasuke obviously didn't know what Hyojin was thinking. He wiped the dust on his face, then climbed up from the ground, and asked eagerly, "Sensei, shall we continue?" Hyojin waved his hand. That's it for today. After coldly dropping this sentence, Hyojin, as usual, did not explain anything, nor did he bother to say anything. His figure flashed and disappeared. Oh. Sasuke responded softly and looked in the direction where Hyojin disappeared. After these days of high-intensity confrontation, Sasuke has found that his tactical application and on-the-spot response have been greatly improved, and the basic skills such as speed and strength are also steadily improving. It can be said that these 4 or 5 days of training are equivalent to 1 or 2 months of hard work in the past. Because of this, he admired Hyojin more and became more and more fascinated by Hyojin's strength and mystery. After a while, Sasuke was a little distressed. Sigh, I have disappointed Sensei again today. On the other side of the island. Heh, today is fun again. Hyojin exhaled and took off his gloves and boots. In today's competition, he can clearly feel that Sasuke is more difficult to deal with than before, and it is no longer easy to get rid of him. However, this is also related to the decline of his eyesight. In the last surprise attack of Sasuke, his eyesight was severely reduced due to the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket. Fortunately, he has a clue about the development of the flame release. His new idea of developing the flame release was actually provided by Sasuke. During the competition with Sasuke, he suddenly thought of another pupil technique of Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan Earth Life, which is a kind of pupil technique that can change the form of Amaterasu. This means that Amaterasu is not uncontrollable, it's just that flame release chakra can't control Amaterasu. Therefore, Hyojin's previous attempts to use flame release chakra as the main pupil technique and Amaterasu as the auxiliary pupil technique have failed time and time again. Thus, he had a new train of thought. That is to use his own release chakra as the main, and Amaterasu's release and flame release chakra as the auxiliary, from the previous fusion of 2 kinds of chakra to a fusion of 3 kinds of chakra. And after some attempts, he found that this idea really works. The reason why it works is because the quality of his release chakra is getting higher and higher. It is enough to be used as a base to withstand the fusion of Amaterasu and flame release chakra. If his release chakra wasn't strong enough, then this almost whimsical attempt wouldn't have been possible. After a while, Hyojin stepped barefoot on the beach that has been baked into a glass-like crystal by the black flames of Amaterasu, and carefully felt the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. At this time, his vision is not only blurred, but there are also obvious double shadows, and the tingling sensation in his eyes is getting more and more intense. These symptoms indicate that the pupil technique of this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan has been exhausted, and if he continues to consume the pupil technique unscrupulously, he will not be far from complete blindness. But Hyojin is not worried. With his rich experience in developing Kekkei Genkai, as long as he finds a real breakthrough point, then success is just around the corner. And as long as this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is not completely useless, it can be used to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. At most, the fusion time will be extended. However, this extension is not a bad thing for Sasuke as the host. Sasuke is still young, and spending 1 or 2 more months to feel the fusion of the pupil technique and understand the changes of release chakra is very worthwhile. After all, this kind of opportunity to directly feel the improvement of the quality of chakra is very rare, and others don't have the opportunity even if they want to. After confirming the state of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin converged his scattered thoughts and began to try to develop flame release again. And after more than 10 minutes of brewing, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets flashed with a strange brilliance. At the same time, a gorgeous purple flame appeared on the beach not far in front of him. Walala, at this time a wave rushed over and rushed to the beach. The purple flame on the beach was not afraid of the waves at all, and it looked even more beautiful in the water. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Land of Tian. In a dark underground palace, Orochimaru stood quietly in front of a row of large nutrition tanks, staring at a figure floating in the nutrition tank. After a long time, he grinned and licked his lips. I'm looking forward to it. The figure in the large nutrition tank in front of him was the result of his latest experiment. It was a clone that had his and Do's cell tissues and was produced through traditional breeding methods. This was different from Hyojin's clone. The clone that Hyojin cultivated was the product of the fusion of cells. It was not a life that was born through traditional breeding methods. therefore, it was just an empty shell without a soul and thought. As for Orochimaru, rather than a clone, it would be more accurate to call it a modified human. This was because this was a new life with a real soul and independent thoughts. However, this new life contained the genetic information of Orochimaru and Medicine Master Do. To a certain extent, it could be said to be the child of Orochimaru and Medicine Master Do. Because of this, the new life's hair color was very similar to Apothecary Dolua's, grayish-white with a tinge of blue. However, its pupils were amber like Orochimaru's. Of course, these were not the reasons Orochimaru was looking forward to. What really made Orochimaru excited was that this new life was different from the previous failures. It almost perfectly inherited his chakra attribute, and was born with a huge chakra's amount that far exceeded that of ordinary people. It also showed a very high affinity with natural energy. This meant that this new life had the advantages of both Orochimaru and Do. Whether it is Orochimaru or Yakuza Duchi, both of them can be regarded as outstanding figures in the shinobi world, so it can be imagined how much potential a newborn with the advantages of both of them would have. At this time, Yamato arrived next to Orochimaru and reported, "Orochimaru-sama, Kimimaro, and the others are back." Orochimaru nodded and asked, "Any news about the Danzo?" Yamato replied, "Not yet." "Not yet." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru knows very well what kind of person Shimura Danzo is, so he is sure that with Shimura Danzo's personality, it is impossible for him to remain dormant for so long. Even if something really happened to Shimura Danzo's body, it is impossible for him to be obedient for so long. The only explanation was that the Danzo had most likely been killed. Is it God's organization? Orochimaru sighed with a gloomy expression. With the strength of Danzo who survived the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual, there aren't many forces in the shinobi world that can kill him without anyone knowing. It's either Amatsukami or Akatsuki. Comparatively speaking, Orochimaru is more inclined to believe that it was Amatsukami. And if Danzo really died in the hands of Amatsukami, then the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that Danzo obtained through the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual would undoubtedly fall into the hands of Amatsukami, and Orochimaru would naturally have no chance. After a while, Orochimaru asked, "How is my side?" Yamato hurriedly told Orochimaru about the battle between Akatsuki and the 5 great shinobi villages that Kimimara's team brought back. Hearing that the leader of Amatsukami defeated Nagato again, Orochimaru wasn't surprised, but like the Kages, he was also attracted by the concept of six-path realm that Hyojin mentioned. Is this the realm of shinobi? Yamato continued, Kimimaro also mentioned that Mai's 9 tails Jinchuriki vortex Naruto seems to have completely mastered the power of 9 tails. Even the awakened Manjikyu Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke was defeated by him. Oh? Orochimaru was a little surprised. Seeing that Orochimaru seemed to be interested, Yamato said in detail, according to Kimimaro's report, Uchiha Sasuke even used the Manjikyu Sharingan's Susanoo, but he was still easily defeated by Uzumaki Naruto. After that, Uchiha Sasuke used the excuse of traveling and left the village. Orochimaru immediately interrupted Yamato, "What? Sasuke left Mai?" Yamato replied, "Yes, a few days after losing to Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke left Mai alone. His whereabouts are unknown." Alone. After a pause, Orochimaru immediately ordered, "Find out where Sasuke went. Go now, you are in charge of it." Yamato quickly responded and left in a hurry. After Yamato left, Yamato's voice appeared in Orochimaru's mind, "Orochimaru-sama, do you want to take Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan?" Orochimaru did not deny it, "Yes." Yamato was a little puzzled, but from the battle between Akatsuki and the 5 great ninja villages, Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan doesn't seem to be as powerful as we thought. Orochimaru shook his head, "Haven't you noticed? Whether it is Otsutsuki Samurai or Nagato, they are all pupillary Kekkei ninjas. If I am not wrong, the leader of Amatsukami should also have pupillary Kekkei." "You mean?" A light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Pupillary Kekkei such as Sharingan and Byakugan are probably from the genes of the Otsutsuki clan, and they may be the key to the six-path realm. For most people, the war between the Akatsuki and the 5 great shinobi villages is only a matter of surprise and gossip. Orochimaru, who is an expert in the study of the human body and is also a Kage, has noticed a lot of information that ordinary people don't even notice. For example, from the fact that Otsutsuki Samurai has Byakugan, Orochimaru immediately determined that the Hyuga clan is also a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan. At the same time, from the fact that Otsutsuki Samurai, Nagato, and the mysterious leader of Amatsukami all have pupillary kekkai, he concluded that pupillary kekkai is likely to be the key to reaching the Six Path Realm. After all, in the myths and legends, the Sage of the Six Paths, who founded the ninja sect, also possessed the Rinnegan Eye bloodline art. Therefore, as soon as he heard that Sasuke left Mai alone, he immediately became interested. In addition to being obsessed with the Manjikyu Sharingan, he also wants to use it to study the secrets of the Six Path Realm. After dragging on for so long, he had gradually given up on the idea of seizing Danzo's body. Therefore, he had no choice but to start thinking about collecting all sorts of bloodline boundaries and rearranging the bloodline fusion ritual. Although setting up the bloodline fusion ritual required a huge price, and it was obviously a little difficult with the Sound Ninja Village's family background, for Orochimaru, there was nothing more important than exploring the secret of immortality. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I want to thank all the students who gave me gifts today. Thank you everyone. End of chapter 1147. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.